Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu coming to you from the Landing Casino here in Jeju, South Korea. Randy, we missed you last time around here. Obviously, great to have you back for our first full festival of 2025. Not the first festival of this new season, of course. Good to be back without question after Triton Paradise, where we had just a couple of events.
Yeah, but they were explosive events. We had Alejandro Lococo winning the Triton Million for God knows how much money. He made some really cool moves. And then there was the Triton main event where we had Alex Foxen beat João Vieira in that epic heads-up match where, you know, João Vieira went for it, bet, jam, and Foxen called him with bottom pair.
Yeah, if you guys missed that particular hand, by the way, I know we're getting granular, but it was one worth going back and checking out because it spoke to João Vieira, who I actually spoke to during breakfast today, but you spent many hours sat beside on the way in?
Yeah, we came from Shanghai to Jeju. He was seated right next to him, you know. I was just trying to dodge the question about what happened in Bahamas. Why'd you blunder and bluff it on?
Blunder is strong for sure. No, but obviously, Zhao, great. We're looking forward to seeing him in so many of our other regulars over here. Now, you talked about things that were cool, that two-stop deal that we had out there. How about the new gear? Look at Randy. Randy went to the store. I went to the store. I'm looking at the monitor right now. Yeah, this stuff looks good. Janice, our designer, brought a whole new slate of Triton swag to this year's festival, and you don't have to be here in Jeju to grab it. By all means, head over to the Triton website, head over to the shop, and get involved because, as anyone who comes to a Triton knows, things sell out quickly. We don't have unlimited amounts of this stuff, but we do have dang near unlimited amounts of poker coming your way over the better part of the next 3 weeks. A docket that includes 10 no-limit hold'em events, 4 Parliament Omaha events, 3 short deck events in that order. Before we get to exactly that, though, let's just reflect on last year's Jeju. Randy, the 25K GG Millions got 305 entries. This is the place where records were broken, and I suspect we're going to do it again.
Of course we're going to do it again. We have already confirmed 275 unique players here in Jeju. Of course, more here to come. This is a stop where a lot of players just know, like, there's a lot of Asian players that are craving to play and win a Triton title for the first time, right? A lot of regs that saw other regs come out, they're going to come out to this stop. It's going to be biggest, I guarantee it.
187 uniques in that one, by the way, where ultimately it was Mario Mosbach who defeated Sergio Ido, that 25K GG Millions. Now, how about the 100K main? That one was the largest six-figure buy-in event in poker history, Randy. I mean, for, you know, a tour that started in the mid-2010s, I want to say, to come this far in what is a relatively short period of time when you look elsewhere in the poker world at some of the more mature kind of tours out there really speaks to kind of the growth of Triton.
You know, I came to Jeju my first time in 2019. There was just 7 events on the docket. You know, and the largest entry for a tournament then was 81 entries. And like you said, the main event had 216 in a 100K buy-in. I think we're going to break that once again here. Jeju is just about breaking records.
Yeah, there's one reason that many of the pros who don't come to every single Triton make it a point. You know, they had FOMO after last year to come out here, and it is largely because we have more participation from the Chinese delegation at this particular stop because of visa-free travel, and obviously that's a market that's deeply untapped when it comes to the super high roller stuff. And don't make the assumption, by the way, that it's nothing but dead money that's coming in out of there. We have some excellent Chinese players, some of whom are going to make a name for themselves, I suspect, here in Jeju. Now, I touched a little bit on the docket that we have coming your way, the 10 no-limit hold'em events, 4 PLOs, and 3 short decks. In that order, mind you, break them down for us.
We do have the 25K WPT Global Slam once again coming back. That was a buy-in that attracted a lot of players, so expect that one to be huge. A 40K mystery bounty, one of my favorites to watch. You see players just going for bounties all the time. One of your favorites to host. Also, of course, the 100K main event once again happening, and we do have 150,000 buy-in and another 100K buy-in for no limit hold'em.
Yeah, so while you might be tempted to think the main event is the largest of buy-ins, not always the case here at Triton with that 150K casting a small shadow over the main. Obviously, I doubt that the main will get less buy-ins than the 150, so it still remains the focal point. The four-card streets, you know, I mean, the PLO still on the docket, despite the fact that we're here. Normally at our Asian destinations, it's supplanted by short deck, but we've got both of those here available, and I think that encourages a lot of the Western players. You know, that's Europe and the West is where that game, I think, is a lot more popular. It gives them more reason to take the long trip and come out and get involved. No question about that. PLO main, going to be 100K, the largest short deck event. Just 50K, but short deck, man. That 50K can go up in smoke in a big, big hurry. Looking forward to that as well. You know, we touched on eclipsing last year's numbers. I mean, it's anybody's guess, but if you have Polymarket or somewhere that you're putting down action, take the over. Just based on walking around here at the hotel, everybody showed up.
Yeah, you know, I'm just walking throughout the resort, walking in here. So many faces I recognize but haven't played a Triton before are here to play.
Yeah.
Lots of new faces, lots of players from China, like you mentioned. A lot of Japanese players have shown up to play here in Jeju, so this is going to be a good one.
276 unique players have already been confirmed to arrive, and you know how it is. Few days in, some text gets sent. Somebody's like, all right, man, forget it. I'm booking a flight. I'm coming out. That number will grow. No question about that. You talked about known players. Perhaps none more so than the man who is sitting at the top of our Player of the Year ranking, not because he draws a lot of attention to himself, but because he shows up for every stop and goes about his business, and there he is, the Russian Artur Martirosyan, currently leading the Player of the Year rankings in that Ivan Leo Player of the Year award for Season 4, 1,382 points, and a good bit of runway between him and Punat.
Yeah, and the thing is, Artur, you know, he's one of those guys that's willing to play PLO, because when he was back in Monaco, he won a Null Hold'em title and a PLO title. Now, both these were on the smaller events, the side events.
Yeah, not on stream.
But not on stream, but he is clearly leading, and he certainly has separated himself and given him the best chance to win.
Let's not overlook the fact that we have Alex Foxen. This is a guy who, if you watch any measure of high-stakes streaming poker, you're familiar with. He has shown up late to Triton. You know, wasn't one of those guys that was here since the mid-2010s or even 3 or 4 seasons ago, and he's making his mark with a 984-point performance thus far.
I mean, he's won 2 Triton titles already. Didn't put many events in like in the early goings, but full schedule last time. Showed up, of course, for Bahamas, shipping that 100K main, forced to be reckoned with. I don't know why he didn't show up earlier.
In Monaco, he also picked up a W in the 50K, so obviously there is a little bit of jealousy, I think, for those that have been at it much longer than Foxen, who, you know, for whom a title still eludes. Not to say profit eludes them, because you can actually cobble together healthy sums of, you know, being in the black, but you know, the title is so coveted, and you got a guy like Foxen, he just shows up and he makes it look so easy. So definitely salivating at the prospects of what's to come here in Jeju. Punat, by the way, not to be overlooked, sitting where he is in that Player of the Year ranking in second right now, thanks to 3 final tables in Monaco, very much looking on form. And rumor has it that Punat has been working very hard. I would imagine that the likes of KT, you know, Wachara, or Pachara, Wangwachit, that they are potentially going to influence legislative change in Thailand that may allow us to eventually have a Triton stop out there. And how dope would that be?
Triton Bangkok, sign me up.
I mean, it would just be amazing. You've been to Thailand?
I have several times.
So you know how good
that's the place.
Is it just for the food, though, Randy? I suspect you're just... Which, by the way, of course, we know Randy would order the same thing every day once he found a restaurant that he likes.
I like the pad thai on the street.
I'm not kidding. You can get yourself right for like $1 on the street. But, you know, careful. Not all street vendors are created equal. All right. Today's opening event is just a few moments away. I will get you in the app. Of course, first opportunity for us to plug that app, Randy. Without it, you're doing it all wrong.
Well, that's the thing I look at when I'm not on a stream. It's just grinding the app is just so addictive. You can see every table. Sometimes your favorite players aren't on the stream, so you can follow their progress. Phil Ivey, you know, everyone likes to watch them. Just download the app. Why not?
You know, forgive me. I don't mean to correct you, Randy, but it's what you look at when we are on the stream. It's the exact same resource that the 2 of us here at the desk are taking advantage of. You can take a quick peek, if you'd like, at the 2 featured tables that we have coming your way. Not a whole lot to talk about, just given the fact that everybody's got a starting stack. But we pick these tables because we suspect that they're those that are going to deliver some fireworks. Names that jump out for you, Randy. For me, it's Jeremy Ausmus up there at the blue table.
Yeah, Jeremy Ausmus is a player who's very well known in America, done very well, hasn't really ventured out to Triton, so good to see him in Jeju.
All right, and good to have you guys with us as we send it down into the arena for the first event of oh so many on our docket. Let's get set. A walk through the gorgeous facilities here in Jeju, where it may be freezing outside, but it is red hot with action inside. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. Walk through the landing casino. The only stop, Randy, where you actually have to line up to register.
That's right. There we go. There's players just trying to get in. Ren Lin waiting in line.
I would imagine Ren Lin has done a lot of work out there as perhaps the best known of the Chinese players, helping to promote this particular stop. And you see everybody buying in there. By the way, congratulations to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who just won GPI Tournament Director of the Year at the ceremony in Las Vegas.
He's the best. What can I say?
It's official. Kornith and Kulev there in the foreground. Dan Smith there in the background. Ike, Kiat Lee, Senor Pardo, and the aforementioned Player of the Year to his right, Artur Martirosyan.
Not Player of the Year just yet, but I see where you're going at.
Yeah, leader, good point. As Stephen Chidwick and Jason Kuhn taught us at the very last stop a couple of years back, you can see some last-minute changes in the running order.
Nachito.
There he is. Saying hello.
Panakovs?
Yeah. The Latvian, Alex Panakovs.
He loves the early levels.
Yeah, that's right.
He told me.
It's official. Not to divulge too much of what we glean from conversations throughout the course.
A warm welcome to the Triton Super Harole Series here in Jeju. Second stop of Season 4. The first event, 15K single re-entry, is about to start. Players, the button has been drawn to seat number 2. For today, once again, we're going to have a single re-entry allowed. There's going to be 10 levels for late registration. We're going to play 40-minute level, 200,000 starting stack. We're going to have a dinner break at completion of level 9 for 45 minutes. For today, we're going to play a total of 15 levels, ending at approximately 1:30. I wish you all the very best of luck. Dealers, start please.
Thank you, Luca. Nobody better. And there is a look at the red and the blue featured tables. As he mentioned, 200K starting stacks brought to you by WPT Global. 501K with a 1K big blind ante is the level at which we'll start. And, you know, it's funny. I had a conversation with the Spaniards, and Zhao was there. Juan Pardo was there. Mateos and Nacho, obviously Nacho from Argentina and Zhao from Portugal. But, you know, my question for them was, with so many people expected to enter this 15K, we're going to have to play a lot of poker and a lot of levels across 2 full days to whittle down to a final table, and ultimately a third day to crown a champ.
Yeah, and you know what, Ollie, I'm not sure if you noticed, but this 15K is actually just a single re-entry, perhaps to kind of limit the size of this field.
Oh, we would be here forever if it was more than one re-entry. There's no question about it. And at that price point, you would expect that there would be plenty of people willing to fire 5 barrels, 6 barrels at something like this, believe it or not. Now then, Tom Fuchs digging in with King 5 suited against the aggressions of Kuznetsov. Hijack open with Queen Jack. Second pair. Follows through.
Tom, one of those up-and-coming German players. A little bit less known, but has had pretty solid results here at Triton so far. Does have King 5, backdoors, King High.
Peels 1. Not what he had in mind.
A lot of times with Queen Jack in the spot, you'd be looking to check back the turn, see if it blanks out on the river to perhaps bluff catch against busted straight draws, flush draws. kind of expect King 5 to turn itself into a bluff. Kind of just try to take out hands at c-bet that might have just randomly paired up that 6 or the 9. There are better king highs you can take down as well.
Lack of a spade in our hand isn't the greatest, of course.
Of course, not the greatest, but, you know, sometimes you just got to keep going for it. It's not about the blockers all the time.
8K into 11-5, and now Nikita forced to play a guessing game as the German applies pressure.
Yeah, it's actually very tough because when the spades come in, the main hand he can pick off is like Queen 10. Blocks that, of course. 4-5 comes to mind. Of course, some of these straight draw combos might even have a flush. And the laydown makes sense. Nice bluff from Fuchs.
So even though we're in the early going here, Nikita with no appetite to keep his man honest. And Tom earns himself the pot courtesy of peeling on the flop, which might not be the reflex some of you who are watching out there would be accustomed to if you were seated out there playing yourself, but you're getting a look at the greatest players on earth each and every time you tune into a Triton Super High Roller Series. Playing the trade.
About Tom Ali. Last 2 cashes are the last 2 events he played. A 7th in Monte Carlo for 762,000, 150K. And then a 13th in the 100K in Paradise for 300K. So he's on a $1 million upswing.
Yeah, sure is. And there's something to be said as we see Nikita now welcoming 2 jacks. There's something to be said for the confidence that is instilled in one when you are on a big upswing in terms of having the faith to make those river bets that would seem so straightforward under normal circumstances, but when you're running awful, they can be a lot more difficult to deploy.
Yeah, I think usually we think about players who just bust after bust. It's hard to keep playing well, but you know, like you mentioned, if you're on a winning streak, you just kind of feel like you're on top of the world and you can't really make too many mistakes. And confidence, of course, is very important in a mind game like this.
Ausmus flats ace-10. That allows Fuchs to hop in, and he does so in the form of a 3-bet, which is ill-timed, as 15K has been stuck in the middle from the small blind, and Yaroshevskyy has red needles.
Yeah, and wow, this is actually kind of crazy because Nikita's got pocket jacks.
Wow, he did not hesitate 1 second to put him in the bin after the 4-bet.
Yeah, it's just not really worth the risk playing 200 big blinds deep. Really nice laydown.
And a not so nice feeling for Fuchs, who now needs to spend another 22.5, more than 10% of a starting stack, if he wants to take a flop here, which he'd be doing out of position.
It is the type of hand you could call a 4-bet in spot, which it looks like he will. He feels like, well, if he's up against ace-king, of course, if he pairs a 10 or 9, it's good. Price is all right. Deep stacks. Let's see what's up.
Yeah, you certainly are not assigning the over pairs when you peel like this, and 1 club along with a gut shot is going to be enough, presumably, to keep Fuchs interested. 81K out there.
Right, yeah, this hand is not over yet. Igor should be betting small with aces because this is inflated 4-bet pot. Stack to pot ratio obviously shrunk quite a bit. He can still bet jam with small bets and get all the money in by the river, which is what you want to do with aces.
The texture is not troubling to him.
Of course.
After a 3-better calls a 4-bet, you don't expect the 6 and 7 to really be interacting, and that queen you're hoping is paired, although maybe it would be a bit ambitious.
So this is a very nice spot now for Fuchs because he's actually getting the right price to come along with 10-9 suited, looking for the gut shot, maybe some backdoor clubs. See if he can spike that 8. Oh.
Board pairs and another club comes off after Tom called the c-bet. 117 out there now.
It wouldn't surprise me if Igor actually checks this turn, because he can likely get stacks in against the queen anyways. And queen X's, say like king queen, queen jack, their outs have been reduced on the board pairing 7. Betting, of course, is certainly fine. If he does bet again, he'll go small, trying to get some crying calls out of like jacks, 10s.
30K.
Yeah, I don't really expect Fuchs to come in for check raise all in, despite picking up lots of equity. It's just very rare for your opponent to be betting twice in this spot looking to fold. I think he just takes the price and peels here, as a queen X is not looking to hero fold in case Igor cold 4 bet like ace queen.
So the call is made, but the club is not acquired. Jack, not a troublesome development whatsoever.
Yeah, at this point for Igor, it's just all in. Hope Fuchs has got ace queen or king queen.
SPR. Somewhere in that, let's call it 60%-ish territory. Time bank being utilized there. Each player given a stack of those blue square tiles.
Yeah, I would just assume he would be jamming these aces, unless he very well feared queens, but seems like such a narrow part of Fuchs' range.
You know, for Igor, obviously, he does need to be able to assign something that he thinks his opponent can call with. If he felt that there was no chance on the river, that there was anything that would pay him off, then it would be kind of pointless to put his whole stack out there. But nevertheless, he does, and now we get a little bit of a smile from the Ukrainian.
Yeah, Kuznetsov actually had pocket jacks.
On the river, ended up with the jacks full. Not sure he would have gotten that far. $5.8 million in career Triton earnings for Igor Yaroshevskyy. 2 titles, 12 cashes. His last cash back in Monte Carlo was his second title. 60K 8-handed turbo event, 862K pickup for him. And Igor, like so many players, Randy, is one of those who's just been stronger and stronger each time out.
Yeah, you know, he's actually built quite the resume at Triton. Like you said, 5.8 million, 2 titles. I've always been very impressed with how he plays. I feel like he has a lot of gears. He knows how to be very aggressive at the right times, taper it back a bit when necessary, and you know, kind of quietly does damage, and that's what you want to do as a poker player.
Jack 10 on the button, looking to inflict damage as Tom polished off a good chunk of his starting stack in that exchange with the 9-10 suited. And now Yaroshevskyy once again re-raising him. A little early to think that it's personal, but
no, it's personal. You know, second time I'm going after you. But you know, it's just the way deep stack poker is played. It's level 1, level 2, 200 big blinds, 100 big blinds deep minimum. You know, you're going to see players go for big sizings, 3-bet out of position. Jack 10 even peeled this one off, given how deep they are.
Ace King 5 flop, top pair for Igor as he continues to perform well. That 5 of hearts is a nice pickup as well. For Tom, Jack 10 and a check over from the pre-flop 3-better.
Yeah, it's an interesting check because this board texture rates to hit the small one very hard. Hands like aces, kings, ace, king would usually want to c-bet. So I suppose he's checking ace-4 to protect his weaker holdings like queens, jacks, and tens that doesn't like the 2 overs. It does check through. Fuchs actually picks up a flush draw along with his gut shot now.
Texture improving for Tom.
Could see Tom barrel here to target queens, jacks, tens, the black ones with no diamond. Probably expects an ace to bet a lot by now.
I was going to say, I mean, with a second check in front of us, we could certainly feel as though this is an underpair to the ace and king that we could target. And so one can't blame Tom for asking questions. And by the way, doing so at a higher than average decibel level. Full pot here, 26,000.
It's actually very uncomfortable for Igor now.
Sure. He didn't make it look that way, though, as
No,
he does
didn't.
make the call. And note the SPR, by the way, after this call is just north of 1, and Fuchs gets there as he finds running diamonds for the win. Second nuts.
Yeah, how good is this? So, of course, his main concern is queen of diamonds, and I suppose it's a little bit of Igor's range. Like, if Igor did have, like, queens of a diamond, he probably would be checking and check-calling turn. The worst diamonds will be 9 of diamonds and lower. That shouldn't be too much of Igor's range as played. Like, I don't expect ace-9 also to be 3-betting small blind versus button. Pocket 9's probably not looking to check-call pot size on the turn. So if he's getting called here, he's targeting, like, 2 pair, I would think. Like an ace-10 that might play passively.
Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. 54,000 from Tom. And Igor really adrift now. Not just based on the line that he took post-flop, but obviously that 4th diamond staring him down. Pretty gross spot for him.
Yeah, I definitely think Igor can show up with flushes in this spot, like the queen of diamonds, even the jack of diamonds himself. So it'd be quite the hero call in this spot. And then you also have to assign what hands would my opponent bluff with as played. I suppose maybe like 8-9 that had a gut shot on turn maybe. That's no diamond. It's hard to assign obvious bluffs as played, but he's played his hand so passively that maybe Tom just kind of went for it.
Multi. Multi. Time bank situation.
Does lay it down. So maybe it was a little personal, that hand. You know, it was the second time they go after it.
1 for 2 ain't bad for Fuchs.
Слушай, у тебя работает приложение? Можешь? Только что обновил я его. Он предложил обновить. Работает, да? Может, он офигел от количества игроков и перестал отбивать. Сколько у тебя пишет игроков? 159. Ну вот, значит, у меня не работает.
On to the next hand. David Kaufmann. Little suited connector, first position. You're going to see this even under the gun with deep stacks. Igor's got ace king on the button.
Yaroshevskyy with the 3-bet to 9,000.
You'll want to call 3-bets even out position with hands like this because you want to have board coverage on the low boards so that people can't just assume you never hit it when it comes low.
So the small suited connector works its way in as Kaufmann gets his feet wet here at his first ever Triton Festival. And he finds bottom pair. Unfortunately, he's up against top pair as he checks it over.
Of course, a great flop for top pair, top kicker, and it's an all right spot for Kaufmann.
Coffee up there?
What kind of coffee there?
He's
Just
got
Americano with
pair
milk.
of sixes.
I'm in C
Can improve through trips or
Okay.
2-pair. He's got a little backdoor straight action. Of course, backdoor diamonds. Price is nice for him.
With the backdoor straight and flush prospects, we're not going away. Another 15,000 sliding into the middle. Beautiful card if you're Yaroshevskyy here on the turn.
So as played for Igor, it's pretty much a mandatory bet turn, bet almost any river. Deuce, of course, pure blank doesn't make 2 pairs. The hand likely just ends here. You know, your opponent has so many ace X's, no reason to call.
25-5. Good night. Not the most eventful pot, but it is yet another one heading Igor's way.
But you know, from the player's point of view, they've seen Igor get involved in 3-bet pots already without showdown, so he kind of looks like he's just going after it.
There's no question that we are not immune from observing within an orbit a man 3-betting on multiple occasions, getting involved, opening, and you start to wonder, is this some sort of strategic, you know, deployment that I'm witnessing here out of that seat? And can he possibly have had upper crust every single time? And so, you know, especially if you're Kaufmann, unclear how familiar he is with Yaroshevskyy, but here at his first ever Triton, you know, he doesn't necessarily have the reference points that some others who have tussled with Igor do and can benefit from. Nikita, though, he definitely knows his man. Knew him well enough to bin those jacks like it was nothing, by the way,
That's
in
true.
the face of the 4-bet.
Saved himself, and
Yep.
you're right, he knows his man because his man is opening queen 4 suited in the cutoff, and he's 3-betting a marginal jack 10 off.
I got to be honest. Yes, I understand it's the cutoff. It's a suited queen. But put up against the backdrop of what I've already exhibited, I think I'm a little bit more hesitant to open a hand like this because now you really are causing the table to raise their eyebrows and go, stop it.
Right.
Behave.
I suppose with what, you know, the recency bias, like this guy's been up playing every single pot in the last orbit. Maybe we could be pitching this queen 4 suited. But in what is this flip of a coin fold from Igor? He just spun the coin like a tops. All right. I'm pretty sure whether it landed heads or tails, he was going to fold that hand.
Yes, no. Ah, okay. КВО какая-нибудь, типа такой, вроде можно кол, можно пас, 4-бет или пас.
Now, Randy, I don't know whether or not you are aware of this, but it came to my attention yesterday after arriving that our team is not the only one that's been assembled for commentary purposes in this incredibly international field. We now have multiple other languages available for streaming as the video feed is being offered to a Portuguese commentary team to handle Portugal and Brazil specifically, a Mandarin-speaking team, obviously with so many Chinese participants, and even a Spanish-speaking team. So,
and even a Russian team. 'Cause I saw that today, yeah.
Wow. So, you know, it only makes sense, I suppose, that, you know, with so much enthusiasm for the product coming from all corners, many of those who are streaming not necessarily as comfortable with English, if speaking it at all, help to deliver it in their native tongue. And exciting growth for the Triton Super High Roller Series in that way, not just in terms of the numbers. You know, it's funny. I suspect that just that decision alone is going to lead to even bigger fields as we move on, right? Because it's, yeah, granted, our YouTube channel has a lot of subscribers, and I'm sure people have been coming and watching it here. But, you know, I think you're going to see numbers go way up as our number here at this feature went up by 1 just now, courtesy of that late arrival. Registration, of course, still wide open. So, not saying late arrival as a critique by any stretch. And it isn't all that late. Kaufmann was being shown with the Danish flag, I believe, a moment ago. He is indeed German, so apologies for any misdirection there early. By the way, both he and Tom, I believe, rocking these coin poker patches. So that does suggest that David is more cut from the pro side of the cloth.
They also are probably very familiar with each other's games. Assuming coin poker patch, German, must know each other.
Right. 3 amigos. Look up at ace 7-5. Party starter was Kuznetsov. He was dominated pre-flop. Now has the opportunity, should he choose to exercise it, to maybe try to represent this ace, and that's exactly what he's going to do as he sprinkles. 1/3 pot. Fuchs has that king of hearts working. David with the queen of hearts in turn.
Curious to see if Fuchs wants to come along with that king of hearts. Of course, a c-bet into 2 players is a little bit stronger than average, so that makes him a little bit less inclined to continue. Of course, if another heart does drop in, it's very powerful. He knows that he can put a big semi-bluff or, you know, continue. Looks like he's reaching for more than 3K.
Up we go. And nice timing there from Tom as he makes it 11,000 with the check raise.
You know, I'm starting to think if I was to play like these Tritons, the early levels don't seem easy, do they? They just go after every single pot.
I got to tell you, these guys aren't here to just relax. They're going hard.
Like, Tom he's been getting in there, and he's never had it. You know, he's had marginal spots every single time.
By the way, this gentleman who just arrived, efforting intel, yet to have his name populate the app.
Looks like a new face for me,
Yeah,
at least.
yeah, I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Твой чип-лидер. Твой чип-лидер. Давай? И Стерна еще. Нет, он и Джо. Второй, третий стейк. Нормально. Ну это же обычно, ты же понимаешь, что это прикормить рыбку, да?
King Queen now for Nikita. Back at it. Up front. 2.5x open. Matthias Lip still yet to play a pot. There it is.
What flag is that?
Ming Tiao or Tiao Ming? I don't know what flag that was. You know, that's an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen that flag. Somebody out there in the chat. By the way, shout out to the chat. I can't believe it's taken us this long to acknowledge those who, with such regularity, join us out there in YouTube land.
No, you can't shout them out until they tell us which flag it is.
Yeah.
If they get it wrong, like, no, we just mute them.
3.5.
Pocket fours facing the 3,500 chip follow through. And look at Igor. He's feeling swaggy. Peeling. Obviously that 4 hearts working in a couple of directions. No, not really working much at all as Kuznetsov's gut shot turns into second pair.
Second pair, good for check back in this spot. Don't really want to inflate, I would think, against an ace.
8.
Oh, he is going to bet again.
And that, of course, puts the hard 8
Выиграл бы на
into the bin.
Да. Что? Выиграл бы? Выиграл бы.
Okay, so did we figure out which flag it is yet?
I am looking currently
Слушайте,
through the YouTube chat. I confess I can't do it without scrolling all the way back to see what I missed.
2-4. Здесь 3 же?
You only had one job. So just read the chat and tell us.
I'm reading the chat. Salute to you, by the way, incredible one, who shouts us out from Bangladesh, no less. Brad Hedberg, thank you for the love. Quarter as well, saying Triton is truly the peak of tournament poker YouTube. Best commentary, presentation, players, and all free. Insane. I agree. Let's charge. I'm just kidding. Let's not.
Charge 'em.
Let's never do that.
Come on, man.
Nah.
It doesn't matter how big we grow. We're not charging them.
Okay, we've got it. Joao Cardoso, shout out to you. Believe the flag is the Maldives. And directly after him, SMG 1993 came in and verified that. So, well played. Adrian Perez also all over it.
So first player from Maldives entering Triton.
I don't think we've ever had one before.
Pretty sure we haven't.
Have you been to the Maldives?
I have not, but I feel like you have.
I haven't yet. It's very much on my radar. And I got to say, from what I understand, we need to hurry because within our lifetimes, it may end up being underwater. Their president was actually looking for countries that would take their people once they're turned into Atlantis. Yeah, I'm serious. They're worried about sea level rise.
When you say turns into Atlantis, we talking about Poseidon? We talking about the Bahamas?
We're talking about underwater, my boy. We're talking about everything underwater. By the way, there's some incredible hotels out there, which is why I want to go. You know, I love the fancy stuff, and
yeah, we know you're a bit pretentious.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I'll take the over on a bit, Randy. I mean, shamelessly self-indulgent, and you know.
You were shaming me and producer James for taking a Chinese airline over here.
Randy, it wasn't shaming you guys. It was just encouraging you to maybe look for other operators. Meanwhile, did you know that you can qualify online for the next WPT Global Slam? Win passport dollars and use them to buy into future Triton events only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju, Jeju, for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. What are you waiting for? Head over to WPT Global today. Chat, by the way, advising that Tiao Ming is of Malaysian descent, despite flying the Maldivian flag.
Yeah, but how would they know? Who do you trust more, chat or our production crew?
I'll tell you what. Chat's record is pretty strong. Now, you do have to navigate the occasional trolling, but by and large, I'll put our chat up against anybody in terms of the trivia. They're right on it. And obviously, they have Google at their fingertips, so that doesn't hurt either. Yaroshevskyy putting the hurt on this ace-7 is once again he and Fuchs getting entangled. Pocket fives this time, that which emboldened.
All of it seems to be Igor that's doing the 3-betting.
I get so self-conscious, even if the deck's hitting me and it's all credible. You know, I'm like, I know this time, surely, once I open, the 3-bet's coming. No one's going to let me get through here. And I got to tell you, until someone demonstrates that they're going to push back and maybe not allow this, Igor is very much incentivized to continue. It's been working out.
Yeah, kind of like, you know, just continue to press and until you get resistance. Why not? Because it's just earning you chips over and over again. Nothing wrong with that. Some players just not really looking to get involved in the early goings of the tournament. 8-7 suited, back at it.
Seven, 8 suited, as you mentioned. Legitimate open from the cutoff, and yet you just know a finger wag is coming. And it comes from Nikita's Queen-Jack on the button. Kaufmann's Ace-5 withering.
Yeah, Igor's like, I'm done with this getting 3-bet. I'm going to continue with 8-7 suited. Imagine as a flat. Board coverage is nice.
So the 10K investment made by Igor out of position, and he flops himself a club and a gutter on this ace-high board. Excuses to continue. Let's see if Kuznetsov activates here. Does seem like good texture to do so.
Yeah, whenever it's an ace-high board in a pre-flop 3-better, you want to see bet a very high frequency, especially when you don't have the ace. It's played for Igor. Gut shot. Certainly call this one. If he had a weak ace, he'd probably be calling too, so you want to kind of balance and protect that range.
Deuce on the turn is not what we had in mind with that 7-8 after the extra 7.5K call. Second check from Igor.
It might not be a standard turn bet of Queen Jack, but it's certainly a candidate because Queen Jack actually blocks the very best ace X's of your opponent. Ace Queen, Ace Jack, and Ace King would probably 4-bet you pre-cutoff versus button. So I could see Nikita actually bet turn and river at a very high frequency.
And there it is, 27K. Healthier than its predecessor.
Should be it.
So Kuznetsov predictably taking that pot down. And you know, it is now dawning on me as I'm looking at the chat. And they're saying, you got to correct this. Tiaoming is Malaysian. That if you were typing in the production the flag that Tiaoming is playing under, and you typed in MAL, that it would auto-populate both the Maldives and Malaysia. And if you scroll incorrectly, because Maldives is really ambitious, Ren. I mean, there's like 10 people there.
It does look a bit Malaysian to me as well.
I mean, I just, you know, from what I understand, the Maldivian's very dark complected, kind of South Indian.
Look.
I mean, it wasn't the image of a man from the Maldives, but, you know, there's some wealthy people that find some tax shelters. I don't think he's from the Maldives, guys. Thank you.
He might still be. There is a non-zero chance. It might be.
I don't know why it's so funny. Oh. Ace deuce. Things not so funny anymore as the deuce dangler dominated pre does find the lead, but note Tom Fuchs, the pre-flop opener with the nut flush draw here versus the Maldivian.
Maldivian deuces. How do we play it?
Follow through of 2K into 7,500. King of diamonds on the turn. Now providing a gutter to Broadway as well. Added excuses to deliver a payload, perhaps.
He might even go over bet in a spot. The king is much more favorable for the early position raise. Lots of pressure against queen x, 4x, deuce x, pairs. Love this over bet. And he's out.
Pretty straightforward departure in the face of that second barrel there for the ace deuce. So credit to Tom. Well, let's flip over and get a look at our other featured table. There they are. Boy, I'm seeing some unfamiliar faces
It's a 40 minutes.
at this table as well.
Yes.
Long time. I like a 20 minutes. Super. Very professional.
Ren Lin, of course, not among them. Pocket aces here for Gitis Lazauninkas. He is very much familiar and has made his mark on the Triton Super High Roller Series. A deuce suited in the big for Vladimir Minko. That's not going to cut it.
But Ali, it is going to cut it. Because this hand,
Wow,
you
okay.
can double down with it, you know? It's a 10.
Randy, once again, early in this festival, and we are at a casino, guys, I do feel compelled to let you know, you create some alarm with respect to perhaps an issue with gambling in general. You know, there is, not to profile, but perhaps an ethnic predisposition to such things. You know, and I worry about you. Although, if I'm being honest, Randy, it's you that should worry about me of late. Lazauninkas' aces, an easy takedown there. Get this with 192,000 in career Triton earnings across 3 festivals.
Remember it was stopped? Yeah.
Lines up.
Five place.
Just taking a peek now in the Triton Poker Plus app at some of these names in an effort to verify that they are new. And I thought Vladimir Minko's name was familiar, but it's only courtesy of having shown up in the Bahamas and finishing 19th in the 100K main, a 215K pickup. That's his only Triton event ever played at that abbreviated festival. As you saw, Artem Vezhenkov finding the bin.
Now, the small blind's 1,000, the big blind 1,500, so you're actually getting a little bit of a better price to limp into small.
Vladimir agrees. Looked around to him, Vyacheslav Balaev. Normally, when I say that first name, it's followed by Buldigin.
It is usually.
The other Russian with that first name. 10-5 board here. After the check back, neither player finds a pair.
The jack in the hand might get him to put out a little bet. Block some of the continues. That would contain gut shots or open-ended straight draws. Jack's overcard to the 10 and the 5, which is helpful. Could be enough to just take it down now.
Little 1500. Trying to do just that. 1/3 pot. See if that ace high gets sticky. And it does. Interesting.
A little bit of Elmer's glue at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Lack of a diamond for Balayev is a problem when this 3rd diamond arrives, as Minko has himself a flush draw and maybe an added excuse. Let's see.
I don't know what flush draw
Oh,
you're seeing, Ali.
forgive me.
The red, the
queen-
red versus,
that
hey,
queen is a
imagine we're
heart.
playing poker, red versus black with flush draws. Flushes every board.
I don't want you guys to think that we're using cheap monitors in here that don't have the proper resolution for me to delineate. That's just old eyes. I turned 47 yesterday, Randy.
Oh, happy birthday. Chat, why don't you guys type him a song?
They're not as happy when they start creeping close to 50. That's an insane thing. I'm not. I'm like maybe 15 years old, like
Yeah.
as far as maturity is concerned.
It's a little high, but you know, you're around the ballpark.
You'll take the under.
Like the WPT.
Producer James weighing in to also assert that he'd like the under on 15.
5 million, but I think it will be massive.
Check,
It's
check.
gonna be at least 10 million.
An ace high.
I mean, if they
After that
promote it like WPT,
single barrel was called
everyone will go.
on the flop, manages to get to showdown and
Their
take it
goal
down.
to make it like that, which makes sense.
Modest pickup there
asked
for
multiple times,
Balayev.
Yeah,
why
a
they
little
don't
bit.
have
Small gap.
Flesh wound for Minko.
in Asia.
Vyacheslav indeed at his first ever Triton Festival, first ever event. Not going to be the last time you hear us say those words here
course, they're
at what
rejected
is expected to
before,
be yet another
in September,
record-breaking
but so
Jeju.
much traveling.
Yeah,
All right, did you get to make a birthday wish at all?
You know, if I would have made that wish a week ago before I got blown out, it would have been for Palantir to do exactly what it's done, which is retreat from 125 down into the 80s. And for those that have no idea what I'm talking about, just stocks, which make blackjack look small, Randy, if I'm honest. But it was a little bit too much
Yeah,
too
like
late
last three days
as I
before,
abandoned the short.
Last 3 days before going here.
Yeah.
Took yet another L. So it's been rough. I suppose that's a bad birthday wish,
never
isn't it?
respect.
Yeah.
I should have come up with something better.
I tell
Just
you,
Health and happiness or one
Always
of the,
about
one
the
of-
money, huh, Ali?
You know, when you're around a Triton, you know, it's easy to feel that way. As Ren Lin easily finds top pair here against second pair. Neither player with a diamond on the monotone board.
All right, how many patches is on Ren Lin right now?
Is that a patch on a patch? Has he actually, is that like the inception of patches where he's, I mean, it's a Golden State Warriors.
He showered the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, he really did. He just slapped that GG patch on there right over the board. Come on, don't do that.
He might as well
Ren.
put the patches over to Curry as well.
Speaking of curry, a delightful chicken curry right now I'm working through from the employee dining. Anyway, no one.
Very
needed to know
relevant,
that.
thank you.
I realized it late,
Yeah.
Andy. 14-5 in the middle.
Do I need to pay something with this, or how does this work?
And there is a cozy second barrel for Ren. And
I needed
the
to
seven
trust- I
is
needed
a
to
believer.
trust you.
Second time lose.
It's okay.
Third time, no matter how I win. You call flop and you call turn and call river.
It was your first time in Osaka? In Japan?
Japan, in Asia as well, yeah.
In Japan poker?
Not poker.
No, just for vacation, but it was really, really nice.
Japan no poker.
There is now, but very cheap, very cheap.
Too much rate. Like you win you win a 10K, maybe only get like a 5K.
Oh, there is taxes after the winnings?
Too much. Too
Oh,
much.
okay.
And it's small.
I didn't know about that. I just saw in poker calendar there is some events in Sapporo,
Very,
Hokkaido.
no future, no future. Vacation Japan real good, but poker Japan no.
But it was amazing. I love the food there.
And
No
it's
gamble.
cheap.
No gamble, good
No
future.
gamble.
It's so cheap that
Hi, my friend, gamble so much. Ay. No respect.
customers.
No one respect me. I don't respect myself too. Okay. Go for. Nuts.
Show.
Show. See the TV later. Puggy A6. Minimal Puggy A6. For the king?
You bluff.
Typho. I tell you
That means you
minimal
bluff.
Puggy A6, so I don't have a king.
Change this.
Yeah, so there were 4 of us. We went for amazing
course.
steak dinner,
Yeah.
crazy amount of food, and we paid under 200 euros.
For how many people?
4 people.
Wow, okay.
It's
Yeah, but-
cheap here, rhythm.
Here you say?
No,
I've been speaking about Japan.
rhythm.
Yeah.
I think here it's quite cheap too.
Yeah, here of course too.
What did you say? You know which
One
area?
second. Let's finish.
Jack now for the Lithuanian. Gitas mulling over his options.
13.
And up we go. 3rd floor.
Actually, quite a sizable 3-bet. Perhaps it's due to Ren Lin. Well, actually, the blinds are 1,000, 1,500. Scratch that.
Vezhenkov
13, my
dispatched.
friend.
You ready?
You gamble so much. Not really GTO. The booker say you only bet 11K, you bet 2K too much. So. No follow the book.
What was the question, Fabian?
Wow, Gitas is just giving absolutely no attention to what Ren's saying.
Like Osaka is, all the busy areas are like that, going up through the map. So we were staying somewhere here. Like station is here,
Maybe here. So.
and we were staying somewhere here.
Okay. Doing
I found the amazing hotel. Next time I stay in Osaka, I always stay in the same hotel. You know what is onsen? Onsen is Japanese bath,
okay.
with like natural.
Yeah.
They build hotel, like I don't know how to say that in English. Hot spring, yeah, hot spring.
Okay.
So there is a hot spring. They build a hotel on a hot spring,
Yeah.
and in the basement it's a pool, which is always flowing from that hot spring.
Okay.
And it cost like 80 euros per night, something like that.
Yeah.
So you just it's open until 1 a.m.
Yeah.
So every night you just go relax and come back and go to sleep.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, now it's best time to visit Japan.
Yeah.
Lazauninkas
Last year
walking
was
through
good time to visit Japan, and now it's even cheaper.
the cultural
because
phenomenon that is the
currency is
onsen
going even
in Japan. Apparently found himself a spot in Osaka as Minko has found himself 3K with ace-10.
Yeah.
Vezhenkov
I mean,
flatting the
for example,
7-8
how much
offsuit
does,
in the
how
small
much
blind
does,
versus under the gun
Shimizu
+1.
costs in Austria, like 4 euros, yeah?
Yeah, interesting. Perhaps it's just due to the increase of the small blind, you know, at this blind level.
Are you sure it isn't due to the fact that he was going to flop top 2 pair, which is exactly what he's done here? Granted, monotone board, but nobody has a flush draw. Yaroshevskyy, first time at a Triton event, did make the call as well, has bottom pair. Not the kind of texture we assume Minko is interacting with. Let's see. 2 checks in front of Vladimir.
Without a heart in hand, I wouldn't really expect him to bet, especially when it comes 3 number cards like this, which tends to hit the blinds a bit.
Yeah, and in a 3-way pot, no less.
It looks like he is still going to reach for chips.
Wow.
Okay.
We stand corrected here in the booth as ambition on full display here.
So imagine it's even better in not all you can eat place.
All right, Vezhenkov comes in with top 2.
So down to heads up. Artem content to flat and see what's what. And this is a really nice development for Vezhenkov, who checks once more. Minko with maybe another excuse to barrel, given that he has an ace. And he could very well think that Vezhenkov just flatted with 2 cards, 1 heart over.
I think this is a mandatory bet for ace 10 and check back lots of rivers. There's a lot of hands that check call flop and just give up turn, and you want to charge like pocket pairs of a heart. And you rarely get check raise on the turn when your opponent check calls the flop.
Now for Vezhenkov facing a second barrel of 11,000, Randy, do you favor announcing yourself here? It is vulnerable, of course.
I prefer check calling in this spot because you don't really want to inflate and get the rest of the chips in. As played, you're pretty much always drawing very slim.
Yeah, now, of course, though, you got to hold your breath. Hope something like a 4 ace or a heart doesn't roll off. None of the above in the form of a 9 of diamonds on the end. Vezhenkov feeling cozy. Checks one more time. You see Minko not looking for any value. And it looks like Artem might have been trying to explain how he showed up here with 7-8.
Yeah, maybe it was just like a misclick. Didn't see the UTG or the +1 raise.
I'm not coming back. I'm not leaving Japan for sure.
I don't know, if I make a misclick like that and I showed on 8-7, I'm going to follow through with that was my game plan all along, you know?
I don't know that it was a misclick per se. And here we've got Miss QQPK.
That's a new Triton hoodie.
That it is, patched up, and it would appear to be another member of the Chinese delegation. I got that one reserved at the shop, by the way. Did you reserve that one?
I need to go get that one.
That one's flames. I love that script.
I can't really write cursive, to be honest. I write in block letters.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Randy, you don't know how to write cursive? How is it that all these festivals later, I'm still discovering things about you, and everything that I do discover is somehow just left me bewildered?
I try not to reveal these things. They don't really help my cause.
No. Wasn't the other one that you don't know how to read a watch or a clock?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I remember I was in Vancouver. I was walking down the streets, and I was like, I need to find out what time was this. I'm asking a guy on the street what time is it. He shows me his watch. I nod, and I have no idea what time is it.
Wake up.
Thanks, buddy. Can you read that for me?
I was too ashamed to let him know.
King 6 suited. No shame under the gun for Minko, who just was on the receiving end of the Vezhenkov 2 pair. Back at it. Lazauninkas choosing to flat a couple of 9s in the hijack. 1-9 busy in Vezhenkov's hand.
Is he grabbing more?
Yes, he is. Third scoop from the button. Up to 12,000.
Suited ace from Ren Lin. See him with a little bit of a stutter, does relinquish. It's a smallish 3-bet given how deep they are. So I can definitely see at least the 9s coming along. I wonder if King 6 suited wants to. It's actually going to grab a white chip in more. Yeah, he might even just read into this 3-bet sizing. Artem is perhaps not upper crust.
Yeah, you wake up in the Monday morning and you
Gets the
play
9s down.
finishing Sunday session in Europe.
Impressive
Like
here.
maybe for people who want to make money.
Performing very well already to get the
Now
9s
we
out, and I
found
would
out,
imagine this is a lot of
amazing
heat
place
for
in Asia.
Vezhenkov, but I don't know, 19K more with 12 already invested. He's looking back at his stack, Randy. Is the mathing?
And, the island was
They're
3
mathing.
years, 4
I
years ago, it was
don't know, it's just a lot of
barely
players, when they got these like
livable,
suited connectors, they
just of course there were
squeeze or
people,
3-bet.
but it was
They're
not
looking to
serious at
call
that
4
time.
bets. They're a little bit
during COVID,
disguised. Position's very important in this spot. It's of course though a bit scary when the under the gun player 4-bets you, which weights it a little bit more towards big pairs. Of course, that's not what you want to be up against with 10-9 suited.
I wonder whether or not Artem is thinking to himself, as you heard the exchange in the post-mortem with Vladimir, that, okay, we just played this pot, I showed up with the 7-8, he's going a little bit hard at me. And no idea whether or not that played a role in the calculus, ultimately leading Artem to call and find himself a gut shot straight draw against top pair. So a nice development here for Minko, who was trying to take this pot pre. Backdoor spades as well.
Yeah, of course, pretty solid flop for Minko. This board rates to hit him much more as he has all the ace-kings. He is likely to just come in with a small bet and kind of target the ace-jacks, the queen X suiteds that would call 4-bet. Looks like he plays as a check, so perhaps playing defensively when he has... I just don't think he's 4-betting jacks pre, so I would think like you use this hand to protect your weaker under pairs. Regardless though, it's going to give Vezhenkov a chance to stab with his gutter ball.
Well, the backdoor diamonds position and what feels like deference from a 4-better pre does embolden Artem to fire 18-5. And Randy, the thing here, like you mentioned, is that we don't believe pocket jacks is a 4-bet candidate pre-flop. And if it wasn't jacks, then what is it that would be 4-betting and then checking this particular board? Because we expect some ace, king, ace, queen, queens, kings, aces, of course.
So as played, once Minko calls, I would think his range for the weaker stuff is pretty much ace-queen is the main part of it. Ace-jack tends to c-bet, ace-10 tends to c-bet, or slow plays. And that turn card, you know it, Ali.
King high straight with a diamond redraw. Vezhenkov promptly rewarded. Can hardly believe this. Minko drawing dead now.
Yeah, Artem has so much hand that he just needs to just bet small. You know, you want these ace-queens to come in for a crying call, drawing for a good price to a gut shot or a queen that's perceived to be good. Wow, check back actually.
Wow, this is grimy. As you saw, a deeply pronounced lean back, exhale, and then check back. The diamonds now improving Vezhenkov, albeit he's got the third nuts as opposed to the second nuts now.
I mean, as played, the king 6, it looks all right with the turn check through. Now, is it possible to get paid by worse? Probably not. You tend to have to check here. If you're going to bet, you're going for like some kind of block bet.
Blocky, yeah, for sure. This size, yeah.
Expected this, yeah.
Precisely what you anticipated if Minko was going to bother to bet.
like that.
And now, of course, Vezhenkov,
I'm not
who's not supposed to ever show up with diamonds, let alone the king high straight if a diamond hadn't rolled off, has a golden opportunity to inflate.
Yeah, he likely will be shoving this one in. The problem is when you come in with block bet, you've got to imagine your opponent is turning hands into bluffs to attack the perceived weak one-pair range. And you see him make it 83 for 5, practically all in. And, you know, if Minko had bet bigger, he probably confidently folds. Now he's in a guessing game. Is it like a Jack-10 turning itself into a bluff?
You know, this is what sucks about the block bet, is oftentimes the response to it is aggression, and you're left to ponder, is it legitimate or is it simply in context?
And that slow play on the turn with the turn check through is going to confuse Minko a lot. So he would have to think, okay, if I'm behind, it often is something connecting with the diamonds, but how would that be the case? So ace, queen of diamonds would make sense to call for bet pre, call flop, check back turn. I would think that 2-pair would always want to bet the turn because of the vulnerability of the king, queen, jack board texture. So like king, queen, queen, jack would want to bet. There's not that many combos that kind of back into the diamonds.
Could this be something that contains the ace of diamonds and just is looking to apply pressure?
So the thing is, it's 4-bet pre from undergun versus button, so the naked ace of diamonds is actually very rare to have. Even ace queen offsuit with ace of diamonds might not even call it a 4-bet pre with these positions.
These are important things to unpack as we attempt, from Minko's perspective, to narrow down the range of Vezhenkov and decide what exactly left him calling our 4-bet after 3-betting us from the button. Leading, well, not leading, but betting in position once given the opportunity on the flop, checking back the turn, and now activating on the river. It is a befuddling line.
It is. It's puzzling. It's a puzzle that we don't have to solve. It's Minko, and he's going to be very, very confused. It wouldn't surprise him he just burns more time banks.
Well, listen, time banks are the thing to burn if given the option, as opposed to 73,500 more of our chips. Yeah, the look on Vladimir's face says it all. He's just completely perplexed at this line.
Yeah, he also wouldn't expect like ace-king to be in Artem's range because ace-king probably just jams it in pre given the stacks. So if he's bluff catching, he's most likely against some kind of like Jack-10 turning itself into a bluff or like an ace-queen. He
pays it off.
Очень неожиданная рука. Даже маленько неудобно ее показывать.
Ouch.
Сколько там надо добавить было?
That one is not going down smooth.
Thank you.
3-bet, 4-bet.
Gamble. Time.
Professional gamble hand, natural 9.
Yeah.
83.5?
Ready, thank you. A6.
What is that?
Nothing escaping Ren Lin's observations. Immediately picking up.
How do you feel about that, Minko? The Ren Lin aftermath.
I mean, I even got to say, when a man delivers some sort of statement before even showing me my hand, or the hand that I'm losing to, I'm always like, you can just show me the hand. Just roll over the winner. Enjoy my chips. I don't need the explanation. You know, oh, I checked back the turn because blah, blah, blah. That's fine. That's lovely, Artem. Congratulations on that. But
I know she's
also,
looking, but still.
Suck it.
It's like, yeah. You know,
It seems like they do know one another, though, and I think that's in part why they're kind of jousting in the way that we've observed as Minko erodes down to 48,000. And that can make it tough, too. If it's somebody that you know, you're here in a 15K, which may not be that big a buy-in for them. They're not necessarily feeling the weight of like 100 or 150K buy-in. Unclear. But you got to kind of weigh all of these things, right?
how do you say suck it in Russian?
Suksky. No, I have no. Somebody in the chat.
I don't think
sure.
he said Suksky. Okay.
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the Russian language chat, they would know.
You know, Google Translate is our
Come on,
friend in
don't
this
go-
one. You asked, Randy. What do you think? I'm not going to look it up now? Here's the problem, though. The Russian alphabet eludes me. It's a completely different alphabet. So even if I look it up and it comes, you know, like the backward R, weird
Yeah,
N,
it looks like
the backward
hieroglyphics for
K,
me.
you know, I'm going to try it anyway. Russian. There we go. Should I translate it to Maldivian?
Yeah, let's ask Minko if he can translate.
All right, here we go. See? I knew it. Oh, hold on. There's also like a phonetic underneath. Otsosi eto. The problem is the Russian speakers aren't here with us on this stream because they have a Russian broadcast of their own this time. So there's no one to appreciate what we just did. Wasted effort.
Yeah, they don't seem very happy in the chat. They're
Can play like you.
guys, come on.
What happened?
I don't think they appreciate this Russian sucking
That's
chat.
one guy, Sly Doggy. See, look, even he's laughing now. Bernhauser showing a suited one gapper some love. 3,500 from the Austrian. Minko wounded, just 45 back.
Okay, offsuit 3-gapper.
Wow. 3 betting, and I don't know about you, Randy. This feels steamy to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it on a bingo card to find Jack 7 offsuit as a 3-bet candidate from the big blind off of, what, 30 blinds. But he found it. Congratulations, Minko.
You know what's brutal about that? You're like, I lose 120, 160K pots, but I win the 7K, you know.
Only one pretty girl here and a move. No, I need a move too. There's a final table here, huh?
Well, it was a short-lived stint for Kongya Zhang.
Nice to meeting you.
They guy not very nice. Let's watch you move.
Ren's tilted.
Ren.
Then one pretty girl. And she
Yeah,
moved.
yeah.
I need to move too.
Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you.
Mike?
My sister so pretty, huh?
Relax, Ren. You know, was it this very stop last year? I believe it was, and I know you weren't here, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
And who was it, man, that was just flirting with the dealer relentlessly at the feature table? It was so ridiculous. It might have even been a final table.
It was that blatant.
Yeah. I can't. I'm going to figure it out who it was. 'Cause it was really, really,
Was it
it was funny.
successful or a failure?
I mean, I wasn't around after hours, Randy, to find out whether or not it was successful. I think she was married, but,
Oh, okay.
you know, I've been around Vegas long enough to know that isn't always a roadblock. Not speaking from experience or anything, Randy. It was awkwardly silent there on the back end.
Yeah.
Suited ace-8 here for Minko, going with a limp from the small blind. Round 2 between he and Baliev under these circumstances. Note the heart coverage. And obviously with 4 hearts busy, no heart showing up on the board. Could be somewhat predictable. Aces and 8s for Vladimir.
A little bit of a tank here.
1.5.
Oh, Deetis can do the chopsticks.
That is a rather sophisticated exhibition there.
I mean, look how high he's holding the chopsticks.
That
as well.
I don't know is GTO chopstick. It makes it a little tough.
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be real tough for this King 5 to do much. I'm surprised that Baliev once again choosing to peel. The A7 off was a bit ambitious last time around, but this is even more so. Now with the third spade out there, things to consider for Minko.
At this point, he just has to keep betting with the arrival of another spade. And in a blind versus blind confrontation, which has wide ranges, there's just so much jack random with a spade that's just going to check it back if you were to check.
Second barrel gets it done as the recovery effort underway for Minko. Shout out, by the way, to Katie Stahuliak in the YouTube chat, who says she speaks Russian, but she's here watching our stream. Thank you for that, Katie.
Thank you.
Spasiba.
What does that mean?
That means thank you.
Ah.
You knew that, though, didn't you? You've heard that.
No.
You really can't write cursive, Randy?
You're scrolling back that far?
Somebody wrote Randy in cursive in the chat.
I was actually really bad at school. You know, I got into uni by appeal.
Wait. Time out. Queen suited, raising it up. You applied to uni. Which school was this, by the way?
Davis.
UC Davis in
yes.
California. Okay, so you got showered on the original application and then had the audacity as someone who can't read or watch or write cursive to go back there and appeal their decision, and then they let you in?
And I went to my AP English teacher and asked for a letter of recommendation. She said, no, I can't write one for you. I came back with the appeal. I dropped the paper in front of her. I said in Russian, suck it.
No,
I didn't say that part,
stop,
but legitimately, I asked for appeal, and she didn't give it to me.
I got to tell you, though, good on her, because from what I've gathered, first, what were you doing in AP English? Second, did you really expect, with what we've come to know about you, that this woman was going to sign this? Deuce is in the lead here on the A7-3 board somehow in a four-way affair, improbably so. The party was started by Fabian. 3,500 a man has brought us to this point with 16-5 in the middle.
All right, looks like nothing all around as we check it. Turn card. A gut shot's acquired for Sergey and Gitis.
After the round of knuckles, that 9 of diamonds providing both Lazauninkas and Yaroshevskyy with the gut shots. Checked around to Sergey. He did have the look of a man who was wondering, if somebody had an ace, would I not have heard about it by now? Maybe I can activate. But instead, he two checks and hello. Deuce of hearts on the river. Ren Lin had the best hand anyways, but makes a set. And of course is hoping nobody has a flush, as played doesn't feel all that probable.
Well, clearly none of these high cards are going to have a chance to win at showdown. Then again, a lot of like weak aces would still check flop and turn, so you can't necessarily rule out that nobody has an ace in this spot. Just one of those bet and hope situations with the set.
$12.5 will end matters promptly.
Nice bluff.
Nice bluff. Poor people never bluff.
Okay, so Randy, I want to revisit this appeal.
Nice leg.
Now, did you appeal in writing, or did you physically go to the administrative offices at UC Davis and kind of use your charm?
I don't have that much charm, so I went the written route.
I disagree, Randy. You know, you're a little bit of a sleeper in that respect, but you wrote in, and on what grounds did you appeal the decision? And by the way, we know you didn't write it in cursive. Did you type
No,
it?
I did type it. I did type it.
And what was the argument that you made?
I mean, I told them that all my brothers went to that school.
Okay,
There's
so
3 of them.
You have 3 brothers, Randy?
Yeah, they all went to Davis. They did not appeal.
Well, they didn't need to.
They didn't need to. Yeah, I wrote some other stuff, and it worked out.
You played the legacy card. You were like, you don't want there to be one black sheep in the Liu family that didn't come through these halls.
Yeah.
Didn't you work at the Del Taco there for a while?
So, do you know the Cache Creek?
Of course do I know the Cache Creek. Anybody that grew up in the Bay Area
I
knows
visited the Cache Creek a few times. I kind of played some blackjack.
This is a Native American casino, by the way.
I kind of lost some money in blackjack, so I need to get a job.
I'm sure you played it great.
So I worked at the Del Taco for 2 days.
You got fired?
No, I mean, I quit. I wasn't cut out for that work. I was stuffing burritos way too much. You had these 2 tortillas to wrap it. You know?
Randy with the overstuff of the burrito. When I look at you, I confess I don't think to myself burrito making is a strong suit.
I only worked there because I used to love Del Taco.
I love Del Taco. I used to drive up there for that one. By the way, on the topic of suits, Vezhenkov now, with the ace-4 of spades, has made himself the nut flush draw. This after both parties checked, including Lazauninkas, who had the ace-jack and played it as a flat from the small blind, understandably. Knuckles once more in front of Artem. Unclear whether or not he'll have one more check back in him. It would seem like a nice time to maybe ask for this 10K.
Yeah, I think it's all right for him to stab here. Of course, there's a lot of better ace highs he can shut out. Small blind flats. Yeah, they contain a lot of this stuff. That could just fold. Pocket pairs lowered into 6, of course.
7,500, 3/4 pot, the sizing. And that'll be that. Well, I do want to take a moment, as we have been throughout the course of our stream thus far, to acknowledge those of you who are joining us live here in South Korea. We understand many of the places in which you're doing so. It is the wee hours of the morning, east coast of the U.S., west coast. It's bedtime right now. Some of you are still joining us. Obviously, elsewhere on the globe as well, welcome. Always great to have you aboard. By all means, weigh in. Let us know where you're streaming from. We'll do a little bit of a roll call. And if you are enjoying the stream, as some of you have weighed in to say that you are, beyond simply typing that into the chat, we would encourage you and appreciate, of course, you clicking the like and, for that matter, the subscribe buttons to ensure that we can continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all free of charge. You know, we didn't win the finest in streaming poker entertainment award this year, even though we were nominated.
Yeah, we did get best TD though, but that's not related to
Yeah,
us.
but they messed that one up. That's the one we should have lost. No, I'm kidding. Only needling Luca, of course.
It was biting from me.
Yeah, it's okay.
Our own Andy Wong was nominated for Industry Person of the Year. Obviously, nice to see him nominated. I got showered for Commentator of the Year. I couldn't go back to back.
Who'd you lose to?
Jeff Platt. Who, by the way, I've been thinking about, you know, if we ever need, we can bring Jeff down here, see what he'd be like in the Triton streets maybe at some point.
Yeah, but the way you said it was like Jeff Platt.
No, it's not like it's a dishonorable defeat. Jeff works hard.
Yeah,
man.
I'm
Jeff,
just saying the way
he does it all.
I like it when he was doing.
He
the
doesn't
thing
do it all as good as me, but he does. You know, but he does it.
I liked it in the
is what I'm
Bahamas
saying.
though when he was down there doing the
He did
interviews
great.
during that bubble time and stuff.
I
That
mean,
was fun.
listen, that alone was kind of a glimpse into just that he does it all and he does it well and he's just professional and
I didn't recognize, you know, like small
well-deserved honor for Jeff. Second time he's won it. Blinds up. 1K, 2K with a 2K big blind ante now. 5K in orbit, the price of poker, brought to you by GTO Wizard here in event number 1 of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series at the Landing Casino in Jeju, South Korea. A balmy 40-something degrees outside, by the way. When I was driving in from the airport, snow on the ground here. I'd never seen that. I mean, I'd seen snow.
You've never seen snow.
In Jeju, even last year, I don't recall seeing snow on the ground. To be fair, almost the entire ride last year, I think I was staring down at my phone, and I didn't look outside. So maybe that's why. It was there, but I just didn't look.
Okay. Were the candles green at least?
That's the thing. You know what I was doing. Queen 5 suited. No one knows what Ren Lin's doing. This is not the kind of kit we expect to be activating up front here at the new blind level. Min raise open. Ace-9 offsuit played as a flat from Balaev.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Ren Lin's ranges are wide and Balaev has made an adjustment, just knowing Ren Lin is just kind of all over the place in terms of pre-flop ranges. So flatting Ace-9 offsuit is not standard by any means.
Yeah, I got trouble. Sandwich.
Three players look up as Ren Lin says sandwich. And he's the meat. Yaroshevskyy joined from the big blind, bottom pair. Lin with second pair, best hand.
So right now, like minus, it depends on the day, but -5, -10 degrees.
Okay. Yeah, that's really cold.
But it's not like that crazy cold. Like 10 years ago, winters were -30 degrees. I think this winter, maybe there was a day or two with -20, but no more. But still, even 5 degrees is decent.
6K C-bet. Balaev's decision. Simple. Yaroshevskyy, a little murkier.
For this price, I'm happy coming along. Well, he's not. Just because I was going to say, you know, you hit the 2 pair of the 6, it's pretty disguised.
You know, I believe that's the second time we've seen Sergey hit the flop and simply bow out. Both occasions on which he did so, mind you, he was behind.
Right.
So, food for thought as we explore his procedures for the first time here at Triton.
It's like feeling pain. It's too cold. And the activities are limited then, you know. Even going to the gym, it's a little bit pain because you always need to dress up.
And it's also another, you know, like another vibe or another.
Suited wheel ace for Minko. And raise open under the gun.
And other people get different in winter time. My friends who are amazing in summer, during winter they get passes.
Here's some action.
Last year there was
Ren defends with 1 pip less offsuit.
I don't know how, but I calculated that during January
Uh-oh.
there was 3 hours
Aces and 5s for Minko, just the ace for Ren, who checks with the flow.
whole January.
And Minko's got that stack that's easily able to get all the chips in by the river. 3 bets. It's also kind of got a bit of a shot image in the sense that Lin might even pay it off.
But, you know, he has been on the receiving end, but I don't know that the L's that have been hung on him, he was showing down his hand, which is important, obviously, because if Ren doesn't know what the sorts of holdings are, then he can't necessarily assign the losses to, you know, bad play or kind of wide ranges.
The King 6 suited one, Artem
He
didn't go
definitely
all,
didn't
he
show.
didn't go all in, so yeah, he didn't have to show, right?
Correct. Meanwhile, the 3K a man brings us to the turn, which puts a third diamond out there. Another player with the flush draw. Ren checks once more.
I think that Ace-5 Could be a candidate to check back if you're playing deeper stack, but at this stack depth, you're more likely to just continue to bet, especially against the big blind who contains a lot of offsuit hands that would check call flop that you want to charge. So queen jack offsuit, queen 10, etc.
11K now, the second barrel sizing.
Yeah, ace rag is always very difficult to play, even when flopping an ace against multiple barrels makes the call once more.
Another 22 in the middle. Pot grows to 39,000. King on the river.
My favorite is town.
A third barrel here would really shrivel this ace-4. And note the SPR. This is not an accident. 39K behind, 39 out there. Minko with surgical precision setting this up.
Yeah, the king's actually a pretty good card for Minko because some of the hands that would defend the big blind and check call flop and turn are king-queen offsuit, which now makes 2 pair. Obviously, ace-5 beats that.
Yeah, you're not worried about ace-king, ace-queen, of course.
Yep, because of no 3-bet pre.
Ace-9 also unlikely.
Yeah, of course ace-9 exists, but you can't be fearing every single.
And it could be heard
hand.
from in some other fashion than a check call on the turn. So
right
here we are at the river.
Yeah, if Minko was behind, it's likely up against a flush. Does check it back, so Ren's going to get a free showdown.
I confess I am shocked at Vladimir's decision to check back there. And he realizes immediately that he left meat on the bone. Unclear whether or not Ren was going to pay off.
Slower when slow roll.
Nevertheless.
Iolin, you call?
Crazy T
Olin call?
joining us from the West Coast. Shout out to you, sir. Dylan Floyd in Utah. Hardis in Norway. Marcus in Bali. Tom in Germany. Jordan
Call slow
just
roll.
woke up for this, he says.
If I
Is he in
call, you have
Montreal?
no future, my friend. Adios, amigos.
Johnny in Banff, Alberta. Beautiful country
Queen raise call.
out there.
I have one more Rian.
Gold Bay
Minko
in
is a
Yosemite.
Very little bit
Mateo
ammo.
in Montreal. Enrique in Brazil. Good to have you all
Oh,
with
no
us.
future. Only chocolate, no call.
Anyone from Maldives watching?
You know, maybe if they misclick. Elijah in Chicago says it's 1:40 a.m. Good to have you with us. Ron is watching from Kenya.
Oh,
There you go.
That's cool.
I confess that's one of the continents that I'm surprised.
Oh,
Once upon a
Yoko?
time, I remember there was a WPT in South Africa.
Okay.
And I know it's, you know,
I
geographically
never
it's
went.
pretty inconvenient, difficult to
Sometimes.
get to for a lot of people who
No.
aren't there. But, you know,
He's
there's
Ren
certainly
Lin,
pockets of
almost all in.
affluence within
Maybe you can
Africa where
inject
you would
or call.
imagine.
You
And there's
don't
several
call.
casinos, too, throughout the continent that, you know, we could maybe see something happen. I think poker in North Africa is a
never
thing.
know what do I
Morocco,
do
if I'm
next.
not mistaken. So it'd be nice to see the game proliferate, and who knows, maybe even a Triton stop in Africa at some point. Producer James advising that allegedly there's some wild poker games being played in East Africa where a lot of foreigners who are contractors helping develop infrastructure on the continent are obviously being well compensated to do so. And, you know, not unlike the fishermen of Alaska who go out, you know, 3 weeks, they catch some crab, salmon, whatever's going on. Then they come back, pocket full of cash, over at the strip clubs, back room, little one-table situation. It's just you got to go there. That's the thing.
Got it.
What do you think, Randy? Should we head down to East Africa or Alaska and just kind of...
No, actually we shouldn't.
Would you go without me?
That, though.
See, I knew it was that.
That's the wrong
Excuse me.
partner.
I knew, yeah, exactly. I knew it was that I was offering it for us to go together. That was the dissuasion.
Hey, producer James, you want to come?
Hang on. Yeah, thanks for that, Randy. Look at Ren. Look at Ren. But, you know,
Whoa,
here we go.
that's coronation.
I don't think that's Falun Gong.
You're not going to make millions of dollars.
I don't even think that was Tai Chi. I think that was just, you know.
That was just Ren Lin.
I play too much poker. Time to. You ever seen those people on the plane? That in the middle of the flight, they'll explore the space. You're kind of in the middle of the aisle. Guy's got one arm on your seat, one hand on the other seat, and leveraging and is like stretching things out. Buddy, I don't know how to break this to you. This ain't a yoga studio, okay? This is a sardine can, and we're all packed in here. You don't see everybody else doing that. So unless you're at risk of a blood clot that I don't know about, take your seat. And even then, I'm sure there's a doctor on board in case this clot gets real. Just
was it
my public service announcement.
Was it a tough birthday last night? Like,
No, it wasn't.
A little grumpy.
Well, I mean, shout out to the woman on my flight to Korea who decided to fumigate the entire business class cabin with whatever it was she was suffering from, mask-free, mind you, and I did get infected. So I am, you heard a little bit of it a moment ago, having a little bit of a lower respiratory issue. Now the ace-4 of hearts having a bit of an issue in the face of a 10K re-raise, and Vezhenkov bullying the dominant hand into the mug. He looks like he feels, you know, there's some mischief under the hood here for Artem. And I confess I didn't really peg him as this type of player. You know, you saw the check back with the 9-10 on the turn. And then that raise on the river. He's showing us some different looks, but I gotta say, oftentimes, and tell me whether or not you agree with this, Randy, I feel as though if you're in the lab and you're running some experiments, it's in these prelim events that you're doing it, in something like a 15K.
Yeah, I would think that actually that applies to most players, even playing these Tritons at the very best. They tend to test the waters, right, in the smaller events, see how some of the players react to it. But when it comes to the really big buy-ins, the 100K main, the 150K coming up, they tend to shy away from that a little bit more. Not saying they won't activate in those spots. It's just a higher stakes game, you know?
Mm-hmm. Ace-9 bowing out. Well served, given Bernhauser has activated. And with the ace-queen, which Ren Lin shares in the cutoff. He seeks privacy.
It's always uncomfortable when you get 3-bet out of position from under the gun when you're holding ace-queen offsuit. It's a candidate that can actually go all 3 ways, whether it be fold, call, or re-raise. Mainly player dependent on how to go about that. He's just going to lay it down. Great result for Ren Lin, of course.
Absolutely, and I'm a bit surprised at that. Ace-queen is a decent amount of hand, but obviously no appetite being shown there to take it out of position from Fabian. It's been pretty snug, and on that note, we will flip it over to our other featured table. Shout out, by the way, to Tom at Taco Bell in the Bay Area. No need to get weird about it. Former Del Taco alumni, Randy.
I'm not. I don't like that guy.
I mean, a Taco Supreme is a delight.
I used to love the Taco Supreme.
The hard Taco Supreme.
I like the hot fire sauce.
Yeah, sure. The soft chicken taco at Del Taco is really the key.
I don't like soft tacos. Double decker, though, it's halfway there.
I mean, it's got both, but Randy, the soft chicken taco at Del Taco, I mean, I'll die on this hill with that special secret sauce, whatever that is.
The white stuff?
Yeah. Relax, Randy. 5,000 to go, says Mathieu. It is white, but that's, please don't call it that. Lip makes it 5K to go. Kaufmann's King 10, getting curious. Tiao Ming is repatriated to Malaysia. Ace-2 suited now for Ausmus in the big blind. Get the discount. In he comes. Ten, 5 deuce. Top pair against middle set against bottom pair as everybody interacts. Advantage for Matthias in a real way. And note the check from the pre-flop opener. Kaufmann, of course, delighted to look at this texture with King 10. He's got to believe he's got the best hand.
Of course. Should be looking to bet here. And it makes sense that Lip's checking the set of 5s. The player in position, whether they have a pair or just some overcards with backdoor potential, likely would stab. And it also kind of sandwiches the big blind so that, let's just say Lip C bets a flop, Kaufmann calls with like 2 8s, Ausmus would probably fold like a pair like this, a deuce or a 5. But now that he's checked it over, he's kind of changed the relative positions. And now Kaufmann bets. Ausmus now forced to call with his weaker holding. And now Lip has gotten 2 opponents where he can potentially get some extra value with his set.
Do you do it now on such a dry board?
It's scary because if I check raise here, all the pairs that aren't a 10x would certainly fold as played, but then you kind of
well, not the overpairs, not that we expect too much of that to be involved as played.
But like say 8, 7, 6s, things that don't have much prospects, they probably will bet fold. But
and you want to keep those hands in, obviously. But Lip choosing the check raise and risking losing out on potential customers down the road.
The thing is, those 8s and 7s are not looking to pay off in the future anyways for a lot of chips, so it makes sense to target the 10x's. And you do need to charge a little bit of that wheel action, the ace 3, ace 4.
All fair. Now the extra 16,000 is too rich for Ausmus to hunt any further for the backdoor clubs or wheels as he bows out. Heads up now, in spite of the fact that you still see Jeremy's cards, it is indeed just Lip and Kaufmann involved. There it is, Jeremy out of the way. Graphics updated, and Lip has inflated things to 68K. Let's see what kind of sizing he has in mind for Act 2.
So, of course, main target is 10x. That would be bet calling and still calling turn. Now, you don't want to make it too big because you don't want to lose your customer that's likely drawing dead. When they're holding a single 10. What did he go for? 33.
Half pot territory, slightly shy of it.
Yeah, the problem for King 10 is it just seems like too much hand to fold at this point. Sure, if we had maybe a weak kicker, we can maybe get away. Although I wouldn't really expect Lip to check raise and bet turn with like a worse 10, like Queen 10, Jack 10 might play more passively rather than check raise flop.
Remember, the pre-flop raiser was Lip, who then check raised flop, as you were kind of pointing out here, Randy, and these sorts of things do leave us a bit concerned. Nevertheless, Kaufmann does make the call of 33,000, and now the first overcard to the 10 appears. We don't expect any form of Jack X to be a part of Matthias's range, but when the barrel presumably comes forward here with 134 in the middle, playing 106 effective, Kaufmann has to be concerned that King 10 is dust.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, first off, Lip is likely just to pure jam this spot. If he's bluffing, he would be jamming here to put a lot of pressure on 10x, given the Jack overcard.
What are the bluffs, though?
It would have to just be some heroic, you know, ace, queen, ace, king, I suppose. 10x, let's just say Lip had ace 10. He probably wouldn't be jamming right now with the Jack coming in.
Agree to all of this, yeah.
Yeah, I would think it's usually like backdoor, like ace x that went for a check raise that still continues. Not saying these hands are always falling through in a river, because they likely aren't, because Kaufmann actually has sets in his range. He's got straights like ace 4, so yeah, I like the fold with King 10.
Yeah. Kaufmann correctly deducing that what seemed like such a great spot for him was indeed a horrible one. And Matthias Lip hasn't been involved all that much, but a very fruitful involvement there. What island is that there? Siargao Island? I gotta say that, you know, what looks like a very lustrous weave on that quarter zip doesn't sync up quite as much with what seems to be like a Caribbean gift shop hat.
That's the one you got at the airport.
That, you know what I'm saying? That's the whole, that one didn't really line up for me. Yulian Boganov of the Bulgarian delegation.
I've learned something, though, is you gotta fear the Bulgarians at these Triton stops. A lot of times you don't necessarily know who they are, but they always just come out swinging, very strong, great results out there.
Couldn't agree with you more. I definitely mention them as a collective that makes their mark on every Triton festival, it seems, and they roll together, so they share a lot of, you know, ideas about the game. Yulian, definitely a known commodity from those parts. Ausmus with the ducks, small blind flat. Fuchs with a price. Gets involved. Ace, Jack, 10. Top 2 for Boganov. This one doesn't rate to be all that interesting from here forward.
Yeah, the 10 is pretty much done once some chips are deposited.
Follow through. Earns a couple of mucks, and Boganov taking it down there. Talked about that he's a known commodity from the Bulgarian parts, also obviously well known to Triton. 7-figure earner with just north of $1 million across 4 caches. No title to his name, but last Jeju was the last time we saw him, and he went 3 for 7 at that festival. 3rd place in the 30K 8 max, his best finish for 557K. So back to hunt more spoils is Boganov.
You did say you can definitely be in the profit despite not winning a title. Boganov obviously demonstrating that.
Daria Remy, by the way, in the bucket hat there. Also a Triton first-timer. Playing under the French banner. Lip looking down at the ace-10. $5K if you do, and Kaufmann very much does. Pocket jacks.
Should be a mandatory 3-bet off of 53 bigs, which makes it 15K, 3x.
Excuse me?
Little ace-4 suited.
I get coat water. Coat. Water coat. Over there.
Likely see Lip continue of ace-10 suited out of position. Some of the 3-bets from your opponents contain dominated aces, dominated 10x's. You're suited, which gives you plenty of playability. So 3 cards to come.
Six deuce with a couple of spades, though, as Lip is performing quite well against these jacks. 40% equity. Checks it over.
Could easily play for stacks on the flop with 45 bigs remaining. For Kaufmann, obviously a great flop. He can get lots of value against worse pocket pairs, some ace highs. He wants to play for stacks as well. Lip could check call and check raise. There's benefits to both, of course. He is out of position. Sometimes you check call your opponent. You hit the spade and your opponent kind of bluffs that cards or they improve. So check calling's quite good too.
I will say this, though. Given that he just ran that check raise barrel line against him a moment ago, coming with that once more, if your Kaufmann becomes a little bit awkward, you're like, what's with this guy? Because it isn't, you know, the more often explored line.
Right, yeah. I don't see too many raises in 3-bit pots as much. He is going to go for a check raise. So here...
This is so annoying.
I mean, I don't... It's annoying normally if you're unpaired. Obviously, jacks here is really good for you. But if Kaufmann was holding like ace-queen offsuit, for example, this would be very annoying.
And obviously, with just 79K back, you could see a world in which on a board texture such as this, with 2 jacks, Kaufmann just accepts that things are going to be what they're going to be. But the brow, even more furrowed than it was a hand ago.
I would jam here for Kaufmann with 2 jacks. You want to get it in against 10s, 9s, and 8s. And
we don't expect a whole lot of 6x here.
No, if your opponent has 6x, then just take my money. We don't want, like, say you slow play jacks here and your opponent does have 8s, 9s, 10s. You don't want, like, a king or ace to fall and just kill your action. for example. You also want to, you know, charge your opponent. If they've got spades, make them pay the price.
All in.
Let us go.
Go to freeze.
216K pot as the two hands collide on the flop. No waiting. Understandably, the jam from Kaufmann, the reaction to the check raise, and this time Lip is not going to take things without having to get there. An ace or a spade for the time being, all that he needs. Another deuce on the turn. Kaufmann now extends to 75% equity. 1 out of 4 times he gets showered, and this is not one of them. So, exhale, Mr. Kaufmann.
Back to starting stack.
Yep. Same story, by the way, for both parties in terms of back to starting stack. Kaufmann just north of it and Lip now just south of it.
No future. Tell you.
Oh yeah, we forgot. No gamble, no future is his big one too. He always has that patch.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, see you later. Come on, come on. Not very nice. Tell your friend you show that if I lose the right card, you show. Never listening.
They're not engaging with Ren much, are they?
I mean, I don't know that there's a lot of opportunity to engage. Just kind of sit back and observe. Gitis takes us up from the hijack, sheds an ace-4.
You got 2 over. Don't worry.
Table turn. Now you big blind.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Big blind never fall in this table.
Ren getting sticky with the deuce-5 off, not improving, however. Checks it to top pair.
I would think Ren's gonna check fold.
Yeah. No respect, you see. Deuce 5, then no respect you. How bad image you are. You start for the bigger blind. Careful. Never give up.
Shout out to 4X in India. Brad, who we hit up earlier from Minnesota, as he calls it. Adrian in Amsterdam, the Daily Bear in Salt Lake City, Mola in New Zealand. The Kiwis joining us. Actually, was at breakfast with Socia Jiang of the delegation. David Yan, of course, also there. Scott Stewart watching us. Shout out to Scott.
Yeah, but where's Scott from?
You know, the internet. No, he's in the U.S.
Okay. Was that a guess?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not a guess. Queen Jack suited. No guesswork required for Gitis. A cozy raise to 4,500. Unfortunately, the timing is poor as Artem looks down at Ace King of Spades.
What kind of trinket are we working with here for Artem? Looks like a horse head.
Yeah, you know, generally the horse heads are reserved, you know, for mafia messaging. You wake up with one in the bed, bad things are going to happen, you know.
Oh.
You know, but remember Godfather? You
No, I don't remember Godfather.
You never saw
Al
any of the
Pacino?
Godfather movies, Randy?
Is it Al Pacino? I'm close.
No, it is Al Pacino.
Okay, so I got it right.
Well, right, but
I got it right.
40.
Hold on, he
But
got
you
it
don't
wrong.
know what I'm talking about, and you're absolutely right that he did get it wrong as Lazauninkas, a poorly timed 4-bet. And I wonder how much of this is attached to kind of having had his eyes open for some of Artem's procedures thus far at this particular table and deciding that I've seen some hands, the 7-8 offsuit early.
I think the main one is the 10-9 of diamonds because
Yeah.
it actually got shown down.
Yeah.
So this just goes to show that he's going to be 3-betting looser.
Yeah. That was one where he 3-bet and then 4 bets came and he still called. Here the 4-bet from the Queen Jack of Hearts will undoubtedly not be just called. Randy, the 5-bet coming.
5-bet should be coming because the 4-bet is, you know, quite sizable. About 20 blinds. There's 100 big blinds to start this hand off. Lots of pre-flop fold equity. Oh, he's grabbing calling chips at the moment. Okay, take this one post.
Wow, I thought for sure he would press the issue.
Yeah, I would think so too, but maybe he just feels that maybe I can like leave some of the weaker aces that are 4-bet in there.
Well, any ace-X has itself a wheel draw on this 5-3 deuce board. 2 clubs, neither player with a club. And Lazauninkas has now inflated this one to 85,000. Out of position, what is the plan?
He's in a pretty difficult spot because pocket pairs that call to 4-bet aren't folding. Ace-X's not folding, whether they be the ace-5 type or ace-queen, ace-king, I suppose. He does have backdoor hearts, so it makes sense that he's firing out now. It does also fold out king-queens. That would 3-bet call. Turns where it's going to get a bit interesting.
Another 50K into the middle after the quarter ahead. Popped into the machine. 135K in the pot now.
I wonder if a part of me thinks that Gitas is going to maybe bet turn and jam river. I mean, with queen jack, you actually block queens and jacks a little bit, but it's a big guessing game because if you fire this turn, you pretty much have to fire the river unimproved as well. As played, though, ace-king is got to be pretty happy to see that turn check.
What are the hands that we're performing well against? Obviously things like this Queen Jack of Hearts, but 4-betting hands supposed to mean business.
I would say this. If Gitas had kings and queens, that 4-bet pre, they likely actually wouldn't slow down on the turn because of the presence of the wheel draw. If it was 6-4 deuce 8, then I could see these big pairs checking. But there's much more protection needed on the current run out.
Artem. Check back. Now a 9 on the river.
Yeah, I'm thinking if Gitas, if he wants to bluff here, I guess he'd be targeting ace-5, ace-queen, ace-king.
Those middling pairs, which mind you, 9s and 8s would be sets right now, aren't 4-bet candidates pre. That's the issue there, right? 10s and jacks ever apart either?
No, for Artem, yes, but for Gitas, no.
Right. And a full shutdown. Vezhenkov thrilled that the ace-king is going to be a winner. Gitas might be wondering whether or not there was another road traveled in which the pot is pushed his direction. Meanwhile, we pick one up in progress. Yulian Boganov has fired 11,000. There's the recap on how we got here. Remy raised it up to 5K. Yulian called from the big. Check called 15K on the 954 board with top pair on the turn, having picked up the club draw. It was Remy who got there on the river.
Look at this. So both players actually have the flush. And it's a small bet on the river. Get raised to 65K, huge. It's like a 5-6x raise, and he still jams it back in.
You know, it's so funny. I kind of just dismissed the idea. Granted, it's kind of at the edge of the monitor where we're situated here in the booth, so I didn't catch a glimpse of both suits. But Boganov has the winner, as you're right. Both players so improbably backing into clubs. And, of course, Jack-high clubs, the third nuts in terms of flushes, but with the pair on the board and the action as it was, bringing us to this point, you are a little bit concerned as to whether or not a jack-high flush is a winner.
Yeah, Julian must believe that it is, just because of the turn check through, and he's targeting Queen X. That's hero raising, like a Ace Queen, King Queen that went for finish value raise on the river against the 9X.
Do you know how these work? You just get new ones? Or?
Well, Boganov
I guess this
does ask for all of it. And this is so deflating if you're Remy, because if you think a jack-high flush was maybe cuspy, 10 high clubs in the face of a 3-bet on the river jam is even more shriveled.
And Remy knows his range is perceived to be very capped with the turn check through.
Right.
A lot of clubs bet the turn still at a decent frequency. Full houses bet a lot on the turn as well, just given deep stacks. So he might feel compelled to defend his lighter raising ranges when he actually does have like Queen X, because a flush is a strong hand in this spot.
It's worth 5.
Is the 10-high flush that strong though, Randy, when Boganov takes this posture?
Look, I'm just saying in general, it's
just objectively in a vacuum.
Yeah, in a vacuum. Yeah. You know, like obviously his opponent can still value jam the nut flush, of course. King eye flushes, Jack X of clubs is a little bit more questionable, but there are better flushes that are allowed to still go for it despite the board pair. And that's the problem for Remy.
Chewing on it understandably. You hate to give away 65,000 of your chips. And you hate even more to give away all of them. Boganov with the jack-high clubs, pipping Remy, whose first bullet is polished off here at his first ever Triton Festival. This is not the warmest welcome. Wraps the table in sporting fashion.
Those Bulgarians are dangerous. Single raise pot, won 100 big blinds there with a jack-high flush on a paired board. With a turn check through, that's not easy to do.
Huge pickup there for Julian, and a short walk back to potentially the re-registration desk for Remy. By the way, just taking a peek in the Triton Poker Plus app, we have 233 registrants already here in this 15K. 221 uniques in the field as it stands. There's an updated look at the feature table chip counts. Vezhenkov and Boganov reigning supreme, both in the 300,000s. Things not going so well for Vladimir Minko, who ran into Vezhenkov to put him at the bottom of the table. In Redville, meanwhile, things more stable at the blue feature, which we part ways with, heading back and getting a peek at a member of the Chinese delegation who was a recent arrival at this feature, Chen.
如果你拿一片的时候，一定要说拨少什么牌少什么。你刚才有没有说？我说5。你有没有说？我说5。He said he showed a 5. Yeah, he don't say.
He didn't say. He didn't say anything.
偏哥嘛。你拿一片的时候一定要说。
So Ren Lin serving as a translator here and guiding Chen through the particulars, which require him to declare a raise before putting in an oversized chip, and so he's being held to a flat. So this will be a limp under the gun with these pocket threes. Yaroshevskyy with 5-6 suited. Comes along.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting now because Gitis is isolating here to 12K. He understands that Hui from Under the Gun was intending to raise with that conversation, but he's still raising.
That's surprising to me. I think this is really hazardous behavior from Lazauninkas. You know, if a man intended to raise, the only one thing I'll say about it is that's generally the kind of, I don't want to call it a mistake, but, you know, maneuver that one assigns to a lesser experienced player. So maybe there's some targeting in that regard, especially with two flat callers between you.
Yeah.
That Gytis is
probably also
invoking.
looking to clear the field a little bit.
And let's be fair, he has ace-jack, which is now top pair and the best hand. But note that Ren Lin has a spade draw.
Yeah, this ace-jack is actually very nutted. As played, given the pre-flop action, would have heard from ace-queen from someone pre. It can just charge right now. Flush draws, gut shots. 20K to start things off.
Half pot territory. Threes easily out of the way.
We got position and a flush draw. Should be looking to call, which he does. See that turn card?
Open ender added to the equation for Ren Lin. If you're not going to get there, that's definitely the type of card that you want to see as it adds outs. 82,000 in the middle. Heads up now. Let's see how Gytis feels about it.
He should still be betting. Ace-queen, like I said earlier, probably would have raised from Ren Lin pre, so just keep betting. Charge the flush draws. Charge the king X, the worst aces. And given how strong Gytis' range is, and how he's betting 40 of 102 of his stack, he's probably not looking to bet fold, so I would just take this hand and call in position and see if I get there.
Does not get there after investing 20 on the flop, 40 on the turn, 12 pre-flop on top of that, a total of 72,000 in chips. To make nothing more than a pair of sixes, disappointingly, for Ren Lin. 62 back for Lazauninkas, 162 in the middle.
A part of me doesn't mind checking and just calling it off to induce from the Jack-10s, the suiteds, the Queen-Jack suiteds, Queen-10 suited. He's going to just bet it himself, but definitely was merit to checking on over and inducing. He must feel that Ren Lin has a lot of ace-10 that's looking to call down.
Show the bluff. No?
Easy release for Ren.
Yeah. GTO, still tilting.
In the absence of players in seats, means it's time for our first break of the first event. Vezhenkov and Boganov again up at the top as Ren Lin slips into 7th of 8 runners over at that red table. That glimpse brought to you by WPT Global, as we will bring you back to the desk here at the Landing Casino in Jeju. Do want to update those of you as we do come back to the desk with respects to goings on elsewhere in the room. Biggest stack in the field, Randy, belongs to
Junhwa Yap. Or do we not have synchronized apps?
Now, you know, I confess that's not really the payoff I was looking for. I'm showing Thomas Santern with 617,500. Just a fresh update here. I see Junhwa Yap second.
He's got 666,000.
Oh, okay. So mine is. Can we show Randy's tablet? Do I have janky Wi-Fi, guys? What's going on? Why am I getting a different thing than Randy? Is the real question here.
There's a hierarchy that we're respecting here,
you know,
in case you haven't noticed.
Randy gets better info than I do. You got good stuff. I love it. Things to take away from that first frame? if anything. Artem being a little bit frisky, Minko as well on the receiving end.
It's our smaller buy-in, but doesn't mean softer play. It's just everyone going hard for it, early levels. Like, let's just splash around a bit.
Yeah, let's just step aside for about 10 minutes. Don't fall asleep. I know some of you, it's late. Hang on. Lots more coverage still to come from Event 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform, available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Also a Triton first-timer playing under the French banner. Lip looking down at the ace-10. $5K if you do, and Kaufmann very much does. Pocket jacks.
Should be a mandatory 3-bet off of 53 bigs, which makes it 15K, 3x.
Excuse me?
Little ace-4 suited.
Get coat, water coat. Over there.
Likely see Lip continue of ace-10 suited out of position. Some of the 3-bets from your opponents contain dominated aces, dominated 10x's. You're suited, which gives you plenty of playability. So 3 cards to come.
Six deuce with a couple of spades, though, as Lip is performing quite well against these jacks. 40% equity. Checks it over.
Could easily play for stacks on the flop with 45 bigs remaining. For Kaufmann, obviously a great flop. He can get lots of value against worse pocket pairs, some ace highs. He wants to play for stacks as well. Lip could check call and check raise. There's benefits to both, of course. He is out of position. Sometimes you check call your opponent. You hit the spade and your opponent kind of bluffs that cards or they improve. So check calling is quite good too.
I will say this, though. Given that he just ran that check raise barrel line against him a moment ago, coming with that once more, if your Kaufmann becomes a little bit awkward, you're like, what's with this guy? Because it isn't, you know, the more often explored line.
Right, yeah. I don't see too many raises in 3-bit pots as much. He is going to go for a check raise. So here...
This is so annoying.
I mean, I don't... It's annoying normally if you're unpaired. Obviously, jacks here is really good for you. But if Kaufmann was holding like ace-queen offsuit, for example, this would be very annoying.
And obviously, with just 79K back, you could see a world in which on a board texture such as this, with 2 jacks, Kaufmann just accepts that things are going to be what they're going to be. But the brow, even more furrowed than it was a hand ago.
I would jam here for Kaufmann with 2 jacks. You want to get it in against 10s, 9s, and 8s. And
we don't expect a whole lot of 6x here.
No, if your opponent has 6x, then just take my money. We don't want, like, say you slow play jacks here and your opponent does have 8s, 9s, 10s. You don't want, like, a king or ace to fall and just kill your action, for example. You also want to, you know, charge your opponent. If they've got spades, make them pay the price.
All in.
Let us go.
Go to freeze.
216K pot as the 2 hands collide on the flop. No waiting. Understandably, the jam from Kaufmann, the reaction to the check raise, and this time Lip is not going to take things without having to get there. An ace or a spade for the time being, all that he needs. Another deuce on the turn. Kaufmann now extends to 75% equity. 1 out of 4 times he gets showered, and this is not one of them. So, exhale, Mr. Kaufmann.
Back to starting stack.
Yep. Welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series from Jeju. Ali Najad and Randy Liu back with you here at the desk. And just before the break, I was introduced to the fact that my iPad doesn't get its data as quickly as Randy's, which means that as opposed to me walking us through the current leaderboard, I will defer to Mr. Liu to talk about what's going on in the room. Walk us through the top 5 stacks, if you would.
Junhwa Yap is at top, like I told you, not Thomas Santern, who has 630,000 chips. You see, Junhwa Yap's actually got 709,000. Jason Wong seems like a new face at the Triton series in 3rd with 553. Oliver Bithell, he's doing all right. And another Chinese player doing so well at the top, Yang Chongshan.
Yep. 438.5. Let's look all the way down toward the bottom, shall we? I know it's going to be a little
You're that guy,
dizzying. Huh? I do. I kind of want to see who's the... Oh, here it goes.
Who's in rebuy territory?
Samuel Muller, 6,000 in front of him. And obviously we can look. That was Luke Greenwood and see exactly what put him in that position. This is the beauty of the Triton Poker Plus app when it's working. And let's see. What was the big drop-off? That's one of them. Muller ran into a straight for Li Yuan. So obviously carnage elsewhere in the room. We do have a couple of new feature tables to talk about as well, Randy. Let's sink our teeth first and foremost into this blue table where we find King Dan Smith, among others.
Yeah, and for me, I like to see Chance Kornuth here for a full schedule of Triton. You know, kind of, I put him in the camp of like Alex Foxen, one of those really aggressive American players who is capable of doing very big things at the Triton series. So it's nice to see him here in Jeju.
And I would imagine for them, it's nice to see that they have presumably a couple of new faces to Triton parked at that feature table with them, just given the lack of an avatar for Lee and Hu. Dylan Weissman, obviously not going to be strangers to Kornuth and Smith, nor is Jonathan Jaffe. Now let's take a peek over at the red feature table before we get two things over there. And the Chinese flag is flying strong at this particular table.
Yeah, we do have 3 new Chinese faces. I believe they haven't played Triton before, but, you know, obviously tough competition. We've got Sean Winter, played a lot of Tritons, Shilko, Jørstad, Alex Foxen. Obviously, we've been talking about his tremendous results, and Steven Song's here at this red featured table.
Yeah, Steven Song's one to watch, by the way. Really solid performances being turned in by Steven of late. Haven't seen his name a whole lot at Triton, but here he is making his mark. And we are just about set to get back down into the continuation of things. 1K 2,500 is where we last left you. 224 players of 239 entrants still in the field. This one's going to be a marathon, not a sprint, Randy.
Yeah, so take it slow.
Yeah, okay, sage wisdom there from Randy. Take it slow is not what we observed during that first frame. However, we'll see whether or not some of that speediness continues to greet us here as a couple of new feature tables do make their way to the set here at Jeju Shinhwa World. Explore the wonder. Oh, seize the wonder. That, you know what's the wilderness about me saying that is every time I said Shinhwa World last festival, producer James used to say, because they have this like nauseating loop promo video with, you know, loosely accurate grammar, and seize the wonder is what it is that they tell you to do. Yeah, I got a couple of free tickets to the theme park over here, which I got to tell you, when it's 40 degrees outside, it feels more like a horror movie in the making than anything else. But do you want to go to the theme park together, Randy?
Oh, thanks. What a lovely day.
Should we ride the teacups?
Teacups. They got bumper cars. I just want to crash into you,
Oh,
you know?
I would bumper car with you, Randy.
Yeah.
We can bumper car for rolls. Shimizu Nozomu. 10-7 suited. Hijack open. Ridahu. In the big, will defend. So we've got our first pot. Eight, 8, 9, 2 spades. How about that for a dynamite board for Shimizu-san?
Open-ended straight flush draw.
The 5,000.
5K follow through, understandably.
Just ace high for Ruida.
Huh? Paired flop. He wants to keep his man honest. Oh, and the 6 delivering the straight to Nozomu's doorstep promptly. Note that that 5 dangler now has a gut shot of its own. Unfortunately, drawing dead.
Yeah, I would say this 6 of hearts actually better than hitting a flush, just because if your opponent is holding some kind of one pair hand, they don't have to fear the flush. So this 10-7 is very well disguised.
16.
But you know what? How good is this for Shimizu? Opponent leading into you, you turn the straight.
It kind of makes a little bit of sense, though, because this is board texture that's supposed to belong to the big blind defender more so than the pre-flop opener, of course.
Yeah, and the ace-5 actually can get better hands to fold. I like this call here from Nozomu. Rarely is he ever behind. And of course, he's got spades. Spades come in, and an ace for Ruida.
Yeah, I mean, things just getting better and better for Shimizu. Not just the lead into him, which he flatted, but now the fact that Rita might have an excuse to barrel once more, or at least check and pay off.
Yeah, I kind of like checking for Ruida. Now, he might come in with block bet to target 9x or some pocket pairs, but checking kind of makes more sense to see what happens. If it's a big bet, maybe you get away. Maybe you can induce from flush draws with the hearts. You can induce from like Jack 10.
$32,000.
32,000, the sizing chosen by Shimizu after Rita did play it as a check, and I would imagine played it as a check with the intention of calling. Certainly wouldn't be unreasonable.
Yeah, if I got this far of ace-5 as played, I feel like you kind of have to pay off because there's still a lot of draws you can beat. The hearts, the Jack 10s. And there's not that many ace-X's that would be willing to bet as played with this board run out with front door flush coming in. So usually when you're behind, it's, you know, flop boats or spades. Discount the better ace-X quite a bit.
Rita giving it a good chew.
I honestly didn't know McLaren made face masks.
I gotta tell you, I wonder if that one is more aerodynamic than your average. Does it have downforce, you think? Is there a carbon fiber lining? I confess, you know, and I love designers as much as you do, Randy, but when it comes to the face mask, I'll just take the old disposable, you know, surgical, whatever. During COVID, I wanted those N95s just for the extra, you know.
I mean, personally, I'd probably take the Lamborghini face mask.
Would you really?
I'm just kidding. I don't. Do they make it?
No, I hope not.
Let's see. Oh, he does find a fold.
How many?
That's good discipline, despite making his hand.
Really is. Shimizu left to ponder what exactly it was that led into him and then check folded.
Straight flush? Straight on the flush.
Straight flush is honest.
What do we have here, Holly?
Looks like a busted diamond draw on the turn for Espen Jørstad. Sean Winter has been counterfeited, however. The path traveled was an open by Sean to 5,500. Jørstad 3-bet to 21,000 and then followed through for 20K on the flop with the 2 overs. Winter made the call, and then on the turn, the 45K was called as well. And so if you're Jørstad, you know Queen High really doesn't rate to have any showdown, but you also know that when your man calls you on those 2 streets, chances are that you've got a little bit of trouble lurking. As we can see, it isn't trouble, and if you think Queen High has no showdown, Sean Winter is playing 6 high. And he's also playing the role of a Bond villain in that white turtleneck. I mean, I've never seen him look more like a European guy that has a Swiss bank account.
It's a mandatory bluff here.
I don't even think you'd fold king queen.
Wow. How nice is this?
Oh, and this is so deflating. Yep. There was no world in which either of them expected to be winners at Showdown.
First, you always have 6s, no?
I thought you had king queen.
It's strange to hear Sean say, I don't even think you would fold king queen. I mean, I confess, I think it was definitely an opportunity for Sean to barrel, but Sean too, much like I alluded to, Espen might have concerns, has concerns that a guy who's 3-betting him and then barreling flop and turn has something like an overpair that maybe is decided with 7s and 9s on board. Let me just check and see what's what on the end.
Right, yeah, because if Jørstad did have an overpair, 10s plus, he would be checking and not necessarily looking to check fold. So Winter was like, that's too much for my opponent's range.
Yeah. Pretty wild. Sean back at it, 5,500. Alex Foxen with king, queen suited.
Jørstad's stack is quite healthy, about 400,000. Folds his queen nine suited. Got a king queen, small.
Offsuit edition allowed in, courtesy of the fact that Foxen played his hand as a call. So we'll take this flop 3 ways.
Can I stand here?
King 8-4 with a couple of hearts. Top pair in 2 camps, and Winter, the raiser, has the nut flush draw. Does not follow through. And with 2 checks in front of him, Foxen, of course, can have feelings for this hand.
Yeah, this could get very interesting because Foxen is likely going to bet. Chen likely to call, and Winter will have a decision on whether to check raise or overcall with his nut flush draw. When there's a bet and a call in 2 spots, though, it is very likely someone's got a king at that point. So it makes me think that Winter would lean towards overcalling now with the nut flush draw, although, of course, he's capable of very aggressive lines, and maybe he just tries and represent a big holding and maybe even knock out some of the very weak kings that might be betting in this spot.
In a 3-way pot, though, how often do we anticipate that a strong hand wouldn't want to do its own bidding?
20.
As we do see him check
2-0.
raise as opposed to c-bet.
2-0, yeah.
Something like a set of kings would make sense?
A set of kings, of course, makes a lot of sense to check
2-0-0.
because, you know, if you've got top set, your opponent doesn't have as much that can continue with.
But that's the kind of hand that, of course, both Foxen and Chen can remove, given that they have king, queen. You know, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. And so we're left to wonder, is this pocket 8s, pocket 4s, or is it more likely something like an ace-high flush draw on the come?
Exactly. For now, though, Foxen should be calling because he also has to worry about Chen waking up with a hand. So if he calls here and Chen back raises, he can fold king, queen of spades. But calling and, you know, just seeing what happens with Chen in the small blind is a great place to be.
How much ace-king is associated with this line from Sean, if any?
A decent amount. I think if he's checking the nut flush draw in this spot, he probably is checking a lot of strong kings as well. Now, it's not of 100% frequency, and that's quite the laydown.
Yeah, that's really disciplined, and obviously gives Sean a considerable amount of credit for having something better than king-queen as played, which, as we can see, he very much does not, especially given the lack of a heart on the turn. So Winter does shed one opponent, but he has inflated this pot to 68,000, out of position against Alex, who got sticky in front of Chen. And how does he want to treat things from this point forward? Just 70K back, 1 SPR with 2 to come. 1 to come, rather.
Problem here is that there's not that many hands that bet call flop willing to fold. He's going to try. But I don't even think Foxen folds king queen in this spot, especially with 2 spades. Doesn't block like the big combo draws like queen 10 of hearts. I might go for it. An ace queen of hearts. Of course, if he's behind, he's just drawing to the queen, usually. Like he's up against ace king. He could be drawing dead to a set of 8s or 4s, possible. If he gets this king queen to fold, this jam from Winter is amazing.
The full clip is required for Foxen to show down. And obviously, there's still 1 to come. Alex unblocks the hearts, unblocks the diamonds as well.
It's too much of a hand to fold.
Yep.
He said ace king. He shows ace 6.
You know, it's so funny because Winter knows exactly what Foxen is worried about in that spot. And so he says it. And you're allowed to do that as long as you produce a worse hand than the ace king, of course.
That was good.
And the river is no good. So, Sean Winter.
Were you going to fold?
Yes.
King
gets polished off.
And if you had king queen?
Queen high fold. Queen high, I think. Doesn't seem like a particularly sexy one to hero now.
I agree.
Winter not so much concerned with the pot that led to his demise.
Sexy one to bluff.
Much more so focused on the Jørstad exchange, where his pocket sixes got counterfeited. So, pretty brutal dispatch.
67 minutes.
For Winter.
Yeah.
Pretty nice pickup there for Foxen as he vaults up and over 400,000.
One level, 2 levels. We were in this table, 1 level, 2 levels.
It's your time to shine, Ollie.
It doesn't have to be my time, Randy. You can read the script too if you'd like.
I don't have a sheet of paper.
It's not in cursive. Did you know that you can qualify online for the next WPT Global Slam, win passport dollars, and use them to buy into future Triton events? Only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. It all happens at Club WPT. Sorry, WPT Global. Forgive me.
So that's in Times New Roman.
It might be Helvetica, Geneva.
I used to use Comic Sans. I don't know if you know that one. The kitty-looking one.
Is that hieroglyphs?
No. You think I'm using hieroglyphs?
I don't know, Randy.
Like just squares. Yeah. Okay.
I can't even remember the last time I chose a font. I just used whatever the default.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Boring.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
That'll
an
happen
email.
when you're 47?
It's yeah, it is. And one day you too will be 47, Randy. How many years from now will that be?
Okay, born in 1985. Tell me my age.
You're 39.
Am I?
Well, you could be 40.
July.
Oh my God, you're going to be 40. Oh. Wow. That's crazy.
That's good? That's
no,
bad.
No, man, that's the beginning of the end.
You suck.
Chen with King Queen. It didn't work out so great for him last time, but he is targeting Foxen as the pocket fours now have a higher price of admission if they want to take a look at a flop.
Oh, he's going to be in there with the pocket fours. Deep stacks, roughly 100 big blinds deep.
Yep. Out of position, 36,000 in the middle. Foxen hunts a sailboat and does not find one. 9-6-5 board, 3 overcards. Chen, no spade, just 2 naked overs. But when you 3-bet and get called, maybe you reduce a lot of the combinations you think are going to be interacting with this board.
With deeper stacks, perhaps that stuff still exists, the numbered type of stuff. But yeah, I think with a spade, he certainly would see bet on the flop. He still is, and he's gone quite healthy, which should win the pot here and now, even against the pair. Because the bigger bets makes it less enticing for these small pairs to call out of position.
$27,000. Do we ever peel in these spots, just recognizing the frequency with which this could be some ace-X, some big ace-X, some Broadway combos?
We tend to peel if it's a smaller bet. Against the bigger bet, we are a bit fearful.
So credit to Chen for employing the right sizing there.
Exactly.
As he picks that one up, now we find Joey Weissman with ace-jack at our other feature, 5,500 chip open. Shimizu in the big. Defending. King 4-4, not what he had in mind. Ace high is still best.
I'm sorry.
I was so excited. I still was look at it.
I was excited too. The other 4 of clubs have the logo thing on it. You know what I'm talking about, or?
Now I just think you're lying.
Weissman has it checked over to him. He checks back.
Actually, it's the Queen of Hearts.
3 of diamonds rolling off.
Now you gotta remind me when we move.
A little bit of a decision
Should've
here for
told me it only
Weissman,
works if you believe.
whether to try and keep checking down or just deny equity against 2 cards.
I would
They're
never
gonna
joke
just
about
check
something
fold,
so
like hand like
important.
Queen 8.
There's not a lot of room for error.
Nozomu, by the way, second ever Triton Festival. His first was last year here in Jeju, where he actually was shut out, failing to cash.
We're in the business for it.
That's the thing I've been saying about Jeju is players are close countries like Japan are willing to travel to Jeju, but maybe
Sure.
not so far to Europe. That's why this is going to be the biggest festival so far. But
Yeah.
hold on, I thought this hand was over since I was talking about that, but it's actually out of nowhere check raise from the Japanese.
Yeah, not buying what Weissman is selling, especially at that 4K price point, which does feel cheeky and just kind of like a faint request for a pot. Interesting look being shown from Nozomu.
Let the wheels turn.
Weissman, by the way.
Nice call.
Yeah, wow. He too figures something smells rotten. The backdoor diamonds show up. Weissman does have that jack of diamonds for relevance. Note, by the way, that his only prior Triton Festival was also here in Jeju. Nozomu went 0 for 5. Weissman went 1 for 7 last year and finished off with a 24th place in the 100K main for 190,000.
This takes guts. To barrel once more after getting called half the pot.
Well, is it that we kind of expect the diamond combos on a King 4-4 board would have in position followed through for Weissman, and so the check back, maybe even without a diamond in our hand, we think that backdoor flush belongs to us more?
I also think with the half pot sizing, Nozomu has actually widened his perceived value range, so 4Xs that are still betting for value, maybe even some strong kings or like the random king 10 that happened to check raise the turn, diamonds of course. So I actually think it's more difficult for Weissman to call given that there's more value despite the better price versus, say, a pot size bet, for example.
All great insights.
Okay, we are stacking chips and we're putting them in. This is a good hand of poker.
Weissman makes it 176,000 with simply ace high. Nozomu can do nothing here. This is pure posturing, and he's been flanked, outplayed at his own game.
They just keep outplaying each other every street in that hand. That was great.
It really was, and you see Weissman flashing a smile as he flashes a glimpse at his talents to those that are unfamiliar with them watching at home.
Good enough.
Tell you what, if you might have been having thoughts about coming out and testing your mettle here at Triton, just understand that you're going to be put to the test.
Immediately you're in the swamp, right?
That
It's
was
foggy.
That was so terrible in terms of marketing. You know what I mean?
You know what? Let's reduce the entry.
Yeah, let's maybe not show the pots where Weissman just goes world class on a man who, by the way, did something really sexy himself. And even that river sizing of half pot, like you said, 4X felt credible. Maybe there's some diamond combos in there. But that jack of diamonds in particular, of course, for Weissman, I think he just kind of closed his eyes and decided maybe I have enough flush here. And ripped it in.
I mean, I give credit to Nozomu for
Sure.
still going. He was right. His opponent is weak.
By the way, it's not a given that everybody takes that ace-jack and then decides to jam and earn the pot. There's quite a few people who might have just decided, I'm going to call this turn to see if you're out of line. And in the event you check, maybe I check back and we go to showdown. But if you bet, I give you credit. And the bet sizing was credible.
Agreed.
10-8 suited has piqued Rita Hu's interest. And, of course, pocket aces much more so has Xiaoming Li interested. A 3-bet to 16,000 has the action folded back around to the opener.
It's a bit rich for the suited one-gapper out of position. Not what you wanted with 2 aces?
Nope. As Rita agrees, was a bit rich. Lays it down.
How are you liking Nashville?
We're loving it, actually. Yeah, I've been there a little over 2 years now. It's been great. Still in Vegas?
I just got a place in New York, so I'm gonna split my time there.
Nice.
Like I closed like 4 days ago.
Congrats.
Thank you.
More chess coming?
Coming out of retirement. Until I lose like the first painful game. And I'm like, why do I do this? It's not even fucking fun. I'm so bad.
You're in the city?
Brooklyn.
Williamsburg?
Yeah. 2 stops on the L train into the village, and I'm just like...
Super nice, man.
And just like walking around, it's not the intensity, you know? Like I go to the gym.
Take the ferry into Midtown, 10 minutes.
Never taken the ferry.
Dude, it's great.
That's cool.
To do it.
Corneth.
It's like probably like a little bit of a novelty thing too.
Yeah, it's like $3.
Open the ace-6. Nozomu wagging his finger courtesy of pocket 4s as Corneth and Smith engaging in a little chatter.
Didn't even think I was looking because I was under the impression that like taxes and HOA and anything that I might like would just be like so expensive that it wouldn't make sense. And apparently like those rules in Brooklyn are just way different. I didn't know that.
Content to release is Chance, who talked about living in Nashville for the last couple of years after being a Vegas resident. Says he loves it. Smith also sharing that he recently purchased a place in New York City, which I learned on our connection here in Seoul on the way into Jeju. So congrats to him on that. Going to split his time like Eric Seidel between Vegas and New York.
Very excited about it.
I'm more of a... Say he bought in Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have bought in
1 block from me.
Harlem.
Randy, listen, Harlem's not as rough as maybe it was in some of the movies that you have not watched. But
I
I don't think to myself, you're a Harlem kind of guy.
Globetrotters.
Randy, you're not even a Globetrotters kind of guy. I would say for you, you know,
don't say Chinatown.
You're in Upper West.
Upper West? That's
Upper West, Chelsea. Yeah, anyway, back me up, chat. Where would Randy, based on your knowledge of him, for those that are familiar with New York and Manhattan, where would Randy fit in? Somebody out there is going to get this. Not that there's an objectively correct answer. Meanwhile, the raise to 5,500 on this occasion from Corneth leaves him with company and a flop. Queen, Jack 10, all clubs. Top pair and an open ender for Smith, who knuckles over after having flatted the small.
monotone texture. Yeah, Corneth doesn't have anything. The thing is, if he doesn't bet this flop, it's very hard for him to represent a very strong hand because Ace-King would always want to bet here. So he's going to start off small. This is going to get Dan Smith to come along with top pair open in a straight draw.
5K follow through, just designed to beg for the pot with a dusty gut shot. course, Smith cannot comply as he calls. 3 of diamonds. Innocent.
If Korneff really wanted to go for it, he'd have to bet turn plus river, because a lot of hands that check call flop likely will check call turn as well, and he is going to do so. So he is unblocking a lot of the hands that check call turn, like the king queens, ace jack, ace 10. He's repping a strong range. I'd be very surprised, let's just say it blanks out completely, like 6, 7, 4, no club, if Chance doesn't bet once more.
你有吗？好像你也不多。
换不出来，隔壁换吧，隔壁多。
$18,000.
Big laydown.
And Smith just gets away. How about that? Korn is summoning the necessary courage to barrel once more. Obviously, the ace-king's in his range. Smith happened to be unblocking the clubs, but that was not, in my mind, the candidate. And yet, Korneff is able to muscle top pair open-ender into the bin.
Yeah, and that's just that perception that Korneff is likely to barrel once more, and I'm holding king-queen. Am I willing to call turn and call river blank? And Dan Smith's like, you know what? Let's not see what happens on a river. Let me just bow out now, because I feel my range is a bit too weak there.
And maybe you feel like that river barrel is coming on that board texture more often than not. Granted, things could have changed in terms of a club rolling off, but...
Right, there's a lot of things you need to hope for to play out favorably for
like you need that running 3, you know what I mean? An offsuit deuce. You're really kind of hoping.
You need that, and you need him to hopefully give up, which he probably is not.
Yeah. Pocket jacks now for Korneff, as he'll be active once more, this time with a raise in front of him. Direct right is Jaffe with the deuces.
$17,000? 18.
Potential big pot incoming.
Yeah, third bet to 18,000 now is going to be faced with a re-raise itself, presumably from Ruida.
Might even outright 4-bet rip it in.
Raise?
Well, the raise has been declared, and that is a chunky 40,000.
It's actually a very uncomfortable spot for Korneff, because the original raiser was from +1, and he 3-bet from +2, so already that's quite a narrow-ish range. And to still see the big blind come with a cold 4-bet, you gotta be a little bit fearful of the jacks that you could be up against a bigger pair. He is going to reach for all the chips, given that it is just 50 blinds, so we are going to run a coin flip.
125K, 5-bet. Ruida gets the rest of it in there, and it is absolutely a coin flip. $250,000 in the pot. That's got to go. Ruida whose way? And he is behind, but has 43% equity. Can he keep his seat? Sure looks that way on the ace-10-6 board as he hops in front of Korneff. Stays there on this turn. Needs to fade Jacob, and he's done just that. And that's a fairly deep wound sustained by Korneff. Granted, he's not too far off of starting stack, but obviously a disappointing outcome for him there.
我说还是跑马来得快。
23.
Now, Randy, earlier I did ask the chat for some input with respect to what area of Manhattan you would best fit into. And there isn't a consensus, because just about every area of Manhattan was submitted. Lower East, Murray Hill, Bayside, Hudson Valley, Coney Island, because they say you like the hot dog contest.
Oh, Nathan's.
Wow.
Joey Chestnut.
You know,
versus Kobayashi.
You've been cooking hot dogs at home again, haven't you?
It's the only thing I can cook. Boiled hot dogs.
But at the end of the day, of all the
Not as Southern
submissions,
What did you
I
like?
think Soho is
Soho.
where
Okay, we
you
get
would
the
be.
all
You like,
Southern
designer stuff. That's the
hospitality.
fashion capital.
I know
you
south
know,
of Houston.
Southern aspects of it.
Houston is how it's pronounced,
Oh,
Randy.
is it? I
Even though
actually-
it's spelled Houston.
You serious?
Maybe Soho, just based on that, is
No.
what I just heard you say, not your place. But
Yeah.
we'll let Dan Smith tell us. As
Well, I'm
he's
definitely not-
headed back to New York, and he's headed into this pot with Ace Queen. You're definitely not what?
I was going to say, obviously not NoHo as well.
Yeah,
Oh, I've been a y'all
NoHo
guy
north
since
of,
before
of
Nashville.
Houston.
Is there a WoHo?
Not
A
Colorado.
WeHo?
No.
West of Houston?
No.
It's actually WeHo is West Hollywood in L.A. And there's no EHO that I know of.
Whoa.
Okay.
I had to
Unless
adopt it. It's forced.
you're talking about a...
What?
It's forced in my family.
An ear hole.
Really?
Actually, I'm your friend.
Well,
and we've always had some of her
I was
family
thinking
with us at first.
something
Then her
else.
sister, then her brother, and
Such an effective word, man.
that's their feeling, that the economy of one instead of two words. Like, when I said you all, they wanted to fucking kill me.
多久了？
嗯，
How long time？
好几年吧，他排第二。
You know,
看光头。
do you not look a little bit like Kobayashi, Randy? I haven't seen his face in a long time. Is that am I out of line?
Yeah, you're out of line.
I'm gonna look him up right
Kobayashi-
now.
Kobayashi's Japanese.
And I thought you were Japanese for a long time too, because Nano Noko.
You're
I mean, in
the only
fairness,
one.
He spent half his life growing up in Florida, but he still has a French accent. And hearing y'all in a French accent's a little much.
Can you try to do it? Can't even picture it.
No, because it's only like a half French accent. He sounds
I
like you're like.
mean, you don't look like
been in
him.
America
I know, he's...
I can't even think of what it would sound like.
I mean,
He
maybe.
exercises, I do not.
No, but he eats a lot of hot dogs too. I don't know, like if you grew your hair out. Anyway, Jack 10 suited, Nozomu, 6K, Xiaoming, King Jack.
I do take offense to that, by the way, just for the record.
Noted.
HR, where are you at?
You know, I'm not so sure we have that department.
When he puts the hat on.
I know. But he's
I
more
was-
of a character.
I was a y'all guy before the hat.
Xiaoming versus Shimizu.
Always liked
King Queen 5. Top pair against the open ender here.
Can't really get away
As
with
the
it,
pre-flop
so easy. It's
opener
like,
gets it checked over.
takes some time.
Comfortably follows through.
Yeah, like him saying y'all with the hat on is not.
It's a solid connection for both players. Top pair versus the open-ended straight draw. 4,500, small to start things off. Another card to come.
Ace on the turn. Bingo for Shimizu. And of course, Xiaoming going to be concerned not necessarily about the Broadway, but the ace-X combos that now he falls to. Really unpleasant turn, even though he does pick up a Broadway gut shot with that jack.
Yeah, clearly a terrible turn card. You know, gut shots, Broadways, ace jack, ace 10 got there. Even the baby suited aces who like, you know, they would just c-bet the flop got there. Would expect them to just kind of bow out now, despite picking up the straight draw. Especially with that jack of spades that blocks jack 9 suited. That might multi-barrel.
I'll take a nice copy too, please.
No, it doesn't seem like he wants to go away as he tosses in a time bank.
17-5. What he's chewing on.
Your opponent just has to be so out of line for you to want to call this turn. I mean, to be fair, Shimizu has been out of line as of late. He is going to make that call with the king-jack.
But he hasn't been out of line to Xiaoming's knowledge, because it wasn't like he showed down that queen 8 spot against Weissman. So this could all be very legitimate kit lurking across the way. That said, Lee did call and now did not find the 10 that he needed for a chop.
What?
So the range
I'm not gonna lie to you.
that most likely pays off
Enjoy watching,
in this spot
far as like
is like an ace jack, an ace 10 that would check off flop and turn, maybe ace X with spades. Feels like 2 pairs a bit unlikely, as king queen probably goes for check raise on a flop at a high frequency. A set of 5s probably would check raise. Ace king, ace queen would have heard from pre. He's gone polarized, full pot.
Interesting. You think full pot piques Lee's interest more than something else just because he doesn't expect 1 pair of aces to do that? But there's a lot of ace king, ace queen that would be right here.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a huge range advantage for the pre-flop raises, so pot size makes sense. But, you know. Yeah,
King jack, really nowhere to go but the bin.
Yeah, I wouldn't have fault him. He had just laid it down on the turn, but, you know, he kept his opponent honest once more. It's just you got to think that these players are not looking to give up so easily, even on improved on rivers.
Like southern, but
Are those bones in Jaffe's soup there?
Hold on, I need to. You say bones?
I mean,
like
they look like
what kind of bones?
femurs. Like, I'm not really sure what he's working with over there, but you know, full disclosure, Randy and I and the rest of the commentary team and staff, we aren't given access to, you know, we're not able to unlock parts of the menu that the players are.
We don't want the human bone soup. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it's human bone soup, Randy, unless it was an
I was
infant.
kind of looking lost. You know,
Like-
I don't do a lot of shopping.
But
And like
you ever
the
had
lady comes
oxtail
in
soup?
there or comes up
Yeah,
to me,
I have.
"Can help you
That's
find anything?"
fire.
I'm like, "Yeah,
That's the good stuff.
That wasn't the type of bone we were looking at, though. You're saying.
I'm not sure. I'm asking you. This is your department.
I didn't see
Randy.
it.
Bless your soul. Because that just means they think you're retarded.
That's negative.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Bless your soul.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or your nose.
Bless your heart is what
Bless
it
your
is.
heart, thank you.
Yeah. But yes, it's negative.
You don't have a soul to bless if you're.
It's like, oh, bless that idiot's heart is like a way to think of it.
I definitely didn't know that until like 5 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. I learned
Weissman's
it down
threes, opening the hijack once again. Xiaoming Li involved. Has slipped to under 130,000 coming in. Kornuth hops in from the big. 3 players with 20 in the middle. Nine, 4 deuce.
Yeah, am I the only one hearing this chopping in the background
Yeah,
with the
well,
chopping block or something?
I confess, man, this is a cleaver
It's the
of some
bones. You
sort.
gotta
It's
cut the
maybe the
bones.
bone soup chef is hacking up some bones back there. Meanwhile, pocket threes are the best hand. Weissman doesn't know it, so he'll check instead of c-bet. That leaves Xiaoming Li's queen jack with the option to maybe turn itself into a bluff for a street.
It would be a little bit nicer if there was a club on board. I'll have to check it back.
Board pairing deuce is pleasant for the threes.
There's not too many boards where the threes are pretty happy without hitting a set. This is one of them. Like to see them bet just to clear equity against, you know, hands are just looking to fold out.
And Weissman feels like with a round of checks on the flop, nobody's got that 9 or 4 or better than that to worry about. So he declares 13,000. And let's see whether or not this ace-8 for Kornuth feels like Joey's up to no good. Could there be some better ace-high that we need to be mindful of if we're chance? Which we block, of course.
Actually, I don't think so. I don't think a big ace high would necessarily bet the turn, and if it did, probably not for that sizing.
Would it check the flop?
I think it could.
Yeah.
But it's the turn that doesn't seem aligned with a better ace high.
Well, interestingly, if better ace high was one of the things Kornuth was potentially worried about, he no longer is, given that the board has double paired. Now, backdoor spades have arrived. Weissman not counterfeited. 3 still play. And I think value is available if he wants it. I'm not so sure that he'll pursue it with 46 in the middle.
It's hard because Kornuth could just have like a 4x and you might, you know, value on yourself against the full house. So, yeah. 3s makes like a lot of sense to check.
So the check back, allowing Weissman to haul in that pot. Kornuth, by the way, in glimpsing at his career Triton resume, first joined us at the abbreviated WSOP Bahamas and Triton collab in December of this year. You saw the blinds just went up. He played both the Triton Million and the 100K main, placed 10th in that Triton Million for $985,000. That was an invitational, $500,000 per player was the buy-in. And this is his first full festival, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who got their feet wet over in Paradise. You know, played a couple events that was there, and now they got the bug here for Jeju, full schedule. 4-deuce offsuit for Shimizu. Shimizu picks up a gut shot. And the gut shot, if he hits it, actually gives Dan Smith 2 pair.
Yeah, it would be big trouble if Smith were to hit the 3. But for now, the trouble is Nozomu's, as he has just 4 high here, facing a 5K bet. A follow-up from Smith on the 7K pre. Two-way straight draw now for Nozomu. Smith picks up the gutter.
It's actually a good card for Nozomu too, because the double barrels don't come in as much on this board texture, just because the big blind tends to hit a bit more. And it doesn't surprise me Nozomu opts for a lead, because he has a lot of 2 pairs, straights that got there. And it's a bit of a board freezing card where if Dan Smith was holding like an ace-10, ace-jack, he probably wouldn't raise with this development. As played though, with the gut shot, it certainly should be enough to call for Dan Smith and top pair.
Always a little bit strange when a player check calling us decides to lead on a subsequent street. But as you mentioned, Smith is going to make the call. 18,000, not paltry. River doesn't change anything. And Nozomu now, without a paddle, second nut low, 44.5 in the middle. He recognizes that there's going to be some ace-x associated with the flat from Dan.
He just mucked.
Wow, open mucked it. Look at Smith. He's like, I don't see that every day.
You don't want to say, I want to say.
Boy, not true. If bet or maybe bluff. Fast forward. Yes.
You know what's interesting about his choice to open muck, Randy, which is so not keeping with protocol, is nobody gets to see what he decided to defend check call lead with.
You know, he could just muck on the river too. When it goes check,
I guess check, check, and then
muck.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You don't have to show down in that spot either. Only in the all-ins are you
But
forced.
he just wanted to make sure he couldn't resist the temptation to make a bluff. Say Dan Smith puts a min bet in, he's like, all right, all in.
Right?
He was like, you know what? I'm going to stay away from that.
It's so curious, you know. It's not the kind of thing that any of our Triton regulars would ever be guilty of.
That was a strong play.
That was a tip of the hat to Nozomu-san.
Look, you want to be the only player at a series to do a certain move. I guess, yeah. That was unique. Let's say
Unique is a wonderful adjective to assign to it, Randy, and diplomatic at that.
I got there.
Well done. Smith, by the way, ace-3 paying him a visit once more. Makes it 7 to go, unfortunately, this time. He's got an ace-queen lurking. 3 bets by Kornuth. Put an ace-10 into the muck behind him. And it is back over to Smith. Now, the baby-suited aces in particular, Randy, sometimes get very proud of themselves in situations such as this.
Yeah, it's certainly a hand that could look to 4-bet as a bluff. You don't want to do it at 100% frequency, otherwise your range is too 4-bet heavy with every single suited baby ace, but definitely was a candidate.
And once again, Smith concedes to Kornuth, much like he did on the turn with that king-queen. And, you know, I think some of it has to do with when you know you're going to get down the streets with maybe an opponent that skews more toward the aggressive side of the spectrum and isn't going to, you know, give you a lot of chances to maybe eke into showdown cheap or free. You know, you let that factor in a little bit. And I think Kornuth qualifies as one of those guys that's all over you across multiple streets more often than the average player.
Yeah, you're right about that. I believe Kornuth obviously would know his ranges. He's not looking to 3-bet fold too often, otherwise he's too exploitable to get 4-bet against.
Sure.
So that's why Dan Smith can't mandatory 4-bet every single baby suited ace. You know, it's a bit, the game is poker after all. We're adjusting our ranges, we've got assumptions, and we need to adjust accordingly and adjust in the right time to hopefully create some added EV.
King-queen suited. Kornuth, 7K.
Offsuit 1 gapper in there for Dan versus Kornuth.
And the 9-7 turns into kings and nines, but unfortunately for Smith, he's up against trip kings. Excellent opportunity for Kornuth to pick up at least 1 street of value.
Yeah, even better for Kornuth, just given his image like you described earlier. He's aggressive. He knows it. He's going to get paid off. I would expect often at least 2 streets.
$5K into 23.5 is downsized. Smith, of course, making the call. Now the jack is bothersome for Dan. You see Kornuth picking up the straight flush draw as if trip kings wasn't strong enough. He's got Smith drawing dead, and I'm not so sure on the arrival of that card that Smith is going to have much of an appetite to call more bets.
Right, because the gut shots kind of hit a piece now. You know, Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 got there. He likely would have called once more if that jack was something under than the 9.
Sure enough, 20K getting the job done there for Kornuth. Chance had a pretty deep run in the main event, as I recall. Randy, does that ring a bell?
It does. I'm going to use the app to walk me through this one.
A friend of mine buffs.
Well, the app's not going to show you the World Series.
Oh, you're talking
That's
about
what
that?
I was referring to.
Oh. Do I continue to talk?
Yeah, of course. But,
Because
you know,
he did
we're
get
gonna
10th
have
in the
to
Triton Million.
Yeah, we just talked about that, but let me see if I can locate this.
How deep did he get?
Listen, I might even be wrong.
That's the one where Rigsby got him, right? Aces, ace king.
Rigby?
Yeah.
Nick Rigby?
Yeah, an underwear guy.
I'm not sure. The underwear.
The dirty
guy? The dirty diaper.
Oh,
guy.
God.
What are you talking about? Underwear.
What? I'm all over the place today.
You all right, buddy?
Yeah, no, not really. How deep did he get? I don't think it was that deep. 100 something. I don't know. He makes a lot of deep runs though, so it's hard to tell.
I mean,
what's taking you so long?
Well, I'm
man?
scrolling, man.
I mean, chat
your
could get
aircraft
this back faster.
301st in 2023.
Yeah.
I mean, when you got thousands of people in the
Can
event,
I get food service?
I suppose that qualifies as deep.
Oh, you're stretching, moving the goalpost.
I am stretching a little bit. You're wrong. You're not wrong.
This is standard, yes?
King 8 and 10-4?
10-4 and a cutoff?
I mean, I wouldn't describe it as that. This feels a little bit more like day-old sushi.
Day-old sushi, like the supermarket.
Yeah, the dusty
Airports.
ones with that fake piece of grass to try to make it look pretty in the clamshell. You know what I mean? And the rice is always hard.
It's so hard. I don't know why I keep going back for it, though, but I find myself
I
there.
knew you did, you sick pup. Meanwhile, Shimizu, oishii.
It's like, I have this 10-4 offsuit. Delicious.
Over and in.
I like Shimizu.
I like him too. You know, this is a guy, you know, just has the look of a man that maybe you can get down in Roppongi on a weekend in Tokyo, find a little bit of trouble. Maybe Shibuya. What was that, Harajuku?
Harajuku, yeah.
Right? Quite a number of people that I spoke to, by the way, given the journey has been made all the way here to Korea, do have plans to head down to Japan after this one, which is just such a fun place
I had faith in you.
to spend some time, including Dan Smith, by the way.
All
And,
day. Might want to hit up Shimizu
oh,
before a
listen,
good night. You
swap
won't forget
WhatsApp or something with this guy. You know where I went last time I was in Tokyo? You remember Kill Bill? Never mind, it's a movie, Randy.
I
and
know what the
forgive,
movie is, but
did you
haven't
see
seen
it?
I've seen the trailer. The girl with the blonde hair was killing everyone in the
Yeah.
yellow suit.
Right.
Yeah.
Why watch it when you got it all figured out like that, Randy? Anyway, there's a famous scene in which she does kill everybody, Uma Thurman, and the restaurant in which she did it is an actual restaurant in Tokyo.
Oh.
And I ate at that restaurant. Food was terrific, by the way. It's one
Yeah.
of those like traditional wood slat, you sit on the ground kind of. Anyway.
Did you get day-old sushi?
No. Got very fresh sushi. Queen 4. Not the freshest kit pre-flop, but is second pair with backdoor clubs and in front of Jaffe after defending. Who checks?
6,000.
And Jaffe decides to ask a little question for 6 times here. In spite of the presence of the 2 overcards, he does feel like it's his board to rep, understandably, as the opener.
It's going to be a nice development for Ruida, who's got middle pair check calling, because the 9s has a lot of reasons to just try to check down after getting called on flop, as there is a 8x out there that he can show down against. Or maybe he won't be checking anymore.
Well, when you wonder why bother barreling, just consider the fact that pocket 9s is not something that anybody puts you on when you do. And that's exactly the issue for who, although presence of the king obviously is dissuasive in terms of calling a second barrel, which presumably Jaffe will be delivering here.
Yeah, but for Jaffe, he can clearly target that king X. Depending on how he sizes, he can get the queen jacks and queen 10 to hang tight as well. 2/3 kind of targets both the king and queen X with a gut shot. Queen 4, though, without the gut shot, not much prospects. You're mainly keeping honest the 6/7s, ace jack, and ace 10. Even then, those hands don't always barrel the turn.
20,000 into 30. And who does call here? Randy, this is ambitious and a little bit disrespectful, if I dare call it, of a 2/3 pot turn bet here. This is light. And the river is not complicated. So let's see if you think your man's bluffing on the turn, that card is not one that changed anything.
So, given Jaffe got called on the turn, he probably doesn't expect Queen X to call off 3 barrels, so he should target in a way where King X will pay him off still. He can still go big, but I wouldn't perceive that Jaffe thinks like Queen 10, Queen Jack is looking to call down 3 streets. But of course, King Jack, King 10 exists. There are some 2 pairs that can pay off. 8-9, King 9, Queen 9 comes to mind. But of course, holding 2 9s, you block a little bit of that 2 pair. Actually, quite a bit of it. He's just gone for.
Wow.
Was that
bombs
2x pot?
Away. And I love this from Jaffe, the polarity of 2x pot. Unfortunately, Queen 4. Even if you did have your doubts, I mean, this is just such an insane sizing. But look at Verita. He's not snap-binning it, Randy.
If you want to call here, ideally, you'd want a Jack or 10 in your hand to block the straight that can go for max value. Queen 4, yeah, dust. Gone. Still lots of value for Jaffe.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it would have been gone on the turn more often than not. But nice pick up there for the GTO lab man, who's recently embarked upon another enterprise in terms of the Triton podcast with Seth Davies. Not sure whether or not you've had an opportunity to soak up any of that content, Randy?
I've seen the clips.
Yeah.
I haven't got to listen to a whole one. Have you?
Yeah, no, I haven't, and he's doing great. I actually told him that at breakfast today.
Nice.
Nice to see them flex their intellectual muscle in a different manner.
Do they have guests?
All he has is broth left anyway.
I didn't see a guest.
Okay.
But, I mean, I'm sure it's, if they haven't already had one, something that...
Oh, I did see. They did have Leon Sturm once.
Did they? Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
he said something about, like,
about
we're
that.
using you to infiltrate the Germans.
Behind enemy lines.
Yeah. He's a funny guy.
Korneth serving as the enemy here with Jack 8 of diamonds. Makes it 6,500 to go. Weissman dominating. Ace 8 off on the puck.
Xiaobing Li, Queen 9 offsuit. Decent hand to defend with. I actually find that Korneth has a wider range pre-flop than most, even in the early positions. Jack 8 suited would validate that a bit.
Queen 9. Fans on the 10 high board. Can't say the same for Korneth, who's got himself the flush draw.
I mean, just a good spot for Korneth to c-bet with the flush draw 1 over 2 to 10.
$5,500, bet and take it. I don't know about
Starting to
you,
lose faith.
Randy,
It's coming.
but during a pot, Chance is one of these guys that almost can,
Speaking of the devil.
you know,
Like-
hypnotize you. He gets
got me for
into
sure.
this
I thought
super
Cabral
like
was coming in.
trance-like state. You know what I mean?
If he said it
When he's
independently, then yes, but
got the action on him when he's betting, it just really has sort of conquered the ability to suppress any of the
Piss you off.
response to an intense moment. You know, which, to be fair, many players in our fields
So tight the link is.
have done.
From what I've heard, Chance prides himself on his live reading ability.
Yeah.
So personally for me, if I was playing against him, I'd be a little bit intimidated if you don't have as much live experience, which I have a little bit less. So I can see why he kind of gives you that vibe of that hypnotizing kind of feeling.
Well, from a little bit less to a lot less. Nozomu's Queen Jack way behind the 2 kings of Joey Weissman. Catapults things to 21,000. Pocket tens now for Xiaoming Li. Slightly awkward given the early position from Nozomu, who obviously is marching to the beat of a different drum, so maybe we assign wider ranges there. But Weissman cut off 3-bet. You can get yourself in a little bit of trouble thinking Joey might be targeting Nozomu with this 3-bet. And this is some sort of opening for you to 4-bet and just take a pot uncontested.
You're right about that. If you feel that a player is targeting a looser player, then you're going to want to 4-bet more in the spot, especially off of south of 40 bigs with 10s. It seems like a natural 4-bet all-in. And even if you get in against ace-king, you're ahead. A lot of folds pre you would expect from both players.
Huh.
Yeah. Very surprising to me. Damn, my mother-in-law lives in Hendersonville. They have
I don't blame him here. It's just bad luck.
Oh, yeah, I was surprised by it.
4-bet to 111,000 is ill-fated. Almost all of Xiaoming Li's chips in the middle, and undoubtedly the rest of them will be requested by Weissman, who jams himself and makes sure that extra 1K gets into the middle. So the pot officially standing at 236,500. Li recognizing the straits are dire, on his feet here. Issuing GGs, perhaps prematurely. But no, 10 free flop. And the light is flickering. Board pairs on the turn. And it's a 10 free river. So a wrap of the felt. And Xiaoming Li's first event at his first ever Triton Festival sees his first bullet polished off.
Still has an option for a single re-entry.
That's right. Paying a visit back to our other feature table and having the opportunity to observe Steven Song's procedures with Queen Jack offsuit, a button open to 6,500. Checks out. Suited one gapper for Foxen. No temptations. King 4 off for Jørstad.
Could see Jørstad defend here. It is big blind versus button. He's less likely to defend a big if it was an early position raise, but against the button, and a player like Steven Song, king is certainly good enough to defend for this price.
And defend he does, but connect he does not. Jack 3 deuce rainbow. Song, conversely, top pair, a clean board. Flicks 4 dimes in.
Without a heart in hand for Jørstad, can't really continue, so he's out. Little chip up for Song.
Taking a look at Steven Song. Triton resume that included just one event back in the Bahamas, December of last year. Finished 31st in the 100K main for 160,000. But caught the bug, as many others did. That was a really important stop, even though it was only a couple of events, Randy, insofar as its proximity to North America made it such that a lot of players who hadn't already made the journey, much like here in Jeju, players that have only ever been to Jeju, not just necessarily for the visa, but just the geography, had a chance to come in, get a taste of what Triton is all about, and recognize that it's truly best in class for any player who wants to play high rollers. And I mean, I say that obviously with plenty of bias, but also just as objectively as possible.
Yeah, you're right about that. We've seen a lot of Americans, you know, having that itch to want to play it, but not making the journey just given, you know, the distance, of course, to get into Jeju. But you can only sit out for so long until
once you see what it's all about, once you play one, and you're like, damn, this is all right.
It's a great experience. Fields are great.
And let's be frank. You know, year in and year out, there are so many different tours that players will be a part of. And my intent here is not to disparage, but it does feel increasingly as though a lot of the ethos in certain operators within the poker space is such to extract as much as they can from players while delivering products that feel like they're eroding in terms of player experience and quality. And so to find this refreshing philosophical paradigm shift within the borders of Triton, I think, is a really overwhelming, you know, contrast and something that I think players, as evidenced by their participation levels growing each and every festival, are kind of voting with their wallets that they're in favor of.
Yeah, you're exactly right about all of that. You know, players
they
want a good
seem
experience.
to be counting them as entries, though. So
even
they are.
Okay, that's gonna kill
players who don't play professionally when they come to Triton. They get a great experience. Wonderful destinations we travel to.
Yeah, you know, the statement doesn't only apply to the pros for whom a lot of the metrics matter, but very much to the recreational players as well, who kind of want to make sure, look, I want an environment that, you know, I'm going to have a good time. I know I'm a dog against a lot of these guys, but, you know, really, people have fun at these things. They just do.
I mean,
you know
who comes to mind for me?
Talk to me.
Santa.
Oh, gamble.
Clearly, he didn't play. He's not a professional, but man, he had a lot of fun. Win or lose, and he did win.
What's crazy is we had a lot of fun watching him, and yet he didn't come to the Bahamas, and he's not here.
Yeah.
He's more
to my knowledge.
Well, I guess because I saw.
Who knows? Maybe he drops down the chimney in Jeju.
Drops down the chimney. It's a little cold, so it's quite the weather for him to show up with his reindeers.
How G would that be if that dude rolled up to the main valet here at Shinhwa World on a reindeer? But like on the reindeer, not with a sleigh, just rode that bad
Rudolph,
boy.
huh?
That would be strong. I'd love to see it.
I was in Cambodia almost.
But you just heard.
Yeah. No, I mean,
What about Aussie Katola?
If you
Any
maybe
whispers
now
as to
you
whether or
can
not
go.
he's joining us?
I don't know if he's joining us, but he did show up to the Bahamas. You know,
True.
after that run
True.
with Santa over in Monte Carlo.
I got a feeling he's going to show up.
It's not big enough for him to show up yet.
Yeah, it's hard.
You know,
to get.
15K, our smallest buy-in this series.
Take notes of every table.
But if Aussie does
every
show
table
up,
should
it'll
have
be in
some
the
specific
100K range.
Yeah, I agree.
Buttons, so I think it's harder.
Also, each table has the time bank.
Yeah.
Top pair for Xu Wang here as he hops in front of Foxen, swinging a miss for King 6 of spades, which made it 6.5K pre.
Foxen starting things off with 4,500 C-bet. 3-2 a straight, ideally just taking it down a flop, which Xu Wang does not oblige. Jack 9 making the call, top pair. That's a great turn card.
Yeah, third jack for Wang now. If he had any concerns previously, he certainly has had them quelled by that card.
Well, a 5 or a 4x wouldn't be looking to fold on this jack. So couldn't really expect much multi-barreling from Foxen.
I mean, this is such a breezy hand here.
Yeah, he is at least looking at his chips. So he's targeting ace high, I would think.
I mean, he could be setting himself up to be able to put max pressure on 4x, 5x on the river as well, though, right? By betting the turn.
I would think that he doesn't expect like an ace 5, ace 4 to fold the turn, so he would need to follow through on a lot of rivers as played. He also, by betting this turn with this hand, and once he gets called, of course, jacks is never folding, he unblocks the ace high flush draws and the combo draws, whether it be diamonds or hearts, so he probably has to follow through if it bricks out, because it doesn't want to lose to ace high. Like, imagine Xu Wang has, like, ace X of diamonds, ace X of hearts. You know, they're not looking to call a triple barrel, and Foxen just instant checks it back. So that was an interesting turn bet to give up river.
Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by that as well, but obviously Foxen reserving the right to kind of think that his man might be extra sticky, and so that river bet wasn't going to get through.
GTO Wizard time.
That it is. If you want to play like a Triton champ, GTO Wizard has got the tools to help you elevate your game, and now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to help sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Simply follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. GTO Wizard, beat the best, crush the rest.
Isn't that guy playing our event?
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Isn't that guy the one that won the World Series of Poker main event? Yeah. Yeah, he is.
I guess all you Euros are pretty tall.
Not really.
A lot of
I don't think it. And also, I'm not a Euro. I'm from Belarus.
Is that not Euro technically? No.
So not really.
Americans are pretty weak with geography. I don't know, maybe Foxen knows where stuff is. Are you good with geography?
Belarus is in Europe. Let's just get that out there right now.
Not like particularly good.
But you know generally where things are?
Yeah.
Okay. You're better than me.
Generally, we're like, I mean, sounds very American.
You know, me and Steven Song can relate. Geography, not our strong point.
You know, I know Florida is south of Georgia.
All right, I know that. I know things in America. Once you get out of America.
Yeah, I don't know how generally you mean, but...
Well, like, where's Belarus?
It's like, I mean, it's south of Russia. South, I mean, Russia's so wide, but it's like towards the eastern side, or the western side, I believe.
He doesn't even know?
No, south on the western side. Just it's near Russia. It's near Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's on the
maybe it is on the closer to the eastern side, but kind of in the middle, right? Like, yeah.
Well, if you thought that the location of Belarus was a riddle, how about a mystery hand? Jiwei Shu.
Is this officially a mystery hand, or is this just I don't know how to put my
Well, the
cards
couple
into
of
card
question marks up there suggest that it's a mystery hand. Otherwise, I think we just...
But normally we
know.
get the little, top right, little mystery hand.
Randy, can we just treat it like a mystery hand? Is that...
Because what if he just folds the flop to a c-bet or
Well,
something?
then I guess it wasn't a mystery hand then if that happens. Queen 8, Jack 9, and a couple of 10s. Chen downed on this monotone queen high board by Bin Leng, who has top pair. He was the big blind defender that took the prize. 6,500 was the open from Song's Jack 9 of hearts. No appetite for follow through. Chen without a diamond in hand and second pair effective, also checking. And now let us see what Shu has in mind. I'm going to go with this is a mystery hand, Randy. Officially.
It is evolved, yes.
12K the barrel, excuse me.
All right.
Well,
I mean, clearly very hard to put him on a hand at this point, just given, he overflatted. It contains a lot of pocket pairs. It could contain queen X's, some suited hands, some might even flop flushes. It's wide right now.
Let's see what the turn has in store. 4 of hearts.
Gut shot for Bin Leng. A 20K bet into 54.
Size-wise, does this feel...
It's small, I would say. Less than a half pot.
Well, having picked up the gut shot straight draw, to go with top pair, we don't assume that Bin Leng's got anything on his mind other than continuing here. Maybe something more ambitious? No. Flat call. 94.5 in the middle, and how about an 8 on the river? An awkward one insofar as it gives you top 2, but it does put that straight on the board. Unclear how much 6x would be associated with the flat on the button and then barrels across both flop and turn.
Yeah, the 8's actually a really good card for Bin Leng in case he was up against a better queen. Like you said, 6x seems unlikely. 6s betting the turn at that small price seems...
What about those sets?
questionable.
5s, 7s?
course. We fear that a bit.
The flushes are a thing as well, as we see a 60K bet.
Yeah. You're right about that. If we're trying to find bluffs, ace of diamonds naked would qualify. Ace jack, ace 10 offsuit.
How much value do we beat?
0, I would say.
Doesn't feel like a bigger queen is barreling on this particular river, right?
Wow, 7-6 offsuit. Okay, 6x was there.
Well,
that was a mystery.
Stinky tofu on Bin Lang's plate.
60.
Awesome.
And the chef is that man right there, who served up a dirty one. Jeju. You know about stinky tofu, Randy?
I'm just like, is that what you went with, stinky tofu?
But you know what stinky tofu
I know
is.
what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a delicacy over in Taiwan.
But it smells...
It literally smells like poo. Literally.
It smells like a bag of buttholes, Randy.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
But you eat it?
No, I've had it. I don't
You
like
know,
it.
taste is like 90% smell. How can you get past... That's why I like durian, right? The fruit that requires you to be like in a hazmat suit before you eat it.
Yeah.
When something smells that bad, why bother tasting it?
It's awful. I agree. You've tasted it, I assume?
No.
Oh, you haven't done... But you've done the tofu.
There's special stores for the durian and the tofu people rave about, but I can't get past. You know, I don't walk into a men's room and think to myself, oh, I bet this would be delicious.
Let me get a 3-star Michelin in the men's toilet.
It's just right.
Next
Come
to the
on.
urinals. Okay. Yeah. I see. It's disgusting, honestly. I know people who love it, but I just can't have
Plenty of people love it. That's why it continues to be on menus, and there's literal boutiques that specialize in the durian stuff. Like, I don't get it, though.
You've ever been to the night
Back
markets
me
in
up, Chen.
Taiwan?
Yeah,
like,
I have.
It's
I
like,
have.
wow, this is fun. What is this area?
What's that
It's
smell?
awful.
Oh. Foxen with Queen Jack made it 6,500. Shoe flatted. Mind you, this man just showed us a 7-6, so Shilko and Foxen will have that on their minds as they both partake. Shilko pipping Shoe's ace-8. 2 clean ones for Foxen, the opener. 24,000 in the middle. 3 ways. As we look up at ace-8 deuce, top 2 pair for Shoe. Problems for Shilko.
Yeah, and you've seen Yaroshevskyy show up with 7-6 offsuit, so you've got to think the ace-9 is going to be good. For now, though, it is the perilous player that's betting. Let's see if Yaroshevskyy can show restraint and not scare off the big blind, but he is going to go play it fast.
6 becomes 18. As Foxen's ambitions are pushed back on.
Even the ace-9 here, I think a lot of players would fold here. But there's definitely merit to cold calling. Just thinking the ace-9 is still good. I mean, Yaroshevskyy's shown like loose ranges. He does pitch the ace-9 correctly.
Wow. Now, I think it may have a little bit more to do with the fact that not only has Shoe raised it up, but Foxen could have a better ace in his range.
True. Right, like you might be burning 18K cold if Foxen comes along.
Yeah.
You know the ace-9 is cooked.
Yeah. Or if he were to re-raise, right?
True.
I mean, not impossible, especially if you hop in.
I guess.
And he seeks clarity.
Yeah.
But Alex, of course, content to fold, and maybe on a board as dry as that, Shoe would have been better served to simply flat call the 6 and invite Shilko into some problems.
Yeah, it's unclear. Obviously, if Foxen did have a big ace, he wants to build a pot against that.
By the way, the sweater game is strong
Ace-10?
between Shoe and...
No S.
You liking the patchwork over there?
To his right. Yeah, it is a little bit like... do you remember back in the day when Bill Cosby used to wear those Coogee sweaters? Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm going deep here. There's
Bill
some people
Cosby.
that are really... yeah, and you can't really bring up Cosby now, I know.
Yeah.
But It reminds me and they were super popular and expensive. But it's like an updated. I like both the sweaters. Is all I'm saying.
Okay, cool.
And then you got the Gucci. Wasn't there a Gucci deal going on there?
Someone was sporting a very monogrammed Gucci earlier. Maybe the other table.
Yeah, it's official. I like that one. That one's nice. Raise and take for
Thank you.
Foxen.
Can I get some 1Ks from you?
Well, a couple of things coming to us from the chat, Randy.
Okay, I want to hear it.
The first, and this is perhaps the most important, comes from Mr. Scaredy Cat, who writes in, Ali is the GOAT. I'm just kidding. That wasn't really what I wanted to talk about, by the way. Forex J. Ling says that Stinky Tofu is actually from Hong Kong.
Oh, I did not know that.
Not from Taiwan.
You thought it was from Taiwan, right? As well?
I did too.
Yeah.
Now, the other one comes from the Life Aquatica, who writes in that Andrew Zimmern, who is a famous host of a show called Bizarre Foods, where he goes around the world and he eats things that nobody else would eat. I've seen him eat cheese with maggots in it, like insane things from that are delicacies, right? Well, he says that Andrew Zimmern could not eat the Stinky Tofu because it was too much for him, and he'll eat anything. You mean to tell me a dude will eat maggot cheese, but he took a pass on the Stinky Tofu? We already know what that says. That's an indictment of Stinky Tofu. But if you ever go to a restaurant, man, that serves it, and the people, they're slurping it up like it's a shark fin or bird's nest or whatever. I mean, it's just, anyway.
That's crazy to me that Zimmerman couldn't.
He tapped out on the Stinky Tofu, bro.
Because he's eating some disgusting
nasty, inedible things.
I've seen one where he was in like Africa or something. They cut up like a live animal and they ate the gallbladder or something like that. Like straight up raw. It was disgusting.
That's foul. Also disgusting.
And he would eat Stinky Tofu. And what is this? 10-7 suited.
Yeah, which could qualify as a bit of Stinky Tofu itself in terms of the fact that it's 3-betting to 45,000 here, and it's doing so with a razor and 2 flatters in front of it. And note that the raise came from Jørstad under the gun, so this is very, very cheeky from Alex Foxen and very well timed to his credit as he picks up a clean 24,000, one would think, unless Bin Lang has an appetite. No, and there is the Gucci sweater aforementioned, by the way. Note that she'll go with the Triton scarf. It looks kind of like the Gucci sweater.
That's
you might be
exclusive.
forced to call, you know?
That one came
Yeah,
in
Valve is a
Monaco
dick.
2
Yeah,
years
he wasn't
ago.
bluffing.
It wasn't
if
for
I had
sale.
It in hand,
It was.
You can't get that in the
it
store.
was given to the players. I forget which tournament.
glad you
Main event,
amended
maybe?
it.
The players who were shivering most acutely during the event. No, everybody got one. It was, I think it's for the Invitational.
Okay, Invitational makes sense, yeah. Any chance one of them will put it up on eBay? I'll purchase it if so.
I dare you to go on eBay right now and type in Triton and see what comes up. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if it was like the account was like Producer James and he's just kiting Triton swag? He's back to rat-holing it. Producer James confessing that he did, in spite of not having played the Invitational, managed to procure a scarf. You and I did as well because we did a bit. When I put you in, you look like a little babushka, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, you didn't?
I didn't keep it.
I put Randy in the scarf like a veil. You were so cute. You look like a Jawa, by the way, from Star Wars. Meanwhile, 3 bets from Lang with the ace-jack here, performing well against the ace-3, less so against the pocket 8s, though it is 2 clean overs.
Very small 3-bet in position from Bin Lang. Wow. Couple 8s for Shu Wong. Good price. Oh, and he lays it down just for 18K more.
Interesting.
That's a big win for Bin Lang.
Yeah. Pocket 8s bowing out unexpectedly here at this Very Chinese-laden feature table. And I would imagine it's not the only one in the field. Again, this is in part not just the geography, but the fact that visa-free travel is available to Chinese nationals directly into Jeju, which is a short flight. What was it from Shanghai, Randy? A couple hours?
Here?
Yeah.
Still not in?
I don't know.
Wow. Man can't read a clock and has no grasp of time.
It's max 2 hours.
Okay.
It's more than 45 minutes. I
Okay.
got you a range.
Yeah,
know,
thank
like
you
a
for that.
UTC range.
Yeah. It's just the Shanghai to Jeju range. The chart. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Pocket sixes for Zhiweishu, who has been active, currently sitting 5th in chips. No. I'm just looking at this particular table. He is 3rd in chips at this table.
This is a very splashy table.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's quite fun to watch.
Oh, for
what
sure.
it is.
Long with ace-jack suited.
Getting smaller and smaller.
In poker go.
Yeah.
Flatted the,
I guess
or rather
there's
re-raised the open from 4 to 11. Table for 2.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
I think
10,
it is
6, 5 board is a dream for Shu.
So much of
The check back, not so much from Wong, who does have the backdoor diamonds, and now has himself an issue as the ace of hearts puts a hook in his cheek.
Look how sneaky. How did he check that one back?
I blinked and the turn got checked through.
And then, yeah, you add the tax element
This is
to
so
it.
speedy.
Also, they've gotten a little bit smaller.
He saved
so
himself so much with that ace-jack.
It's less and less appealing for some of those fringe people to travel to them.
I mean, was that hand on fast forward?
It's like
The graphics couldn't keep up.
But now he moved to Vegas. That's why he's there. Yeah. It's like it's basically Vegas reg. That's like 95% of the field.
Credit to Shu Wong.
Maybe 90%.
Enough recreational.
Yeah.
He could have lost a bit more.
Yeah, it's worthwhile.
Of course.
The turn
But
went
it's
check,
worthwhile
check,
if it's in your backyard,
insanely fast.
Traveling halfway
20
across the
hours.
world, it's not.
And pay taxes.
Yeah, then it's definitely not.
Yeah.
And then when these are so ridiculously big, it's just like feels like you're, it's like a minor league. Feels like the smallest event here is it's like 5x the biggest event there.
Yeah.
Pocket kings now for Shu Wong, as perhaps he's rewarded for having kept his losses to a minimum with that ace-jack. And you at home are rewarded with another mystery hand. This time, Jørstad on the button has his hand blocked out for the run of this one. I don't think he's going to be mucking the button, given that it's a mystery hand.
Look, he's going to play GTO.
29?
The mystery hand team here, honestly, though, they really should throw one of those at us where it's like mystery hand and then they just fold pre.
You just love the mischief?
Yeah. You got to keep us honest. Because at this point, we know it's going to be like a big pot,
We don't know.
Yeah, we do. It's going to get down to the river, right?
No.
29,000, the 3-bet. Poorly timed, one would think, given only aces have these kings beat pre. Not impossible, but improbable. And Shu Wong now measuring out a 4-bet to 100,000.
That's a big 4-bet. 25 bigs.
What would have been the more standard sizing?
Probably closer to 60K, maybe a little more. We're playing 75 bigs deep.
Jørstad.
Against the big 4-bet,
All in?
yeah, it tends to just get in pre.
He rips.
He's not snapping off. Perhaps he is concerned about aces.
Randy, if this man folds pocket kings, I don't know how far we are from the ocean, but I'm diving right into it.
Can you just fold kings for me once you want?
Dude, I'm telling you, there's no... Okay. Oh, this is time banks.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Dude, if he folds kings in this spot.
Randy?
No way.
Randy. My swimsuit's in my room, Randy.
Espen could have queens. You could have ace king. You could have jacks.
27分钟熬不过去啊！操，这么牛逼的。
I mean, he's not stalling for a pay ladder. This is day one. Reg is still open. What's going on, Xu Wang? We cannot fear monsters under the bed. Of course, this would be an obscenely big pot, but the range includes things other than aces, does it not?
Yes, it certainly. Espen might be like, well, I'm up against ace king. I've got queens. Let's just rip it in. Maybe Espen's got ace king. You just can't fold this, right? You put in a third of your stack. You've got the second best hand in poker. And the speed with Espen jam, too. You know, some players like to take a little bit longer if maybe they're holding aces.
Too cooler? SS.
Is it cooler? He thinks it's a cooler.
I mean,
he's trying to get away from the cooler.
Randy, listen, the ocean, it's 40 degrees outside, man. I'm not really looking for a swim.
What does chat think?
I think they're ready to jump in the ocean, too. This is insanity we're observing here from Xu Wang. We've all been guilty of it, to be fair, where we just all of a sudden convince ourselves that the one thing that would be the nightmare is what we're facing. But we must accept our fate in situations such as this, where objectively the range includes things other than aces from Espen. But how insane would it be if he had the aces? Chat, what do you think? Are there aces in Espen's hand right now in this mystery? He folds the two kings. Is it aces? It was aces. Espen's going to feel cheated when he figures this out.
Look at him.
75个 BB KK call in 有点傻，我觉得。
都撕逼这个尺度了，
对啊，我都。
钱嘛，你不要撕逼这个尺度。
Okay, now before you look at me like that, Randy, in the interest of finding out when it is I'm going to take this swim in the ocean, let us for a moment stop and give credit where credit is due to Xu Wang, who just did perhaps the most difficult thing in all of pre-flop poker, which is fold kings and do so correctly.
That, my man, is a Chinese poker god.
Zhao Yo?
Jiao. That was amazing. How did he fold? How? How? He put it in a third of his stack in a spot against Espen.
I fall. If I can reverse,
he knew. Did he just allude to the idea that he kind of randomized somehow?
Second time. First time I lose, feel heavy. He's a set K. I'm A king. Flop K 4-9. SS.
Thank you.
SS. Yeah. Don't bluff me. I shoot my hand.
No, you're good.
I'm
very
good.
Good.
Nice ball.
Very good.
Nice ball. Yeah.
Very good.
By the way, Espen's smiling. But you see him inside, he's boiling because he just got denied all of that stack. 100K is not paltry, but still.
He missed out another 200-something thousand somehow. Somehow.
I mean, listen, it's not to say, as we saw, by the way, an interesting one pre-flop here with Shilko making it 8, Song making it 20, and then Foxen making it 45 on ace-queen, ace-5 suited, and then 2 jacks. But paling in comparison, of course, to that upon which we continue to focus, which is just the insanity of Xu Wang's pocket kings fold pre-flop. We don't know what the deck had in store. We were going to see 5, but It didn't take long to find the hand of the festival so far, did it?
You actually had aces. You might
Ollie,
force them.
I've been in the booth with you 2 times at the Triton series where
Better make it
kings
count.
have folded correctly pre-flop.
I would blind out for a few.
I mean, granted,
I know
kings
that-
have to run into aces, and that's tough to do. But then even tougher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my last tournament.
Yeah.
Just ended his career.
Yeah.
That was something else.
Foxen suggesting, by the way, that Jørstad's career has just been ended by Xu Wang.
Misplayed aces.
And by the way, ended in a spot where Jørstad won the pot. Usually you get showered and your career gets ended. Jørstad won chips and he's retiring. He says, I mean, that was bananas. Jørstad, Jack 8 suited, dominated by Bin Lang. Big blind defense, 9 a man.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Nine, 8, 7 board. Jørstad somehow with the preferable holding, given that he's got the backdoor diamonds and the gut shot straight draw, but just 30% equity as Lang dominates and checks. Big blind range advantage, one would think, although hijack open will include some of this interactivity.
Decent texture for Bin Lang. Kicker is very relevant, which can go for value. Jack 8, of course, needs to continue with middle pair. Gut shot, could have the best hand.
$11K ahead on the flop. Sorry, on the turn, as the flop did get checked through, and then a queen on the end.
Could be a nice find of ace-8 to go for another street of value. Hard to do so with third pair.
And that queen isn't supposed to let you barrel again if you did have the 8 beat with something like a 9x.
Exactly. As played, though, it's going to be a decent showdown spot for Jørstad. Can't really get called by worse, but can definitely beat busted draws.
Check back from Espen, and he will be shown the better kicker.
Ollie, I can't get my chat to load. Are they all right?
Well, if you can't, it's probably because it's been bombarded with discussion about the 2 kings fold pre.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody thought like we did, that there was no world in which it was going to find the fold. As we see Jørstad atop the leaderboard here. Should be by a wider margin than 17K over Foxen, but denied that opportunity courtesy of Xu Wang, who finds himself 7th of 8 runners. 190,500 is just shy of a starting stack as he presses the reset button, and it's a lot better than having to press the rebuy button.
I kind of still stuck in 5 minutes ago.
On the chat?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what just
Oh, in
transpired.
life in general?
So I don't really want to talk right now. Like, wow.
I mean, how do you think Espen feels? He's breathless. Absolutely breathless.
He just changed his fate.
Huh?
You know, there's some brain scrambling pots that you can get yourself involved in that are for, like,
I
you
folded
know,
a king.
big spots. This is thankfully early in the event, you know, not like a final table with a big pay jump or a heads up for the title or something like that. But maybe we'll have fireworks that are as good as the ones that we had moments ago. Pre-flop between kings and aces as another mystery hand breaks out. It is Weissman this time, who will have his cards blacked out. 3 bets to 25,000. Foxen 7s call after having opened to 8K. 3x plus the sizing chosen, looking up at a couple of overcards, but interacting with the 8 and the 9 and the 2 diamonds. Foxen checks over, and it looks like a brisk pace being employed by Xu, who flicks a quarter into the machine.
Yeah, it's still best against 2 overs. He's got a little bit of that 3-card action, whether it be diamonds or straight. Certainly see Foxen continue, especially if he expects Shu to c-bet his whole range, regardless of holding. He can call here and decide later. Great turn card for Foxen. Shu is that player that has wide ranges from what we've seen so far. And I'm pretty sure the players are very aware as he fires 50K into 110.
Now things getting a little bit dicier for Foxen, who's continue on the flop in the face of the quarter c-bet rather. Was a more simpler proposition.
Pretty tough call here for Foxen.
Yeah. Especially because there's so many things that make you uncomfortable on the river.
Big call.
Yeah, he's going to find out whether or not a third barrel is within the pre-flop 3-better. Jack on the end, 10 Jack, Queen Jack stuff arriving. Queen 10 as well. Not that we necessarily think those qualify as 3-bets pre.
It's a very bad card, though, for Foxen. Wow. There's a huge all-in.
Remember, this is the man that played the 6-7 offsuit.
And he's played many other hands of loose ranges, too. For Foxen, the Jack is bad. Because hands are multi-barreling the turn, the 3-bet pre are interacting with the Jack. Whether it be Queen 10, Jack 10, Queen Jack. He still loses to overpairs. Queens plus, they would be bet jamming in this spot. Of course, he loses to Jacks that just got a full house. For him to consider making this call is playing the player. He just thinks that Shu is extremely out of line. For him to tank here, too, with 2 7s.
All right, chat, talk to us. What does Shu have? Is it better than pocket 7s?
Bluff. No bluff.
Here's the thing. Foxen has no baseline, really, other than that 6-7 offsuit. The pocket 6s as well were shown. But he's up against a mystery man.
And I know he
like bluff.
prides himself in live reads. Trying to use some speech play.
You know, what would be wonderful is if Shu speaks 0 English and has no idea what Alex is saying.
Just responds in Chinese. That'd be great. Look, I'm in the dark as much as
not all in, right?
Chat. Standard protocol says that Shu's got an overpair.
What a golden opportunity for Foxen, though, to pick up heaps. If he was able to sniff this one out. We're not worried about 8x, 9x, and Jack X isn't really supposed to be doing this either. Queen 10, of course, which also isn't supposed to be 3-betting us.
It could, but yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Pocket Jacks, I suppose.
I could see it.
Holds water.
Would Ace Jack do this? Like Ace Jack of diamonds or spades? I don't know.
Even that wouldn't go this big, right? Even Queens Plus isn't supposed to go this big.
But here's the thing. Shu, he's unpredictable.
Right, and that's why Foxen is chewing and struggling at that.
I've used 4.
Multiple time banks, 4 in total, being utilized. Credit to Shu, he doesn't look like a man who's given anything away here.
He's in pitching mode.
Most of chat thinks this is a bluff, much like Foxen, who looks poised to bin it. No, he thinks better of it. Hang on. You know what's interesting is in those moments where you look like you're just about ready to fold, you can sometimes pick up on something live in terms of your opponent's reaction, which is why it's so important if you are in Shu's seat to just hold until the hand is marked.
He makes a call.
And, oh, he's shown 8s full of 4s. Always had the best hand, did Ziwei Shu, who benefits tremendously from being an unknown entity. And Foxen looked like he was going to fold and then thought better of it. And what an expensive decision that was. Most of chat thought it was a bluff. Foxen ultimately thought it was a bluff, but it was far from it. Are 8s and 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, not supposed to be played that way pre? Are they supposed to be flat calls against Foxen's open?
Yeah, I think standard protocol, they
Right.
come in as flat, so
Yeah.
Foxen removed some of that range that can, you know, have value in that spot. And I'm telling you, these unknowns, these players from China, they play a bit unorthodox, but
Right.
they leverage that fact, use it to their advantage, and they get paid off big in these spots.
I mean, these are chip graphs that are going to have a lot more volatility to them, but if I had to guess, and I'm going to take a glimpse here at the leaderboard right now, which, pause, Randy, I was just going to speculate has a number of Chinese players in it. Guess who's at the top?
It's this man, Mr.
It is.
Shu.
It is over $750,000 in his stack, 763,000, and he vaults Junhwa Yap of Malaysia to take over the overall chip lead here early in day one of this 15K. Meanwhile, he's back involved this time with Queen Jack offsuit, Song defending the big and facing a follow-through of 12K. Upon the 8K pre-flop, he is in the lead with a pair of 3s.
Song's in there. Doesn't have much left. Rips it in.
Yeah, just deciding if you've got pocket 8s again or 8X plus. Congrats.
Are we gambling here?
Oh, man.
Those are Foxen chips. Free rolling.
Yeah, and Song, by the way, is going to be like, huh? Not like this. This is dirty. You can fold for another 39,000, guys.
You
This
certainly can.
This is just
I'm
this
gonna
is
get you.
anti-American sentiment on display.
I'm gonna get you.
Not on the turn, he's not. It could also be anti-Korean sentiment, by the way, just given that Song, I believe, hails from Korea. But whatever it is, Song will take it as he gets an extra 39,000.
Bottom.
You know, the way Jiwei Shu plays kind of reminds me of like a crypto meme coin. You know, it kind of goes up,
Right.
down, everywhere.
He reminds me of Tan Schwein a little bit.
Yeah.
Get this dude in the cash game streets. Get him in the Super Squid Progressive. Get him at a table with Elton and Tan, Rui Cao, Aaron Zhang.
Just want everyone's heads to explode, you know?
Andy Nee. Oh, my God. Come on, one time for the fans, Randy. Unclear, by the way, whether or not cash games are played by some of these guys. And obviously, as the festival progresses, I'm sure there will be some murmurs as to whom it is that's gracing the cash games, which are often played after hours into the morning. Espen, meanwhile, hoping pocket 8s will do as well for him as they did for the overall chip leader. 1-8 into the bin. By the way, having lost that little pot, Shu now slips to third behind Junhwa Yap, and Yulian Bogdanov suddenly appears up top. Foxen defending his big and finding a pair of 4s, which is a problem.
Could definitely get into some trouble with bottom pair.
Has checked it over to Jørstad. Second pair effective on the jack high board. We wait his navigation. Looks like a c-bet inbound.
Yeah, the 2/8 needs a little bit of protection against hands that are just often going to check fold flop, you know, with overcards. For now, though, Foxen can't fold. He's got not too many big blinds remaining. Call seems fairly standard at the moment.
That's exactly what Foxen thinks, as he does make the call, and he finds 2 pair on the turn, a card that does give Jørstad the gut shot. Second check from Alex. As Espen eyes the stack, just 50K remaining, 39 in the middle.
It actually wouldn't surprise me if Espen continues to bet 2/8s because he likely expects Foxen to check raise some Jack X's on the flop with that stack depth, so he can still target that middling stuff, that 6-5, 7-5, 7X. You know, there's a lot of hands he can still get value from. Plus with 8s, he actually blocks some of the outs of those hands. So like a 6-5, it's got reduced outs, which is great for him. 8s is quite strong in this spot still, despite the 1 over.
Oh, here comes 16,000, and Foxen loves to see it. I would imagine, let's just get the 50 in.
Let's just get the rest in. We don't want this to just check through. We can still charge, you know, the worst hands. There's plenty of them. Even Jack X, right? They're going to pay off. Diamonds. Usually most players aren't bet folding the turn, given there's only 50K back for Foxen.
And would Jørstad be forced to call just given that he's got 8s plus a gut shot for another 34?
Yes, because if Foxen is check jamming, committing like ace-7, king-7, he just can't fold.
Yeah, 49.5, not quite a jam as he keeps 500 back, but Jørstad does make the call. Okay, it is a jam. Technically, we had rounded up to 50K. So Espen now could counterfeit with the jack. This was an admitted oversight, not something I had taken into consideration when weighing his outs. 7 would counterfeit the 6s and 4s as well. And then, of course, the 8 or 5 for a set or a straight, and the counterfeit on the river. And Foxen unraveling in a big hurry, and the bulk of the damage was, of course, done when he incorrectly surmised that he was up against a bluff against Weissman, and Jørstad finishing the job. Boy, that's a tough man to get rid of right there. And some would argue that it wasn't anybody else that got rid of him, but he who got rid of himself. Not in that last pot, but
mainly in the 7s versus 8s.
Yeah.
Been some good poker so far today here in day 1.
And listen, those who might be critical of Foxen's choice with the 2 7s there to make the call, that man's batting average in spots where he heroes like that, it's over 500. Rest assured.
Mine. Don't you remember when he won the heads up against João Vieira in the main event in Bahamas? He was right.
Vieira gave him all that he could handle. You know what's interesting about that, though, as you bring it up, is it was the last Triton. And sometimes he's played plenty of poker between then and now. But if maybe the last 3, 4, 5 times that you've heard it off, you've been right, psychologically, that could kind of skew you more toward making future calls.
They're boring. You don't
in
want
spots
twos and aces. They're too easy.
because
like,
you know
you play them out
the wind's at your
for the
back and you're
integrity of the
confident that
game.
you're making good decisions, as we see Cale Burns and company.
I hear you.
I guess every once in a while it's humor.
Although from the language I read that last hand, it seems like he was going to fold. You know, the way he was kind of holding his cards.
He was-
and then something just changed the last second. It's like, nah, I'm in.
It really was nuts.
Sometimes it's that first instinct that you gotta really trust.
Well, Burns' instincts under the gun with an ace-9 suited are to raise, and they seem quite sound as he makes it 8,500.
Yeah, it's good to see Kale Burns back at Triton. I feel like we missed him at some of the
Yeah.
recent festivals.
Yeah, he hadn't been around for a little while, but back he comes.
It's actually a great destination to fly to from Australia.
Tomorrow.
You know, it's not too bad.
You're going to get to play out any scenario you'd like.
Enjoying my got deep stacks here. Dan Smith, a couple sixes.
Real life, but you can be, you know, the quarterback during the Super Bowl with all their talent. You can be the fucking acrobat in Ocean's 11 trying to rob the Bellagio. You can run from the police, GTO style or Grand Theft Auto style, like GTO. Jesus.
Rita Hu in the big blind with a baby suited
You're not going
ace.
to gain anything for your life from this. You can't get skill gain or monetary gain or anything like that. It's just your enjoyment. It could be
Hops in there.
sexual fantasy, anything you want. And 2 is still above you.
Inferior ace. No cause for concern on a king 5-7 board where Kale has himself the nut flush draw.
Cool.
Smith nestled between the 7 and 5.
I'm curious to see how he approaches the nut flush draw. Remember when Winter had the nut flush draw on his king high texture? He actually checked as a pre-flop raiser.
Check raised it, right?
Yeah, he did. So I'm curious to see if Burns goes for the same type of strategy as he checks it as well, you know, the nut flush draw. Will we get to see a bet from Dan Smith?
Is that something that's kind of come into favor by chance? This check the nut flush draw post flop in multi-way spots?
It's mainly being out of position against flats. Flats have very condensed ranges. They, you know, they've got full house. They've got sets, you know, a bit more often. They're not as wide, so you do need kind of play a bit cautiously. And let's see though, is he going to check raise? It is a bet from Dan Smith. If he does check raise here, he should be winning it outright on the flop.
Yeah, I don't think sixes are going to show much of an appetite to continue. It would depend upon the sizing chosen. And there is no check raise. He comes with a flat, will have the clubs under repped if they do arrive. Third overcard to sixes in the form of the jack on the turn.
The sixes doesn't rate to be the best hand as played too often. It's a bit of a guessing game because if he bets here again, he's not sure if he's targeting like the slightly better pocket pairs, like 8s, 9s, 10s that he's trying to get to fold out, or is it just some kind of like king X that's trying to protect that check calling range? So check on the turn. Clubs.
Hello, nut flush on the river, free of charge for Kale, given the understandable check back from Dan, who took a one shot at the pot on the flop. And now for Burns, I mean, there could be some ace-queen associated with the lead here.
That's sneaky.
Oh, this is really filthy, and one has to ask themselves whether or not Smith believes that he has any showdown, because if he does not, then converting these sixes into a bluff would be a thing. He doesn't block anything.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I don't think the sixes is very good here very often. It really only beats like an ace-5 that might take this line. And he might be able to just shake out some random one pairs. Yeah, he's going to stab. This is a very nice check from Burns to realize that his opponent probably doesn't have a big hand that can call a bet. And maybe if he checks, you know, king queen will bet for him anyways. Really nicely played from Burns. And you know, if that ace queen did get there, they might be looking to bet call. Whereas if he bet himself, he's unlikely to get a raise from his opponent given the flush.
Obviously, this is perfunctory from Burns. The raise is coming, and so is the fold for that matter. Conclusions foregone.
He's likely just to make a really big raise here, because if he was bluffing, it's often that naked ace of clubs, and he'd want to go quite meaty. He wants to kind of balance that range a bit.
210,000.
There it is.
There we go.
Nothing to think about for Dan Smith on that river. Credit to Cale Burns, who managed to shave off the extra 34,000 that it is doubtful he would have earned had he simply activated on the river as a lead. Well, there's a look at the state of affairs across these two featured tables, where Jeju took the wind out of the room, and some could say took Alex Foxen out of this event, even though the formalities were conducted by Espen Jørstad, who sits in second behind him, as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you. And as I mentioned and expanding upon it, it was that pot, but not to be overshadowed, of course, and perhaps even though it was just a single street. How about 2 kings, 2 aces, pre-flop, mystery hand, and we had a muck, and it was right.
Ollie, you
do it.
said you were going to jump into the water. And I don't know what degrees is it out there, but it's on stream. You have to do
Fake
it.
news.
No,
Fake
you have
news.
to do it.
Here's the thing. This isn't a seaside resort. Randy, what do you want me to take a cab? You want me to put on
I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it.
I bet you will. I bet you will, Randy. All right, listen, why don't we cut you guys loose for a roughly 10-minute break, and we're also going to be cutting Randy loose because for the first time ever, a man who, if you've ever seen him on a Triton, you've only seen him on the other side of the equation on the felt, is coming in here for his first commentary gig. He's going to be here for the whole 2 weeks. I'm going to leave it a mystery if you don't already know. We'll introduce him as soon as we're back from the break. Stay close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Kept his losses to a minimum with that ace-jack, and you at home are rewarded with another mystery hand. This time, Espen Jørstad on the button has his hand blocked out for the run of this one. I don't think he's going to be mucking the button, given that it's a mystery hand.
Look, he's going to play GTO.
29?
The mystery hand team here, honestly, though, they really should throw one of those at us where it's like mystery hand and then they just fold pre.
You just love the mischief?
Yeah. You got to keep us honest. Because at this point, we know it's going to be like a big pot, you know.
We don't know.
Yeah, we do. It's going to get down to the river, right?
No.
29,000, the 3-bet. Poorly timed, one would think, given only aces have these kings beat pre. Not impossible, but improbable. And Shu Wang now measuring out a 4-bet to 100,000.
That's a big 4-bet. 25 bigs.
What would have been the more standard sizing?
Probably closer to 60K, maybe a little more. We're playing 75 bigs deep.
Jørstad.
Against the big 4-bet,
All in?
yeah, it tends to just get in pre.
He rips.
He's not snapping off. Perhaps he is concerned about aces.
Randy, if this man folds pocket kings, I don't know how far we are from the ocean,
2,900.
but I'm diving right into it.
Can you just fold kings for me once you want?
Dude, I'm telling you, there's no... Okay. Oh, this is time banks.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Dude, if he folds kings in this spot.
Randy?
No way.
Randy. My swimsuit's in my room, Randy.
Espen could have queens. You could have ace king. You could have jacks.
27分钟熬不过去啊！操，这么牛逼的！
I mean, he's not stalling for a pay ladder. This is day one. Reg is still open. What's going on, Shu Wang? We cannot fear monsters under the bed. Of course, this would be an obscenely big pot, but the range includes things other than aces, does it not?
Yes, it certainly. Espen might be like, well, I'm up against ace king. I've got queens. Let's just rip it in. Maybe Espen's got ace king. You just can't fold this, right? You put in a third of your stack. You've got the second best hand in poker. And the speed with Espen jam, too. You know, some players like to take a little bit longer if maybe they're holding aces.
Too cooler?
Is it a cooler? He thinks it's a cooler.
I mean,
he's trying to get away from the cooler.
Randy, listen, the ocean, it's 40 degrees outside, man. I'm not really looking for a swim.
What does chat think?
I think they're ready to jump in the ocean, too. This is insanity we're observing here from Shu Wang. We've all been guilty of it, to be fair, where we just all of a sudden convince ourselves that the one thing that would be the nightmare is what we're facing. But we must accept our fate in situations such as this, where objectively the range includes things other than aces from Espen. But how insane would it be if he had the aces? Chat, what do you think? Are there aces in Espen's hand right now in this mystery? He folds the two kings. Is it aces? It was aces.
这都能盖，这哪有弃牌率啊？这个要 fold 啊！75个 BB 推我，因为我靠想。
Espen's gonna feel cheated when he figures this out.
Look at him.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 1 of this extra large size Triton Festival from here at the Landing Casino in Jeju. Ali Najad joined by, drum roll please, mystery solved, none other than Kevin Rabichow, successful professional poker player, longtime as well as coach, and a man who first joined us here in Jeju, not at the booth, but rather, let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app as a player. And let's see how you did in Jeju. Well, Kevin, that's not great. Oh, but wait a minute. Squeeze. 11th for $378,000. That's your career total at Triton. Looks like it was a festival saver last time, but obviously we kid. We know that that is a short-term thing, but we do have to ask, is maybe that the reason that you're working this, Jeju, instead of playing it, Kevin? What's the deal?
I mean, I don't know if it's fair to say that anything has motivated me more than just the allure of this great event, my love for the game and for coaching and for teaching, talking to the people about the game.
So no economics associated with the decision, Kevin? Is that what you're claiming?
I'm just going to continue to divert around that question.
So it's a non-zero chance. We're only teasing, of course. Great to have you with us. I know that you were lurking as this frame was going on, which means that you caught some of what happened during that second frame. And my goodness, I'm sure that we had to lift your jaw up off the ground as well. We saw the highlight of it just before we got back to the break. Kings in the bin pre.
Yeah. I mean, these tournaments start with a lot of chips in play, and you have to assume that for the first event of the series, people show up really wanting to make the right decision, right?
Sure.
And maybe that play blows up in another circumstance, but this time it was correct. And
yeah.
Those are the type of plays people want to make on this stage.
From correct to incorrect, Alex Foxen, his first bullet polished off, convinced himself he was up against a bluff with a couple of sevens. You've been out there as a player in Jeju, which of course contains a lot of recreational plays, specifically from the Chinese delegation, players whom we have less exposure to, Ren Lins and the sort notwithstanding. How much more difficult is the proposition for a reg when you have to play those guessing games and the blenders that you're put in by these characters out there?
Yeah, I had a hard time with it myself. Like, you want to be dialed in with the type of opposition you're playing, right? And if you don't play in this part of the world very often, you're not really in tune with the way that they think, with the way that they operate, right? And, I mean, he's not going to be afraid to make plays that maybe look silly in hindsight, but those types of plays maybe on home turf would work out more often than not, right?
Yeah, yeah. Always nice to be on home turf because you know what you're surrounded by. Here, you're very much a visiting player. As we send it back down into the arena for frame number 3 of a total of 5 that we'll be bringing you here today. Coverage of event number 1, which will take 3 days in total to crown a champ. Brought to you by WPT Global. You see Christoph Vogelsang there. There's Artur Martirosyan, Ponikovs, gabbing it up a little bit on the back end of the break before the cards get back into the air. Love these walks around the room to see what's what. And eventually we will land upon the feature table. That used to be a feature table right there with Ren Lin and Co. Oh, spin move. And eventually we do land with a shot of the 2 feature tables, and there they are. Red and blue. Jiming Shu, 288,000. Not a huge margin. Over the top of... Do not adjust your screen. Yoda is in the event, Kevin. Is that not the green Star Wars Yoda? I thought he was just a one-name guy.
I have a feeling you're right about that.
I mean, do we have a Jedi amongst? I don't see big ears and wispy white hair, so I think it's a different Yoda. Although, cool it would be if Yoda was actually out there.
Too much sometimes.
If Yoda registered for an event, though,
okay,
and like I drew his table, I would just unregister for the event if possible. I'd be like, guys, I don't feel well. I think Jedis might. He keeps reading my hand exactly. Armaganian, who earlier during frame number 1, when I was sitting here with Randy, I was trying to come up with the name of the individual who really, it should be said, had flirtatious overtures toward the dealer during a feature test. It was Aram Oganyan himself.
Really?
Credit to the man, by the way, a multitasker. out there. Unfortunately, I think he was drawing dead. That dealer, I believe, is married. So I don't think he knew that because I think it was a no ring situation. Unless you think, Kevin, that your assignment would include nothing more than analyzing poker hands. I'm tasking you with things beyond the purview. As no analysis required for
You're like,
Binder
yes, my friends
from
can't
the
see
button
how I lose
concedes.
today.
Well, watch it.
Maybe he wants to see you come back. That'll be nice. Good luck.
Sergei Moiseev out of the big with the 80K. Well, it looks like David Coleman had his number pulled, and that's good news for everybody in that field. I would imagine David's somebody that you've had to contend with on a time or two throughout the course of your career, Kevin. Tough opposition.
Oh yeah, definitely. And coming off a huge year on the Poker Go Tour, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's where he plies his trade more often than not, back in the U.S. And he's going to cause some people some problems, having worked his way into the Triton streets. New look at the other feature table. Love this look, by the way, with the Argyle sweater and the newsy hat in the 2-hole. That is Yoda Lin. That is the look apropos of Yoda, you know.
You think if he was in this tournament, that's
that's
how he would dress.
It's bespoke, snappy, distinguished. Folded all the way around to Jing Yao Yan. Limps the 10-6 offsuit. And how about D. Peets? In the big blind, Jack-9 of diamonds. Knuckles back.
Yeah, it didn't look like he thought too hard about raising that one. Just kind of an in-between strength hand. Happy to check.
A good spotlight for...
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Not bad.
And happy to look at top pair is Jing.
Don't think it would have been that unusual. It looked like he did think about leading on the flop, but he decides to check, just being out of position.
Coleman checking back and finding the better hand on the turn. Second check from Jan.
Yeah,
is that surprising to you at all that he wouldn't lead the turn?
You know, his hand looks strong enough to put some money in the pot, but it's not that unusual when a new top pair presents, a new possible top pair presents, to just kind of keep checking with these second pairs, third pairs. When you're playing blind versus blind, both players can kind of have anything.
Right.
So it's reasonable to be worried that Peters could have a 9.
Yeah, slow played 3-4, 7-8 could be a part of things as well.
Obviously, he knows how, his hand is strong. He calls quickly.
Well, it's a lot stronger now. After he check called 10,000 on the turn, he finds trip 6s on the river. Peters has himself a problem, in particular courtesy of the fact that Giannis checked a third time, and we really don't expect trip 6s to be across the way. Value pursuits could prove harmful.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Peters doesn't think his hand is best right now, or at least he's going to be willing to make a pretty big value bet. Goes for about 3/4 pot, and it looks like now Yan has to decide if his hand's good enough to raise. He's acted quickly earlier in the hand, so he knows he has a decision.
And this is awkward now as Peters understandably barreled. Now faces the check. Let's call it 3x. And what do we beat with Jack-9 now?
Only bluffs. He knows that Yan wouldn't raise a weaker 9 for value. Pretty much any 3 of a kind does make sense. Maybe a slow play.
Yeah.
You flop a straight or you turn a straight with a flush draw. Hand that might play trappy all the way to the river.
Whatever it is, it's got this Jack-9 pretty shriveled. But much like that which we were touching upon On the welcome back, Kevin, going up against these unknown entities can prove challenging. But no cat-killing curiosity on display there from Peters as he bins it correctly.
Yeah, it did look like he is willing to give credit to, you know, an unknown player to him to be capable of a river check raise bluff. It's the kind of thing that maybe if you're a little bit too confident that it's never going to happen, you know, maybe in certain circles, in certain games, it's never going to happen. But the players who come out to Triton are capable players.
And on the topic of the players that come out to Triton, how about the man in seat 1? That name, Alexander Sapt, ring a bell at all, Rabichow? Is that not the infamous... Go on.
I believe it's Wolfgang Poker.
That I believe it is. And many people in the chat have been begging for us to get him on stream. Ask and ye shall receive. Is it Wolfgang Amadeus Poker? Or is it just Wolfgang Poker? Probably just the latter, right?
Probably. My familiarity with classical music actually perhaps stronger than my familiarity with...
Is that true?
Poker vloggers, yeah. It's been a little while, though.
Wow. We may have to explore this, as I, too, am a classical fan. Kevin, this date is going well. Pocket Kings has Symbolus. Not going to be putting him into the muck. Lithuanian takes us up to 25,000. Simkok with a hard 6.
3-bet size is small-ish, noticing that the opener only has, is that about 28, 30 big blinds to start the hand. And the price is good enough that I'm not surprised to see any pair think about calling, and this is what you're hoping for.
Yep. Crab Bisque on this Jack 10-3 flop for Simkok Y, and for Symbolus, this is not what he ordered. The overpair granted spadeless and a somewhat textured board, but really no reason to suspect that we're beaten. As it stands with 62.5 in the middle, he is just 12% from this point forward. Follow through of 17.5.
And I think on the flop, Mata's had a decision about how big to go. He's got to be thinking about all the draws that a pre-flop range like this would be likely to have a lot of. But he's also trying to keep in a hand like pocket 5s that didn't make that strong of a hand here. So.
Sure. Now, if you're able to still hear Kevin and I, our apologies. The video just cut out for us as well, so unclear how things are progressing in that particular pot in terms of the overpair and bottom set. Chat, if you would, talk to us and let us know whether or not you can still hear us. Okay, so it does seem that those of you who are streaming us live can hear us, but much like Kevin and I, the video did just cut out. So we're doing our best as people are scrambling right now to determine what the technical issue is. But while that happens, Kevin, why don't you go ahead and in a fantasy land play that pot out? Where did we leave it off? It was the C-bet from the two kings of 17.5. The sizing was quite kosher. I would imagine that those threes, if you're sitting on them, aren't in a rush to pile more chips into the pot on the flop, right?
Yeah, I think if I was playing that spot, there's not a lot of money behind. So the hands that I would be looking to raise on the flop are not as strong as a set, basically. Maybe a top pair type hand that wants protection, some hand that wants to put stacks in, but a set of threes can trap.
Well, it looks like, courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app, as the video has come up but has done so in a subsequent pot, we do deliver the following news. It was a check raise on the flop to 40K from Simcock-Y, and that left Symbolis piling in, asking for the rest of Y's chips. He did make the call, and the run out was a 7 and a 5 after the jam. And so Simcock-Y ends up doubling through the kings of Symbolis. Now then, we've got one in progress here where ace-9 and ace-7 are squaring off. Binder with the gut shot. Open ender for Xixiang Luo.
Around? Both are for you? Or?
Queen on the turn. Doesn't improve upon either holding.
Looks to me like a pretty reasonable spot to keep telling that story that we flopped a good hand. That queen is looking pretty safe, pretty blank for the under the gun player check calling the flop.
How much is this?
33K as the storytelling, much like you suspected, Kevin, continues.
Yeah, I like this play. It's difficult for Binder to have connected with this queen, except for maybe with ace-queen. So we're putting a lot of pressure on hands that can't do much. It's an interesting spot for ace-9 because we do have added equity. But there's even some question of whether we beat all the bluffs.
Well, concession from the ace-9, understandably. Second barrel, earning Luo the pot there.
Can you change this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, have you noticed? Guy thinks he's slick.
No, it's mine.
Yeah, this is your.
I only this.
I only this.
And this? Mine?
For you.
Not now, not now. After.
Okay, okay.
Sergey here starting the hand with just under 20 big blinds.
That's a flip.
Flip, flip. I had more percentage. More chance.
Oganyan, 10-9 suited in the small, obviously a tempter.
I think with more money behind, he might be thinking about 3-betting. But certainly the price is too good to fold.
He agrees. Calling 10,000. Regrettably, he is dominated
Oh, I took one, sorry.
by Binder,
No,
who
I
in
don't
turn has
order.
dominated himself on a queen 6-5 board.
Sorry.
That's a problem
It's okay, it's okay.
for Bernhard,
Yeah,
the Austrian. Outkicked.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult
Well,
when playing this shallow to get away from a queen, regardless of the kicker.
oh. Sorry.
Moiseev, 12K, sheds Oganyan. Binder is the covering stack. Let's see the road he seeks to travel.
How I play?
He's definitely got a decision. If we expect Sergey to bet the flop with his ace-kings, his small pocket pairs. Definitely could have been some value in raising, but he decides just to check call and keep a lot of bluffs in.
4 diamonds on the turn.
It did look like he was very seriously considering leading there, and it kind of makes sense, to be honest. Like when you get that third low card and you're the player from the big blind,
This whole table's like last.
Understandably, the pre-flop raiser, Sergey here, is not going to be thrilled to keep betting with anything marginal.
You think the SPR had a little something to do with it potentially, in terms of just expecting that hands that would continue might pounce upon us if we do come with the lead?
Yeah, I mean, if he did lead, I would expect it to be small. So potentially he's just trying to get a little bit of action from a hand that's very dead, you know, a hand like pocket nines that decides to check back. But maybe we could get a little bit of money in by representing something marginal.
Great camera work by the team there as they zoom in on Moiseev, fervently shuffling chips after having stuck in more than half of his remaining stack.
This has got to look strong to Binder if he hasn't put the money in already, because he's got quite a big hand for the
I
spot.
want to see who bluffs it off. You know, whoever has one big blind. It's coming up. All the one big blinders. The next one. We'll see who bluffs. We'll see who bluffs too much. Nobody.
Wow. Binder, who obviously had a fairly lean stack back himself, didn't seem keen on the notion that the remaining 33 rated to come in on the river and unimproved. That was going to leave his queen 10 with some concerns, but your eyebrows a bit raised there, Kevin. You expected continuation.
It's I mean, potentially an extremely good fold. It's hard to not just look at the absolutes of the situation and say, I've got top pair, it's less than 20 big blinds, let's put the money in, right? But I think he sensed something about that turn play. It was a pretty large bet. It was pretty quick. Maybe he got a read.
Suited, obviously.
Yeah, I know.
I wish if I had 10 jack suited, I would have been all in free. I might have won. Might have took it down.
I don't think so.
I mean, you never know.
Quick discipline fold there with pocket deuces from early position.
You're right.
Hong Jun Zhao, who we've seen before in these streets. Min raise with the blinds at 25 and 5. Luo avoids temptation. Ace queen suited now for Ivan Zhang.
And pretty quickly just decides to call. It's a lot of chips to consider putting in against an early position raise, almost 30 big blinds.
Two quick checks, by the way, including from the pre-flop raiser who had second pair, which looks a lot better now after the king pairs. Still no betting is a blistering pace with which all streets were checked down. And A7 recognizing the good fortune to have found a W against ace queen. And you know, that pot, and I'm not just talking in terms of pacing, but exhibits some of the adjustment and some of the range reevaluation that one needs to make when you're out there. People value hands differently. People have wildly varied tendencies to bluff or to pile way more chips than would be warranted under conventional wisdom into certain spots. And like you said, having played Jeju, and obviously not until the very last event that you played did you find the money. I'm sure a lot of it had to do with bewildering situations that you were put in where it just seemed like anything that you would have assessed built upon your foundation didn't necessarily apply to the same degree here.
Yeah, definitely. And I almost felt at like an inherent disadvantage to the local pros or the pros who travel, the Asian tour, who have more experience, because I don't want to say that these are an unpredictable group of players, but you see someone, happy to check down quickly in a situation like that, but you don't know if it's because of the hand that they had or if it's because of the stage of the tournament, the specific event they're playing, the specific person they're playing it against, right? There's a lot to take in.
In terms of this being a Formula One race, right, Triton, it's difficult enough to set up a race car that, can get around the track efficiently against other pros. But now to know that you've got to have different configurations that you need to put together to be able to run against some of these, you know, the Chinese delegation, maybe the, you know, North American delegation, the Europeans, the Rex. I mean, it's a pretty overwhelming proposition. The task is tall.
Mm-hmm.
Nines for Jingyao Yan. Opens. Simcock Wise pocket fives. Seek to perform in the same manner his pocket threes did versus the kings of Simbolas. Matas would love a pound of flesh, as many of chips that were formerly known as his do rest there in the button, but even he cannot call from the big.
It's pretty
aside.
It's a pretty disciplined fold from the big blind, and it's...
Wow, how well served was he, by the way? He would have had top pair here against bottom set, as yet again the Malaysian finds himself in a wonderful spot. Granted, Yan does not hold the over pair, but rather second pair effective.
Yeah, and he starts with a bet. I mean, this hand looks worthy of protection. It looks strong enough to get value. And playing this one slow could actually...
Oh, now this is interesting because the pre-flop opener under the gun could very well attempt to represent the ace on the turn after the follow-through, which was flatted in contrast to the check-raise line that Y played off of an admittedly leaner stack than post-double-up that he brought into the collision with the kings. Now this time, showing us a different approach. Nothing different about Jan's choice, though, as he barrels again, this time 45,000.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a dangerous situation, and part of the benefit of playing such a strong hand as a set slowly, there is a flush draw on the board, there is a straight draw on the board, but Y didn't think it was necessary to protect his hand on the flop, and that's leading to this extremely low equity bluff in reaction to the board changing here on the turn.
I mean, to be fair, it does set the stage nicely for a lot of the combinations that would be something akin to a 10x to be left in a real blender on a river spot where something innocent looking rolls off, and now maybe Jan decides that he wants to target that kit and continue to represent an ace. It would be ill-fated, of course, as we can see, but a notion, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm impressed by this slow play by Y so far, like correctly identifying on a board that looks like this that he might be up against a relatively hopeless bluff.
Right.
Not a, you know, a big straight draw, flush draw type of hand that you would traditionally think is what's coming. Because I think a lot of players would have just fast played the flop or fast played the turn, worried about what rivers might come. Potentially this pays off big.
I mean, and it couldn't get any cleaner for him in terms of no diamond, no club to worry about, no inside card between the ace or the 10. And I think there's a lot of combinations that would be hunting value in terms of the ace-x, bar ace-x of diamonds with a diamond rolling off on the end, that could be drawing dead. And so with that, the fives, happy to flat. Now Jan does not get ambitious, identifying that maybe there's going to be some adhesion on the end here if we did barrel.
And I mean, this hand's not automatically over. Once Y presumably comes with a bet here, now we're looking at a situation where every visible draw except for 7-8 suited has missed by the river, and pocket nines has real value.
Yeah, you just don't expect 10x to be betting for value. Ace-X could maybe, depending on the sizing, be associated with this, where it flatted on the button pre, just not looking to inflate, tore one off in position, maybe some sort of backdoor draw, coupled with the ace-X, found top pair, and now is looking for value. In any case, I think more on Jan's mind is going to be the inside Broadway stuff and both busted draws, which he unblocks with heart and spade in hand.
And this is part of what makes these players so tough, right? Is like you're looking at a hand that was originally a bluff from the pre-flop raiser, looking at a board that he thought he could represent something on. But he's seriously considering every option at every point in this hand. Like, he's taking every potential action quite seriously. And I think it's a strength of the competition here.
Seconds.
$110K gets paid off, and we unpacked it and we understood it. Unfortunately for Jan on this occasion, his suspicions proved incorrect, as the set of fives played to perfection there by Y. Generally speaking, flopping a couple of sets will be a big part of a healthy spin-up, as Rakai Shawi Mehdi of Morocco hopes to do the same. Pocket threes here. Binder leaning. Ace-king of diamonds. Just 105 to start the hand behind for Binder.
I play 105.
Yeah, definitely short enough that he could have just gone all in. Something you might see more often with offsuit ace-queen, offsuit ace-king. But here with ace-king suited, I mean, I would say he's potentially going to get action, but I don't know that he really wants action from pocket threes. He'd almost prefer to just be all in and have it get folded.
Jack 9-4. Flat call doesn't yield the third three, but his hand is still good. Doesn't realize it. Binder doesn't love the lack of a diamond on the board in terms of c-bet propositions, let alone the lack of ammo with just 80K back and 62.5 in the middle.
Yeah, these spots can get really tricky, and you're seeing more players in situations like this extend the hand out across multiple streets, keep using small bets even when it looks like there's not enough behind to keep using small bets. A hand like ace-king is weak enough to fold out some hands that it loses to, and also weak enough that if he gets jammed on, he can comfortably fold.
5 seconds.
15-5. Bet and called. And that's a really nice turn with these threes in terms of not complicating the texture. Obviously, backdoor hearts arrive. But if you have to pick turn cards when you're peeling with pocket threes that you prefer, that rate's among them. I think the 3 would have been maybe tops on the list, if I'm being honest, of course. But we can't always get what we want. Look at this.
Yeah, clearly he agrees that this is a favorable card because he's decided that it's worth leading on.
And it's one of those things, it's a line that kind of puts the cuffs on a wide array of holdings and allows you to get to a river, not that you're looking to do that necessarily because you figure when you're called, there's a good chance you're beat, for a cheaper price than you might otherwise. Binder correctly surmising that this sort of line is attached to weakness with some frequency, pounces, and does so with nothing more than ace-high in a hurry, no less, Kevin.
Yeah, he wasted no time on this one. This is a pretty complicated spot. For both players, this is a pretty complicated spot.
Well, the speed with which Binder jammed and the relative speed with which Mehdi folded made it look not that complicated for either of them. Obviously, not all of the nuance could be unpacked in that particular space, but credit to Binder. I mean, these things are more difficult than they look. He doesn't know he's up against pocket threes, and yet he just took his chance for his tournament life.
You tell me you have pocket checks here.
No.
Over top set and turn the clock.
No.
You jam more into him?
No, I just one pair. I won't call.
No, we are not talking about your hand. We're talking about this hand.
Oh, this hand. Okay.
He said he only played nuts, so he should have pocket jack quads there.
By the way, that's a couple of guys squaring off there who are very new to Triton. Binder at his first ever festival first event. This is just Mehdi's third ever event. Played a 25K 8 max in Cyprus in 2022, failed to cash, then Monte Carlo in 23. 25K GG Millions Live, did not cash in that one either, and here he is at his third ever festival third event with pocket nines, going back to work, min raise open.
Looking back. Okay, fuck you, man.
Suited one gapper.
Kind of appealing hand out of the small blind when there's a min raise and you're playing pretty deep as well.
Stand here.
He say Mandarin. Right?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
talk
okay.
Sure.
Great spot for Mehdi. Gut shot for Zhao. 2 over cards. Staring the Moroccan in the face. No club on board. Zhao slips it. Mehdi doesn't waste any time checking back. Oh, and the case 9 says hello on the turn. Excuses for Zhao to continue beyond the gut shot. And in the face of a check back and the undoubted barrel, which is forthcoming, unclear from whom, we're going to see action. Do you favor a lead from Zhao in a spot such as this?
I like that he keeps checking because I think the under the gun razor actually shows a fair bit of strength by checking behind a board with a king and a 10 on it. Like you would expect if you have a weak hand and you've opened from under the gun, you see a board like this, you're probably just going to maintain the lead and you're probably going to try to represent something. So
now this is perhaps greedy from Mehdi. Granted, there's some texture out there to try to charge, but full pot?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he's obviously got a hand that's strong enough to bet this size, but it's going to give Zhao a reason to wonder how he could bluff, what he's using to bluff in this way, why he would go so large. Seems like it's going to work for value, though, because Zhao thinks he's picked up enough equity to continue.
Does make the call.
And if I'm in Mehdi's position here, I'm thinking that Zhao can have a hand as strong as a king. I mean, 2 straights came in on the turn. I've raised from under the gun. I wouldn't mind going for another really big bet, kind of challenging Zhao to make a big fold, right?
Look at this. From full pot to overbet against this deep stack, which covers him, Mehdi, making it 125,000. And, you know, I can recall having observed Mr. Zhao on prior occasions here at Triton, and he does feel cut from the kind of cloth that can maybe get a little stickier and more stubborn than the average contestant. It was just in the 50K short deck main, albeit, that we observed him, and that's a very different animal, but he does release correctly.
No, never.
100% no bluff there.
Never bluff.
100%
No, it's fine.
100% no bluff there.
Right next to me.
100% below bluff there.
No bluff.
No bluff.
No bluff. Value. Always. 9-10 suited.
It's an honest table.
My face. Always value. 9-10 suited.
Okay, 9.
Kind of a fun table insofar as at the minute that the hand's done, everybody's speculating.
King. No, king.
Go jet. What? No.
Queen jack.
No king jack.
No, no, yeah.
King A.
Queen A?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what it's emblematic of for me, Kevin, you know, as somebody who's commentated on a whole array of different climates across, you know, a better than 3-decade span, I want to say at this point. No, better than 2-decade span, where the game has evolved tremendously. Observing this sort of table dynamic, which is prevalent at Triton, I would say, even amongst the pros, harkens to an era that maybe, you know, has been superseded by the, you know, the climate these days. These guys genuinely are probably a little earlier in their poker careers, although that's a bit presumptuous. But they're definitely still enjoying the game in a way that maybe the average pro, no matter how much they're enjoying it, doesn't necessarily let on in terms of their affect.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as you were bringing that up. Just like you can feel how much they love playing this game.
Yeah.
When they're acting this way at the table.
Yeah, they're having fun, man.
Even when it's, I mean, they're competitors. They're trying to play their best, right? But also seems like they're fans at the same time.
I'm a tight and weak player.
You folded
Tight
C1?
weak.
Huh? Tight and weak.
Yeah, tight and weak.
Yeah, that's what I saw from earlier. That I see.
Tight and weak.
Well, I've just had my attention directed to a very pertinent
Why not friendly?
threshold that we are inching our way toward, and that is the record-setting field of 305 players at last Jeju's kickoff event, or 25K, rather, forgive me, not the kickoff event.
I should have trusted you. Did I?
We are only 2 away from that now, here in this 15K. 303 entries.
No, I'm not free betting that. If my picker slightly better, I snap call.
Showing 305 in the field now on the screen, which would mean we have now tied the number. Yes. Simone Andrian steps aside,
Go check the video. You will
having
say
his 10K
no
open.
lying.
3-bet.
Ace queen.
Huh?
Ace queen. Ace
No,
jack.
ace queen.
Ace jack.
No S queen. All I can tell you is no S queen. S queen I might call. What?
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 English is no good.
Joe Chen is the man who normally dons that particular jacket. But it looks like Ivan Zhang has earned enough points in the store to redeem for one himself.
I thought it looked familiar.
Right? Haven't seen Joe out here, but I would imagine he's not far.
I think I saw him making his way through the hallway.
Did
for this
you?
event.
Yeah, he doesn't miss one, does he?
Yeah.
He plays it all, my boy. And he looks like he sleeps not at all in between them, if I'm being honest. Xixiang Luo espousing the suited connector, understandably. Armaganian perhaps glitching in the small blind with Jack-6 offsuit.
Shuffling his time banks, perhaps subconsciously thinking about the time that he's using as he folds that hand.
Yeah. Really no decision.
Everyone on this table is very aggressive. Be careful. No worries.
King 4 off getting chewed on here.
9-10 suited.
It seems like he was weighing.
That's all I've been waiting for the whole day. I got
Seems like the type of hand from the big blind that you'd be weighing whether you should call or 3-bet or maybe even fold, kind of an all-3 type of hand.
And I think it is like the king smaller card, queen smaller card that we've seen fall into favor as a 3-bet candidate from later position opens because of the way it unblocks
No, he told him everyone's
some of the
really
middling
aggressive
stuff
at
and
the table,
interferes
and I was,
with
like, saying,
some of the
I'm
larger
drinking
stuff,
9-10
right?
suited.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also just kind of a cuspy hand, right? Like it's just on the edge of maybe you're not making so much money by flatting this hand.
Everyone's playing like a
Try and do something else with it.
Well, note that what you have done is provide yourself the opportunity to represent this particular board. Ace 6-4, a couple of hearts. You have a pair and you have the king of hearts working. Gut shot, straight draw, all that Luo produces.
Yeah. What did you have?
Set of X.
Too good. Too good, man. Are you from China too?
It's an interesting kind of hand strength. I mean,
amazing.
I'm not surprised to see him bet small on this board with basically anything. But given that there's only about 100K behind and 100K in the pot, his hand's kind of good. It might be hoping for a fold, but it has some value.
I think he would have preferred a fold, and obviously very much so, given a 5 awaited him on the turn. Binder now drawing dead as Low finds the gut shot.
You would never go on with 4s. This is not your strategy. This is not like
Sub 1 SPR. Bernhard showed a lot of heart when he jammed that ace-king suited. Unfortunately, it would be heartbreak if he chose to come with something similar here.
The fact that he made a weak pair here might bail him out. He might see this as a hand that has some showdown value, but
because that's what actually he is chasing flush. That's why when he check raise you,
there's always an argument to continue to represent an ace on a board where it's kind of difficult for the cutoff to have much of anything.
Let's see how fast he runs.
45.
45,000. Very fast. Slap.
Well, then he wasn't chasing though. I want him to run.
And again, we have a situation where if Luo decides to slow play, despite all the draws on this board, he might give himself the chance to win it all. I have a feeling if he fast plays here, it's not going to get the rest of it.
Well, this is a fruitless 45,000, and it does get piled on. This is demoralizing, but pretty straightforward release there for Bernhard, and you can see the smirk as his day getting worse.
If I can play kings there, I'll call.
Perhaps a merciful all in there because a flat, who knows? Maybe Binder sails off for the rest on the river. Not impossible that a king or a 4 roll off to make it a more straightforward procedure.
What a great bet. Someone took over 310 for 1,000. Good bet. That was an easy one though.
Yeah.
Someone has 370. 370 seems like
That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's close.
I mean, it probably would be if they went capping the
buy-ins, yeah. But still, everyone that busts now will definitely re-enter.
Right, but you have to wait still. There's alternates.
Yeah. That's fine, but people will bust and then it could get to 370.
I'm not going to say this as a personal slight, but in terms of people that you really didn't want to extend an invitation to join this particular party, Stephen Chidwick has got to be tops on the list of uninvited guests. Really, really difficult opposition has arrived. Granted, just 170,000 he brings with him, but a wealth of talent and success on the Triton Tour. One of the toughest opponents you could ever hope to be up against in these fields, which have plenty of softer spots, shall we call them. Mehdi, nothing soft about ace-queen. Cut off open, very legitimate. Oganyan exploring king-jack on the button as a flat. Binder with ace-9 off, decides to jam the 61 out there. Kevin, is this a defeatist choice or is this straightforward?
I want to say it's straightforward. The complicated part here is Oganyan's flat, with full knowledge that Binder sits behind with only 10 big blinds. I mean, he's gonna approach this spot a little more cautiously, knowing that the 10 big blinds will go in a lot, so maybe he doesn't flat with the most speculative hands.
Well, just to usher whatever it is that he did flat with further toward the muck, Mehdi ended up 4-betting it, and so Oganyan's fold leaves the ace-9 in a way. 146,000 chip pot in a 9-free environment means Binder's time rates to be coming to an end, at least in terms of bullet number 1, presumably. Well, hang on now. Maybe a chop and a reprieve awaiting Binder. If he can find the 5 or tray, 9 would have, of course, still been the clean winner, and instead it is in upside-down form that it shows up on the end. A 6 showering the Austrian, Bernhard Binder's bullet.
I know you know. Yeah, I know you know.
He goes out on a series of aggressive but very reasonable plays. Seems like the type of play style that could easily lead him to a big chip stack early in a tournament.
What do you think I have?
But it doesn't work out on this bullet.
What do you think I have? 9-10 suited.
9-10 suited.
Every time.
Oh, how about the whole thing goes
I
flying?
call it. I call it. It's the only hand I play.
9-10,人家 aces. Snack call you.
No, I just call. I want to see flop. I have
9-10. 4-bet. Orange.
You know what I've always thought is so remarkable, not just about poker in general, but obviously as a subset, Triton, is as you glance upon this collection of people at this particular table, you just have to imagine that bar poker, in what
That's why you come to Asia?
universe would these guys be exposed to one another? Most of them just never otherwise would, and yet here they are having a good time.
Yeah, I got 2 buttons. Can't even win.
Collectively gathered around the game
12,000
that they all presumably love and sometimes hate. Tumultuous is the relationship we have with this wicked witch, and yet we just can't break up with her. Ace-king suited all over Chidwick's 8-4, both pre-flop and most definitely post. As Andrian makes top 2 pair, really no excuse for a continue out of Chidwick, provided that Andrian bets. He's got a ton of hand, though. Wouldn't need to. Might look a little suspect if he didn't, so the 11K follow-through earns him the pot uneventfully.
Yeah.
So we have one more player coming.
I guess so.
Need more chips.
Big stack, you want big stacks?
Yeah.
You greedy, huh? You want everything.
That's why we play poker, right?
You're right.
Now, presuming that you don't already know the answer, Kevin, I want you to hazard a guess, if you would. Indulge me.
All right.
In what the career Triton earnings are for Stephen Chidwick.
Career Triton earnings. I'm going to go with 9.5 million.
9.5, you say? Allow me a moment. As the app, of course, has decided to be non-compliant. I'm going to take the over on 9.5 million, by the way. But of course, I know.
I did speed through
kind
my
of
answer, but
yeah, you know, there's
I'm
no
sure
rush.
I've looked. I'm sure I've looked once.
You were close.
Yeah.
No. 24 million plus in career Triton earnings.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. He puts in volume, but period, full stop, that's a lot. Meanwhile, top pair is a lot for Oganyan. Cutoff opener isn't a favorite to get any patronage out of the Italian once the C-bet presumably comes forward. 12K pre, 6K post.
Good flop.
Arrivederci, says Simone.
That's all I play.
I was about to say, get it.
Only 9-10 suited.
Should be show one, show all. Show one card, show all cards.
No, 9-10 suited. You know, I tell you what it is. It's 9-10 suited.
No, I don't believe that.
Right.
Could be king 10, queen 10.
Queen 10. Queen 10, I go all in.
Don't listen to him.
All you need to know that it's 9-10 suited. It was funny though, that one hand where I mucked and I really did have it. When the 10 got shown. That was brutal.
Luo with King Jack suited under the gun. And the Red Dragon man opens the minimum with the blinds at 3 and 6. Oganyan shows no interest in the ace-6 suited. Obviously, the ace-2s through the ace-5 suited we prefer, just given the wheel proposition.
Yeah, pretty quick fold, but middle position versus early, showing a little bit of discipline.
No takers. That looks like one of those little Squid Game bauble, weeble sorts of things that he's using as a card protector there, metallic edition. It also looks like a couple other things that I don't really want to bring up, but I'm just saying that.
Like a
anyway,
like a golden snowman, you mean?
Yes, Kevin, your innocence
Yeah.
is applauded, as is your diplomatic response. It looks like that BB-8 bot, not the R2-D2, but the other one that like rolls around. You know what I'm talking about? And the you're not a Star Wars guy.
Not exactly.
Oh my God, I got Randy Part 2 in the booth over here, James. Why don't you send me someone who's actually watched a movie, just any movie at all?
You have moved from another table, right?
What's going on, Kevin? What's
My
the
next-
last movie you watched?
Table, right?
My next suggestion
That
was
was a
it
big
it
blind.
looked like a doorknob. Just
So
like
it's
a
gonna
golden
be
doorknob.
the West position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does.
You sweet cherub. I can't, but what is the last movie you watched, though, Rabbit, honestly? Was it on the plane on the way over here?
No, I slept. Didn't watch a movie. I'm honestly struggling to remember.
This is insanity. What is going on? None of my pop culture references will ever resonate with my color analysts. I'm doomed. Meanwhile, Oganyan finds himself a Broadway gutty after opening up front +1. Andrian flatted the 9.
You have more chips than both of us.
Yeah. Actually, I want someone with chips coming, so I can get more chips instead of.
He has a lot.
Yeah, he got all
Maybe
my
we can
chips.
share. Okay.
It goes check, check, and Aram finds a welcome sight.
Definitely could have been a flop
Chinese
where
folks got
Oganyan
most of the chips from me.
does some c-betting.
He got yours.
But on queen high,
Like,
I understand him deciding to check more often than not.
Walk me through it. What is it about the fact that we've turned top pair with a Broadway gutty that lends to the check? Is it being fearful of getting raised off of our equity?
I don't know that he's fearful of the raise so much as just the board changing in some way. Like his hand is good, but it's quite often up against hands that are good or similarly strong. And there's a lot of ways for his hand to be kind of average by the river, right? The club's complete, the 4 to a straight completes. There's a
Yeah. It's crazy.
kind
And
of,
lots of people
not
waiting.
exactly way ahead, way behind situation because he has the added gut shot, but I understand him deferring to the river to see kind of exactly what his hand is worth instead of bloating the pot on the turn.
So
After level
finally
10.
on the end,
Oh,
Canyon Barrels shows the 10.
Every time I have
Was that a rebuy or you were in for the...
This is my rebuy.
I know you had not this time.
Huh?
You got a
No,
quick rebuy in.
for sure you had not.
I busted really
I
good.
did
not?
And then I waited.
100%.
He bets the turn with them.
How long do you have to wait?
Yeah, but I have the 9.
Probably about an hour.
Oganyan having a tough time selling the table on the 9-10 on that occasion as Simone speculates it was the nuts. Not quite, but it felt that way given the action. Hongjun Zhao, the leader at the table. 88 big blinds deep, north of $500,000 in front of him, which is quite a bit of runway between himself and Simcock Y, who's enjoyed a couple of sets, once against the overpair. That is a big part of the calculus that puts him atop the red table. Jing Yao Yan has slipped to sub 70,000. Is that Kristen Foxen I spy who's occupied the 1 hole? Sure looked like it, and confirmed it is. She's only got 114,000 in tow. There is Kristen. She's coming off of some victories in Las Vegas. Ace-7 suited has caused her to activate, and it is pipping Zhao. You know, I really like Zhao's table presence. There's something, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but there's something just kind of intimidating, a little bit menacing about him. Granted, his stature has a little something to do with it, I would imagine, psychologically. But just, you know, he looks like a tough customer. He looks like a guy that's not going to be pushed around out there. King 10 suited. Hops in from the small. Mehdi can close the action for just 6K more and get 8-1. So while Queen 6 suited isn't exactly the prom queen, he's going to take her to the dance. 54 in total out there. Four-way affair. Ace-8 tray with a couple of clubs. Absolute dynamite for Zhao.
Interested to see what Chrissy goes with here. 'Cause it's certainly not a mandatory betting spot, but now that we've gone 4 ways to the flop, she's only got 100,000 behind into 50. Could justify playing this a little bit fast, but she decides to check, being out of position to the button. It's a pretty good way to get some information and have the action come back to her.
22,000, once it does, is what it'll cost for her to continue, and that's not modest in terms of its percentage of remaining chips.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot when you're this shallow. I mean, do you trust that Zhao mostly has equity, has something he's interested in putting the rest in with, and just fast play your hand? Or do you call and hope to maybe get away at some point? She does just decide to put it in and run her equity.
Yep.
哦，这个你还领先他。
Fortunately for her, she's got a lot to fade. Granted, she's pipping, but you see the equities in favor of Zhao with 2 to come in a $250,000 chip pot.
大牌是好的。
7.
Very good one. 他现在
5.
前占一部分。
4 deuce. I'm not sure why we're showing the outs on Kristen. Maybe it's because we recognize that the club was inbound. I mean, regardless, she had the lead on the turn. It was Zhao that needed the club or the 6. There were some opportunities, but ultimately he finds the club, and Foxen finds the rebuy desk, no doubt.
我给他翻译了，但是人家是很友善的说希望而已，不是说要赢。No way。结果事与愿违。
I mean, it wasn't 9-10 suited.
是不是能把刚才赢我的能还我点了？
How sick is it every hand I've shown the 10? It's pretty sick, actually. Strong.
4万多。
我给你30万，等我4万。I played 9-10 suited.
30万你们打了。
I'm sure.
25万，25万多。
So strong.
That's her first hand, right?
Yeah, she got dealt in. I asked her, remember?
Sick.
Unlucky. She's the nicest person ever too.
Really?
She's so chill.
如果不发花就是危险。
Chidwick's under the gun open with the baby suited ace. Performing well all the way through to the big blind. Oganyan with queen 10 off will hop in for an extra 6.
Like 150 to start?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Queen in the window, but 2 clubs behind it as things cook. Top pair checking over. We have seen the nut flush draw be fairly reserved on more than one occasion. Granted, these were multi-way spots where it wasn't in position against the field, but let's await Stevie's choice.
Yeah, normally being in position with the 2 high cards, I'm expecting Stevie to be aggressive, just kind of waiting to see what size he goes with. And half pot is an interesting spot for Aram because you don't know how many Jack X, pocket 10s, ace king type hands are betting big. If we're going to check raise, we're hoping those hands are here so that we can get value from them.
18,000. Mulled over. Oganyan the covering stack, not by heaps.
Feels like he's
48.
contemplating something aggressive once he's taken this much time. It's kind of hard to imagine a way where the chips don't just go in. Stevie's going to recognize if he calls and almost any turn card comes, he's still going to have a ton of equity. And it's going to be hard for him to fold. So maybe just fast play now and try and fold out some other bluff. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 9-10.
Check raise to 48,000. Oganyan suggesting it's 9-10. It is far from that.
I will time bank. I was hoping you fold. I could show the 10. I told everyone. 9-10. Good luck, Steven.
So check raise, 3-bet jam. The path traveled to put 307,000 in the middle. Chidwick now picks up King X,
I guess 10
even though Oganyan makes 2 pair, and the club rolls off. So much like Zhao before Chidwick made a flush to shower Chrissy. Chidwick making one to double up.
Huh? 18.
No gamble, no field.
Okay.
No gamble, no.
好，满血复活。
If we check call the flop, will we bet the turn?
在我们这张桌买花全买出来，都是买 A 花，我买一次赢了。
I gotta tell you, that is
Should've got my check shoved in there.
pretty deflating.
9-10.
If you're one of the other players here at the field. Obviously, for Aram, he's down to 26,000, but the last thing you want is to pump up Stevie's stack. Give him more breathing room.
Not flush.
Granted, it's early enough in the tournament that
always get there.
it's going to be hard to get Stevie out of the room. Probably just buy him back in. Maybe even taking back the seat.
That's the worst, isn't it? You're like, yes, finally. And then the guy rebuys and shows right back up.
So many clubs blocked.
A random draw.
It's pretty fun doing it as the player, though.
Oh, yeah, because you get your pound of flesh. You're like, hey, boys, remember me? Remember that one outer you just pulled on me? I remember.
You need my time bank? Oh.
Chidwick exploring the merits of ace-deuce suited once more, this time making it 13,000, just the minimum plus a tickle. Mehdi flatting with the dominant ace. Heads up to the queen 8-4 board. Pairless in both camps. 4 of diamonds quite relevant. That 10 of clubs working hard for Mehdi.
Another one of those out of position queen high boards. A little different when it's queen 8-4. See if Stevie goes with. Can't imagine he's betting a whole lot, but ace deuce with the backdoor flush draw. Having the chance to fold out some better ace highs immediately. You can imagine this type of hand would just be a little awkward if he had checked and faced a bet, so he'd rather bet with it himself.
Board pairing 4, the product of the bet call of 10K, which put another 20,000 into the middle. 61 total out there.
And it may look straightforward, but I like that Mehdi's sticking around with this hand and seeing what happens on the turn, because, I mean, it's certainly not a whole lot of draw, but he's in position, relatively deep. It's a hand that should continue, in my opinion.
Yeah, I want to say that position and that depth are the two things that lend as much as anything else to wanting to peel. Put it all together with that 10 of clubs and the queen 8 out there. And it does feel sensible. And now the opportunity to potentially rise up from Mehdi, who declines, checking back his ace-10, which somehow is going to end up chopping at showdown. Runner, runner. Double paired board for Chidwick. Very fortuitous.
I don't want to put it past Chidwick to be thinking about doing something here on the river, but I do suspect it's just going to show down.
That's exactly how it plays out. And the Moroccan will go sharesies.
I have better ace. I win.
Have you ever had the opportunity to travel to North Africa, anywhere around there, Morocco for that matter? Kevin?
No.
My intention after our Monaco stop last time around, because the south of France is just north of Morocco, you know,
yeah.
And was to go and visit, and then I ended up getting a gig during Formula 1 in Las Vegas, so I had to pivot and come back home. But I'm very eager to go there. I mean, it seems like an incredible place. Super rich in culture, architecture, pretty good food. One of the most horrendous airport queues that have ever been assembled on Earth. Just, I faded that.
You've flown through, or?
No. I saw a social media post about like 3 hours to get through security. We're like, it sounds like the kind of thing where dude just decided, like, the screener was like, you know, it's my break. Just like took off for an hour. And everyone's standing around looking at each other.
It's believable.
Ace Jack up front. Credible. Mehdi. With Queen 9 suited. Speculative flat here, but obviously deep enough to get involved in these sorts of things. Unfortunately for him, dominated by Chidwick, who comes along from the big.
Yeah, from the cutoff. Certainly good enough hand to think about doing something. Maybe I would have leaned towards 3-bet bluffing, especially against the somewhat larger size, but he's had some success just playing pots in position. Probably feeling comfortable with this scenario.
I don't know that success is in the cards for him here, as he's up against the Ace-Jack of Zhao, which decided to play it as a check, but the 7 does open a window for Mehdi, who's got the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, he checked this one quickly. He had a plan here.
Given how dry the board is, are you surprised that Zhao didn't follow through despite being up against 2 opponents?
Well, again, when he's out of position, it's not uncommon to take the more passive approach on the flop. One differentiating factor between, you know, Ace-8-5 and maybe Ace-Queen-5 is just like all those Broadway hands missing. So you do see more passive play on flops like this, where it's just the single high card, but correctly assesses that he has nothing else to worry about on the turn.
Yeah, more often than not, and you can always induce someone like Mehdi to barrel fruitlessly.
Better now.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
Is that Brock?
You know.
Does he not go into this seat? Is that seat not open?
Yes, it is.
You got moved from another table? From the big blind?
No.
This is the imaginary chair. Okay.
I bet he's a chair.
But I thought that.
I thought when you guys move people, they have to come in. Yeah,
because we play A-hander, right?
I thought you could still get it seated in the imaginary chair.
It doesn't feel like such an imaginary thing to me. I can see it. It's right there.
4 fucking bigs.
Do you? Oh yeah.
Not really. I got like 3.88888888.
Here I'm giving a very specific chip count.
You know, that reminded me of the infamous Leroy Jenkins video, where I believe it was Abdul. Now again, I'm going into a space that maybe you don't. Do you know about the Leroy Jenkins video, Kevin?
It's all going over my head.
Michael Jordan, 23.
You know, producer James is aware, I'm sure, a few people in chat, but it's a famous. I encourage you to watch it because do you game at all? Are you a gamer?
Again.
Kevin, what in the hell do you do other than teach and play poker? and apparently listen to classical music.
I got 9-10.
Oganyan,
I wish
ace
I had
tray.
9-10.
What the hell do you do other than jam it in there? Fumes from the hijack. Simone, a customer.
Yep.
Hello.
7-8 looking to spoil the fun. Gonna have a tough time doing it on ace queen deuce.
What? 7-7.
You're gonna move the big blind. Well, unless he busts. Maybe if he busts, then we don't. But you're gonna move the big blind.
Oganyan's got 7-8.
You move big blind?
Really?
Come on. Oh. We had cool
Drawing
table.
dead.
No, it's only professionals.
Unlucky.
He's new. Okay. I just moved the buttons.
I can't get my chips back then.
Chips disappear.
Yeah.
Huh?
Good
luck, good luck.
哦，野走吗？
对。
Okay, interesting.
Well, if
Rebalancing
you win,
efforts
it's all
elsewhere in the room, and Zhao's
Eventually you
number
get
has been
everyone's chips.
called.
They will come back. All
Although
you have to do is
2
win.
new players were just seeded.
Everyone knows winning tournament is harder than get chips from both.
Part of the
Second again?
challenge of having record-breaking numbers.
Yeah, you know, I haven't even clocked
professional.
the numbers for some time now. Let's take a look, see where we're at present. 319 entries,
I'll rip it, I swear.
according to the app. I know we kind of put it up on the screen as well, and there was some discrepancy. There it is, 319, officially the largest field ever assembled at a Triton Super High Roller Series in terms of entries. Meanwhile, not the largest hand Brock Wilson's ever looked at, but enough from the hijack for him to raise it up. 13K if you do. Ivan cut off. Suited one gapper. Oh, and he's going to look for a little privacy. And if you're going to play the Jack-9 suited, is it preferred to do so in this fashion, Kevin, versus a flat?
I think it's a nice option. We're playing a little bit later position here than that other Queen-9 suited I mentioned. Facing a hijack raise, only 2.2x or what have you, but anytime you have one of these hands that's kind of on the cusp of folding, I think it's a very reasonable option to use it as a 3-bet bluff.
Wow. He says he wants a big stack and then he 3-bets him. Pretty sick.
Directly go for him, huh?
Yeah, the big stack, huh? You trying to double up?
First hand.
I'm a
crazy guy, huh?
I'm a weak and a tighter player.
Ah, weak and tight,
Yeah.
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 I remember now. Yeah.
Can I have some? Yeah.
Maybe going after the new guy at the
weak,
table.
very tight.
Yeah, very weak.
Classic
very
move.
tight.
Careful.
That's true.
Yeah.
As Brock Wilson is definitely
What should I
top
do with
shelf.
aces? Flat?
No, you crazy? Aces?
No, because then you'll look very weak, and we already know you are very weak, so there's no point.
Okay.
Yeah, you must re-raise.
What happens if you bet me my aces with knight and sword? It's gonna be.
I'm looking to do it. I'm not opposed to doing it.
Oh, Ganyan and Zhang have a little something. Kindred spirits, it would seem.
Aram's another who just loves the game.
Ayo.
Keeps showing up to play.
Walk. Because I'm too good. You all scared. I know. Simone is scared on the button. Everyone's scared.
Mehdi getting a walk as we take a few steps across the set and land upon our other featured table where Mike Watson has joined the festivities. Sir Watts, as he was known and is known in the online streets. Parked between Yoda Lin and Simcock Y. Wolfgang. Ace, king. Opens the pot. I'm sure chat's going to be delighted to potentially get a chance to observe his operations as a prolific content creator in poker.
Definitely a hand worth considering here from the small blind. He goes with call. Could have gone for a 3-bet bluff as well.
Call. So the flat from Shu allows Zhao to hop in there dominated. In turn, Shu himself dominated as these three hands interfere with one another. Headed to the flop with 42,000 in the middle. Jack 4 tray with a couple of spades. Really nothing to speak of anywhere. The ace of spades for Wolfgang working hard.
And are we potentially thinking about a lead on this pretty disconnected jack-high board? Certainly seen some of this. A lot of players doing this on 10-high boards, sometimes lower. Kind of recognizing that the small blind calling range has some pretty specific groups of hands.
Well, you did zero right in on this Jiming Shu decision. Wolfgang does call the 15,000. We are down to heads up now. 8 of clubs doesn't help either player. And when you do lead and you get called here, is it incumbent upon you to kind of shut down in the way that Shu is? Or can you find barrel number 2 reasonably?
I mean, the 8 has to be considered, and the 8's not a bad card for you. Certainly, if it starts connecting with aces and kings, if the board starts basically bringing Broadway cards, we're going to be a little bit worried that that's more Wolfgang than us.
Now, I would imagine that the arrival of the jack is maybe a little bit difficult in terms of prospects for Shu to successfully bluff this river. Maybe he pursues value with some 4x, 3x. He did end up shutting it down. Wolfgang will be delighted to haul this one in with the ace-king, but I think he maybe calls a decent range of bet sizes on the river there.
I think, yeah, when the board runs out that way, ace-king just has quite a bit of equity. It has very real value there. If we were going to see a bluff out of the small blind, I would aim lower, right? Use your 6-7 suited to try and bluff out queen 10 or something like this, but we're not aiming so high as to try and get ace king to fold.
You think D. Pete's is urinating? You think he's just, everyone's feet are wet under there? It really did look like it for a second. I'm sure that's not what was going on. I suppose it's non-zero, given that Antonio Esfandiari famously filled up a Gatorade bottle and was disqualified in the Bahamas in an event once. But anyway, my imagination really is an unharnessed thing, and you'll have to forgive me, Kevin.
Just trying to imagine how he got the rest of the table to be so okay with it.
Well, it didn't look, and forgive me for delving deeper into it, but this is what you asked for.
This was my fault.
This is definitely your fault, but it looked as though the stream wasn't pointed, you know, again, this isn't a real thing, but at anyone's feet directly. But, you know, just all of a sudden, if you find you're slipping around, bottom of your feet. Anyway. There is a real story, by the way, from a card room in California of a player famously moistening a dealer's feet in that fashion in an effort to kind of convey his sentiments about said dealer, which I don't condone, but I guess he kept it real. Meanwhile, the turn, a 7 of clubs here after Queen Jack 9 flop. Pre-flop raiser was Shu. with this ace-jack. He did not barrel on the flop nor on the turn, Kevin. And is this one taking shape as you would expect?
This is where you see, again, kind of that difference in style. A lot of players we're used to watching will just see a board texture and kind of attack that board texture, right? Go after, okay, there's a queen and a jack on here. The big blind's only just called. I can be aggressive with a majority of my range, but here's Zhu just taking ace-jack kind of at face value, playing that hand the way that he wants it to be played, putting in the amount of money he wants to put in. And it looks like, considering that it's worth more money going in now that he's only faced 11,000 on the river.
Becomes 26 as maybe the meat left on the bone, flop and turn, being pursued in delayed manner. And credit to Shimizu. You're going to feel a little bit abused if you're Jan when you make this call and get shown second pair with the ace kicker.
It's an impressive play because it shows that he's not checking behind with no understanding of how good his hand is, right? He's checking behind thinking, let's see how the board develops, let's see what action I face. And once he faced the 11K bet on the river, he's pretty confident he just has the winner.
Blinds up to 4,000 and 8,000. You know, one of the other upshots of that, and I don't know at that sizing whether or not it would succeed, but if somehow Queen X was what you were facing, and then that hand gets this seemingly out of nowhere raise on the river, it does have to ask itself, you know, can I call? And all of a sudden you get some fold equity.
It wouldn't be out of the question to see a weak queen just end up folding, and we get the accidental benefit.
Meanwhile, Yoda yet to get involved to my recollection. Of course, we spent quite a bit of time over at the other feature table, so I'm not suggesting that he hasn't played any pots. And he is sitting with 259,000, but seems to be on the snug side or card dead. Some combination of the two. Jan now, having had a difficult outing, finds an ace in the small, piles it in. Ace queen suited for Peters. And, well, I don't think he was actually relieving himself under the table moments ago, but he is definitely going to rate to relieve Jan of his stack. $95K out there, just 23% equity, but a gut shot straight draw. Jan takes up a couple of points. Turn sees his equity erode to 16%, and now the 3 of the 4, the only 2 cards that will keep Jingyao Yan in his seat here at this feature, and instead it's the deuce. So David Peters showers Jingyao Yan. I suppose when the rebuy period is open, you don't really see the GGs flowing quite as freely because there's some perception that, well, you can just go rebuy again. I don't need to give you the GG, but it did feel absent salutation, that particular departure. Let's see if King 10 suited will be enough to get Yoda interested. There's your answer. Opens to 20K. And it may seem like a negligible deviation, but the difference between 16 and 20 in terms of the compounding effects of sizings down the streets, Kevin, can be pronounced.
Yeah, and I was noticing that we'd kind of been seeing everyone consolidated around these like smaller raises and smaller 3-bets as well. It's kind of nice to see some variation because it forces everyone at the table to respond to different variables. Can't just get too comfortable and play the same ranges from every seat.
Pocket 5s for Shu. Flatting, the only customer in the cutoff with position. Two-way straight draw for Yoda. Open-ended he is. Under pair for Shu.
And I like this check from Yoda. It's easy to just kind of look at your hand strength and think like, oh, I should bet the flop and fold out some stuff, but...
Dream turn for him, by the way. Preferred to the 7 for obvious reasons. He makes the nuts. Follows through once more for 30,000. The pocket 5s call on the flop feel a little ambitious for you in terms of charting a course forward?
I'll just check on the flop.
Oh, forgive me. It was check on the flop. I guess it wasn't that ambitious then, Kevin. Stood corrected, and Yoda shows the 10. You had just finished talking about the merits of checking as well, so unclear why my brainstem detached for that brief minute. Producer James alarmed by that as he points out that this is day 1 of 18 in total. Which suggests that by the time day 18 comes around, really, the wheels will be off in full. Don't miss it, by the way. It will be, you know, that'll be destination television there.
别喜欢姐啊！我看一集 real 喎。
Pocket 5s resurfacing as an open to 16. No customers, and Yoda 2 releases. 4 deuce offsuit, not obligated.
Would be the type of hand that I would probably take to a flop, but
you know, you're a gunslinging insane person, Kevin.
Well, I was going to say it's not worth a lot in theory, but
no, but you know what's
I
funny?
also like to play some hands.
Yeah, but the thing is, some of your most memorable pots, some huge pots, you know, and of course there's some bias cognitively, but are built on the backs of these sort of, you know, not straightforward holdings that maybe you get into the weeds with a little bit. We tend to try to forget the ones in which it costs us our stack somehow, but, you know, these swords are double-edged.
You could see that from some players maybe wanting to avoid disaster early in a tournament, early in the series. Can have carry-on effects to the way you play over the next 18 days.
He's 7 suited as Shu opens again. Queen 10 off for Yoda. Wants to take a peek as Watson bows out begrudgingly. Ace 9-7 board, 2 pair for Shu. A whole lot of hand here, clubless texture rather.
Oh wow, is that a quick check back?
We've seen quite a bit of this from fairly strong hands. Maybe emblematic of gratuitous trappiness from the delegation. As we see Chu betting 30,000. This is a sopping wet turn for Yoda, by the way, as he makes second pair and picks up the 10 high flush draw. Plenty of reason to continue.
Yeah, certainly can't blame Yoda for putting more chips in. I mean, and there's situations like these that...
You know, this is, by the way, as we see Lin not barrel the river, these are the outcomes we must be prepared to accept when we do slow play the aces and the sevens.
Yeah.
As a hand that perhaps, don't want to make any assumptions given the backdoor equity, would have otherwise found the muck in the face of the c-bet, instead finds a winner.
你在翻牌上下午就跑了，没价值啊，是这样没错。No value flop。
Kevin, you seriously can't remember the last movie you saw? I wish you guys could see his face right now because it's...
I'm legitimately...
He's looking up and to the right, which, if memory serves, that's not the creative part of your brain. He's actually accessing the data bank, and he's coming up empty. What was it, like the Sandlot or something? Starship Troopers? What is it? This is non-zero by the Little Rascals? Like what?
Just watch television now. I mean, it's
okay,
movies take a lot of
what was the last
time.
TV show that you watched, Kevin? You stream?
I'm midway through the first season of Severance.
Oh.
So, you know, I'm only, what is that, a year behind on the most popular show on Apple TV.
Sick brag, bro. You know, you got the Plus subscription. Nice. You're rolled. I get it. My free promo ran out before I could get to that one. And this is going to be a little bit on the nose, but I was busy watching Tehran. You know, or research, as I like to call it. Jack 7-3 monotone here. Why? With second pair, doing better than Peters, who was the Razor pre, and sprinkles 10K out there post.
Yeah, you see this sometime when the board is monotone. A really small bet can be enough to clear out enough of those hands from the big blind that are just sort of hopeless, but a pair of sevens is enough to, I mean, certainly stick around for the flop, and there's a chance we see Peters try to bluff at this either now or on the river.
So it does go check, check after the fourth diamond rolls off, and let's see whether or not somebody wants to represent. Doesn't seem necessary for Y with the pair of sevens where he could just check and decide.
Yeah, I think his hand's valuable enough to try and show it down. He'd maybe arrive here with some weaker pairs, with some missed straight draws around the jack. Those kind of hands could bluff, but looks like he thinks that he can fold out something even stronger than a 7.
$35,000. The path traveled as he turns his hand, which was best unwittingly, into a bluff. No interest, of course, from Peters. No surprise. That is Yu Xiangyu, by the way, who is the most recent arrival in the white hat just moments ago. Four Chinese players here at this table. One Malaysian, one Canadian, a couple of Americans. Wolfgang with the Jack-8 suited picks up Watson, and Shu picks up red aces. Let's see in the big blind how he approaches things. Given it's multi-way, Kevin, I think getting more chips into the middle is the preferred course of action.
Yeah, these spots are interesting. The original Razor, 25, 27 big blinds to start the hand. Watts flatting the button off of less than 20. You want to be capable in spots like this of finding a small 3-bet. But I know that also for some players, this is just such an uncommon situation. They find themselves here, they're worried, oh, this is just going to look like I have aces if I go, 48K or what have you. So it goes a little bit bigger, which is certainly going to look more credible as a bluff, but it might just make it difficult for either of these hands to continue.
Always a little bit disappointing. Was the sizing the issue? Was it too meaty?
It's possible that if he goes smaller there, he gets interest from Watts. Once it folds back to him, I doubt there was a way that he was going to get Wolfgang interested in that pot. I mean, the alternative that some would consider is even just to flat, go to a flop, try to allow your opponent to make a pair, but...
And I guess if you size down enough where the math encourages a broad array of hands to get in there, say for the raw power of the aces in general against all holdings, you don't really gain any more clarity or insight into your opponent's range, right? So it's kind of like, well, am I adequately serviced to be putting in the raise if it's tiny? You know what I mean? Do you follow the logic?
Yeah, I mean, you hope to just grow the pot. I mean, as best you can.
And that in and of itself is adequate, obviously, when we have the aces.
Potentially, this is just good enough, regardless of what range really continues against you. You're just kind of hoping that the pot gets bigger in some way.
Well, Peter's making this one bigger with ace-9 of hearts. Wolfgang doing his part with the 2 6s, and now Shu, who's been very involved of late. Granted, the deck paying him plenty of visits. This time has a king-queen. Plays it as a flat, 10-7. Has numbers. Both cards are clean.
Cool.
And Zhao hops in.
Yeah, we've seen some players approach those spots with quite a lot of caution today, and other players really just seeing it as their opportunity to hope to hit a flop and run something up early in this tournament.
Two checks in front of Peters on the deuce-deuce tray 2 club board that is actually quite nice for Wolfgang, not so much for anyone else. And he's got 3 checks in front of him. Let's see.
Kind of a funny board. I mean, Wolfgang has to think that his hand is pretty good, but Peters opened from +1. He's flatting in +2. These are fairly tight ranges. 6s looks good on this board, but in the context of pre-flop, it wasn't a huge hand. Still enough to get Peters out of there with no backdoor.
And, you know, you breathe such a sigh of relief when you put your neck out there versus 3 players. Kind of hold your breath and hope for the best. And I'd say taking that pot down then and there was very much a good outcome for Wolfgang. Meanwhile, back at the other feature, Chidwick, Jack-9 of diamonds, open. Wayne Hyung, pocket 7s, flatting.
Interesting seeing Stevie vary his opening size here into that short stack in the big blind.
You can poke 9. 9-9. Yeah.
someone who you can tell is being very deliberate with his raise sizing from
Yep.
that position, with what he's seeing in front of him.
Well, monotone texture here. Wayne has himself bottom set. Chidwick has got an open-ender. Aram's got a tickle with middle pair. Let's see how things take shape. Boganov slipping it to the pre-flop opener.
He got king, I think he's going to call you.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot for Stevie. Normally you would use small bets on a monotone board if he's betting. He doesn't really want to get raised off this hand. So it is kind of attractive to check and maybe just find a check call depending on what size and depending on what Aram does.
Didn't know that.
And the way everyone's been playing, there's no guarantee there's even going to be a bet on the flop.
How about this turn? A round of knuckles and the 8 paying Chidwick a visit, making the queen high straight. Wayne drawing live, but behind now. Boganov looks like he's thinking bad things.
We've seen Aram be very deliberate with his time, but also in this spot, I mean, he's got less than the size of the pot in his stack. He's got second pair, and nobody showed interest on the flop. It is a complicated spot to figure out what to do with this kind of hand strength.
Ultimately, he does check. I think he used a time bank there.
Yeah, I do like the choice to check.
Now, if you're Chidwick with a queen high straight, how big do you want to go into 72?
Well, usually with 3 players involved, we want to be kind of conservative, but it's a little different here given that Wayne closed the action on the flop, checking behind, which you would think caps him. You would think that rules out flushes for the most part. Stevie sticks with something that's still pretty conservative and small, and I would say is kind of standard for this situation, because he's also thinking about what would I want to do here with king, queen of diamonds? What would I want to do here with ace, jack?
24,000, the number that Chidwick dials up. And obviously Wayne still has to maybe ask some questions about what is Boganov's involvement tethered to. Granted, there's been no betting to this point. He does choose to flat. Boganov pays off the time bank marker and steps aside. And let's see whether or not the board pairs, and if it does, whether or not Chidwick would find cause to slow down. Instead, a really bothersome deuce of hearts on the end. Now, you could see many worlds in which Wayne would have checked back a heart and then stuck around with it because it wasn't necessarily a nutted kind of, you know, ace of hearts, but enough to find the river in position.
Yeah, and Wayne, while he's not going to flat the hijack with too many offsuit high cards, he's probably going to flat the hijack with a bunch of pocket pairs that contain a heart, and those hands are very likely to arrive here. 6s, 5s, 4s, all with a heart. Stevie has to be wary of these hands.
Look at Wayne not choosing to turn his hand into a bluff. Perhaps unconcerned that there was anything that Stevie had that was better than a set of 7s, bar a flush. So you kind of get it. You don't feel the need to turn it into a bluff. You really don't expect to ever be shown Jack-9, obviously, let alone a bigger set.
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible in those situations that a big hand gets played a little bit slower than normal. The multi-way nature, the monotone nature. I like the check back.
Repaying a visit to the other feature. You know, this is horse track chic. That, you know what I mean? Like, you could see this guy with the racing form under his arm, you know, and then he's out there by the rail, just wheeling him past the line. few furlongs out around the bend.
Someone who's like kind of discreet and soft-spoken, but hits 15 to 1 for $1 million.
Listen, soft-spoken until that Quinella is live, and then all of a sudden, real volume. Speaking of volume, by the way, fairly loud kit here on Mr. Liu. Watson's ace-jack awaits a response from Wolfgang's jack-7 suited. Feels like defense is straightforward.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect a 3-bet from this kind of medium strength hand.
Jack 10-7 is brutal as Watson's dominant ace-jack finds top pair, top kicker, and has problems. Now, the dampness of the board texture not lost on Mike, as the 2 spades and coordinated nature of things do cause some concerns.
Yeah,
Wolfgang checking over.
It's going to be difficult for him not to put all the money in when he's playing this short. If they were playing deeper, maybe you see Mike check behind the flop sometimes or bet small and avoid getting all the money in, but when you're playing about 15 big blinds here, you're pretty thrilled to just protect your hand and put a lot of money in quick.
Don't disagree. Just 91K back. That's the effective remains for which they play. Wolfgang comes with the check jam, recognizing that there's no need to get cute. He too has some vulnerability issues on that texture to things like flushes, Broadway. But against ace-jack, he is performing phenomenally well for the time being. Needs to fade the ace or 10. As Watson, in turn, needs to hit one of those cards to keep his seat. Doesn't do so on the turn. And will this 278 be headed Wolfgang's way? Yes, it will. Queen on the end, and Watson delivers his tokens forward as he demikes and presumably pays a visit to the rebuy desk. Look at Wolfgang. This might be pot A of any substance for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish I could.
It was kind of silent disco there. There was no volume attached to the...
Yeah, I wish I could speak Chinese, because then I joke with you guys. I talk a lot when I play. Tochi?
Bluff.
What's that?
Bluff.
Oh, bluff, okay. I talk so much when I play, but I feel like I can't talk here. I don't know what to say. It feels weird being so quiet.
Okay. This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Bluff 叫小鸡鸡。
Good flop on that last one.
So Watson dispatched. Wolfgang now third biggest stack at the table behind Shimizu's 442 and Simcock Y pictured here, sitting on this 426, 16 of which he deploys, courtesy of pocket tens.
Been seeing quite a lot of these very playable hands in the small blinds. Mostly been called, but Wolfgang makes a reasonable fold there. Still trying to count all the chips he won in the last pot, perhaps.
Boy, it really has been virtually up only for Y.
开小牌就是这个。
是这样子没错，但通常都是开的比那些东西都大。
Raise. 2. 2. 打说
20,000.
Jiang Liu making it 20K, and Wolfgang loves to see it with ace-king on the button.
He's got to be considerate to Liu's stack size here. Not going so large that he obviously commits him.
6万呐，5万。5万。
55,000 in total. Being mulled over. Liu, by the way, looks like Central Casting's
Hey, tell him.
idea of
If
a
I
villain
beat him
in
the
some
hand,
sort of sci-fi
I'm gonna put this sticker
future
on.
film. The Demolition Man, something of this nature. Of course, yet again, I delve into the film streets where Kevin's facial expression becomes blank. 12 Monkeys, Fifth Element. Do these ring bells? Multipass?
Okay, well.
No,
You want the
you're
ring?
nodding, and I appreciate it.
There's some familiarity there.
No,
No images coming to mind, but
I banged him. I didn't know if I had the balls to do it at Triton, but I banged him.
Well, how many bangs do you have?
You bang, 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 bang. I got more.
Okay.
feels there's another reference that I'm missing here.
Yeah, you gotta earn it. Yeah,
It's got a fresh
just give it
sticker.
to you. You have to earn it.
Okay, so
I have to beat-
I'm unfamiliar with this, but apparently Wolfgang, who has now come out of his shell a little bit, admitted that he was not as engaged as he would be typically due to the language barriers, walked right over and slapped yet another patch onto the already heavily adorned Mr. Liu. By the way, if he stepped over there, I mean, you know, culturally speaking, I know they're not real fans of the touching. But, you know, and walked over with one less limb, I would not have been shocked. You know, and I really don't know that we have rules in place, you know, for sort of a Mortal Kombat finish him. You know, hey, man, I walked over to put this patch on him, but he ripped my right arm off. Is there a DQ for Mr. Liu in that situation? He was not the aggressor, right? Does Wolfgang continue to play with a visibly missing arm? You know, I mean, do we have a medic? These are things to be kind of, they're not really, but.
Complicated scenarios for Luca,
Yeah.
Tournament Director of the Year.
And, you know, he hasn't been tasked with that, but if you really want to test the award, you got to throw some curveballs out there. King, queen. Small blind raise and take. What's the wildest thing you've ever seen transpire whilst in a poker room? At a table or otherwise?
I don't know if I can beat the guy at the World Series who threw his shoe at across the table. I think that was that
wait,
the
wait,
same?
wait, at someone at his table?
Yeah, I believe so.
You were there for that?
Yes.
Did it hit someone?
It was the. I might be misremembering, but I think it was the same week as the earthquake, where the entire main event room had to evacuate. Maybe a few days prior.
So the man
he was
just decided to take his shoe off and hurl it
yeah,
at another player at the table?
He was very upset. If I remember...
Well, it didn't sound like a jubilant moment.
It wasn't the only thing that he removed. I believe...
Is this the dude that took his pants off?
I believe he was undressed at one point, and a shoe went flying. It was all one whirlwind of events.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that legend. Apparently he went over and did it like on a blackjack table or something afterwards as well, elsewhere in the casino.
Yeah, this I saw video of.
Yeah, attaboy. Meanwhile, Jiaming Zhao looking to disrobe Mr. Liu of at least 64,000 chips, which would be chunky considering Liu came into it with 160. 140K in the middle. Ace-5 suited, looking to spoil the fun. That is not the flop that's going to help Liu do that. See if the turn makes things exciting. No, sir. Board pairing Jack. Oh, no.
Now you gotta bung him.
That is a really filthy ace on the end.
I was playing on the Hustler, and everybody that I beat, I put a bang sticker on them on the Hustler stream. And then when they beat me back, then they take it off and they put it back on me. I had 3 on me at the end of the night.
Good luck.
It was good luck.
Good luck. Lucky bang. Lucky bang.
King Kong.
King Kong.
You know, if that ace hadn't rolled off on the river, that sticker might have been in the bin, by the way. You know, there's some superstition that flows through those streets, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I like talking to people. It was so quiet for so long.
Yeah. 这个挺好使的，这个，这个比这个挺好使。
我比了是2K， 我不是比的，我 AA 我已经发2K。
D. Peters bows out with the queen-10 off under the gun. Cutoff ambitions on display here from Y, by the way, with this Jack-6 off. Not for the faint of heart. Don't try this at home. Ace tray for Shu, who's been privy to a lot of the activity to his right. He, too, was quite active. Plays this one as a flat, and now Liu's going to look down at this ace-king.
Feels like the kind of thing we've seen so much kind of inline standard pre-flop play. Maybe someone targeting the players behind, or maybe just a little bit of image usage, like, oh, I've been tight for the last hour, and
right, try to leverage that.
Yeah, we're getting up to maybe a pivoting point in the tournament.
100K, by the way, pretty savage sizing.
Yeah, just like the effective all-in.
Yeah.
Everyone playing relatively short there.
But unnecessary, right? I mean, there were sizes he could have come with as a legitimate 3-bet, even off of that depth, that would have maybe allowed him to have a shot at post-flop added profit.
He could have, but with the offsuit ace-king, I don't mind the option.
Yeah.
He can get called by worse for sure.
Snack on that 32 and move on.
Yeah.
Or more if you do get paid.
Yeah.
Pairs in event number 1, the 15K completion. The hands are on. All players on a 1-hour dinner break. That's all players on a 1-hour dinner break. Remind all players to sell up your 500s before you leave for your break, please.
Ace-2 suited. Raise open. Peters. Big blind, books a date with the flop after defending. And 5, 6, 7 gives him an open ender plus middle pair, more than we can say for the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah.
14.
And he does just lead out on that flop.
14K and take it, sir. Has photo ops on the way to the dinner break for Wolfgang and Co. Late surge for Wolfgang. Put him toward the top of the leaderboard at his table at the very top by roughly 30,000 over Sim Kok Wai, who cultivated a couple of sets to double his starting stack. Blinds will be 5 and 10,000. When we return, that glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. Coming back now to the desk, Ali and Kevin back with you. And a quick glimpse into the Triton Poker Plus app. My compatriot, Nariman Yaghmai, is at the top of the overall leaderboard now, knocking on the door of a 7-figure stack. Would love to actually pop in and see how he got there. Unfortunately, right now, my app's not being particularly responsive. Those of you who do have the app, obviously, you're welcome to tap on the name. That'll show you a chip graph and exactly what the big blips were that sent him up toward a 7-figure stack, having dethroned Yulian Boganov. So 1 frame into the books in your Triton color commentary career, Kevin, and talk to us. Are you going to quit?
I'm enjoying observing some high-level play.
And some low-level play-by-play, from yours truly. I mean, that's my specialty.
It's all great for me from this side of the booth.
Very diplomatic response.
Yes, even if I'm not fully understanding the
okay.
the level you're going for.
I got to tell you, Randy doesn't fully understand everything either, so you're in good company in that respect. In terms of what we observed from a play standpoint, as we are just about to send you to this 30-minute dinner break, which we're abbreviating a little bit for those of you at home, what stood out to you the most, if anything, from the 2 features that we had?
Yeah, I mean, I was saying overall there was a lot of really solid inline play. It did feel like everyone was trying to make sure that they kind of stayed in their lane, made solid plays, like really thought through every decision.
But there was some deviation.
We saw at least one situation where the pocket 9's hand, 10-6-5, ended up creating a really big pot against a set of 5s, which was played slow in position. These are the kind of things that happen when you're really trying your best to win every pot, right? And I understand that every now and then it leads to an early elimination, but a lot of times it also leads to a big stack early in these things.
Well, we tried our best to cut out as much of this dinner break as possible. Unfortunately, 30 minutes still between now and the resumption of play. I'm going to cede the desk. Griffin is going to come in alongside, I assume, Kevin. So that'll be a duo we've yet to see. But hang tight. More to come from event number 1 of this Triton Super High Roller Series Jeju in about a half an hour. Stay close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just 1 click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun, and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
In the big blind, get the discount. In he comes. $10-5 deuce. Top pair against middle set against bottom pair as everybody interacts. Advantage for Matthias in a real way, and note the check from the pre-flop opener. Kaufmann, of course, delighted to look at this texture with King 10. He's got to believe he's got the best hand.
Of course. Should be looking to bet here. And it makes sense that Lip's checking the set of fives. The player in position, whether they have a pair or just some overcards with backdoor potential, likely would stab. And it also kind of sandwiches the big blind so that, let's just say Lip c-bets a flop, Kaufmann calls it like 2-8s, Ausmus would probably fold like a pair like this, a deuce or a 5, but now that he's checked it over, he's kind of changed the relative positions, and now Kaufmann bets, Ausmus now forced to call with his weaker holding, and now Lip has gotten 2 opponents where he can potentially get some extra value with his set.
Do you do it now on such a dry board?
It's scary because if I check raise here, all the pairs that aren't a 10x would certainly fold as played, but then you kind of
well, not the overpairs, not that we expect too much of that to be involved as played.
But like say 8s, 7s, 6s, things that don't have much prospects, they probably will bet fold. But
and you want to keep those hands in, obviously. Yeah. But Lip choosing the check raise and risking losing out on potential customers down the road.
The thing is, those 8s and 7s are not looking to pay off in the future anyways for a lot of chips, so it makes sense to target the 10x's. And you do need to charge a little bit of that wheel action, the ace 3, ace 4.
All fair. Now the extra 16,000 is too rich for Ausmus to hunt any further for the backdoor clubs or wheels as he bows out. Heads up now, in spite of the fact that you still see Jeremy's cards. It is indeed just Lip and Kaufmann involved. There it is. Jeremy out of the way. Graphics updated, and Lip has inflated things to 68K. Let's see what kind of sizing he has in mind for Act 2.
So, of course, main target is 10x. That would be bet calling and still calling turn. Now, you don't want to make it too big because you don't want to lose your customer that's likely drawing dead. When they're holding a single 10. What did he go for? 33.
Half pot territory, slightly shy of it.
Yeah, the problem for King 10 is it just seems like too much hand to fold at this point. Sure, if we had maybe a weak kicker, we can maybe get away. Although I wouldn't really expect Lip to check raise and bet turn with like a worse 10, like Queen 10, Jack 10 might play more passively rather than check raise flop.
Remember, the pre-flop raiser was Lip, who then check raised flop, as you were kind of pointing out here, Randy, and these sorts of things do leave us a bit concerned. Nevertheless, Kaufmann does make the call of 33,000, and now the first overcard to the 10 appears. We don't expect any form of Jack X to be a part of Matthias's range, but when the barrel presumably comes forward here with 134 in the middle, playing 106 effective, Kaufmann has to be concerned that King 10 is dust.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, first off, Lip is likely just to pure jam this spot. If he's bluffing, he would be jamming here to put a lot of pressure on 10x, given the jack overcard.
What are the bluffs, though?
It would have to just be some heroic, you know, ace, queen, ace, king, I suppose. 10x, let's just say Lip had ace 10. He probably wouldn't be jamming right now with the jack coming in.
Agree to all of this, yeah.
Yeah, I would think it's usually like backdoor, like ace x that went for a check raise that still continues. Not saying these hands are always falling through in a river, because they likely aren't, because Kaufmann actually has sets in his range. He's got straights like ace 4, so yeah, I like the fold with king 10.
Yeah. Kaufmann correctly deducing.
Obviously demonstrating that.
Mm-hmm. Daria Remy, by the way, in the bucket hat there, also a Triton first-timer, playing under the French banner. Lip looking down at the ace 10. $5K if you do, and Kaufmann very much does. Pocket jacks.
Should be a mandatory 3-bet off of 53 bigs, which makes it 15K, 3x.
Excuse me?
Little ace 4 suited.
Get coat water, water coat. Over there.
Likely see Lip continue with ace 10 suited out of position. Some of the 3-bets from your opponents contain dominated aces, dominated 10x's. You're suited, which gives you plenty of playability. So 3 cards to come.
Six deuce with a couple of spades, though, as Lip is performing quite well against these jacks. 40% equity. Checks it over.
Could easily play for stacks on the flop with 45 bigs remaining. For Kaufmann, obviously a great flop. He can get lots of value against worse pocket pairs, some ace highs. He wants to play for stacks as well. Lip could check call and check raise. There's benefits to both, of course. He is out of position. Sometimes you check call your opponent, you hit the spade and your opponent kind of bluffs that cards, or they improve. So check calling is quite good too.
I will say this, though, given that he just ran that check raise barrel line against him a moment ago, coming with that once more, if your Kaufmann becomes a little bit awkward, you're like, what's with this guy? Because it isn't, you know, the more often explored line.
Right, yeah. I don't see too many raises in 3-bit pots as much. He is going to go for a check raise. So here...
This is so annoying.
I mean, I don't... It's annoying normally if you're unpaired. Obviously, jacks here is really good for you. But if Kaufmann was holding like ace-queen offsuit, for example, this would be very annoying.
And obviously, with just 79K back, you could see a world in which on a board texture such as this, with 2 jacks, Kaufmann just accepts that things are going to be what they're going to be. But the brow, even more furrowed than it was a hand ago.
I would jam here for Kaufmann with 2 jacks. You want to get it in against 10s, 9s, and 8s. And
we don't expect a whole lot of 6x here.
No, if your opponent has 6x, then just take my money. We don't want, like, say you slow play jacks here and your opponent does have 8s, 9s, 10s. You don't want, like, a king or ace to fall and just kill your action, for example. You also want to, you know, charge your opponent. If they've got spades, make them pay the price.
All in.
Let us go.
Go, please.
216K pot as the 2 hands collide on the flop. No waiting. Understandably, the jam from Kaufmann, the reaction to the check raise, and this time Lip is not going to take things without having to get there. An ace or a spade for the time being, all that he needs. Another deuce on the turn. Kaufmann now extends to 75% equity. 1 out of 4 times he gets showered, and this is not one of them. So exhale, Mr. Kaufmann.
Back to starting stack.
Yep. Messaging. You wake up with one in the bed, bad things are going to happen, you know.
Oh.
You know, but remember Godfather?
No, I don't remember Godfather.
You never saw
Al
any of the
Pacino?
Godfather movies, Randy?
Is it Al Pacino? I'm close.
No, it is Al Pacino.
Okay, so I got it right.
Well, right, but
I got it right. Hold on, he
but
got
you
it
don't
wrong.
know what I'm talking about, and you're absolutely right that he did get it wrong as Lazauninkas, a poorly timed 4-bet. And I wonder how much of this is attached to kind of having had his eyes open for some of Artem's procedures thus far at this particular table and deciding that I've seen some hands, the 7-8 offsuit early.
I think the main one is the 10-9 of diamonds because
Yeah.
it actually got shown down.
Yeah.
So this just goes to show that he's going to be 3-betting looser.
Yeah. That was one where he 3-bet and then 4 bets came and he still called. Here the 4-bet from the Queen Jack of Hearts will undoubtedly not be just called. Randy, the 5-bet coming.
5-bet should be coming because the 4-bet is, quite sizable, about 20 blinds. There's 100 big blinds to start this hand off. Lots of pre-flop fold equity. Oh, he's grabbing calling chips at the moment. Okay, take this one post.
Wow, I thought for sure he would press the issue.
Yeah, I would think so too, but maybe he just feels that maybe I can leave some of the weaker aces that are 4-bet in there.
Well, any ace-X has itself a wheel draw on this 5-3 deuce board. 2 clubs, neither player with a club. And Lazauninkas has now inflated this one to 85,000. Out of position, what is the plan?
He's in a pretty difficult spot because pocket pairs that call the 4-bet aren't folding. Ace-X's not folding, whether they be the ace-5 type or ace-queen, ace-king, I suppose. He does have backdoor hearts, so it makes sense that he's firing out now. It does also fold out king-queens. That would 3-bet call. Turns where it's going to get a bit interesting.
Another 50K into the middle after the quarter ahead. Popped into the machine. 135K in the pot now.
I wonder if a part of me thinks that Gitas is going to maybe bet turn in Jam River. I mean, with Queen Jack, you actually block queens and jacks a little bit, but it's a big guessing game because if you fire this turn, you pretty much have to fire the river unimproved as well. As played, though, Ace-King is got to be pretty happy to see that turn check.
What are the hands that we're performing well against? Obviously things like this Queen Jack of Hearts, but 4-betting hands supposed to mean business.
I would say this. If Gitas had kings and queens, that 4-bet pre, they likely actually wouldn't slow down on the turn because of the presence of the wheel draw. If it was 6-4 deuce 8, then I could see these big pairs checking. But there's much more protection needed on the current run out.
Artem. Check back. Now a 9 on the river.
Yeah, I'm thinking if Gitas, if he wants to bluff here, I guess he'd be targeting ace-5, ace-queen, ace-king.
Those middling pairs, which mind you, 9s and 8s would be sets right now, aren't 4-bet candidates pre. That's the issue there, right? 10s and jacks ever apart either?
No, for Artem, yes, but for Gitas, no.
Right. And a full shutdown. Vezhenkov thrilled that the ace-king is going to be a winner. Gitas might be wondering whether or not there was another road traveled in which the pot is pushed his direction. Meanwhile, we pick one up in progress. Yulian Bogdanov has fired 11,000. There's the recap on how we got here. Remy raised it up to 5K. Yulian called from the big. Check called 15K on the 954 board with top pair on the turn, having picked up the club draw. It was Remy who got there on the river.
Look at this. So both players actually have the flush. And it's a small bet on the river. Get raised to 65K, huge. It's like a 5-6x raise, and he still jams it back in.
You know, it's so funny. I kind of just dismissed the idea. Granted, it's kind of at the edge of the monitor where we're situated here in the booth, so I didn't catch a glimpse of both suits. But Bogdanov has the winner, as you're right. Both players so improbably backing into clubs. And, of course, jack-high clubs, the third nuts in terms of flushes, but with the pair on the board and the action as it was, bringing us to this point, you are a little bit concerned as to whether or not a jack-high flush is a winner.
Yeah, Julian must believe that it is, just because of the turn check through, and he's targeting Queen X. That's hero raising, like a Ace Queen, King Queen that went for finish value raise on the river against the 9X.
Do you know how these work? We just get new ones? Or?
Well, Bogdanov
I guess
does ask for all of it. And this is so deflating if you're Remy, because if you think a jack-high flush was maybe cuspy, 10 high clubs in the face of a 3-bet on the river jam is even more shriveled.
And Remy knows his range is perceived to be very capped with the turn check through.
Right.
A lot of clubs bet the turn still at a decent frequency. Full houses bet a lot on the turn as well, just given deep stacks. So he might feel compelled to defend his lighter raising ranges when he actually does have like Queen X, because a flush is a strong hand in this spot.
Is the 10-high flush that strong though, Randy, when Bogdanov takes this posture?
Look, I'm just saying, in general, it's
just objectively in a vacuum.
Yeah, in a vacuum. You know, like, obviously his opponent can still value jam the nut flush, of course. King eye flushes. Jack X of clubs is a little bit more questionable, but there are better flushes that are allowed to still go for it despite the board pair. And that's the problem for Remy.
Chewing on it understandably. You hate to give away 65,000 of your chips, and you hate even more to give away all of them. Bogdanov with the jack-high clubs, pipping Remy, whose first bullet is polished off here at his first ever Triton Festival. This is not the warmest welcome. Wraps the table. In sporting fashion.
Those Bulgarians are dangerous. Single raise pot, 100 big blinds there with a jack-high flush on a paired board. With a turn check through, that's not easy to do.
Huge pickup there for Yulian, and much like I alluded to, Espen might have concerns, has concerns that a guy who's 3-betting him and then barreling flop and turn has something like an overpair that maybe is decided with 7s and 9s on board. Let me just check and see what's what on the end.
Right, yeah, because if Jørstad did have an overpair, 10s plus, he would be checking and not necessarily looking to check fold. So Winter was like, that's too much for my opponent's range.
Yeah, pretty wild. Sean back at it, 5,500. Alex Foxen with King, Queen suited.
Jørstad's stack is quite healthy, about 400,000. Folds his Queen 9 suited. Got a King Queen, small.
Offsuit edition, allowed in, courtesy of the fact that Foxen played his hand as a call. So we'll take this flop 3 ways.
Can I stand here?
King 8-4 with a couple of hearts. Top pair in 2 camps, and Winter, the raiser, has the nut flush draw. Does not follow through. And with 2 checks in front of him, Foxen, of course, can have feelings for this hand.
Yeah, this could get very interesting because Foxen is likely going to bet, Chen likely to call, and Winter will have a decision on whether to check raise or overcall with his nut flush draw. When there's a bet and a call in 2 spots, though, it is very likely someone's got a king at that point. So it makes me think that Winter would lean towards overcalling now with the nut flush draw, although, of course, he's capable of very aggressive lines, and maybe he just tries and represent a big holding and maybe even knock out some of the very weak kings that might be betting in this spot.
In a 3-way pot, though, how often do we anticipate that a strong hand wouldn't want to do its own bidding?
20.
As we do see him check raise as opposed to c-bet.
2-0, yeah.
Something like a set of kings would make sense?
A set of kings, of course, makes a lot of sense to check because, you know, if you've got top set, your opponent doesn't have as much that can continue with.
But that's the kind of hand that, of course, both Foxen and Chen can remove, given that they have king, queen. You know, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. And so we're left to wonder, is this pocket 8s, pocket 4s, or is it more likely something like an ace-high flush draw on the come?
Exactly. For now, though, Foxen should be calling because he also has to worry about Chen waking up with a hand. So if he calls here and Chen back raises, he can fold king, queen of spades. But calling and, you know, just seeing what happens with Chen in the small blind is a great place to be.
How much ace-king is associated with this line from Sean, if any?
A decent amount. I think if he's checking the nut flush draw in this spot, he probably is checking a lot of strong kings as well. Now, it's not of 100% frequency, and that's quite the laydown.
Yeah, that's really disciplined, and obviously gives Sean a considerable amount of credit for having something better than king-queen as played, which, as we can see, he very much does not, especially given the lack of a heart on the turn. So Winter does shed one opponent, but he has inflated this pot to 68,000, out of position against Alex, who got sticky in front of Chen. And how does he want to treat things from this point forward? Just 70K back, 1 SPR with 2 to come. 1 to come, rather.
Problem here is that there's not that many hands that bet call flop willing to fold. He's going to try. But I don't even think Foxen folds king queen in this spot, especially with 2 spades. Doesn't block like the big combo draws like queen 10 of hearts that might go for it. An ace queen of hearts. Of course, if he's behind, he's just drawing to the queen, usually. Like he's up against ace king. He could be drawing dead to a set of 8s or 4s, possible. If he gets this king queen to fold, this jam from Winter is amazing.
The full clip is required for Foxen to show down. And obviously, there's still 1 to come. Alex unblocks the hearts, unblocks the diamonds as well.
It's too much of a hand to fold.
Yep.
He said ace king. And he shows ace 6.
You know, it's so funny because Winter knows exactly what Foxen is worried about in that spot. And so he says it. And you're allowed to do that as long as you produce a worse hand than the ace-king, of course.
That was good.
And the river is no good. So, Sean Winter
Were you going to fold?
Yes.
King
gets polished off.
And if you had king queen?
Queen high fold. Queen high, I think. Queen high fold. Doesn't seem like a particular...
What happens on a river? Let me just bow out now because I feel my range is a bit too weak there.
And maybe you feel like that river barrel is coming on that board texture more often than not. Granted, things could have changed in terms of a club rolling off, but...
Right, there's a lot of things you need to hope for to play out favorably for
like you need that running 3, you know what I mean, an offsuit deuce. You're really kind of hoping.
You need that, and you need him to hopefully give up, which he probably is not.
Yeah. Pocket jacks now for Kornuth as he'll be active once more, this time with a raise in front of him. Direct right is Jaffe with the deuces.
$17,000? 18.
Potential big pot incoming.
Yeah, third bet to 18,000 now is going to be faced with a re-raise itself, presumably from Ruida.
Might even outright 4-bet rip it in.
Raise?
Well, the raise has been declared, and that is a chunky 40,000.
It's actually a very uncomfortable spot for Kornuth because the original raiser was from +1, he 3-bet from +2, so already that's quite a narrow-ish range. And to still see the big blind come with a cold 4-bet, you gotta be a little bit fearful of the jacks that you could be up against a bigger pair. He is going to reach for all the chips, given that it is just 50 blinds, so we are going to run a coin flip.
125K, 5-bet. Ruida gets the rest of it in there, and it is absolutely a coin flip. $250,000 in the pot. It's got to go. Ruida whose way? And he is behind, but has 43% equity. Can he keep his seat? Sure looks that way on the ace-10-6 board as he hops in front of Kornuth. Stays there on this turn. Needs to fade Jacob, and he's done just that. And that's a fairly deep wound sustained by Kornuth. Granted, he's not too far off of starting stack, but obviously a disappointing outcome for him there. Have done.
From what I've heard, Chance prides himself on his live reading ability.
Yeah.
So personally for me, if I was playing against him, I'd be a little bit intimidated if you don't have as much live experience, which I have a little bit less. So I can see why he kind of gives you that vibe of that hypnotizing kind of feeling.
Well, from a little bit less to a lot less. Nozomu's Queen Jack way behind the 2 kings of Joey Weissman. Catapults things to 21,000. Pocket 10s now for Xiaoming Li. Slightly awkward given the early position from Nozomu, who obviously is marching to the beat of a different drum, so maybe we assign wider ranges there. But Weissman cut off 3-bet. You can get yourself in a little bit of trouble thinking Joey might be targeting Nozomu with this 3-bet. And this is some sort of opening for you to 4-bet and just take a pot uncontested.
You're right about that. If you feel that a player is targeting a looser player, then you're going to want to 4-bet more in the spot, especially off of south of 40 bigs with 10s. It seems like a natural 4-bet all-in. And even if you get in against ace-king, you're ahead. A lot of folds pre you would expect from both players.
Huh. Yeah. Very surprising to me.
Damn, my mother-in-law lives in Hendersonville. They have
I don't blame him here. It's just bad luck.
Oh, yeah, I was surprised by it.
4-bet to 111,000 is ill-fated. Almost all of Xiaoming Li's chips in the middle, and undoubtedly the rest of them will be requested by Weissman, who jams himself and makes sure that extra 1K gets into the middle. So the pot officially standing at 236,000.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Triton Jeju. I'm Griffin. He's
Kevin Rabichow, and we're here covering the opening event, the 15K. 15K. Pardon me. Sorry, guys. Wow. Getting the cobwebs out. I'm Griffin Benjer. He's Kevin Rabichow. We're here for the opening event here at Triton Poker Jeju. 15K buy-in event. Normally, opening events are usually, $500, maybe 1K buy-in. Out here, people get warmed up with the 15K, and that was a nice little couple of levels to get things started, Kev.
Yeah, and I mean, the players obviously are here to play bigger stakes as we go through the series, but it's looking like a 15K buy-in. I mean, people are playing, they're a little bit tight, they're a little bit, I think trying to make the right moves is what I was saying on the previous frame. Like, we're seeing people willing to take big shots, willing to run a bluff or make a big call, but at the same time we saw kings folding pre-flop against aces.
Yeah, incredible.
Look, we're just looking at players who are trying to make top shelf plays at the start of a really important series to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And going to these new feature tables, we have a lot of familiar faces, the likes of Kiat Lee on one of them over here up top, but the table at the bottom here, I mean, you got Michael Adamo right in the middle there. Fedor Holz on his immediate left, everyone's fan favorite Rampage there in the corner. So, Hecklin, I mean, that's going to be an incredible, incredible table to watch here in this 15K buy-in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are going to be jumping into the action momentarily. And towards the end of day, I guess not end of day, I guess we have, 2 more levels here? 2 or 3 more levels?
2 more sessions, yeah.
2 more sessions, yeah. If we look at sort of the chip leaders right now, Kevin, Jason Wong up at the top, up over $1 million, which is quite significant considering the starting stack. As we see a little shot here, that's Alex Foxen's back right there. I mean, clearly, there's only one man's back that could be. You can see some familiar faces around the room.
Yeah, good number of players they had to fit in. Obviously, we saw the largest field we've ever seen at a Triton event, making sure that everyone has a seat eventually.
Yeah, incredible turnouts for these Jeju events. And one more level of buying in, re-entering. Like you said, a lot of players maybe willing to get a little looser, get the money in a little lighter to try to run up a big stack in this small buy-in relative to the rest of the series.
Yeah, we haven't seen big chip numbers on the tables that we were covering last, but looks like we have a couple of players on the feature coming up over the $500,000 mark.
Yeah, and actually quite a few short stacks on that stacked feature. You can see Adamo, for instance, just 15 big blinds. Holtz under 20, as well as Rampage with just 14 big blinds. And there are our 2 feature tables. You can see Wang Yi leading the red table there with 58 big blinds. Henrik Hecklin, always love seeing him in action. Second in chips there with 39. But over on the blue table, a lot of names I'm not entirely familiar with. So it'll be interesting to see some sort of new faces for me, Kev.
Yeah, we've got someone with some Triton success sitting on just 6 big blinds, rolling Rakita there on the blue table.
Yeah, always interesting in seeing some of these, Asian players that I'm not familiar with. It's always nice to get a glimpse what they're capable of, especially at these stops like Jeju. We are coming to 5K, 10K blinds. So things are getting a little short for those, 200K buy-in stacks. Rania Nezradine, look at that. I don't believe she was on the original, graphic that we showed. I think that she probably replaced a player that just busted. But that's a player, an American player actually that I'm quite familiar with.
Yeah, we were expecting to see Rampage on that table. I'm not seeing him listed here.
It's a slight delay here, but we will be getting going. And that is the cards in the air. There's Kiat Lee.
Okay.
Love me some Kiat Lee. Gonna open things up with a raise to 21,000 in early position with the king 10 off. At this sort of 30 big blind stack depth, probably near the bottom of his range here with this king 10, but trying to get one through.
That's enough. You better defend though.
And a pretty snug fold there in the small blind from Queen Jack.
You said that.
Both players kind of on that medium stack size. Maybe didn't quite feel comfortable calling against an earlier position open.
Yeah, have to imagine one of the best, probably the best hand that he would fold there in the small blind.
I'll take it easy on you.
No, don't take it easy. I want a whole thing.
Easy peasy. Bet and take it for Kiat. And a nice little smile.
Making it sound like he could have done something with the 10-8 offsuit there. I mean, he had some backdoor stuff going on, but it would be pretty ambitious against an early position opener.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kiat Lee's a tough out as well. You know, maybe not with that king 10, but he'd be tough to get away in a lot of situations. So, but yeah, there's always considerations. These are the, you know, some of the best players in the world playing the highest stakes. They're always trying to find ways to get one over on someone. Zhao with the pocket fives, 14 big blinds under the gun. We are playing 8-handed, effectively going all in here with the 14 big blinds, especially with the rebuy in play. I think I'm okay with this shove, Kev.
Yeah, knowing that we're 8-handed, it isn't super attractive to risk 14 big blinds from under the gun, but I think pocket fives is right around the right hand strength to be willing to do it. You know, deuces, threes, we're certainly going to have to fold, maybe fours.
Yeah, it's the one right on the line that I think, especially, you know, in this 15K buy-in in the rebuy period, maybe prepared to just try to get this exact scenario because you're never getting called by worse. So we will be flipping. Amiri calling with the ace-queen, and not a good start.
Jack?
Not a good start. Gonna need that backdoor not coming in. Nice clean double.
14-1. 14.
Kwanzaa, we were speculating, had his brightly colored jacket on the feature table on the previous frame. Not being worn by himself, though, of course. So indeed he is in the room.
Oh, sorry.
And a little tip for the dealer.
Thank you.
So not your first time in Jeju, or is it?
No, I was here.
You were here last year with the
one year ago as a player.
That massive min cash in the main, I heard.
I'll have you know that was 3.5 buy-ins that I cashed for.
My bad.
But yes, it did feel like a min cash after a long, difficult series.
2 9s for Pun. Playing about 18 bigs. Amiri, more reason to get involved. Now, you know, Queen Jack offsuit we saw folded, facing an early position raise from the small, but suited is going to get in there.
Yeah, he has an interesting spot against the opener, only having 18 big blinds.
Yeah.
It looked like he maybe gave 3-betting some thought. He certainly could have just gone all in, but I think calling is a totally reasonable option as well.
Yeah, I think the effective shove of would have been fine as well. You know, effective against, of course, Zhao's big blind stack. But yeah, just playing it as the call is going to peel against the 15K C-bet. I think this combo is probably okay for that because of this exact scenario.
It's a great turn, obviously. It's, you know, I like that he's being sticky.
Sorry, it's 2 hearts, my bad. I thought it was 1 diamond.
Ah, yeah.
No, I don't think I'd be crazy about calling in that.
Yeah, I like that he's being sticky on the flop. Like, he's facing a small bet. There's ways for him to win this hand, but I am surprised, you know, against +1 opener on a board where he doesn't really have any backdoors. I am surprised to see him peel it.
What do you think of this this bet on the turn here from Pun?
Yeah, this is interesting. He's certainly claiming that he thinks he has the best hand still, right? It looks like he's aiming for a bit of protection, aiming for a bit of value, and Amiri sussing out that his hand is actually best and charging. I mean, it's a pretty good hand for 20 big blinds to have Queen Jack on this board, but this is hard to find.
This is a very difficult race to find, yeah. Unconventional, you know, is folding out the worst hand. And I guess therein lies the concern with raising in a situation like that is, you know, hard to get a continue by many hands that you beat. But certainly, you know, if you're prepared to call it off, or, you know, you might just get a call from an ace-8 of hearts and then reevaluate on the river. So interesting line. I mean, it's nice. That's the thing that's so great about, you know, Triton events, especially as the fields get bigger, is it gets a bit more eclectic. The kind of players you might expect to see. It's not all the, you know, top pros in the world that you're used to seeing. It's some guys that, you know, maybe you're not used to seeing that'll check raise a turn there with Queen Jack and throw a little thorn in the side. So interesting play. Similar to the 5s here for you. Just
yeah, here
we go.
This is a tough one, and it's especially tough. Wow, I was gonna say I'm not surprised to see him fold. It's tough to come right off of a big hand where you just made like a questionable turn bet, you just faced a turn check raise, and 10 seconds later you're in another difficult spot, right?
And the king-queen combo in particular is not always going to be played as a shove there for 17 bigs. I mean, sometimes we're going to be mixing in some raises, and it just gets a bit weird. So I think all 3 options are okay.
Yeah. Roland here, pretty obvious decision to move in for his 6 big blinds with ace-10. I am curious what he would have done with that hand had he faced an open from the king-queen, but...
And therein lies the power of that open as well, is that it does look quite scary and might, you know, get hands like ace-10 to fold.
Yeah, he's ahead. You got 1 diamond and I got the spade.
Is going to get a customer in the exact same hand, and our table chip leader in Christopher Park.
Oh, spade.
They were pointing out before that flop that they covered each other's flush draws. Spades being the one that comes out. Oh, they're safe.
Well played. You too.
So you've been in Asia for a few weeks, right, Kevin?
I have, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing a bit of travel. Nice to get adjusted to the time zone as well.
Spent a little time in Singapore, Thailand.
Yeah. Yeah, it was my first time traveling to Thailand, and I had a great trip. I mean, my wife and I are already talking about the things we didn't get to do, you know, in the next trip out.
How long in Thailand were you there for?
About 10 days.
Oh yeah, you got to give yourself 2 weeks, probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we didn't even get to go to Bangkok.
When you came and played last year, did you just sort of jump right in to like?
No, actually, I arrived early for that one as well, and
Smart
it seems fairly common at these Triton stops, at least for someone coming from North America to play in Asia. A lot of people talk about giving at least a couple days to show up, get used to the environment.
So blind on blind shove there for 10 effective. Kiat Lee getting the Queen 8 of Hearts through. King 4.
Yeah, somewhat snug.
One of the, I think best hands that you're going to consider folding. I'd be a little hard pressed folding that against Kiat Lee, but listen, it's $15,000 buy-in. Just get here.
Yeah, and you don't want to just overlook like the feeling you get at the table when you're facing that all in. I mean, Kiat, he's certainly an experienced player, but he looked comfortable. He moved in quickly.
That's a
like
great observation.
That can weigh in on those decisions in the moment, even if they're not really thinking it through in those terms.
As we jump on over to the star-studded table, Yu Chung Chang opening up with the Rockets. Fedor Holz with the very, very peelable King 4 suited in the big blind is going to, of course, complete. Try to flop some equity on this 15 big blind stack.
And these kind of boards kind of an opportunity to see what style Chang is going to play.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see just a min bet with everything in these situations. Sometimes a hand like aces decides to check behind and induce a little bit of action from hands like what Fedor has that are just dead here.
Yeah, I think a great example of the kind of turn card that Chang could get some real value from these aces would be, something like the 7 of diamonds that Fedor would, start betting and hoping to, take out an ace-queen by the river.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to underestimate the value of just letting someone hit a pair. Like
Yeah.
when you have a hand like
No, of
aces,
course,
just
of
letting
course.
someone hit a pair of 4s.
Yeah.
It puts them in a tough spot, and they have to, realistically give you credit for having some ace high. Looks like Chang is going to bet, but I wouldn't have hated even checking behind again on the turn now that you're here,
Yeah, and look, Fedor Holz is and has been, one of, if not the best tournament player in the last, 5-10 years. But if he turns a king, it's going to be tough for him not to call his 2 streets, and that's just, you want to give your opponent an opportunity to, have an unfoldable cooler in a situation like that.
Yeah.
There's Rania in the corner texting away. Always incredible wardrobe, Rania Nasruddin. Fold around to Hecklin. Ace Queen and the hijack. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, and might be a bit too much hand for Michael Adamo in the rebuy period of this 15K. Gonna think he's probably slightly ahead of Hecklin's 40 big blind open range at the hijack and say, well, you know what, let's just go for it.
I was curious to see what he did there because these are spots, in the last few years where you are seeing more players flat call off of 10 big blinds, off of 8 big blinds, if they don't feel like they have fold equity. But Adamo might have felt that he had some fold equity there against some hands that are live. Maybe he occasionally gets called by worse.
Yeah.
Seemed like a close spot.
Other Asian stops before this?
No,
Or,
my first time in. I've been
or
to
you just
India
came
once, but I've never been to Asia. I've never
Now,
played in Triton.
a follow-up question to that,
time.
Kevin, is, you know, do
I
you
was planning
think
on
that
playing in a tournament in Paris,
ever
but then
playing
they
that as a pure
canceled
fold,
it.
is it then just too tight? Is that how, where the meta is these days, where it's kind of like you need to either
I think
call with 10 or shove it with 10 there?
Yeah, I think while we're in like the rebuy period, like you said,
Yeah.
we're not really dealing with an ICM environment. Adamo can just replace these chips for another $15,000, right?
Only?
And that'll do it.
Maybe a few more.
It seems like he will have
I think
to.
there's more.
Also from China, quite a couple of female players, I think.
Are coming or are here?
They're playing, I think.
I think Anissa is playing. Kristen's playing. You're playing.
Michael Adamo,
we're
widely
definitely not
considered to
going
be
past 2 hands
one of
here.
the modern goats.
Okay.
Maybe more than 4.
But
Yeah, yeah.
gonna
No,
have
I
to
think
fork up another
no more than
15,000 to
10
have a
though.
chance in this opening event here at
But
Triton.
it's, you know, we're a small group, small but mighty, annoying.
I thought for a bit there
Where
that
you based?
Adamo was
Vienna.
playing more cash games in favor
friend
of the
Serbia lives
tournament world. Glad to see that
My
he's still
friend
coming out to the
Serbia
big
Jovan.
buy-ins.
Kenjik, I don't know his like.
Yeah, I know.
Serbia.
I know the name. He's I know he's friends. Somewhat of a friend of mine, but I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's,
Had a great run in the
Yeah, I
Bahamas a
didn't know
couple
he
months
lived in
ago, if I
Canada.
remember correctly. In the 25K
Oh, yeah.
main over there.
So many
Yeah, I was putting on a
players.
big
Yeah.
show and
They have good taxes. I guess.
stumbled a bit at the end. Even the best happens to the best. But an
Only
incredible
for poker, though.
performance. A lot of people having a
Where
lot
do
of
you
fun
live?
watching Michael Adamo
Vienna?
play for millions of dollars.
Party.
Very expensive for taxes.
Other than poker. But if you're predominantly poker,
Yeah.
so how do they handle crypto? Sorry, you're in the hand. Wait's left.
At first, it was if you hold longer than 1 year.
Well, might have a
It's
classic
free,
race
but they
here.
changed
Never
it
thrilled to
a
call
couple
off
years ago.
13 big blinds with
130?
pocket fives, but
30%.
you know, hijack button with a dead cutoff, he does quickly call it off and say, all right, let's run it. Let's hope for something like
131.
ace queen. Another classic race.
If that changes anything, no.
Do you live in the US?
Come on, Heckling, you still have a second life. Leave me.
Oklahoma.
I'll give you an overcut to the 6.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Good start.
You know what? Make it a hot as well. How about that?
9.
That's a heckling joke, by the way. Didn't catch that. Heck yeah. You got it now.
I honestly didn't catch it. I'm glad you explained.
Those are the best jokes, by the way. The ones you have to explain.
GG. Have fun.
That's going to do it for Fedor. Does lose the flip. Yeah, actually, I had a joke in the group chat earlier that I don't think anyone got. That I'll be happy to explain to you if so you can decide if it's funny or not. But when I arrived here in Jeju, I wrote, "Half eagle has landed."
I remember you writing this.
Why would I say half eagle?
Well, now I'm trying to reverse engineer the joke. I'm thinking about your name.
Ah, a griffin is a half eagle, half lion. There it is.
There you go.
You can laugh now.
Haha.
Ah, we're getting along so well already, Kev. That's going to do it for Fedor Holz. And I have just heard that was his last $15,000, and he will not be entering. He was just hoping to run up that first bullet. And he's heading home. So we're getting him a taxi right now. No, I think he'll probably jump back in. There are those beautiful Jeju & Co. watches, the official timekeeper of the Triton series. Look at those things. I mean, they were cool last time I was here, but they're getting cooler. Look at that yellow one.
Is that like a Jeju theme?
Might be.
Little orange?
Might be. Jeju & Co. still getting it done. Play the rush, Henrik. Heck yeah. I'm going to ask him if that can be his catchphrase. Here's Chang with the ace-jack on 21 big blinds. A little bit awkward.
Yeah, another close one. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised to see
Either
a number of
yeah.
options. We could see an all-in. Looks like what Cheng believes is the best route here. Genuine reaction from Rania there.
Oh, she is very, very authentic. She will wear it. There's something very like audience surrogate about watching her play, where you're like, she kind of reacts the way that you are. It's really great. But she's gonna make
You
tough
gotta
fold.
show. You gotta show.
The best hand that she would fold in this situation.
Yeah, yeah. I should have just called just for fun. Ride the rush.
Replay.
Yeah, I should have.
I had nice hand, like really nice hand.
Me flip.
Ace jack,
Wow. No flip.
ace queen, ace king. Ace dominated. It's okay. It doesn't matter. I was dominated. It's okay. 5. I got it. Sorry, I'm not a problem. I promise.
So,
A little bit of a light open here in the hijack, and it gets Strawver to fold Queen 8 suited on the button. Only 15 big blinds. And that might be why Wang is opening this hand in the hijack with a lot of short stacks behind. There's not as much that can go wrong opening an ace rag. Kind of nice to just have that single ace.
A very tiny piece here for Andre. That bottom gutter.
Yeah, it's never exciting to draw to the worst straight on the board. Very easy for the opener to have Jack 10 and such, so you don't even know that you're drawing to a live hand.
And for that reason, I'm out.
He's got his wine, so can't be bothered with the chips. What a life. What a life.
What a great arrival.
Yeah.
With the energy of a man that just was on the beach and... Oh, there's a poker tournament? I happen to have 15 grand on me.
Beautiful Triton cards. Those are so fancy.
That is, of course, Daniel Nielsen joining the table. Rania does like to play hands, and you can see it on her face. It's just great. It's always like, oh yeah, she wants to play.
As long as she's showing that and then leading to the action where it doesn't end up mattering, it could get her in the dicey situation if you know.
Well, yeah, you know, it's interesting because my exposure, like my experience of covering Rania has been in, big main events where she's had great success. But these are main events of more of the nature of like 5K, 10Ks with a lot of people qualifying. And so it's going to be interesting to see her adjustment in these, big Triton events. What her intention is she just playing the 15K, maybe a 25K, how big she's going to go. So it's just really great to see her here. Andre, nut flush draw. 2 overs to Hecklin's 3, but blind on blind here. Do expect a continue from Henrik.
Yeah, this one's interesting. I like the pre-flop action that Kotelnikov went with here. He opened small off of just 15, 14 big blinds. It's a good hand to try and get value by open raising. You have a suited ace. You don't just want to open all in.
Yeah, just get oftentimes
your hand's just
called
really,
by better. Or,
yeah, your hand's just really, really good in this situation, and you want to keep some of those medium strength hands in. His hand keeps getting better here.
Yeah, and the kind of card that you can, and I quite like the sizing too, Kevin, because I think you're going to expect to always get a continue from a king here to most sizing, but even by a 7. Recognizing, Henrik's going to recognize you're going to barrel this ace a lot. So it's just a nice card to get a continue with. Maybe 20 is too obvious. Like it's just like
I do wonder if
it's
like
a bit small.
Hecklin, because I think Hecklin is legitimately considering that he needs to continue with 3, you know, in that spot, but it might have been so small that he maybe just didn't believe the story that this was a bluff.
Exactly.
It just kind of felt like what it was. It felt like a strong hand.
Yeah.
No, I can't translate this one.
You can't? What language?
Yeah. 装饰怎么说呀？
Can I try the glasses?
Check.
Yeah.
That is so interesting though about that hand is, you know, if Andre was deeper and was betting 70K on the turn, maybe we would have seen a call from Henrik. So just another example of how interesting poker can be. As we move over to the other feature table. There's Royker. Do it.
No hesitation, really. When Rakita knows that the big blind ante is coming up for him next hand, he presumably preloaded those chips with a pretty good idea that they're going in quite often.
I'm down with a suited equator, you know? I like that hand. Suited queen 8. Tricky. Look at that, folding out better hands.
Wow. I'm getting called by the same hand.
Wait a minute, that's Reuter.
Wow.
Roland Rakita, Clemens Reuter. Got it.
A couple of snug folds by the players ahead here, and Rakita's now all in with the same hand as his opponent twice in a row.
Uh-oh.
Like this.
Not like this. Now, do you know what that is a reference to?
What's
Movie
that?
reference.
I mean, I've just heard this reference a lot. Oh.
Not like this.
GG.
Okay, the star of the film was Keanu Reeves.
How many choices do I have?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
The Matrix.
Okay, you got it.
The
you got
Matrix
it.
2. The Matrix,
no,
the Matrix 3.
It's the first Matrix, yeah. Yeah. Not like this. Not like this.
I wanted to come up with like a funny
It can
way of
only be
avoiding
one
saying the
point poker.
Matrix, but
But
I
then you
couldn't
didn't
think of a
think of
single
single, yeah.
speed. Should have said speed.
Yeah.
Finally
Bram
thought of it.
Stoker's Dracula. There is the beautiful Triton trophy. Which was actually just nominated for prettiest trophy. I don't know if that's actually what the award's called, but it's something like that.
Just coolest trophy.
Something like that, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Most original design, I think, maybe? I like prettiest. I think it's the prettiest. And most badass. Amiri, nice and out of line here under the gun 1 with the 5-4 suited. Nice to mix in hands similar to this in early position for more board coverage. Hey, but sometimes everybody just folds. Nice little takedown. Oh, look at the matching phone case to the table. Very cool. almost as cool as pocket jacks in the hijack for Kiat Lee.
I never miss.
Such a good name, Clemens Reuter. Another good name, Anton Zenlu, the king queen in the small blind. Interesting here. What do you reckon, Kevin?
Yeah, it's a close feeling spot with 22.
Yeah.
I think knowing that Kiat might be a little out of line from the hijack, if we think of this as like a cutoff open, I think I like this jam.
Yeah,
if,
exactly.
You know, maybe if this
Good
was
call.
a true hijack open, it might be a little loose to jam, but it still just seems kind of fine. Unfortunate to run into jacks, but he still has 43%.
Is it though? Yeah, like it's better than getting snapped by ace queen. I like these fake flips. Yeah, because look at that.
You were right. For now.
Look at that Kiat. Unlucky for Mr. Lee, but we do have 2 streets to go. Okay, 1 street to go.
Two, two, three.
Very nice double up there for Anton. And you can see how significant a double up of that stack size is, because it actually vaults him to chip lead of the table at 47 big blinds. Oh, if you could only know when the camera was on you, you know, a very big yawn from Zuquan. Is it Zhao? I feel like you pronounced it before. You probably have it already.
I've heard it as Zhao before, but
Okay, let's go with Zhao. My apologies.
I'm not confident.
Yeah, my first day back, guys, as Clemens Router finds the Jack 9 suited at the cutoff. Chris Park, a little interest with the King 8 of Hearts in the small.
Yeah, I would expect this to play.
Yeah, you got to continue here, but it's going to come in the form of a flat or a raise. That is 75 grand.
And I do like this. Against the cutoff, you're going to see some like offsuit 10x, offsuit 9x.
Yeah.
Bunch of hands that we can get to fold out. And he's just going to get flatted by some hands that he does totally fine against. He might get flatted by this.
Yeah. You know, even something as strong as ace queen off, ace jack suited, ace jack off might just be playing these as flats and not, you know, playing for stacks of 40 big blinds. And folds out, yeah, a hand that had, you know, decent enough equity.
Do you think it's a reasonable, close-ish fold?
Yeah,
especially if he has,
it's a bit tough.
If he has any reason to think that Chris is leaning tight, it's probably just a good fold.
Yeah, you know, even though we do start the starting stacks, you know, you start quite deep in these early levels. Once we get sort of into the evening, you can see that the average stack on this table is around that, you know, 30, 35 big blind marks. So it's tough to play these 40 big blind, you know, effective situations with something like Jack 9 suited.
And to be honest, we know that feeling of like, ooh, the rebuy period is about to be over. I'd really love to not have to go back to that desk.
Yeah.
I'd really love to hang on to my 2 starting stacks.
Yeah, I don't want, you know, the Queen 9-3, 1 heart, you know, call down all the way kind of situation with the Jack 9. Like, yeah, Amiri letting his intention known from the jump. As soon as he touched his chips, it was to grab that 80,000. And Parker's going to respect it.
Yeah, it's another somewhat snug fold versus 3-bet in theory, but I think just a wise choice when you see the confidence Amiri was exuding there.
Nice to see. I'm just taking a look at the the leaderboard here, Kevin. Nice to see an American in Calvin Anderson 8th in chips. Surprised to see him out here. That's great. Representing the U.S.
Seen a lot of players that I'm used to seeing, you know, at the WPTs, at the World Series, coming out here maybe for the first time. Yeah, it looks like this is the first Triton event that Calvin's played.
You know, I have to say, Calvin and I used to be quite close, and I remember back in the day, he was not a fan of flying. There was some events he wouldn't come to, and I recently saw him in Barcelona, and now I see him in Jeju, so I think he's over it. That's it's great to see him out here. He is such an entertaining player to watch. I would love to see him in all these big buy-ins here.
Right.
Button's good.
Thank you.
Effective shove here for the 7 big blinds of Kiat Lee and the, I believe, around 8 or 9 of Pun in the big blind. You can see Kiat deciding to just take the equity of the King 7 suited. One of the last hands before the rebuy period ends, so decides to just go for it, hoping he's up against, you know, a pair or a Queen Jack or Queen 10 or, you know, an Ace 5. Unfortunately, dominated by the King 9. And here we go. Say 6 of diamonds to make it interesting.
Well, the 5's a little something.
Yeah, another straight draw potential. That 4 will give Lee a straight. Wow, look at that. I still got it. Look at me mid-season form on day 1, calling cards.
And that really did feel like a double or head to the rebuy desk kind of play.
Oh, yeah.
Kiat probably feeling pretty good that he doesn't have to pay for those chips.
Yeah. So you got a chart right in front of you, Kevin. What does it say about the King 7 there? 1 or 2 notches too loose.
My instinct is that it's
forget
just
the rebuy.
Yeah,
just pure for
yeah,
chips.
just playing for chips. Like my instinct is that it's a touch loose, but it can't be far off.
It
like,
can't be. Yeah, no, of course, yeah.
Because if both players are playing 7 blinds, I think the button's going to be in with any suited king.
So Pun did have 9.
He had 9 blinds. Okay. Yeah. So I think if we're talking about like average 8 blinds, my guess is that it's the best hand we fold.
Right. Yeah.
Rough, you know.
But every King 9 suited gets in, and
oh, certainly, yeah.
Maybe half of the King 8s or more.
Kind of just trying to figure out like what the worst king.
You say we have a break?
No, it's not a break.
The button would open jam with.
Yeah, like does the button open jam? Okay, let's assume the button open gems every suited king. That's fair.
Yeah.
9 effective.
But I think like king 7 off might just fold.
Exactly, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
King 8 off might be all in.
Still playing?
Roughly around there.
Which technically dominates you. Yeah, pretty interesting. We are going to go on a quick little break here. Very, very short break, a couple minutes, just to make sure everyone gets in the event that wants to get in it. As we look at the chip counts here from those two tables, the red, the blue, we can see Wang Ye over there on the red table with 63 big blinds, all the way up to 759,000. Pretty impressive. Henrik Hecklin there, 48 big blinds. Won a nice little flip to eliminate Fedor Holz. Blue table, Anton Zenlu with the 41 blinds. All the way down to Pun now just sitting with a puny, punny 6 blinds? I don't know. There's a pun somewhere in there. So yeah, that was fun. Glad to be back in action here. Kevin, let's give him a couple minutes here, and we'll be back soon with action here at Triton Jeju.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Triton. Does anyone Anyone else here attracted to a watch right now? Because that was a pretty sexy watch out, I got to say, from Jacob & Co. Those watches are looking good. And so are the players here on day one of this 15K. Dude, Kevin, I got to say, a lot of players playing this event. What was our record? 305 of any Triton event, and there are 379 players in this event.
Yeah.
There were only 269 last year. This is crazy. I think they're turning people away, like they're not even able to get everyone in time. This is an incredible turnout, and these are the two featured tables we've been covering. Pretty exciting stuff, Kevin.
Yeah, and like we were talking about before, we're seeing a bunch of people coming from North America who have never been here before. We're seeing a lot of fresh faces. I'm just looking forward to getting the chance to watch them play and learn more about these players as they move their way through.
Yeah, I have to say I did catch you there. We had this sort of 3-4 minute break trying to go register. I did see you slip away from the desk there, but they turned you away.
They did. Yeah.
But yeah, just a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces to me. It's just great. If you are out there following at home and you want to participate in a little survey for us, let us know what you like, what you don't like. Please type !survey in the chat, then click the link to enter the survey. Your opinion matters, and your feedback helps us improve. Maybe you hate my face. You can tell us that, and I will change it as we get back in the action. And Anton Zenlu at the 12K big blind is going to open pretty loosey-goosey here. A little loosey-goosey here.
I like the ace-9 offsuit open if we're all playing relatively short.
Yeah, good point.
Just it's a
pure
good
blocker. Like, we're not worried too much about post-flop play and flats with,
No.
And just as Kevin predicted, he liked the open. And Anton got richer because of it.
That's how it works. You have an ace in your hand, they all just fold.
So many nice shiny watches at these trade events. You a watch guy?
Not exactly.
You got a watch on your wrist?
Yeah. So,
That looks more like
a
functional function watch.
Yes. Fashion watch, yeah.
Gotcha.
You into it? You do any collecting?
I don't, but if Jacob & Co. wants to hook up a watch, I'll definitely, just to try it on, you know. I got a watch many years ago, but I don't really wear it. But it's cool to see these really, badass watches from some of these very successful individuals in poker, in business. I mean, this is the place you want to wear them. What's going on with this white one? This is crazy, this thing. I love it.
It does seem like the poker table is the place.
Yeah. Come on.
Of all places.
Yeah.
To actually wear your investment, show off what you have a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, in some way you could say poker players at this level are, professional athletes or mind sport, whatever. And in other athletic sports, you can't, you're playing tennis, you're not allowed wearing your big chunky, Jacob & Co. But here you can wear whatever you want. So Calvin Lee going with the limping strategy here off of 13 big blinds, I think makes total sense. Is going to just fire one off, hope to get through Anton, try to fold out probably something like a 10 high, maybe a very weak queen high. But Anton's got that queen 10. So is going to call, but Calvin hits the 6 on the turn, Kevin.
Yeah, these spots are funny because nobody believes each other that they have anything on an ace-high board, right?
Yeah.
You put in so little money before the flop. You're only playing 14 big blinds effective, blind versus blind. Everyone's kind of aware, like, oh, this is a nothing board. You're not supposed to have anything here. So even a pair of sixes starts to look like quite a good hand, right?
So based off what you're saying, and I'm inclined to agree, is that this is effectively a value bet against the 3x, right? I mean, we have to assume Anton would have shoved basically all the aces pre-flop at 12 big blinds, except maybe pocket aces. Might check that back.
And I like that Anton was continuing here just with the queen 10 high. Obviously, there's the added benefit of being able to make the nuts on the river, but even queen 10 is probably beating Calvin's bluffs on the turn.
Yeah, it's beating the 5-7 off. It's beating, you know, the 10-4 diamonds, whatever. This is, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just being a bit romantic about the hand, but is it at all interesting in the respective, you know, facing a big bet here on the river?
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be 4 deuce of diamonds, 4-5 of diamonds.
A hand that jumps out to me is even just 4-5 offsuit. Like any,
of course.
You consider that 4-5 offsuit makes an open ender on the turn. This hand, he does go all in.
This hand is calling twice, yeah.
Yeah, this hand always calls twice, right? So it's a lot of combinations. Looks like Calvin's going to seriously consider it, and I think it's a good idea to seriously consider it.
I agree. I mean, look, yeah, King's up has gotten there in the form of King 3, but King 6, I mean, King 6 would have...
Even these hands are sometimes aggressive.
Would have called the flop, but you block it with the 7-6. I mean, it's interesting. It's like he's probably more weighted to bluffs than he is to nut hands that are prepared to shove, you know, 1.3x pot. I mean, it's a very interesting hand.
Yeah.
I really would not be surprised if we see a call from Calvin Lee. And
Can I get a fruit slice?
It's a strange thing to say with fourth pair, but you know what? Does find it.
I know he didn't have the best hand, but I was kind of rooting for him to just make a hero call because I love hero calling in these spots myself.
Yeah.
Played a lot of heads up, and it kind of carries over to that blind versus blind situation. And you just find that they're good spots to bluff catch. I want to talk about WPT Global. Did you know that you can qualify online for the next WPT Global Slam? You can win passport dollars and use them to buy into future Triton events, only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500.
Hey, back to the other table. And we got ourselves a little mystery hand. Daniel Nielsen, we can see, has Applejack. Wang Yi could have anything. You could even have Ace Jack. Not a good start for Nielsen with this board, but.
So what have we got here pre-flop? We had Nielsen opening, Wang Yi defending the big blind.
Mm-hmm.
Check on the flop. This is one of those situations where I expect the big blind to be pretty aggressive once Nielsen checks the flop, or even just on the flop outright.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see Wang going check call, it just kind of feels like he has something pretty decent. Maybe as weak as like an ace high with a diamond, although that's no longer a weak hand.
What do you make of the turn bet from Nielsen?
That's an interesting one. I'm not totally seeing the purpose of it unless he feels really confident that he has the best hand. Basically just that, you know, he expects Wang to be aggressive on this board with any pair, with any reasonable draw. And he just thinks, oh, I've got ace jack high. Stands to be best a fair bet. Oh, he leads all in.
Miserable spot here for Daniel.
I mean, imagine doing this as a bluff. You've got to know that Nielsen can have ace high, which is now a straight fairly often, right? I mean, do you think it's realistic to get this hand to imagine this hand folding a good chunk of the time?
Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, it feels very strong. Like maybe his hand was too strong on the turn to start betting because he already has a high made flush. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I think
This tracks for me too.
Yeah. So, you know, when you do have king 10 of diamonds here, you know, you don't want to bet the turn because you're worried that a hand like ace jack might fold. Wow.
Oh, just a stone bluff.
Nice. Daniel deciding I'm too high up in my range. This doesn't track for me. It's hard to make a flush. I call.
Yeah. Sometimes it is best just not to overcomplicate the spot, right?
Yeah.
Like I've got a pretty good hand. I'm facing action that doesn't really make that much sense to me. I guess we just pay.
Yeah. And that's a, you know what? Especially here at Triton, that's a very important skill to have. It's just like, you know, don't level yourself into I have good hand, I call.
you gotta be willing to bust.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yes,
be willing to
exactly,
like feel that feeling of I don't want to bust and
Yeah.
just call anyways.
Because it is hard to make good hands, and when you do, sometimes you just gotta hold strong. Poseidon Ho? Yes. Very cool name. Ting Biao, one of my favorites. When I was here in Montenegro, became a very big Ting Biao fan.
25.
Another player who's had a lot of success at these Tritons. Seen him battling in Vegas as well.
Who, Ding?
Yeah.
Nice.
Goes to some of the big WPTs, the World Series. He's a serious player.
Yeah. Great table presence, great wardrobe, great demeanor. Yeah, I'm a fan. Daniel, fresh off the confidence building all-in call on the river, isn't going to get out of line with this 9-high flush draw.
Yeah, I am a little surprised to see him check. He can represent quite a lot on this board. And even just a pair of sixes would be good enough to bet the turn here.
Yeah.
You know, maybe weaker if he chose a small size, but he decides he doesn't want to just bet every flush draw.
And now you've cooled yourself. Look at that. Probably would have gotten a fold. And instead, you lose 37,000. Over under?
Oh, I was going to ask which player is the one who's betting 37,000.
He is, for sure.
Oh, he goes 45.
Over. You didn't play the game with me. You got to say over or under.
Oh.
Now you know the game.
Now I understand over under.
Babe, you'll never believe this concept that Griffin Benger taught me on my first day. Quick call from Henrik, of course, and the rich get richer. All the way up to 586,000. Pardon me. That was what he had before the hand. 674,000. Good for 56 big blinds. That is our table chip leader. Poseidon Ho getting some change there. I just got to say, as someone with a, you know, mythical name, Griffin, you know, seeing a man named Poseidon is really, it's really pumping me up.
It feels a little overpowered for a Triton event, do you think?
yeah, maybe.
Like
yeah, it's a little on the nose, actually. I feel like he should probably win a couple of events.
Feels like when you see those screen names online, they win money and their name's just, you know, money winner 4-4.
Yeah, money, or Chris Moneymaker, for instance.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's a little too perfect.
Yeah. There's a guy for a while that was just crushing the Sunday Million His name was Sunday Melon. It's like
I
that's what he
re-
named.
I remember
he
that
made
name.
his name
Yeah.
that, and he's just, yeah. Advantage Wang Ye on the button here with the 7-3 of diamonds, outflopping Poseidon's Queen Jack, but should have every reason to stick around. But you know, Ho getting short there, deciding doesn't want to get out of line. No backdoor club.
I think he was feeling the impending pressure, right? Of like, I've only got 14 big blinds or so. Don't want to start going down that slippery slope of investing big chunks of my stack.
I think we can both agree that it's probably a bit too snug, but I think we all both understand the thought process. You know, having to call off almost 10% of your stack there on the flop. Poseidon with the 13 big blinds at the 7s. Just the min raise.
I do like the idea of going for a small raise here. This might be a little too small for my liking, being out of position, but
there's something about it that you can't help but be offended by. And then you have Jack 5 and you're like, 53,000.
I would be.
You know what I mean?
I would absolutely be the player in Chang's spot there, refusing to fold Jack 5 off and doing something. I agree. That play would have worked on me.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's by design or if that's just, that's really interesting. Cool shirt for Poseidon too. Digging it. Johannes, an opportunity to call this min raise, try to flop some equity on this 9 big blind stack. Fair fight against Wang Ye's pocket 8s. Come on down. Who's going to be a winner? 8 so far.
And 8s. Seeing the ace on the board, but knowing that Straver only started this hand with 9 big blinds, got to feel really good about the strength of their hand.
I like his glasses. You think you could pull those off? You're a glasses wearing man.
I don't know. I've always gone for like smaller frames.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like it's more customary to wear smaller frames, but I really think the big ones suit Wang Ye. There's Andrei Kotelnikov randomizing the ceiling tiles. Oh, wow. I guess I do have to play this hand no matter what.
I do believe there's a monitor up there, right?
yeah, I'm sure there is.
I think he's looking at something.
I know.
Something useful, but
yeah.
Do like to imagine.
But he did raise. He did raise. I'm just saying.
Pre-randomizing for every possible hand he could have looked down at.
Johannes with no fold equity. Andre's going to know it's strong, but ace-jack's pretty strong in itself. Should just be getting a very clean all-in and call here.
Yeah, no reason to do anything fancy with this one when you know you're getting called by everything.
How much?
Yeah, just
You'll
crossing the
sometimes
T's and dotting the I's. Gonna know it's too cheap, but he knows how strong this hand is.
Yeah. Sometimes you find yourself in those spots like a little bit later in the tournament, a little bit of ICM pressure. Sometimes one side, they think it's an automatic call with everything. The other side's like, oh, I'm not so sure, but.
Yeah, tough to fold 7 big blinds with the ace-jack in any situation. So, significant favorite for Strauver here. No more rebuys for you. So, going to have to dodge an ace-jack or a backdoor wheel. Skadoosh. Double up. Move to the other feature table. What have you guys been up to? Huh? Sir Park with the quick fold on 25 big blinds, 9-8 suited. Always painful to fold the 9-8 suited. But, you know, maybe a stack preservation sort of outlook there. A lot of short stacks, including Mr. Pun on the button with the 3 big blinds. Happy to get it in with the ace-7.
Was it?
Brutal to... You fast roll your hand because you know you're calling 90, 95% of the time.
And then you get
and
one
then
the one that's like the 93%.
Yeah.
Like,
He looks at this and it's unclear.
Yeah.
It is unclear. Looks like he's going to end up calling. I think there's maybe an argument for folding this one, given how short Calvin is. Those chips are
very
kind of valuable to
Yeah,
him
very
compared to the other players at the table, but...
I mean, frankly, it's the difference between a lot of fold equity or not, right? Never mind, you know, calls, whatever. Let's gamble. You never know. You can flop 2 pairs sometimes. Why would you fold?
Yeah, you're right.
You'll learn I'm a very results-oriented commentator, by the way. That's just a preview. This is the first day as Punt is drawing dead here on the turn. Nice try, buddy. No mic stealing on day 1. Unfortunate for Pun. Love to see him for the rest of the series. I think I heard a crack there, did you? That was sick.
I heard that too.
I can do that sometimes, not always, my neck.
Raise.
25,000. Fold. Fold.
Boom.
$70,000.
Pocket 4s for Amiri here, getting 3-bet from Clevens with the beautiful candidate, ace-3 of hearts. And this is the problem with opening something like 4s on this stack depth, right, Kevin? It's just, are you prepared to pull that trigger because your very talented, very skilled opponents are going to be putting you in the coffin with hands like this?
Yeah, we're definitely as you move through the tournament, we've now closed registration. We're going to see a more 3-bet leaning pre-flop game, especially from players like Reuter and this hand, where if you were deeper stacked earlier in the tournament, you might see more flats, you might go to the flop, pocket fours would have more value. We're playing more of a pre-flop game now.
Yeah, and I don't want to make any judgments about players, but we do make assumptions based off some hands of what we've seen. And so far from what I've seen from Amiri is that if there's a hand that he sort of wants to play, thinks it's pretty, he's just going to open it. That's going to be a strategy. We saw the 4-5 suited earlier, now the pocket fours. It's going to be tough against the kind of talent he's going to be up against. Maybe an adjustment, particularly in early position in the future for him.
Yeah, and we'll see if the way he adjusts, some players are going to adjust by cutting off those opens in the first place. Yeah. Some are going to adjust by continuing to open and just have more fight, right? So come back with more calls, come back with more 4-bets.
Kyat Lee up over 400,000 now. We saw him, he was just all in earlier. Was it this level or just a sort of tail end of the previous level with 7 big blinds for 70K, now all the way up to 400, and now sitting there with 400K. Yeah. And ace king. Park continues with the queen 10, and we go to a flop. Boring.
Kyat not slowing down. Certainly some players would be checking behind on the all-low board, just kind of worrying about big blind's interaction here, but...
Yeah, and going with the I dare you sizing, where it's like the very confident, very small, like I will call this check raise with ace king.
Mm-hmm. He probably would have.
Oh, yeah.
Strong enough hand on that board.
Reuter getting a little loose here on the 35 big blinds, just really hoping to get this one through. Getting some quick folds, which is exactly what he's getting. Certainly not an automatic open from the hijack, something like ace 5, but maybe stack, player dependent kind of open here. And Amiri completes with the 8 deuce. We go to a flop. Really good board for the opener here. I'm expecting some kind of bet, but any size will work. Almost remarkable how much they both missed on a board so wet.
It is. Nothing but a couple of backdoor straight draws.
Yeah. I like the yellow tie. I think if I asked for one of those, they'd give me one of them on the dealers.
There might be some extras floating around.
Yeah. I don't know where I'd wear it, but I'd wear it. Calvin Lee, shove candidate here at the hijack. Just 14 big blinds. He knows it. We know it.
Did look like he was loading the words there.
Yeah.
Like he wanted to say it. It's like, I'm going to take a second.
Please.
Oh, this feels close.
This is close.
Yeah. I was not.
You're going to see Calvin opening all in with some offsuit aces that dominate, but none of the offsuit aces that are dominated. So that's
the
points,
problem.
Points against for the ace-8 type of hand.
Yeah,
you know?
the ace-7, ace-6 off are not going in, but the ace-deuce through ace-5 suited might.
Yeah.
But those also might come in as a raise.
I think it's probably a slightly tight fold by theory, but you know, if he makes some assumptions about what Calvin's opening and what he's not opening, I can understand the fold.
Look, everyone. Thank you.
As we take a look at the chip counts, you see Henrik Hecklin been playing great. Once he gets in the bright lights, he just shows up all the way up to 644,000. Closely trailed by Wang Yi, pardon me, 571,000. Ding Biao, haven't seen him play a hand yet, but he likes to play hands. He will play hands. Daniel Nilsson forced all in that hand with the ace-jack. He's doing well with 29 big blinds. Going back over to the blue table, we got Anton Zhen Liu at up top, 51 blinds. Kiat Lee with 38. So some pretty interesting poker so far, Kevin.
Yeah, it looks like Nikita Vezhenkov
oh my God.
Moved over to the blue table
Look at him there.
Looks like a...
Bads.
I don't know if it's a fresh stack or if he just managed to keep exactly a starting stack for a while here after registration.
Fresh. Oh, we're going to the Bads lands. Let's go. One of the most prolific mega ultimate super high stakes players and Triton success stories. There he is, always smiling. Actually not often smiling, actually. He's pretty he's more like a Terminator actually energy, but I guess he gave us a little, you know, little smirk.
My first bullet, I wait for 2 hours.
Amiri popping up the Jack Frost. I made up this name, by the way. It's kind of a big thing. Did you get it? Jack 8, you get it? He gets it.
This was...
Snowman.
This was also teased in the
in the group chat. Yeah.
This one I pieced together.
Yeah.
I didn't get the Griffin one, but I pieced this one together.
Yeah, and Jack Frost, great hand name, not a great hand, so gets punished, and the ace-7 shove gets through, and actually king queen folded in the big, so you know, had he not opened that, would have been an interesting collision effect between those two strong blind on blind hands.
I mean, from the button, I don't fault him for opening. Probably a bottom of range open.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah.
I told you I like being results oriented, Kevin.
True.
Got crushed.
It was wrong because of the hands they had in the blinds. You're not following like.
Did you 80 runners or something? Yeah. For the 20 time. This luck box 1 day. Don't worry, Triton is long. He will give it back. Thanks for the support.
Clemens Reiter. Pocket queens. Under the gun. Nervously dropping his chips. So pumped.
24,000. I like it. Raise 24.
Nah, he's been here before. He's had queens under the gun before.
I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh.
And I was wondering, like, what, you know, off of 20 blinds, you've got all the options. You're going to see some people going with small 3-bets, make it like 4.5 blinds. Trap flatting is totally reasonable.
Folding, if you misread your hand. You did say all options.
Yeah.
Yeah, shove feels weird off 20. Raise seems too strong. I mean, frankly, flat feels almost too strong, but maybe from a player, you don't have a lot of information on Amiri, right?
Yeah, if he's used to playing with the reputation that he's speculative, that he's taking flops light.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
This just kind of works with that game, right?
Yeah, I love it. And heck, you might even get one of the best players in the world to flick it in with 10-3 suited when they probably shouldn't because it's only a $15,000 buy-in.
I was wondering if he was going to fold that one.
Yeah. I don't think he calls this in a 100K. I'm completely posturing, by the way, but it's interesting. It is just one chip though, and they don't always have aces and queens.
It's true. Choosing now to raise, I think this makes sense. Yeah. You've got Reuter betting fairly large into a three-way pot on a board that looks like this. I think we can read a fair bit of strength into that.
Yeah, and we're expecting to have either gotten trapped here or be up against Ace Jack, King Jack, Jack 10 that's just prepared to just go with it. I mean, we saw Amir, check raise that turn with the Queen Jack, which not necessarily. I don't know if Clemens saw that hand, but that would be indicative of someone that's, prepared to just raise any jack here and get it in, right?
Yeah.
Gonna need a little lady luck on the river. No dice. Pure cooler for Clemens. Gonna lose over half of his stack.
Looks like Nielsen just opening effective all in. Players behind must all be shorter than him, I would guess. Poseidon waking up with pocket tens for 13 blinds, pretty obvious call.
Two clubs out there. There is a dirty avenue. There is a back alley. Nope. Ace and only an ace for the wine guzzling Daniel Nielsen. Nice double up there for Poseidon Ho. Taking a look at the chip counts, the overall chip counts, Kevin. You can see Leon Sturm, the German with 1.5 million chips, good for 126 big blinds. See Danny Tang. He plays Tritons, Danny Tang? Fourth in chips with 1.33 million. Nikita Kuznetsov in fifth with 1.2. No surprise to seriously see some familiar faces crashing.
I think that's a good fold by Chang, facing a raise. It's always tempting when you get down to that like 10 big blind mark to take any ace in almost any spot. But when you're facing a raise from +2, got to be a lot more selective.
谢谢老板。
那 request 水，你要水吗？没有。Water, just water.
They got it. Okay, peace.
Daniel with the pretty 9-8 suited. Good discipline. Get out of there. More discipline from the 4s. Off 29 big blinds. Poseidon, Ho letting it go. Which gives Yu Chung Chang the opportunity to shove his 11 blinds with the king jack off.
135. 2 bottles of water.
Definitely feels like a close one in the big blind. You're not going to see any ace from the cutoff necessarily, but Chang is just going to have so many offsuit broadways.
Yeah.
Pocket deuces probably. Even hands like 9-8 suited. It's a reasonable fold, but there's probably a little bit of value there.
那个气泡水吗？
你要气泡水还是 still water？
water 好了，就一般水就好了。
And the blinds are going up. 10,000, 15,000 with a 15,000 ante and this 15,000 buy-in.
没有接。
You can see now the field has been cut more than in half here. Started with 379, a record-breaking field. 110 more players than we had for this event last year. An incredible turnout. More than 70 more entrants than any Triton event. So this is milestone stuff. I'm so curious to see, as the buy-ins increase, Kevin, what we can expect from these fields. But if this is any indication, people want to play poker here in Jeju.
Yeah, I think certainly we can expect, as we go through those couple of 25Ks in the next week, more and more massive fields. When you're trying to save your series at the end with the 100K main, not everyone's saved up for it.
I'm just proud of you that you gotten to that point and you were so prepared to lose that badly to get in that big 100K buy-in, you know? I mean, that's incredible, an incredible thing.
I was persistent.
Yeah, you were remarkably. As Johannes is going to shove in the 7 big blinds, which gives Ding Biao some pause, but he knows with these 3 players behind, it's a bit difficult, Kev.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. He is probably going to make this decision a little bit based on how many chips are behind, if he feels like he can, call and then fold to a back raise. You don't want to accidentally invest your whole stack by calling and then calling again later, but seemed like here, everyone behind covered. He felt like he could call and then fold to a rejam, so I like this play. I think it's just good enough.
Yeah, and I just think it reflects a lot of confidence, too. It's just like, he knows that this is like slightly plus EV, and he'll take it. He's trying to run up some stack. I mean, he is so dangerous when he gets things rolling that he wants to, you know, if there's an opportunity to gain some chips, he's going to go for it. And he could increase his stack here to almost 600,000 with a brick river. It gets it done. And we lose Johannes Straver. And Ding Biao gets richer. The best masseuses in the game out here at Triton, keeping the players loose. Long hours on these tables. So we'll see that work being done from time to time.
King Queen in the small blind looking at, I believe, a pretty short stacked Daniel Nielsen in the big blind. Decides to limp as a trap.
Giving him a little rope.
It's a cool play to be willing to limp at this stack depth.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's the type of hand I would want to choose because we're so vulnerable to being outdrawn. And here Nielsen just, wow. Quick check on the flop. He's just hoping.
Yeah, that this exact scenario happens.
Yeah. We're just seeing a couple of players trapping each other.
And not an insignificant size.
Yeah. Nielsen deciding if he is going to get paid off, it's going to be for all of it.
Yeah, and probably, yeah, this is nice. This is real nice.
I like this play, but you can kind of tell that Wang Yi's like confidence about this hand has shifted, right?
Yeah, because of the sizing.
Once he saw the sizing, I think he kind of recognized like, oh wow, you're actually.
Oh, so this is
you're representing that you can beat me.
Yeah, you're gonna tell me by this river that that you have a 10.
Yeah, he's wasting no time here. Yeah, he knows.
没注意他只有那个，我操，他妈上头，我以为他有30几万呢，他刚才被他打了一把，3000就应该推掉的，上头。
Knows his hand is far too good to fold for that few chips.
Is that what he said?
I don't know what he said. I'm just context, you know.
Yes,
context
yes,
is telling
course.
me
Context is king.
That he knows he had an unfoldable hand that was never going to win.
Yeah. Yeah, and ironically kind of harkens back to the situation that they had between the two of them in that earlier hand, right? With the ace-jack, where Nielsen had a sort of a hand he decided was unfoldable.
Yeah.
And then he did happen to be up against the bluff.
Yeah.
So that dynamic a little bit in play in that spot as well.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder how much that was on Nielsen's mind, you know, just kind of thinking, oh, I've got to check behind this flop and allow another one of those types of hands to develop, right?
Can I make an observation about Kotelnikov? That is completely just like random. He just looks to me like someone that has won millions of dollars in single online tournaments, and you just never know who he, you know what I mean? Like someone with some random screen name he would never brag about it. Would never. He just shows up to these events. He's just won a bunch of online events on different sites. He just has that energy.
He has secret millionaire vibes.
Secret millionaire vibes. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to. But just like unassuming, wife and kids at home, just like winning the event and then just coming back, just.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a winner. Speaking of winners, there's Henrik Hecklin. Wow, he looked directly in the camera when I said his name. That was cool. Danny boy, loving the 2 9s here on 19 bigs. Everything except this one chip, because this is what we do now. Quick folds.
Leaving a chip back just in case.
Daniel? Just play it off.
I wonder if it's like a habit thing. I've actually thought about this before. Sometimes I would forget to leave a chip behind in situations where it matters. It's like maybe just do it every time, always, so that you never forget.
To cover your ass, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's move to the other table, and that's not a happy look. But then he's also collecting the cards, so don't judge a book by its cover.
Kind of looked like maybe like an open jam with a really good hand. Take down the blinds. Actually, a 3-bet jam. That's what that was. Ryder opened. He went all in for 11 blinds. Maybe he was expecting a call.
Christopher Park is going to shove for about 15 big blinds in the hijack.
Nikita either trying to transform his hand into a better one, or
I've seen
he
him
thought he saw a marked card.
I've seen him do it. Not a whole hand. I've seen him transform one card before. I don't know. I don't think he would waste that talent here in the 15K.
First event here in Jeju, and the first record has been broken. 379 entries, the biggest entries ever in a Triton event, including 113 entries, generating a total prize pool of $5,685,000. We're going to pay 63 spots, with a 63-player finisher receiving $24,000, and the winner of this first event will take home $1.1 million. Players, best of luck, and thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Luca. As we look at the payouts, 1.1 million to first. Second, 693,000. Third, 490. I mean, you guys all see the graphic. That's a lot of money. Very exciting.
That's big. That's big money for an opening event.
Yes, and the total prize pool is more than $0. That was a graphic error, but everything else was correct. Thanks again, Luca, for that. Luca, not only is he good-looking and talented, but he's also an award winner. Recently won an award at the GPIs. I forget exactly what it was called, but it was basically like dopest guy that does this. So it makes sense. Been around a long time. Well deserved. Nikita shoving in the 19 blinds over the Kiat's ace open. Very nice to see that fold.
Yeah, I don't think there's many other options on the table against a button raise. Just too good of a hand.
And I like the energy there from Kiat. That sort of smirk of like, all right, sheriff. Like, I'm sorry. Did he just tap the table for himself? That's badass.
He felt like he didn't get the
yeah.
congratulations he deserved
Guys,
on that
did
one.
you see I just won a pot? Like, where are my taps? Amiri with one of those hands he wants to maybe play. Now there'll be a, see if he gets some resistance.
I'm on board with this open, couple of high cards when you're playing short. But he does have the image right now of someone who's been opening a lot.
And that might open up someone's range with a hand that maybe they would be prepared to make a tight fold with something like King 10 suited in the small. Now might decide to go for it.
Yeah, I suspect
maybe
we're
just
going
a flat though, actually.
Like,
what do you think on this?
This type of hand does pretty well by going all in. Even if he gets called, he's just going to have a good amount of equity. But he's got just enough that he's going to get some folds. From the hands that he wants to get folds from.
Yeah, and you are going to fold out a couple of combos of actually dominating hands, right? In that,
yeah, you
King
might
Jack
get
offs, right?
King Jack offsuit, Ace 8 offsuit, Ace 9 offsuit, something like this.
Yeah, good. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Ace 8 off for Calvin Lee in the small here.
Don't think we'll see anything fancy other than just all in, but sometimes with that large small blind compared to the big blind, you see more limps.
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna be running it out here. Yep.
Yeah.
Queen 10-10. A lot of ways for Anton to win. A lot of ways for Calvin to be drawing dead on the turn like that.
GG.
That's a pretty good call. Yours, I mean.
Oh, yeah, no, I told you. I'm amazing at that.
There weren't like that many ways for him to be drawing dead. You just knew he was going to be drawing dead on the turn.
Sit open 19.
Seen a fair bit of eliminations on these tables because everyone's playing pretty short compared to the average out in the general field. I was looking back at the leaderboard. Leon Sturm briefly cracked 2 million chips over there.
No.
Looks like he's a little bit lower now, but
I was watching some Tritons this past week or two and saw a crazy hand with him and I think it was Linus Love. Do you see this aces to kings hand?
yeah, I remember that hand.
Lovely hand.
Yeah.
Lovely hand.
Want to say it was a 5-bet pot
Yeah.
that went post flop.
Yeah.
Leon finds a fold somewhere.
Finds a
Turn
fold
or
in the
river.
Turn, check, check, river, fold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5-bet to, I think it was like 125 and then 200. Or 125, 225 call. Something really small on the flop. Check, check. River shove is great fold. Clemens going to go for the raise here. King 8. Just try to get it through off this 14, 15 big blind stack. It's real close for Anton. He's thinking, I don't know, man. I don't really buy that you have a big hand, and I am going to increase my chip stack to near $1 million.
Big blind was playing pretty short there too, and kind of quickly folded ace-8. I mean, I probably would have found the fold there as well as Chris Park in the big blind.
Chris Park had ace-8 as well?
He also had ace-8.
Okay.
And I think it's worth some consideration. It's a scary spot to just like flick in your stack.
Yeah.
Once again, if you missed it earlier, you can qualify online for the next WPT Global Slam. You can win passport dollars and use them to buy into Triton poker events only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match, up to $1,500.
Makita with the energy of someone who normally plays 10Ks and he's playing 100 nightly. The lean back.
It's a nice feeling, isn't it? Just like you're playing in your house.
Yeah.
Everyone else is your guest.
I mean, he is putting on the glasses. You know, I don't want to give the impression that we are implying that,
big jump
you
from
know,
second to first.
he doesn't care. He wants to win every tournament.
400K flip. 400K flip.
I'll flip with you.
Let's go.
Boom.
It was an interesting choice to check back in the first place. Not necessarily a spot where he had to, but seems just like a reasonable choice if you're trying to avoid aggression, don't want to get check raised on the flop. Just have kind of a showdownable hand in position, but now obviously.
Yeah, might be a little opponent specific too, right? Maybe Nikita, a little concerned that is the kind of opponent that might find some obscure check raise with a 9 even, and then suddenly you're bet folding ace-8 on that flop.
And I do think there's a lot of players who get a little too stuck in the ideas like, oh, this board's good for my range, so I need to do this play, and they play a little too automatic in spots like that. I'd like seeing someone who's, at the top of the game, willing to be flexible, willing to say, no, this time against this player, I'm just going to check.
Yeah. Get some outer table action. We see Rampage over there. Oh, and this is the next blue table. And look, they just got the news. They're all excited. Oh my God, I'm going to be on TV. Christoph Vogel saying. He can't believe it. And there's the next red table.
You're looking at.
Is that Cooner over there?
Looking at Jason Kuhn.
Oh my God. He's just, his arms are rippling. Ah, you knew the camera was coming. That's why he's flexing. I do it too. We all do it. Some more impressively than others. As we go back to our current feature table, getting a new player. That new player has a very cool, ridiculous name. Paulius Plasinitis?
I think you nailed it.
Plasinitis. Almost implausible to pronounce, but very cool. There he is, and he's going to open things up with a bet and take it down. Or, pardon me,
or
there is a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw for Zhao, and is going to continue.
Yeah, the price there was pretty good on the flop.
Yeah.
Not a thrilling draw to continue with, although he does have the backdoor clubs too. But for 2 big blinds into a pretty big pot. Don't fault him for getting here.
Oh, don't you dare.
What are we doing here?
Don't you dare. He aims to misbehave.
Right, 37,000.
Yeah. Looks like he's trying to buy himself a river. It's the kind of play that, on the surface, I think it looks really odd. But if your opponents react to it too passively, if they react, you know, a little bit too complacently, let's say.
Yeah.
Then it's the kind of thing that can just work. I would say his hand's probably a little too weak to use that idea. Maybe that idea would apply to like an open-ended straight draw instead of a low gutter. And this potentially sets up a dangerous spot. I mean, it's so hard not to fire the bluff. Now that we've gotten here, maybe one of our other straight draws, 8-6, completes. Just a matter of whether he thinks Paulius actually has some folds here. And it looks like he's just willing to give it up.
I mean, I applaud the creativity. It's like, you know, you got to find obscure ways to win hands against these juggernauts. Sometimes a goofy lead, you know, every now and then.
He's got 6 high. Like all he really needs to go right is Paulius has something unpaired and just folds.
Yeah.
He says queen jack high or whatever and just folds. That's a good outcome.
Yeah. I didn't hear no bell. Ace queen off. Great opportunity to get back over 10 big blinds, but Kiatley, unfortunately, with the 6-3 off, will not be his Huckleberry. Other table. Kotelnikov all the way up to 600K now. Okay. And has ace-king. Chang, king-jack suited. I think we need to be playing this hand, Kevin. You think you're leaning flat or shove here? If you were in his shoes.
I think here I'd like flat. There's some very specific hands that it would be really nice to shove against. Like if Kotelnikov had king-queen offsuit, I think he raises and folds to our jam, so that would be a great outcome.
Or sevens or eights, probably raise and fold to that too.
Yeah, those are the ones I wasn't sure of. Like for, what do we have, 16 or 17 blinds? Like I'm not sure how those hands will end up responding.
You
but
know what? Yeah, actually that's a bit
would
more
be
than
close.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do like the flat. Funny enough, I might be all in with a slightly weaker hand. You know, like queen jack suited or king 10 suited maybe.
Yeah, some consideration here from Chang. Maybe thinking this is a good opportunity. Maybe his only opportunity to win this hand. But has picked up some more equity here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded seeing some aggression on the flop. It was a good thought. King jack of spades is not that valuable on this flop. So to start putting pressure on ace high.
Yeah, and the
would have been good, but yeah, certainly jumping on the queen now.
Yeah, that's exactly the card you want to see if it's not a jack or king on the turn. Of course, in this case, we know a king would not have been good for Chang, but that queen is just smashes his perceived range.
Yeah.
Henrik with the not very enviable pocket twos under the gun and pretty aggressive here. Eight-handed. Very curious your thoughts about this, Kevin. We do have one player on the table with one big blind, I have to mention. So effectively seven-handed.
Yeah, the one
certainly
big blind
relevant
thing is tricky. Like, are they going to fold? And are we actually going to pick up the blinds? Or are they just going to put in their one big blind and then now we're playing for less dead money, right? So in theory, I think I still fold the deuces.
The guy with one big blind has 10-6 off at the cutoff, though. He's not going to put it in, right?
No, he won't put it in all the time. But if he ends up putting it in 30% of the time or 40% of the time.
But does he even put? I'm curious though. What your opinion? Does he even put it in that often? Like, does he look down?
In reality, I'm not sure, but I think
Jack,
he should.
10 off, or Queen 8 suited, and he's just calling it off.
I think he's just priced in. It's honestly even better when someone's open jammed. Not better, but it's nice when someone's open jammed because you're just going to end up heads up with them with your one big blind and a bunch of dead money in the pot. It's a pretty good spot. Henrik decides just to flat with the king-jack and the big blind. I also wouldn't have minded a 3-bet all-in. It would have potentially cleared out some weak cutoff opens. I don't think there's anything wrong with calling either.
Yeah, definitely would have. Shove would have been called here by Andrian, and this would not have been the flop for Henrik. And gets away losing the minimum.
Yeah, I think with that larger bet size on the flop, I do understand it from Simone. It's a 9-high board, a lot of draws, very connected. It's natural to bet bigger. I think had he bet smaller, he probably gets a continue out of Henrik with King Jack. Well, that's not necessarily what he wants either. You do get the sense with Wang Yi sitting on that one big blind that we missed a juicy hand while we were watching the other table.
You do get a sense that Daniel Nielsen, while we were at the other table, was a naughty boy. All the way up to near 1 million chips and get the suited ace. And Yu Chang looks like he means business, doesn't he? Probably weighing his options between call or 3-bet. Is going to go for a very, very small, kind of alarm bell ringing 66,000.
It's a couple of tricky spots. I mean, the Henrik spot here is tough because if Chang ever has a bluff, the 8s just fare so well against these hands, and it ends up being very likely that Nielsen folds whatever he has, and you just end up heads up with Chang. But I think that's the right move to just get away from it.
Oh, wow.
It's hard sitting on 12
Oh,
blinds.
that's the one big blind, pardon me. It was so many chips, I was just like, oh my God, what is he?
Oh, yeah. Having already put in the big blind, when now deciding it's time.
I'll tell you what, I kind of love my hand here if I'm Daniel Nielsen. You know, had he made it 75K, it's kind of annoying, but the fact that it's just 36 more and we have the kind of the king's cracker, let's go, you know?
I think we just take a flop at this price.
Sure. Yeah,
I'm with it. And he's also got plenty of chips right now, covering the table by a decent margin. He can take these kinds of risks as if it's sort of a chip EV environment.
Yeah.
There you go. Again, it's not a terrible idea to just start checking behind. It feels transparent. Feels like we maybe reveal our hand strength by checking an ace-high board after 3-betting. But I don't think that's a big problem here when you've got Wang all in.
Yeah, it changes things.
On the side, right? So
I agree.
You're not really fighting for that much anymore. You're not fighting for as big of a pot. So you're not really going to run into those situations where you check back and face crazy aggression.
Yeah.
At least you're less likely to.
And that is a very interesting turn card. You know, I don't know if, I mean, I feel like Chang is going to lean check here, maybe because the times that Nielsen does have something like 10s, jacks, queens, might even just fold to a bet here anyway. But it's going to be difficult facing a river bet. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Chang might feel like there's a little bit of value, especially in protecting these kings with no hearts, no diamonds.
Yeah, actually, I guess if your opponent has queen jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, we'll call another 60, 50,000 or something.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't mind the check. The tricky part is just now we're hoping Nielsen will bluff us.
Yeah.
With only half the pot actually able to be won.
To try to get us to fold.
Right. And
something like our perceived jacks through kings, which is...
Yeah. It's not necessarily realistic in my mind that we're going to induce a big bluff here. I think we'd probably just end up losing more to a hand like this. Oh, when he goes for a lot. I mean, this is tough.
Yeah, so help me out with the pot here. So this is 150 into
the side had 122 before the bet.
And there was 130 in there, so technically 200 something was in there?
Yeah, about 250 total between the main and the side. And in these situations, I just try to think of it as, you know, Wang has some amount of equity in that main pot. So you're not really fighting for the whole 130. You're fighting for, I don't know, 60% or 70% of the 130 plus the side.
The
Plus the whole side.
Yeah, the most important question about this hand, though, I have to say, Kevin, is does Wang think he's good?
Isn't that the most brutal spot?
Yeah, like let me go home.
To be all
I'm
in.
hungry.
I
like,
mean, there's a chance. There's a chance Nielsen's bluffing.
No, there is a chance that Nielsen does have the.
I've had that happen.
The Jack 10 of hearts, and yeah, and you get Chang to fold the best hand, but more likely than not, you know, you're going home.
The other really painful part in Chang's shoes here is knowing that if you fold and you're wrong, the cards are just immediately on their backs. And and you're going to find out about it. It can be tough. It can be tough to deal with that.
Number 1, the 15K competition hand round. All players on a 15-minute break. That's all players on a 15-minute break. Remind all players to select your 1,000s before you leave for a break, please.
Yeah, and it's not just the very biggest of heart flush draws. I mean, Daniel Nielsen with this chip lead, you know, despite being under the gun, will have some 10-8 of hearts and, you know.
Yeah, I think we can expect.
I mean, this
some
6-5
real
of hearts, even
some
like,
real bluff combos. Yeah, for
like
sure.
I mean, it was from 30,000 to 66,000 pre-flop, right?
Sounded like Chang confirming how much time was left. Those circular time banks being worth 5 times the square time banks. And I know that feeling as you start using more and more time, you feel more committed to this pot as well. It's like I've used all my time, now I'm going to fold and have
and this
2 time banks.
And this isn't technically for Yu Chung Chang's tournament life with 229,000 in front of him, but effectively it's most of it. I mean, this is, you call and you're wrong here, you're going to break with, coming back with 4 big blinds.
Yeah, it's not a fun spot.
4 big blinds and you'll be under the gun 1, I think. Under the gun 2 maybe. It's just, you know.
Nielsen, meanwhile, is just dreaming about cracking 1,000,000 chips.
Good fold.
Wang finds out the bad news after a long period of patience.
As we take a look at the chip counts at the end of the level, we can see Daniel Nielsen all the way up to over 1,000,000 chips, the only player in that 7-figure club. And he came to the table with not a lot of chips, made that big call from the all-in with the ace-jack. So really impressive run up for him on the red table. Blue table, our new player, Paulius with the chip lead with just 45 big blinds. Anton Zenlu with a pretty good level himself, and that was some pretty great poker and pretty exciting stuff. But we do have you know, very, very exciting players coming up in the next red and blue. We saw Rampage over there. We saw little Jason Kuhn. He's got the sleeves out. So I'm excited to see some great poker as well.
Yeah, we're finally going to have some big stacks coming over to these tables as well. I'm excited to see Leon Sturm coming over with the chip lead, I believe, for the tournament. Over 2 million in chips.
Wow, that is a great deal of chips. And yeah, it's nice to be back in action here at Triton. It's nice to be. That was our first time. I guess we're doing it again next level. I think
yeah. We got one more.
Are we fine? We're fine, producers. We're good. We're good. We did all right. Okay, great. Okay, good. Shad, I just want to say hi to my mom. I know she just tuned in to see me on the screen here. So hi, Mom. But yeah, that was great. We'll be back in the 15K record-breaking field, 379. Just crazy. It's here wild. At Triton Jeju.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform, available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
With the rebuy in play, I think I'm okay with this shove, Kev.
Yeah, knowing that we're 8-handed, it isn't super attractive to risk 14 big blinds from under the gun, but I think pocket fives is right around the right hand strength to be willing to do it. You know, deuces, threes, we're certainly going to have to fold, maybe fours.
Yeah, it's the one right on the line that I think, especially, you know, in this 15K buy-in in the rebuy period, maybe prepared to just try to get this exact scenario because you're never getting called by worse. So we will be flipping. Amiri calling with the ace queen, and not a good start.
Jack?
Not a good start. Gonna need that back door not coming in. Nice clean double.
14-1. 14.
Quan's out, we were speculating.
You're not used to seeing that'll check raise a turn there with Queen Jack and throw a little thorn in the side. So interesting play. Similar to the fives here for you. Just
yeah, here
we go.
This is a tough one, and it's especially tough. Wow, I was gonna say I'm not surprised to see him fold. It's tough to come right off of a big hand where you just made like a questionable turn bet, you just faced a turn check raise, and 10 seconds later you're in another difficult spot, right?
And the king-queen combo in particular is not always going to be played as a shove there for 17 bigs. I mean, sometimes we're going to be mixing in some raises, and it just gets a bit weird. So I think all three options are okay.
Yeah. Roland here, pretty obvious decision to move in for his 6 big blinds with ace-10. I am curious what he would have done with that hand had he faced an open from the king-queen, but...
And therein lies the power of that open as well, is that it does look quite scary and might, you know, get hands like ace-10 to fold.
Yeah, he's ahead.
You got 1 diamond and I got the spade.
Is going to get a customer in the exact same hand and our table chip leader in Christopher Park.
Oh, spade.
They were pointing out before that flop that they covered each other's flush draws. Spades being the one that comes out. Oh, they're safe.
Well played.
You too.
Do it.
No hesitation, really. When Rakita knows that the big blind ante is coming up for him next hand, he presumably preloaded those chips with a pretty good idea that they're going in quite often.
I'm down with a suited equator, you know? I like that hand. Suited queen 8. Tricky. Look at that, folding out better hands.
Wow. And getting called by the same hand.
Wait a minute, that's Reuter. Wow. Roland Rakita, Clemens Reuter. Got it.
A couple of snug folds by the players ahead here, and Rakita's now all in with the same hand as his opponent twice in a row.
Uh-oh.
Like this.
Not like this. Now, do you know what that is a reference to? Movie reference.
I mean, I've just heard this reference a lot. Oh.
Not like this.
GG.
Okay, the star of the film was Keanu Reeves.
How many choices do I have?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
The Matrix.
Okay, you got it.
The Matrix 2.
The
The Matrix, the Matrix 3.
It's the first Matrix, yeah. Yeah. Not like this. Not like this.
I wanted to come up with like a funny way of
only be
avoiding
one
saying the
point poker.
Matrix, but
But
I
then you
couldn't
didn't
think of a
think of
single
single,
speed. Should have said speed.
Yeah.
Finally
Bram
thought of it.
Stoker's Dracula. There is the Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Triton Jeju. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Kevin Rabichow. Rabichow.
You nailed it.
I nailed it, yes. We're here covering the 15K buy-in, a record-breaking field, 379 entrants, over 70 more than any other field that we've had. So pretty amazing stuff, Kevin. And yeah, that was a great couple of tables, but now we're really getting into the interesting stuff. We're going to see a little bit of Jason Kuhn. We can see, with the leaderboards, Leon Sturm with 2.5 million. So there's a lot of moving parts here in this first event.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, I mean, honestly, some deep stack play. We've been seeing a lot of short stack play. Not that it's not interesting, but when we're talking about big pressure decisions as we get close to the end of day one, I think you're going to want to see, some tough river spots. You want to see people like we did shortly before the break, where we have Daniel Nielsen going all in with 3 of a kind. You have pocket kings in the tank with a really difficult spot for the tournament in a situation where it actually feels quite meaningful. Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to go home at the end of the day after working this hard, right?
Yeah, and I think that you're right. You know, a lot of the situations as they were developing on the feature tables before, it was sort of like, you know, should they call or should they just shove in these spots? But, you know, as far as the sort of the nitty gritty and what you're talking about the really creative plays we want to see from some of these talents, you know, that's really emerges when, you know, you're starting 50 plus big blinds deep. And I think we're going to get a little bit more of that on these tables coming up. Maybe a little more excitement than the last couple levels, which is something that you know, this is why we're here, and this is it's gonna be fun to see. So yeah, as far as what to expect on these feature tables, you know, we talked about Rampage, we talked about Jason Kuhn. Who else do we have on these features?
Yeah, I'm also looking at this corner of the table where we've got Weiron Pu, Leon Sturm, and Christoph Vogelsang all seated next to each other, all sitting on 50 big blinds and more. I think you're just going to see people, you know, entering pots that we weren't seeing nearly as much activity before, and Samuel Ju across the table with a healthy stack as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of heavy hitters and a lot of people we're used to seeing here on the Triton Tour. You know, I was fixated on Jason Kuhn, but there you are, Christoph Vogelsang, and of course Leon Sturm, an incredible chip lead, 2.5 million, 125 big blinds, second in chips. Nikita Kuznetsov with 1.5. As we get a look here, out at some of the outer tables. Some big smiles around the room. Everyone's excited to be here in Jeju in this sort of, little jabby event, this 15K, not like some of the bigger ones we might come to expect later on in the week, but still very exciting. $1.1 million to the eventual winner of this event. As everyone just gets settled in here post-break. Steve O'Dwyer cited. There's Makita. Oh, I kind of missed them. Look, Kiat Lee. Oh, we were getting to know those guys so much. Paulius, we barely got to know you. Dietrich Fast, spotted there in C3. Come on, name that poker player with me, Kevin. Ah, okay, here are the chip counts of our feature tables. You can see Leon Sturm, staggering 2.5 million chips. Really interesting to see, how can he sort of table captain with these other talents on the table? Well, he can do it with that many chips. Rampage all the way at the bottom with six big blinds. I'm sure he has a real name, but we don't want to know it. We're going with Rampage for the graphics.
I won't share. I do know, but I'll keep it a secret.
Yeah. Hey, Frankie. Thinks he's a cowboy. Ooh, cheeky flat. Love it. This is a raise from you. He's actually the table chip leader, so trying to just get one through from the hijack. And Frank is going to be, pretty balanced with this flat, I would say, Kevin, in the sense that, he's not always just going to be trapping with 20 big blinds all the time. He's going to have a lot of hands like your king-queen offs, your king-jack suiteds, maybe even king-jack off.
Yeah, I think he can definitely flat a wider range. And I mean, while pocket deuces didn't look particularly strong to me before the flop, it's going to think that it's a pretty strong hand on this flop, you would think.
Yeah, on the stack depth, it almost feels like a pure call with kings in a way, in the kings and aces range.
Yeah, and the blinds were short as well, right? I think the small blind and big blind were even shorter than Frank behind, so preparing for those blinds to 3-bet all in relatively often is pretty typical.
Yeah, I like this cautious check from you. It's obviously going to make it a little difficult to play, but if you expect your opponent is going to float close to 100% of the time on this board in this situation, even if your opponent has something like king queen off, king jack of any one of the 3 suits will probably be calling a bet. So
an air filter.
Yeah, I think
really
in Frank's
pushes the
spot.
lead. Yeah.
I think in Frank's spot when check 2, he can be pretty active on a board like this with just unpaired nothing. You know, like if I don't know exactly how wide he would flat here. Maybe he has something like Jack 9 suited, or well, that's now mid top pair, but the equivalent hand strength on the flop. He doesn't seem to think that he's got that many light bets though, because he pretty quickly folds the turn there. It's a strong hand. Like
played it pretty perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just really had a good read on the situation. You know, you have to pay that flop bet, and you know, based off the heavy hitters that we saw on the other table and the heavy stacks in Leon Sturm, I have to say this table has gotten even more interesting. Not only does it have Jason Kuhn and Alex Kulev, but Calvin Anderson just sat down. So we were just talking about him in the last level. You know, a very famous American online poker legend. Really, you know, to even be an event like this and any of the other bigger events have all from the ground up.
Yeah,
known for his very, very unique style, incredibly overly aggressive. Yeah, really made famous by, you know, crushing big field tournaments. Not necessarily his strength to play super high roller events, but has had success in high roller fields. Really can't wait to see how, there he is right there. As colorful in his game as he is in style. No way!
Wow.
What? Calvin Anderson folds 7-6 suited.
A disciplined.
Unbelievable. I don't recognize him. Who is this imposter?
Yeah, a disciplined fold.
And
maybe looking ahead to who's in the blinds. You've got Jason Kuhn in the small blind with 11 blinds, Amiri in the big blind with 10. It's responsible.
Yeah, I love it. For Kulev's sake, I hope he's feeling equally responsible as... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I think Kulev's going to get a free pass on this one. It would have been interesting if it folded back to him.
Of course,
He would be in a tough spot there, but...
Yeah, you need to protect these opens with hands like 5s by 4-bet shoving them sometimes.
Yeah.
But this case, Jason Kuhn is going to let him slip away. And unfortunately for Frank Cucciari...
Saw Jack folded there in the big blind too,
oh, no.
so he's going to be in rough shape.
Oh no!
Can I get a cafe latte, please? Hot. One cafe latte. Hot and hot water with lemon. Yes, thank you.
The degree all-in moment.
Is it too early to use my one time?
I think way too early, especially against a dude on 200.
$8-7-5 Rainbow. Frank looking for a little help on the turn. Like that.
That's fun.
See what I did there? Every time I tee it up, something
fun,
interesting
never
happens.
anybody. It's still a lot of...
You say it always misses.
you say
the river always misses. I think it sometimes hits.
It's a lot of fun that hurts.
And Calvin Anderson wins. Should have played the 7-6. Just saying. Just saying.
In that alternate world, he
Yeah.
he opens and calls the cold 5-bet.
Yeah. Back in my day. Jason Kuhn, one of the prolific winners here at Triton. Looking like some sort of golden god Apollo situation. Camera loves him.
Yeah, the action wasn't even on Jason.
No, that's what I mean. I was like, I'm going to have to talk about how good looking he is or something if they're going to keep him on there so long. Amiri, a player we got to know the last few levels, has dwindled down to 10 big blinds and is going to start this hand with a limp with the 7-4. Pillow fight. That's what I call these two hands against each other. This is not a lot of ammo between these two hands, but a good start for the big blind who quickly checks back.
I believe this is old school VBV, if I remember correctly.
VBV?
Yeah.
BVB?
VBV in the big blind. I'm referring to the Russian player in the big blind by an online moniker. I'm not referring to the scenario that we're watching.
I thought you were scenario thing, and then you got it backwards, and I was correcting you.
There's no need to call an ambulance.
Okay, so wait a minute.
I'm doing fine.
Okay. So this is BVB between VBV and Amiri. Okay, okay. I'm all caught up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Exactly.
I'm a little jet lagged still. I got to, you know. No, false alarm, paramedics. You're fine. No, it's good. You're fine. Wow, that was quick.
I have to make references.
Producer James really got on the horn quick there.
This is the only way I can make references that I'm the only one who understands. Is if I talk about heads-up sit-and-go players from 20 years ago.
Yeah. He won't know a Matrix reference or a Star Wars reference, but...
Don't think it was actually 20 years. I might be. I apologize if I'm.
So tell me about the successes of VBV. What was his?
Well, I didn't play the game at the same time, but my recollection is that there was just like
waking up
if you moved all the way up to the highest stakes.
He was the end boss. He's one of the end bosses. Oh, I love end bosses.
Yeah.
That's how you do it, though. You gotta break it in.
If you wanted to play the highest stakes, you go through him.
Who are your end bosses in poker? I mean, there's Darren Elias is my favorite end boss.
Yeah. Oh, misreading your hands, just like over it.
Is short deck at the end too?
Yeah.
Pretty gambly,
Huh?
Pretty gambly anyway.
It's great. It's perfect for end of a trip. But we already we have side bets for when people start coming unhinged, and I know the exact spot everyone's going to lose their mind this trip. Or the people that are still around. It's going to be right after the main event. Right after the main event, there's a 150K. Mark my words, you watch that 150K if you're not playing it, it will be some of the worst poker you've ever seen played in your life. Because people will be stuck their ass, and it's the last one, and people are.
You need a top 5 finish there to break even.
Trying to win that thing on day one.
What do you say, Kev? One last job?
Last year's final table.
Just the 150K? I'll buy 5%.
Turning in my badge. I lasted half of one day. Got a fire in the 150K.
I watched every hand of that. Oh yeah, you were final table.
Yeah, finished 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah. We.
Yep, you busted ace-jack.
Against
Jason Kuhn also came from the heads-up sit-and-go.
I felt it a little bit. Like
Universe.
When it hit,
I believe he played before he played MTTs, or maybe at the same time.
I felt it. Yeah.
You can feel it.
This is really great for you, isn't it? Just the free advertising for how important it is to be really good at heads up. And do you know any good coaching sites or any programs or anything like that you could recommend to people out there if they want to get better at heads up, no limit hold'em?
Other than the ones that are scrolling on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. Jason Kuhn can open things up from the hijack with ace-10 off on 25 blinds. Probably just hoping to get it through. And very interesting legend on legend spot here. VBV, as we all know him by now, which I'm grateful for because I was worried I was going to mispronounce his name. It's been a while. What to do, what to do. Feels too loose to shove. Feels too strong to 3-bet fold. Feels too strong to fold.
Yeah, it looks like he's not hiding the fact that it was a real decision and potentially end up in a very weird spot if Jason were to decide to go all in here. I don't suspect he will with this hand.
Yeah, I mean, does Jason ever even just make a tight fold here with this particular combo, or is it just the price is too good?
I mean, I think he was watching exactly what we just saw. And
Yeah,
I think a bit of that indecision
very
might weigh into this hand.
Authentic about that whole song and dance, but maybe he's balanced. Maybe he does that with his kings as well.
Yeah, it's quite possible. And choosing to just call with a good price in kind of a late position battle, like this is a very reasonable hand in the first place.
And sizing obviously very relevant. Like anything over 100K, maybe Jason, you know, at this stack depth is going to be continuing, but I don't think Buldegan is thrilled by this board. It certainly does, you know, hit Jason Kuhn's range. But having said that, Kevin, it also certainly hits Buldegan's range. So has to continue the story.
Looks like that was a
raise.
A little click. It's an interesting idea. And these are the spots where it's hard to tell if Jason's picked up on something and is reacting to what he thinks is happening, or if this is, you know, at the same time, this is such a reasonable idea in theory to see a paired board, to use small raises at a high frequency.
Yeah.
To just kind of go out there and say, this looks like a reasonable combo.
And it's a stone click. It's like he's risking the least amount of chips in this action and really trusts that this read is right. And it just feels like he's been wanting to fold this whole time, right? Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff from the, sorry, I'm just checking my notes, 46-time Triton champion. Most decorated winner on the tour, showing us some moves.
Oh no, that's just,
you know, it's funny, we were talking about.
Bro, I was like, this motherfucker might have jacks full, but we're gonna see it. What'd you have, ace-8 suited? You almost went crazy with it.
Oh God!
Almost lost your mind with ace-8 suited, didn't you?
Cold called his hand.
Spades, yeah. I could feel it, bro.
Ace-8 spades.
Yeah.
He was being genuine.
I had my initials, so it was going to be hard for you to find your way out of that one.
I had my initials, Jason Kuhn, King, King, Jack. God, Jason Kuhn is cool. Okay, moving on. There's the Calvin Anderson I know and love. Bottom range cutoff open, King 9 all damn day. Pardon me, it's actually on the button. So this is definitely not the bottom of his range, but he is going to come in for a raise. And
like
you
to
with
see
the eights, yeah.
Something aggressive. I think you could make an argument for, yeah, 3-betting some sort of small size and being willing to get all in. You could also argue just to go all in for 30 blinds. Actually, it's less effective, I suppose, because Calvin only opened off of 23.
Yeah, but I think Kulev had 31 in the big, right?
Yeah, that looks right.
So 30 effective would have been the shove.
Yeah. talking about my desire to see some deep stack poker hands. We're now looking at a cold 4-bet from Leon. Sam Ju is not folding. Okay, yeah, he will pass with the 7s.
Yeah, and this is, let me be very clear here. This is effectively chip lead on chip lead. Coming to this hand, Pooh technically 4th in chips, but you know, a difference of about 3 big blinds to those in 2nd and 3rd on the overall leaderboard. Leon Sturm with that significant chip lead. You know, I think Leon Sturm is going to be very, very prepared to get away from this hand if we see a 5th bet.
Yeah,
But
I think this is not. Yeah, it's not straightforward for Weiron how to proceed here, because I think he would expect the same. Like if he was to go all in here for 1.5 million, I think he knows Leon could find a fold with a hand like jacks and maybe
and
queens.
Yes, I agree.
So going all in feels like too much, but flatting feels like you're allowing too much equity to be realized. It's a complicated spot. He does just go for all in. We'll see if we were right about that assumption on Leon's ability to get away.
I mean, we were just talking before about the incredible fold we saw Leon Sturm make with the pocket kings against Linus Love's aces. And another, I believe it was it Bahamas that was that big fold?
I'm not remembering. It could have been earlier. Montenegro, perhaps.
Yeah. Or Monte Carlo, I think.
Sorry, Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Leon Sturm, you know, say what you want about the incredibly talented and aggressive player, but is very, very capable of making big folds, and that was a no-brainer for him there. Happy to just protect his massive chip lead, and got to put the 4th bet in there with the jacks. Too strong a hand. Going to get a lot of calls there. You know, you're probably getting a call there from Ace King sometimes. It doesn't want to put in the 1.5 million, so just happened to be up against one of the few hands that was better and found a good fold. I mean, maybe Ace King shoves. I don't know.
I suspect it does, and that's why it's a lot of players find themselves in that spot and feel obligated to call for all of it, right? It's like you often hear, "What's the point in raising this hand if you were going to fold?" Or "What's the point in betting this hand if you were going to fold?" You know?
I guess it's just the uniqueness of how valuable and how huge those chips are at this stage in the tournament. Like we will see 2 players get all in kings to jacks in a situation, 470 big blinds effective, early on in a tournament, you know, but when it's basically first and 2nd in chips, it's a bit different, I think, right? We do have an all in here between Mao Renji with ace-5 suited. Fair fight against pocket 3s of Wei Ran Pooh.
It's like Mao Renji trying to work the magic of the Jeju orange. That worked so well for Roman Krabik last year.
Yeah. Would like to see something like that on the turn, just a little more equity. But the 3s are covered. Yeah, not going to do it.
Take this one. Unlucky.
Yeah. Can't eat that one.
Kings again. For Frankie. And again finds the sort of passive, sneaky route here on 10 big blinds. Earlier we saw just the flat on about 16 big blinds on the button. Sim Kok Wei is not going to fall for the bait.
I do still like this play off of 10 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
Even if we're not seeing pre-flop aggression.
And I hate it, actually. I think it's terrible. I really think that when you go all in, you make sure that you win the hand and you increase your stack by like 10, 15%. Why are you going to let 2 live cards like a 10-6 offsuit?
Frank's still an equity favorite, by the way.
Is he really? Oh, my God. That's remarkable.
With the spade in his hand and the chance to counterfeit with a 4 coming.
I'm just saying, if you go all in, then you make sure you win the hand. No, this is a incredible. Wow, very.
Just announce.
Yeah, I say 40.
That.
Oh, good.
Can we rewind that? Did he?
That can be dangerous.
Is this some sort of a? In fairness, I have heard of this happening with the confusion of words sometimes, but that was very strange. Did he say all in? I don't know. Just a call from Frank. I like this. No reason to scare off. You know, a hand's like a.
That's one of
See,
those.
and this is why you got to limp. Because when you limp in with a hand like 2 kings, right, you can just you can cooler the guy who's going to get 2 pair, and then you just get a clean double up. It's just brilliantly played from Frank.
Now it's going in.
You flopped it? Wow.
A whole lot of cards.
Wow. Dead.
Sick, yeah, dead. Cooler.
How much?
Nice result there for Frank.
Thank you. 浸啦，飲咗啊！西文打大文。
One of many Americans that have braved the jet lag, traveling all the way to Jeju. As a Canadian, I can speak and say it's a big difference. Though I don't know where he lives, so maybe it's not that far away. Well, want to play like a Triton champion? GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. It is the #1 learning app for poker players. Look at the elite players using it. Look, that guy's using it. He won the World Series main event. Got to check out the ICM and PKO solver, whether it's a knockout format or an intense final table. GTO Wizard helps you handle ICM spots like a pro. Make smarter decisions in the critical moments that matter most. Check it out at GTOWizard.com.
They do have the best program for heads up as well.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
It's true.
Oh, Amiri. Not recommended. But we did hypothesize earlier, Kevin, that if Amiri likes his hand, he wants to put chips in, and there's really only one thing you can do when you have 8 big blinds.
This is the way to, if you had to play it.
Yes, if you had to play it, don't get me wrong.
Then this is certainly the way to do it.
If you decide you're going to play it, this is exactly what you should do. You just fold it at ace-8 suited. Oh, but there you go. Welcome to the pros.
Still 40% equity.
Yeah.
Oh, King's slow play get punished.
Yeah. Kind of a flip. It's what you call an optimistic flip. I win plenty of those.
That's tough, buddy. That you're skiing uphill with this one, Amiri.
There you go, baby. There you go. You're back in this thing. You can do it.
Heart and only a heart.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, it was red.
Like it.
GG. See you tomorrow. For the next adventure here at Triton Poker Series.
He took my line.
All right.
Something on Calvin Anderson's head. I think that's a breeze machine. My friend back home actually bought one of those, ironically, and brought it to his office, and it's just like, it gives you your own, like, breeze, like your own, like...
This around his neck, he's got, like...
Yeah.
There's, like, fans in there?
Yeah, I mean, they might just be headphones, but it might be a breeze machine. Queen 10 suited. 4. Oh my god, it's been so long, I forget the numbers on his name. His screen name, it's like Cal 43 something something. Damn, I'm getting old.
I also forget.
Yeah, I want to say 4369, but I think that's just my pin. Pocket deuces for Kuhn. Deciding I'm going to pretend I'm in the big blind and just call. Sometimes we can do that in the small, right? Let's just pretend. VBV, also going to call. Three of a kind. Hard to make that. Oh, no.
I was going to say a pretty disciplined check back with some backdoors by Calvin. Maybe just trying to realize his equity, avoid getting check raised.
I think it's a deep respect for his two opponents. I think he expects that either one of them would be prepared to and able to represent, like, you know, I guess Kuhn less likely on 993, but might still check raise some hands for value that aren't just a 9. With 140,000 in there, for Calvin Anderson's sake, I hope that, yeah, going with the big sizing, setting up for that river shove, it's really too bad for the American. The implication earlier of his 7-6 suited fold, Kevin, was that in some way, shape, or form, Calvin Anderson was a new man. But having said that, yeah, I don't think he's ever going to find a fold here.
No, he's now...
No, he's put in 120. Yeah,
he's decided that VBV just had too few chips for this hand to want to allow a river card to come off.
Yeah.
He's thinking, you know, there's some hard draws, there's some open-enders, whatever, that are just going to put the money in.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't want VBV there to have the Jack-7 of hearts and, you know, just get to pay that 80K and then maybe give up on a brick river. Let's just run it. Yeah, unfortunate turn of events for Cal.
Where's home base for you, Jason?
Summerlin.
Summerlin? Nice. Yeah, looking for a house out there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool, it's the best.
They're going a lot more expensive the past couple of years. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, all the good places, you know, it's just how it goes. People move there and stuff goes crazy.
Nice.
Hold. 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 Low, Juanito.
Simcock Way, just 6 big blinds. Gonna have to put them in here at the cutoff with the ace-4.
Jason definitely has a close spot. Again, he's Going to want to look behind at the stacks to see if he gets himself in any trouble by just calling. Looks like he doesn't like the proposition there. It definitely would have been a bottom call had he decided to make it. And then looking at Calvin also being short, he might end up putting in another couple of big blinds if Calvin wakes up with something.
One more seat. I needed to be right there, then I call you. Do you have an ace?
Yes.
Okay. What about you?
I live right next to the Aria, one of the condos there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's convenient for being a poker player, but
Veer or whatever.
I my son just turned 1, so.
Oh, congrats,
yeah,
man.
Thank you. So I want to go out to, I want to get a house.
Totally.
I want to have some neighbors.
Sure. Yep.
Little grass to run in.
Dude.
Juan Pardo, legend.
I love being
when did Malacca sneak into the table?
He did, somehow. With style.
3 in 18 months. 20 months now. Crazy.
Calvin Anderson getting a great opportunity for a double here. Shoving for just under 8 big blinds. I think that he will get a customer with the ace-6 and a great chance.
Having a girl would be awesome.
Yeah, another one of those spots where he feels pretty sure that nothing can fold, so might as well just get on with it.
Think he'll play poker?
I have no idea. My oldest probably will.
Chop.
He's very into the game.
Oh no, we can't chop really. Not his, huh? Yeah, A6 is a pretty good hand.
What? One, yeah, good. Oh, yeah. Oh.
You get a 10, we could chop.
Okay.
That's fine.
4 opportunities, but quite unlikely.
For you, I guess, at this point.
I think my son is really into it or want to play it all.
Nice clean double for Cal.
JP, there he is. What's up?
Pretty quick fold from Frank there with the ace-9 offsuit. I think worth considering with how many shorter stacks are at this table. Calvin deciding that from the button this hand feels a little too strong to raise fold.
Yeah.
He'd rather just be all in. I think it might be a tad loose.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a tad loose, but that's what he does, baby. He's Calvin Anderson.
We are getting down towards the money somewhat quickly.
Really?
Well, we're not close, but I believe I remember the number being 63. Places paid. We're sitting at 111 remaining. So certainly increases the amount of thought players are giving to their tournament life.
Jason Kuhn with Ace King on 40 bigs.
And an interesting one for Kulev.
Yeah.
It's tempting to look at a hand like this and think it's certainly good enough to be all in. I don't know if it accomplishes what we would want in terms of folding out better hands. And he also might just not want to do a whole lot of going all in at this stage of the tournament. He's got about 26 big blinds. Certainly wouldn't fault it, but looks like he's going with a flat, just keep in all those bigger hands.
I'm not surprised to see the young phenom get to the right answer here. And Frank, the water's warm, baby. Come on in. You got live cards and everything, I promise.
So Kuhn in position against both players. The queen high board, not terrible for him. But he's certainly not going to bet with everything.
Oof.
And this has got to be one of the best cards for him. I mean, in this actual hand, it maybe is the best card. But just for his range in general.
Ace of Hearts. Better.
Ace of Hearts.
Because then there's
no flush draw.
Yeah. Or maybe you want the flush draws to get them to call.
Suppose we do have to define best turn.
Yeah, if you're going to start throwing around the word best, I mean, I want to, you know.
Well, we called this the best turn, but Jason decided to check behind again. It's kind of interesting to me. I mean, I would expect both blinds to check to him with everything, to check their entire range twice. So I think we're now at the river in a spot where Kulev can have his entire preflop range, Frank can have his entire preflop range.
There is the queen block bet. I can tell you what. I can tell you what, Kevin.
What?
The price of poker's going up.
I do wonder if Frank will get kind of caught in the middle here. He's rivered a hand that
he knows better.
Looks reasonable.
Nah, not my boy Frank. Frank! You came all the way here to call here? Okay, so I have a question for you, Kevin, because you played some pretty high-stakes stuff. You played a big series here last year in Jeju. In practice, when you see it, how often do you see something like a min blocker bet there ever actually be a bluff compared to value? Enough times that calling that 25K is worth it?
It's tough to say in this exact spot, knowing that Frank's in between. And by the way, impressively quick fold from Kulev there.
Well, made easy by Frank's call because Frank can just have ace 4.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
But I think someone like Kulev, who's utilizing small sizes frequently, you know, it's a big part of his game, let's say.
100%.
Too good, man.
100%.
It's a little
What can I do
easier
about it?
to think of the play when you're considering a bluff, right? The more integrated it is with your normal game, the more often you start looking for spots where it makes sense, the more it just kind of jumps out at you when you're sitting with 8 high.
River or 9,
on
what
the
else
river.
can I do, you know? What else can I do?
Now, even with that, maybe Frank can still get away. I mean, he's caught in between, and Jason can have a number of better hands.
That's a dream spot as well when he calls. Oh, yeah.
Seen all my tricks, guy.
I kind of like when watching people lie to each other. It's weird. It's like a kink or something. I don't know. I like that he's lying to him.
Yeah, Kulev convinced that he got bluffed.
Yeah. And
Jason's
Jason
happy
is
to go
just
along with
leaning
it.
in. He's just like, yeah, you did. You know all my tricks, man. You got me pegged. Juan Pardo, raising off 25 big blinds-ish. He's got the question mark.
It's a bit of a light open with question mark, you think?
Well, I'm more of an optimistic man myself, so I think it's more something like ace-10 plus, so I think I like it. Kulev, another interesting spot with a king-queen combo. This time did not come dressed for the party. That's a suited joke that probably didn't make any sense. Because he's not suited.
I understand.
Yeah.
I thought he was about to, like the way he looked back at his cards, I thought he was about to fold, which would have really surprised me.
Now,
but
yeah,
he was seriously considering call, small 3-bet, maybe all in as well. Like I think everything was kind of swirling through his mind there.
You know what's interesting is that we talked a little bit on the break about how we're looking forward to some more deep stack poker because a lot of the stuff we were seeing in the previous levels. But what I'm finding now is that because we're kind of getting to more of the cream, like some really top players, that we're seeing the ways in which they make these 25 to 40 big blinds play a little deeper, these smaller size 3-bets. You know, the action's back on Juan Pardo. I have to imagine, because this is a mystery hand, you know, we see it continue probably in the form of a call. We're going to get some post-flop action. So it's fun watching the best players in the world play poker for a lot of money, is what I'm trying to say.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, and we're also getting to a stage of the tournament where 20 big blinds just goes further. And yes, it's because of the players we're watching right now on this table, but
yeah,
but
they're
it's
also
a bit
less
of the
inclined
structure.
to, yeah.
These are, you know, we're at that point where you're not willing to risk it all so easily, right?
Yeah, and my prediction of Pardo having ace-10 or ace-jack will make this a very, very interesting fair fight on this jack-10, 3-2 spade board. Of course, Kulev with the king-queen and the king of spades.
So normally, when we get into these 3-bet pots shallow, I would
55?
be a supporter of small sizes. I don't know how I feel about a small size here. It's a bit awkward on a board, jack-10 high with a flush draw. I'm expecting Juan Pardo to come back with a lot of aggression. Not necessarily just play check call or check fold, but do a lot of check raising all in. And that makes Kulev's hand here really ugly. And he ends up just facing a call, which is a totally fine outcome, I would say, for king-queen, but...
So you mean to say it would be so disastrous, let's say Pardo does have something like a jack, were he to check raise here, and then you're sitting there with your king-queen and you
I think
call
it would
it
be
off?
or I mean, I don't know how light Juan Pardo is going to call pre-flop, but let's say he has queen-jack suited. I think the predominant play on the flop is just to check raise all in.
Right.
If he has, you know, an ace-high flush draw, the predominant play is just to check raise all in. If he has king-queen himself. Now it's getting interesting. This is a really good card for Kulev's range. He has the ace-king suited, he has pocket kings, pocket queens. So all these hands are improving now. But can he really find enough bluffs to just go all in here and have Juan Pardo call with worse? Looks like he thinks no, he thinks he needs to bet small.
Yeah, and how does Juan Pardo react with a hand like, you know, let's say Jack-9 suited, Ace Jack off. Ace 10 off.
I think some of these are out pre. It's hard to say because the sizing was so small, but
Yeah.
I do think some of these hands are out pre. I think Juan Pardo can have aces, but I think he can also have, like, pocket eights. Like something kind of weird, and facing this size, it's actually kind of ugly. Like, you do beat some bluffs, you do have some equity. Kulev could just have ace 5 suited. Kulev could have ace 4 suited, right? So there's a handful of bluffs here that make it tricky with any amount of equity in Juan Pardo's situation to just get away. But yeah, 10-9 suited wouldn't surprise me. Pocket 9s, pocket 8s. Kind of depends on how he plays those pre-flop. Are we going to see...
It's interesting to me that you say that some of those hands are out pre-flop. I mean, maybe Jack 9 suited isn't always opening on that stack size, for instance. But we saw the hand earlier between, Jason Kuhn and VBV where he did have the ace 10 in that spot where the sizing was very similar. What sort of would you say is different about that situation than this situation? Is it because that Pardo is in early position?
Yeah, really the only difference is that he's +1.
Yeah.
I believe Jason opened in the hijack that hand.
Hijacked
and
the
then
button,
we were, even more so, we were speculating that he might have picked up on something pre-flop. So
right.
Like, that combination, I think.
So many little intricacies. It's so fascinating.
Yeah, he is leading. Just immediately grabs the stack of time banks because he knows this is ugly. I mean, Juan Pardo is a very capable player. And this is not
Yeah, but what is
secret.
the combo here? He's turning what into a bluff?
The only hand I can fathom is pocket 8s right now. Like off the top of my head, I don't even know if 8s gets here.
Turn.
I don't. I mean,
there's just no bluffs. I'm
the
sorry.
turn bet was
if he's bluffing here, I'll
60K into 300 and.
If he's bluffing here, when we shoot back to the desk, I won't be wearing a shirt. I'm gonna say it. I know I'm gonna get some pushback from the team, everyone here at Triton, but he can't have a bluff here. Can he have like 8-7 of spades?
I think he could have 8-7.
Is that the one?
I mean, he might open fold. Like, there's a bunch of ways I could come up with why he wouldn't have it. He might open fold. He might jam the flop. He probably doesn't jam the turn. So I do think, like...
I mean, the prices he's getting on the turn is good enough for the flush draw if he's prepared, especially to shove on this king river. I mean, it's such a good mystery hand. Shout out production team.
This is hard for Kulev. I mean, it's a situation where you're looking at a player who's talented enough to find bluffs in all the weird spots.
No, it did have the ace 10.
Did have ace 10. And you were right about ace 10 off being in the pre-flop.
Every now and then, Kevin.
Yeah. It's a tough player to make a big fold when you're getting a good price. Well done by Kulev.
That is a bad man right there, Juan Pardo. Malacca style, as he's known in the online streets.
Fault. Fault. Raise 50,000. Fault. Fault.
There's the Cal I know and love. Jack 10 off, under the gun +2. Unfortunately, Jason Kuhn is about to put it in your eye. Because he's been playing with you for the better part of 15 years, man. And he's going to shove on you. There it is.
I mean, that certainly is influenced by their understanding of each other's games, but
also
those
pretty
hands are
clean.
also probably
Yes,
just
yes, of course.
played well by both.
Listen, Buzz Killington. Okay, I'm trying to spice it up over here. It is crazy to think about that. At 15, I was literally playing with those two guys 15 years ago. Time is crazy. 2010. Yeah, we were playing online together. And now look at them playing super high rollers and me just talking about how cool they are.
Sounds like a great life.
No, but the cream does rise. Those two are always, you know, two of the best. Ace Jack off for you. Frank lets it go. Kuhn. With the holding that it's hard to look yourself in the mirror if you don't try to do something. These are the kind of combos that players of his stature tend not to fold. He's going to go with a call from the small. You sort of playing this as like a never fold mix between call and 3-bet at this stack depth?
Jason spot?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's... I was thinking off 23 blinds. It's a little bit strong to... Wow. To 3-bet non all-in, I was going to say, but...
Quadzilla. Look at that.
And every now and then you get in a spot like this that almost never happens, and you just don't really know what to do.
Oh my god, 2 flush draws, mega cooler.
Jason pretty quickly checking. I think he might be kind of on high alert when you see someone quickly check behind on a board that's, you know, one of those unconvincing boards where it looks like no one has anything.
Yeah.
Why not bet?
Why not bet your whole range? Yeah,
It's,
I mean,
it's
this
a little
is
suspicious, right? Why not
yeah.
bet? Not to say that you couldn't just have king, queen high and think it's the best hand. You absolutely could.
Wow.
And that's where it gets complicated.
One of the worst flushes you can have.
Yeah, now you make a flush in a spot where it's starting to look more and more likely that you just has ace high or king high. Yes, he could have a full house. Yes, one Pardo could have a full house in the big blind. But maybe we block? Is that what we're...
And technically would have worked for value, I think, against one part. Nope.
Oh.
Boom.
I think it's just a good sizing up of the situation. Sometimes these very bizarre spots organically arise in the tournament.
Yeah.
You know, and you see people just navigate them confidently. You can tell that they've been through these situations. Even up against tough competition, it's just like, I know that this isn't...
Yeah.
You didn't just come up with this bluff here. And it's not necessarily the most important thing on Jason's mind. You know, how do I get value from Juan Pardo when he has a weaker
Yeah.
flush? That's
that's
not his top priority when he makes this river bet of 25,000. Just seems well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we've seen this a few times today, players not necessarily getting punished for trapping a big hand, but just playing a bit creatively and having it not work out.
Yeah.
almost exactly because of that.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the chip counts on our 2 feature tables, you can see Jason Kuhn, despite losing that itsy-bitsy pot, still is the chip leader, but just with 38 big blinds as we go all the way down to Simcock Way with just 4 blinds. So pretty shallow on the red table, but on the blue table, Big Daddies, Wei-Ren Pugh with 100 big blinds, 2.5 on the dot. Leon Sturm with 81 big blinds. They believe they're at the leaders first and second in chips. Actually, Leon just a tad under Daniel Nielsen, who's in second place with 2 million. Who's had a great rise today.
Interesting spot in the hijack. Definitely an all-in candidate. Although, as I kind of mentioned before, when you get to this stage, a little bit more careful about going all in, but Frank still wants to take this spot.
Yeah, and it's so interesting how so much can change between 2 levels, right? At 20K big blind, maybe more inclined to come in for a raise, but at 25K, just feels like a nice little shove for the 16 bigs.
Definitely.
We are going to see Wei go for it with the 8s at the cutoff, which I think is completely what we want to see on 4 bigs. Can't do much. Have to go. Does it get any fairer? Look how fair this fight is.
What do you feel, Jason?
I don't want to say, man. I don't want to kill your sweat. Well, I killed it. I do know the turn.
The Oracle.
Holy shit.
Still alive. 110. 睇到窗口我都想放棄咗。我今日中好多 set， 分都死咗啦，都冇得搏噶啦。我今日中好多 set， 但係咁短碼都係，中好多 set 就咁短碼。We're in double digits in the field size. Started with 379 today, all the way down to 99. Going to be paying over $1 million to the winner of this first event here at Triton Jeju. 15K buy-in. Record-breaking field. Frank now, just with 10 big blinds, is going to shove under the gun +2. Really hoping for some folds here, right, Kev?
Yeah, not too many options for him. I mean, there's always a chance that if it folds to the big blind, he could get called by something a little worse, but
245.
This feels like a really close one in Juan Pardo's spot. I do think for 10 big blinds, all the pairs will be in here as Frank. Maybe deuces is going to open fold. So having those weaker pairs is really going to make a hand like 5s attractive.
Yeah, one of those spots just feels like a snap call from the big, probably a reshove from the small, and then the button just gets a bit tricky.
Yeah, and it gets a little uglier too, looking ahead at the small blind and big blind. They have a little bit more than Frank does. If we put in 250, we are definitely putting in the rest.
Yeah, no, this would be for sure a reshove for the 17 effective.
Ooh.
He really wears it on his sleeve. He knows he's playing live, right? Like
I know we have the perfect angle.
Yeah.
We're looking straight at him at the moment that we need to.
I mean, in fairness, he could be very balanced. We haven't really seen him with any big hands. But every time he looks like he has ace 7 suited facing a shove, he looks like he has ace 7 suited facing a shove. Every time he has ace 9 suited and was thinking about whether he should 3-bet or c-bet, he does. I need more of a sample size, is what I'm saying.
Need to go back and watch the clip of him with Queen 9 on the 9-9-3 board.
Yes, good. That's a good point. We do.
He does seem animated. Like in general, I think he seems animated and.
Didn't even make me sweat. Everyone else did. You didn't make me sweat.
You fold the face?
Yeah.
Fold the face? You could like fold.
I like Frank's poker cliches. He's really bringing him back. Like he had didn't even like everyone was making me sweat. He had the can I use my one time? It's like real like classic. You know,
like
salt of the earth.
He was raised on a 2004 World Series broadcast.
Yeah. Instead of all of these like brilliant robots like this guy, you know. Leon Sturm's not a robot. He just looks quite robotic right now as he's calling this raise with the 6s. We have another mystery hand? Kev, come on.
Yeah.
Production is being very kind to us today. I guess the fans like him. I know we like him. How does Michael Adamo like King Queen in this precarious situation? Discipline fold?
Looks like it. After that flat in the hijack from Leon, there's not a lot of hands he's way ahead of anymore. No. I like that fold.
Yeah, I mean, Leon could just be flatting freaking 10s here if he wants to.
Yeah, discipline fold in the big blind too. Everyone has to be aware when these two are seated next to each other and they're playing pots, like it impacts the dynamic of the whole table, right? Everyone's kind of wary about entering pots. So pretty quick check over to Leon, which I think is not that unusual.
Yeah.
I think Weiron recognizes that this hijack flat can be and often is pretty strong. Can make a big hand on this board.
Yeah, and you can be quite balanced with it. I mean, you could check aces here if you want to, right? I mean, you're playing so deep out of position here with Leon.
Yeah, definitely expecting him to have the top of his range.
Yeah.
So it's interesting as it gets here. I mean, Leon
Protection
wasn't thrilled
now, right?
about betting the flop, but now his hand's improved pretty significantly.
Yeah, I mean, you still could get a check call from ace-queen here if you bet 65,000 or something, but does go for the check and now gets counterfeit, which,
wow,
worst case scenario for Leon Sturm, who probably felt like he was cruising to the winning hand after that second check on the turn by Pew.
I mean, this can get very interesting if we get checked over to Leon a third time.
I mean, it could also be interesting in that, I mean, not so much because Leon will just fold, but I mean, Weiran does have the only bigger boat here.
Oh, he's going for...
So he could just do that, right?
Yeah. So Weiran's telling the story like, I very easily could have played aces this way, kings this way, some sort of jack this way, and I just don't believe that you have enough of it, so... He makes this bet, and Leon recognizes that his range contains so few hands that can beat the board. He needs to sometimes call, or maybe even raise with just the board.
Yeah, Leon Sturm is going to be very aware that, you know, Weiran could just have ace-7 of spades here, you know? Yeah. What did I say? I said ace-8 off, right? Something close.
Full house.
Full house.
Nine's full of jacks. Yeah, Leon not wasting much time there. He called before we could really guess his hand.
What do you mean? I guessed it pretty much. I said ace-7 of spades.
You did.
It was close.
It's fair. It's fair. You got it. I didn't guess his hand.
You didn't get a chance, that's why. This is so us. Look at that cute little whale. Now, do you think that's like a Triton whale or something? Because the colors... There's like the yellow and stuff, and like the way that the whole theme. Like, do you think he got that here, or do you think that's from home?
Seems like something he bought here.
Right.
But I don't know. Haven't seen it in the gift shop.
Yeah.
I'll have to look. I don't believe we're on Christoph. Nope. Okay.
We're not on Christoph, but we are on Blastoff. 16 big blinds. Michael Adamo says, "Hey, Stan suited. I like the cut of your jib. I'm all in."
This one actually seems like an example where Adamo's taking a pretty strong hand and just going all in with it because he doesn't necessarily want to go post flop and, you know, mess around with min raising or limping.
Well, exactly, Kevin, because had he min raised this, he might have gotten shoved on by Samuel Jew's pocket sevens in the big blind. Instead, Samuel really considering. I mean, this has got to be pretty automatic here. It is for me. You know, all those other pairs, lower pairs, are going to be shoving here, but it represents
Samuel
a
wants to
significant
take
portion.
Yeah, he wants to take his time with only 420 total. I do think he has to call this.
Yes.
It's in pretty good shape against Adamo's range.
Yeah, I think everyone watching at home can look at this and understand the trepidation, the hesitation. But this hand a bit too strong, and the money should go in. Maybe Samuel knows that and he just likes the drama. Oh no, he's feeling it. This one's cutting deep. He doesn't feel like losing a flip.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, most people that flip against Michael Adamo lose the flip.
We haven't even really talked about what Adamo's feelings might be in this situation as the fold does come in. Like probably wanting a fold, probably thinking it might be, you know, an ace-10 or a pair.
I mean, as we get closer to the money bubble, he does just kind of want to fold. Like, in a lot of situations where he's not locked up, right? And in most pre-flop spots, you don't have enough equity that you really want to be all in at risk against anything. I mean, there's exceptions, of course. I'm sure he's quite happy to take down the blinds and antes.
Also, he had dinner on that. That can also help. You can just go eat. He had dinner on the side there. Some delicious food options here in Jeju. Oh, I had this bulgogi, spicy bulgogi earlier. Delicious. Leon Sturm and his 2 million chips and his fiery sunglasses and his yellow-blue whale. He's going to raise it up with the 10-9 of spades.
Opening to 60,000 here, looks like into Rampage's short stacked big blind. He gets a little extra on the open size.
Wouldn't want to make a habit of peeling here with the 9 big blinds, but Rampage has that look on his face and is going to try to flop some equity.
Yeah, I think he could have passed this one. I understand the idea, like when you're quite short in the context of the whole tournament, you start to feel like, oh, well, if I don't take my chance now, I'm just going to bleed out and finish in 85th place when only 63 pay, right? And you don't want that to happen, so it is fair.
That's so weird.
He got a very good flop, and now he just wants to deny equity. It's legitimately awkward for Leon. I mean, 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, the odd chance that he beats 4-5, the odd chance that he beats 3-4. Maybe even something like 7-8 of diamonds would decide to do this.
Am I okay in saying that I don't like this shove? I just feel I mean, he did get the does have the backdoor he goes for. He does get the call.
Yeah, he gets called.
But I just think the 10-9 suited might have just shoved anyway.
It's hard for me to predict how Leon would play this spot. I suspect he is just going to be on the attack on like 6 deuce deuce rainbow. Maybe if this was, you know, 6-4-4 with a flush draw, he's got more to be worried about. Ends up getting the full double. I like that it's on his mind, if nothing else, you know, like he recognizes that he's just trying to flop equity and stay in this tournament.
Yeah.
So by leading all in, he gives himself a chance to stay in the tournament more often. If he checks, it's just going to be forced all in a lot.
Hello.
How much equity do I have against this hand? Enough, right? Do you think I have enough against this hand even?
Pretty quick fold with the 10-8 suited.
You needed like...
But maybe looking ahead to see that the chip leader's in the big blind this hand.
Against this hand you have...
So decides he doesn't want to tangle.
Yeah, 33 big blinds for Jason Wong there, folding that 10-8 suited.
I would have actually thought you have, like, yeah, you have like slightly under 30, you're slightly under 30, right? You would have thought 30, I would have said 29, yeah, whatever.
Maybe 30. You're saying that's what I have or that's what I need? That's what I have.
What do you have, right? I mean, you have 6 outs, plus 7 for the flush, plus 7.5 for the backdoor straight, but he's blocking the backdoor straight. Well, the blocking doesn't matter. 7.5 is my guess.
He did also block the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, yeah. I would say slightly under 8, equivalent of 8 outs, right? But there's no counter feed.
Another.
Wow.
That must count for something.
Another chance to watch Weiron play. Out of position, this time from the big blind. So it would not surprise me at all to see him start this hand with a lead. He's chip leading the tournament. We're approaching the money bubble. You've got someone who opened the cutoff off of 25 big blinds who's unlikely to like this flop.
But you know what's great about the mystery hand, Kevin? Is that we know that our hero with the ace-9 does not fold. For he shall continue.
Not yet anyways.
Whether it be in the form of a call or a raise, our hero in black and gold little things, beautiful Triton things, will play more poker.
So I think Weiron should recognize that this ace connects with the opener a lot. Ace high, very frequent hand in the opening range. And it's unlikely to fold the flop, so he checks over, and I am not really narrowing his range based on this action. I think this just lines up with almost any 2 cards that get here.
Quite an interesting river card, as it fills the 4 straight in an irregular way. Certainly Ren Pugh, you know, part of his leading range here is going to be hands like a Jack-4 of clubs or something. Maybe not clubs necessarily specifically, but, you know, some leads of 4Xs. And also probably sees it as a good bluff candidate once we see the check back on the turn from the ace, right?
Yeah, I think It's a good spot for Weiron to even just be all in quite often. Like, I see no reason to hold back, really. If I'm betting this spot, he's making the claim that he can beat ace-king, probably. And if he can beat ace-king, I mean, his hand is extremely good.
Yeah.
He goes for 250, which almost makes me think he has, like, a two-pair strength hand. Not quite a straight, but maybe he doesn't go all in with a straight.
Now, does he lead the flop with a 2-3 or a 2-5?
Yeah, I think he would. Okay. I think that lines up with like the small sizing, the desire to get protection.
Presumably suited, probably not completing every offsuit combo of those hands.
Yeah, I think he could have rivered two pair, but I think he even could have just flopped two pair and checked everything on the turn. He could just have 7-5.
But he can also have 6-9 off and 6-8 off and
probably
8-9 off. The hands that would lead flop and then slow down on the turn. Pretty interesting hand. Shout out production team once again for selecting such a great mystery hand. Hope you're enjoying it home. Does Weiron Pugh just have the 10-6 of spades? Okay, pick a hand. I'll let you pick one bluff hand, one value hand. And I'll get one bluff hand, one value hand. I will take the 10-6 of spades as my bluff hand.
I think like queen 6 offsuit. Queen of spades, 6 of
That's
diamonds.
your bluff hand. My value hand is 4 jack. Jack 4 of hearts.
And I'm going 7-5.
Ooh.
Oh, I was so close.
Yeah, you were.
I'm not. King 6.
I mean, we both said 6s. I said the 6 of spades, so that technically means I win somehow.
There's no prize.
There's no prize? Okay, fine. Chop it up. Chop it up. Great hand. Great mystery hand.
And a good tough call by the ace-9 on the river. I mean, perhaps correctly recognizing that Weiron just was pouncing on a situation, right? Like, as that situation developed, he just went for it.
But I think what we should be talking about as well is how much more effective a shove might have been. You said in this situation you can just literally go all in, and do you have the, you might have the stones to call the 250. Do you have the stones to call 570?
I think it would have been, I would have liked it a lot better. I think it's the more effective play in that kind of situation for what he's trying to accomplish.
Yeah. Yeah, but certainly not to discredit the very, very incredible call from Nariman. We'll never know if he would have called an all-in, but did call the $250,000 and is now all the way up to 1 million chips as we enter the last level of the day. Oh, go ahead. Have a go, Leon. Takes the, has some playability, in position, very deep stack, sort of 9-6 off. Just says, I just think you're limp folding a ton here. Yeah. Let's just pop it up.
Those spots are really interesting to me because you'll see different styles. Some players just stay out of each other's way, essentially. It's like, oh, we're both the big stacks. They kind of treat it as if there's this mutual agreement to not do anything too wild.
That gives you an avenue to get out of line. Those are so fun. Yeah,
once you recognize that the other player doesn't want to tangle, then it just kind of gives you the green light to go after them. Seemed like Rampage was giving real thought there, but perhaps benefits by using up a little bit of extra time as we sneak closer
What
to
did
the
he
money.
have?
Just tanking in the cutoff with 10-6 off.
Yeah, no, he did it on the button 5 D's off too. He's just doing it for the bubble.
Raise.
That makes it easy.
Nom nom.
Nom nom.
Nom nom.
My cards are adding up to 5. Ace 4.
Ace 4, I get it all. Not really. Get something.
I'm not so crazy.
Oh no. Maybe I shouldn't raise because of that. But it's a good hand.
Nom nom. I'm not gonna forget what nom nom is.
I know.
Even when I'm 50.
That's like next year, right? Usually I would never do this.
Really old for you, right?
Usually I would never do these kind of jokes against you, but I don't know. Had like a good spot. Stefan Schillhabel always gets very upset with old jokes. But I make them a lot.
Gotta say this this bubble isn't exactly a rampage turner when it's on him, huh? Getting a slow clap over here from my boy Kev. Way Ren Pew can open it up with the 10s, get clean folds.
He's very happy.
VBV with some very big smiles.
Thank you.
I forgot about these guys. We were so fixated on the other ones.
Ace 9 suited.
They're still here. Did they wait for us? Did they keep playing? How does this work exactly?
I think they waited.
Jacks?
No, it looks like they're resuming now, doesn't it?
Only one.
One jack.
Oh, yeah.
You
Dirty business.
Make me sick. You're
My fault
making
is
me
good.
sick.
My fault.
King Jack suited, huh?
Oh my God, shiny trophy. You see that flicker? Oof.
Worse but prettier.
My
You're a real jerk.
wanted to joke, but better to stop. Okay. Oh. Yeah.
One time, him and I played a hand, and we're on a feature table. I'm not even thinking anything about it. We go on break, and he goes, "Hey," he's like, "I bluffed you." Flexed me before he saw it. He said, "I bluffed you." And he did. He bluffed me.
Aggressive guy.
Aggressive. Flexing on me, telling me he bluffed me.
Frank.
Big bully.
Naughty boy.
Bluffed him once. You remember how to do bluff?
Frank gets it through.
I tried to forget it.
7 big blind shove, 8-6 off. We love it.
Oh, is this one Chidwick's value betting?
We stand a reckless king. How many pay?
I agree. It's a bit out there.
Yeah, good for him. Hey, Frank doesn't take any from nobody.
Oh, yeah.
You had a house, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You had a house.
That's right, he had the tiny house.
The tiny house. Yeah. I always want to have the tiny house.
He had the little mobile home.
But lowest full house.
Lowest full house.
True.
Never be too carefully.
Everyone's chatting, having a good time, and Juan's over here. He's like, "Pardon me."
Yep, I remember that.
I don't know about that one. 60,000 from Juan Pardo. Uh-oh. Frank the Tank, Ace King. It's going all in. It's just 9.2 blinds. Juan's going to hate it.
Yeah, coming first in from under the gun. Oh, he'll probably get away now.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, having raised under the gun, I mean, these two have shown no hesitation. I think Juan Pardo understands that he's in trouble at this point, but facing the initial jam from Frank, it would have been a tough spot.
No, this is 220.
280?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is more of an A-B pot, so why don't you see your way out? One.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair fight.
When you said that, I thought I was ahead. So I guess I'm not ahead. No. But I have 2 flush draws.
I'll take Wei's hand. You can have Frank's. Deal?
Sounds good.
Fair. You get 2 flush draws. You sucker. You are so dumb, Kevin. You gave me the one where I already had 2 diamonds. Look at this. Look what you've done.
Not like this.
One time.
Oh, come on.
Fortunately, much like guessing the mystery hand, there's
Oh.
no prize.
Well, I love this feeling, man.
Oh, you are so lucky.
I love this feeling, man. You will never lose.
Let's go.
You will never lose. Sweating all over.
Woo. We're alive. Everyone, we're alive.
The best feeling ever.
I want to know what Wei's shirt says, because it's half of nothing. But is it something?
I was free rolling. Of course, I'm greedy.
Something to think about.
Thought maybe it was like another.
Okay.
I don't know. It might say nothing. Follow the latest Triton Poker Series action with exclusive insights from BetACR Sportsbook. Stay informed on the best odds and expert analysis.
Also, kind of a GTO Wizard ad.
Is that a PLO event from here?
Back to the action. This is the last level of the night. If you're just tuning in, feel free to use the rewind button on YouTube. But also, I'll catch you up. We started with 379 players here. First event, 15K. We shattered records here. Biggest Triton event previously was 305 players. Last year's 15K event was just 269 players. So there's just a lot of people here playing poker. As Frank goes all in for his 8 big blinds. 11 big blinds? 11 big blinds with the queen jack off. We are down to just 90, 87-ish players. And this is the last level. You're all caught up. And Frank got a shove through.
We're in the ring. We're dodging punches.
More cliches. I love Frank.
I'm going, when I get back to Vegas, I'm playing UFC fighter Sugar Sean O'Malley. You watching UFC?
Yeah,
I'm playing him heads up.
Oh, yeah?
Playing poker. Yeah, he's getting into poker.
That's cool.
Yeah. He watched a couple of my YouTube videos, and he messaged me. He's like, hey, Frankie, I'm playing 1-2, 1-3, and I'm starting to love poker. I'm like, I'm to Vegas, man.
Oh, super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fan. He's a great fighter.
He's a great fighter.
Wild dude.
Badass.
All right, I'll look this guy up. I'm curious. Sugar Shane. It was Sugar Shane, right? UFC. There you go. Oh yeah, I've seen this guy. Pink hair. Alex Kulev, pocket eights, Opens it up.
Yeah, it goes with the min raise, starting with just 14 blinds. It's kind of a nice play from earlier position. Sometimes you get away from your hand if like multiple people wake up.
Yeah.
But sometimes you induce action.
Having said that, Kevin, I don't think Kulev is thrilled by this shove, but it won't even matter because he's going to be able to slip out the side door as VBV wakes up with the Kui. Okay, I think he's balanced. We're seeing it now, right? We're seeing it like that he's kind of like...
He's got queens.
Yeah. It's apprehension.
He's expressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kulev got away.
We should have known better. Of course he'd be balanced. Like.
And Kulev is feeling really good about his choice not to open rip.
Yeah. Was there something on his? Are you just suggesting, or did he actually look?
I think he looked like he was making a real decision. When I mean, he's
Okay.
he's also balanced in the way where when he's giving deliberate thought, it could be he's already made up his mind.
Jack 9-4. A couple more outs here for Simcock Way. King or a jack will vault him significantly in the lead, but the 3 of spades is not one of those cards.
On my life.
You failed the 3 ball?
No, not just 3 ball. I was going to say 3 of spades on the turn, I swear. So bizarre.
And the deuce of clubs will be the final dagger.
And my deck reads have been so off today, I didn't say it. Like,
Eliminated
oh.
approximately 85th position here.
And then
Last level of the day.
Right back at him.
It's the way she goes.
Back to the number 2 deck reader in the planet.
After Sean Winter.
Yeah. He can't be touched.
Schumann tries as well. How is it working
he's
out?
Not there. He's not as strong as Winter or I.
Worth noting, Kevin.
He's confident about it though.
One David D. Peters, our new chip leader of the event with 2.66 million chips.
Okay. Only works on his
Leapfrogging, Wei-Ran Pugh, and Daniel Nielsen.
Oh, just looking back in the app for how he catapulted his way to the chip lead.
Ooh, tell everyone.
Looked like he cracked.
Ooh, I like crack stories.
This is Paulius, a different Paulius than we had on stream before.
There's not more than one Paulius.
Yes, Paulius Vaitekunis. Open raised. D. Peters calls on the button. King 9-3 flop. All hearts. Check, bet, call. 5 of spades on the turn. Check, bet, call. Deuce on the river. Check. D. Peters is all in. Paulius calls. D. Peters has a set of 9s to crack pocket aces.
Is that still by def? When you say crack, it feels like it would be an all-in pre-flop, or is it still crack?
I can understand that point of view.
Yeah.
But yes, I think it's still cracked.
I guess it is still cracked. But you understand why I would have thought, like, I thought he was a bad beat. I was like, David Peters wouldn't do that to anyone. He did it the clean way. Pretty cool pendant. You see that Jason Kuhn's Triton pendant?
Mm-hmm.
Do they sell those over there? That's like kind of a, if you win 29 Triton events, they give it to you on the 30th.
Yeah.
Well, Deegan with the tennis shoes. King 6 kicks, I like to call them. You and the big blind Queen 4 suited. Gonna come along. It's a lot of hearts.
Oh, how you doing?
Up to the Malaysian now. Playing about 33 effective. Could check raise, does just decide to call and makes that flush on the turn.
Yeah, I was thinking against a button open. I would have liked to see more check raising on the flop. Especially at this stage of the tournament, I think you'll just see more of VBV's hands immediately give up in the face of that initial check raise. Just kind of works out in your best interest. But if you knew you were going to make a flush on the turn, and you also knew you were up against king high, then maybe you would check call. It's an interesting choice on the river. Like, this could be one of those spots where a small bet comes to mind. If you know that you're going to have some weaker pairs in this situation, maybe you also throw in a small bet with a flush every now and then.
Yeah.
You went with half pot, which I think is totally reasonable. Could easily see an ace high call, but bad king high. Just not good enough.
I like the one-on-one aspect. I think it's like a UFC fight.
Yeah, it's personal.
Yeah, it's personal.
Thanks, Daniel.
Canadian spotted. I've seen Jamil Wakil before.
Sorry.
No stranger to my local tournament casino, Playground Poker Club in Montreal.
Percent. Can you get some change? Thank you. That's it.
Do you have it in you, Jamil? Probably one notch too low at full 8 ring here. Just got to the table. You just got one through. Yeah, it does make the discipline fold. It's not easy out on those streets, Kevin. Got Juan Pardo and Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, I mean, chip stack wise, Jamil's right in there contending for top of this table. And that can be interesting as you approach the bubble, having a few players kind of jostling for that opportunity to pull away from the pack. Right now, you leading this table.
14 effective shove here into Alex Kulev's 10 blinds and Frank's 14. Going to get through.
some more.
Looks like an almost certain collision incoming here.
$190.
Will kill or be killed for Jamil. The sickest and classicest of races coming up. Served on a silver platter. You're either going into tomorrow with around 1.6 plus, or you're going home, Jamil. I mean, you can stay if you want. There's other events, but this event, you have to go home. I love the range of emotions on Jamil's face there. Just like, what do you got? Oh, that's flip. All right. Okay. Gearing up. Let's go to war. 56% of the time, he wins every time. That goes up to 73%. But that makes things interesting. How many outs, Kevin? Quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
70.
7, 8, 9. Ace on the river. Oh, Barry Greensteined him. Oh, it's not fair. I've actually read that poker book. Have you? Ace on the River?
I haven't.
Have Barry Greenstein?
Good.
5 minutes ago.
I mean, it's more of an autobiography and sort of musings on life than anything. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So, Rampage, rightfully so, shoving the 11 big blinds from the cutoff with the ace-4 of spades. Can't fault him there. Christoph Vogelsong, definitely can't fault him for reshoving his 25 or so. And then Leon Sturm just gets the 10s in the big blind. Opportunity to go all the way up to $3 million for Leon Sturm if these 10s can hold. And 54% of the time, that's happening. Rampage giving up. What a quitter on the Queen 7-7. Turn 6. Leon needs a 10 and only a 10. Spot of bad luck here for Leon Sturm. Was cruising all the way up to $2.5 million. Now sitting more just above average, I think, at 1.3 million. And there's the long walk of recording for Rampage. Telling all the people at home of the unfortunate turn of events here near the bubble in the first event in Jeju.
So they haven't said yet, but it's going to be a lot of free hand. I mean, you know, like 5.
You heard it there first, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more hands on this day 1 of Triton Jeju 2025 15K opening event.
Time fold.
Dealers, we're going to deal the last 5 hands, hand for hand. So finish the first hand and stop dealing, please. So the last 5 remaining hands will be dealt hand for hand.
Certainly can't blame Kulev for putting under 10 big blinds in from the cutoff here with ace-queen offsuit.
I can blame him. I think he should have better instincts. Should have known, Frank. Couldn't wait to get those chips in.
Big hand.
Juan Pardo wisely gets away from ace-10 in the big blind, getting very close to the money.
And you can see how much it means to Frank. So, you know, it's a pretty small pot, but represents a very big percentage of his remaining stack. Yeah, he really does not want to see a queen on the river. He wants to play more poker. He wants to cash.
Now we're waiting.
And you love to see that. The youthful sort of just exuberance of a deep run in a big buy-in event. I mean, don't know much about this individual, but he's certainly happy to be there. Checking in on old Leon. Facing a c-bet from Ren. Dude, is that a Triton symbol on the ace of spades?
Have we seen that ace of spades yet? This broadcast? That's a nice looking ace of spades.
That was low key tight. On God. That's what the kids say these days. Oh, Ren. Here's a question for you, Kevin. Is this really that out of line, given that maybe he anticipates more 3-bets from the ace range from Leon now that he's not so deep stacked? Like he might anticipate a king-jack flop float, but not a call on the turn, whereas most of the ace portion range would have probably 3-bet. Is that why we see a second barrel here from Ren?
Yeah, I don't mind his play, although I wouldn't rule out the possibility that Leon just has a chunk of aces. It's just a relatively wide range in the first place, right? So even if Leon does show up with ace-10 and ace-jack and even some suited aces or whatever, like it could still just be a totally fine turn barrel.
Right.
Maybe he's just trying to clear out pocket fives and king high or whatnot, right?
Ren, at least thinking about just one more reach into that cookie jar. Just maybe if I reach my hand deep enough.
I think holding the queen of diamonds here is a pretty classic bad card to keep firing with.
Right.
If Leon did call the turn weak, he's likely to have a flush draw. Maybe a low pocket pair. The only real goal I could think of betting the river would be to try and bet small again and clear out any remaining pocket pairs that might get here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think it's too wise to bet big. So I do, you know, I don't hate this. Maybe he drew the same conclusion. He's thinking, maybe Leon got stubborn with pocket 8s, with pocket 6s, even flats pre-flop with 9s, 10s.
Yeah.
So he can just represent that he's got an ace with no kicker and try to get some of those to fold.
I guess part of the concern is that some of those diamond combos would include King X, right?
Leon with a pretty straightforward call, no value in raising. It's always a chance he's beat there.
Right, like they said, like do one more hand and our hand isn't finished, right?
Yeah.
You should be.
As I was looking through the leaderboard on the outer tables, we have by far a new chip leader in Hongjun Zhao, who won a massive pre-flop all-in with kings against David Peters' jacks
We should be playing because
and Stoyan Mandazev's ace-jack suited.
30 seconds ago, I think they didn't realize that.
You can see that in the Triton Poker
Yeah.
Plus app.
Yeah,
Hongjun
he
Zhao
said,
sitting
like,
on
play
almost
the next
5
hand.
million chips.
Wait, so where does the button?
Guess they didn't
Leagues
see
above
that
the next
the
highest stack.
Button finish here, right?
So we have 3 more after this, yeah.
Yeah, what a significant chip lead. My goodness. 5 million. Next closest, 2.4 in Steve O'Dwyer. So that is a great way to start off a Triton Poker Series. Sort of rounding out the top 10. You can see Nikita Kuznetsov, a 4th in chips with 2.1. Seen him sort of in the top 5 pretty much all day today, so very steady play from him. Danny Tang, also very steady, sitting with 2 million in 5th. Daniel Nielsen, see there, in 8th place. Vogelsang in 9th now. Leon Sturm in 10th.
Got something developing here. Yogamai opens with ace-king, gets 3-bet by a bluff. Christoph avoiding the situation entirely, although certainly he was considering the possibility of cold 4-betting there, knowing that Leon can have some light 3-bets here.
Ole.
Heading out to an outer table here. Get a little good look at Steve O'Dwyer, who we just mentioned, 2nd in chips. There's Nielsen over there, also top 10. Appears as though that is a lot of chips in front of him and an exacerbated opponent. Hajayev really considering what to do with his million chips here.
This is a pretty huge 4-bet if I'm reading this correctly. Yongsha Lin, original opener, had 1.6 million, and Steve O'Dwyer's all in here from the big blind for 2.4.
Yeah, so
even though
assuming a raise to 60 and then the 3-bet to 175, then the effective shove from